Chapter 53 Krishna's great soldier. During the long flight, Śrīla Prabhupāda remained solemn. His servants were helpless to alleviate the difficult situation, as they might have in Vrindavana, and cigarette smoke, loud talk, and drunken laughter surrounded them. Tamala Krishna, despite his concern, did not know what to do for Śrīla Prabhupāda or what to ask him. Śrīla Prabhupāda had often expressed a dislike for conversations with questions like "How are you feeling?" Prabhupada's servants knew that they could not fully understand their spiritual master's thinking, and the scriptures also warned that one should not attempt to understand the mind of the Vaisnava. But they knew their service was to relieve him, by arranging for quiet, by assisting him in bathing and dressing, or by taking him to the temple for darsana of Krishna Balarama. Now, however, they were helpless to perform any of these tasks. Now, more than ever, Śrīla Prabhupāda was in Krishna's hands. Earlier that year, in Bhubaneswar, he had said that his disciples, although willing to help, could not change the situation if he was inconvenienced by old age. And he had even given the example that although he might be in his opulent quarters at the Bhaktivedanta manor, that did not mean he would not suffer inconvenience. But Tamala Krishna, being very sensitive to Prabhupada's desires and experienced in serving him, several times moved over and spoke with his spiritual master. "Śrīla Prabhupada," he said, "when you get to London the devotees will be so pleased to be with you." "Yes," Śrīla Prabhupada replied, "it is good that we are going." Otherwise, Śrīla Prabhupada was mostly silent, meditating on Krishna and his mission of bringing love of Krishna to the world. The flight turned out to be an unusually exhaustive ordeal. When the plane landed in Rome it was delayed there for 4 hours, and Śrīla Prabhupada had to wait in the airport lounge. When finally they arrived over London, the captain announced that they could not land yet due to the strike, and so they continued circling for hours. Finally, 20 hours after leaving Delhi, the plane landed at Heathrow Airport. Customs and immigrations officials and the British Airways ground crew allowed Śrīla Prabhupada, in a wheelchair, to quickly pass through all the formalities. And soon he was amid a throng of enthusiastic disciples and then sitting in a white Rolls-Royce en route to Bhaktivedanta Manor. The London airport and the busy highways leading into the city are certainly a great contrast to the peace and spirituality of Vrindavana. But for Śrīla Prabhupada to suddenly leave the climate and transcendental culture of India to fly to the west was not unusual. He had been doing that, going from east to west, from north to south, from one nation to another, to the snowlands, to the tropics, to the cities, to the jungles, mixing with white people, black people, and Orientals, at an almost constant pace for years. He was no Hindu village guru suddenly astounded to see hundreds of automobiles racing on the highway or to see factory smoke or skyscrapers or the blind rat race of the meat-eaters. There was no question of culture shock for Śrīla Prabhupada. But there was a shock for his disciples in London, who had never imagined that he would be so thin or that anyone could travel in such condition. For the devotees who had been at the airport to meet him, it had been a heart-rending experience. Even those who had heard the reports of Prabhupada and Vrindavana were not emotionally prepared for such a change. Prabhupada was as transcendental as ever, or even more than ever, but the devotees were shocked at first to see him so different. Now he appeared like a powerful sage who had been undergoing long austerities for the benefit of humankind and who had become transcendental to his body, although living within it. At Bhaktivedanta Manor, Śrīla Prabhupada went from the car to a palanquin and entered the temple room, where about 300 disciples and well-wishers were waiting to be with him. Devotees from all the ISKCON centers in northern and southern Europe had rushed to England on a last-minute notice. They were holding kirtana for Śrīla Prabhupada as he entered, and they, too, like the devotees at the airport, were deeply shocked. And for a moment, when they saw Śrīla Prabhupada wearing his dark sunglasses and appearing so thin, the kirtana almost stopped. Yet they simultaneously remained joyful and ecstatic, realizing that despite such difficulty, he had actually come to the West to be with them and encourage their Krishna consciousness. They had been praying for him for months. The prayer, "My dear Lord Krishna, if you desire, please cure Śrīla Prabhupada," had been printed on a banner and hung over Prabhupada's Vyasashana. The devotees of England, wanting to reciprocate with Śrīla Prabhupada with more than just the sentiment of their words, were also leading the world in transcendental book distribution. When, a few weeks ago, they had heard that Śrīla Prabhupada might be coming to England, it hadn't seemed possible, considering his physical condition. They had heard he might leave his body at any moment, but then later they had heard he was better and he was coming to London. Even when they had heard he was definitely coming, they had been incredulous. But now it had come true. The deity room curtains were open, and Śrīla Prabhupada beheld Radha Gokulananda. Some devotees stood in front of him, and with a small gesture characteristic of his hand, he waved them aside. Without any change of expression, He sat with concentrated attention facing the gorgeously dressed deities of Radha Gokulananda, whom he had named 4 years ago, and calling for them to come and be worshipped here by the devotees of England. Without saying a word, Prabhupada went up to his room, where as many devotees as possible joined him. He had always said he felt comfortably at home in these quarters, and once again he was pleased to see outside his window the large lawn, the lake, and the ducks. The devotees sat before him with their palms folded, aware that this was no casual meeting. They had already offered their lives completely to Srila Prabhupada, and there was nothing more they could offer in words that would equal their dedication. A devotee placed a large silver plate full of prasadam on the table before Srila Prabhupada. He picked up a milk sweet and tasted it, then a piece of mango. The 100 devotees who squeezed into the room and looked in from the doorway watched his every movement with fixed attention. There was complete silence. Then Srila Prabhupada looked up, smiling. "So," he said, "is everyone all right?" "Jaya, Srila Prabhupada," was the warm reply. The tension of seeing Srila Prabhupada's different appearance suddenly melted, and everyone simply wanted to make him feel comfortable and to please him with their service. For the rest of the day Srila Prabhupada remained alone, resting. Tamala Krishna lectured to the devotees in the temple room, explaining how Srila Prabhupada had decided it was better to travel, even at such a great risk, than to be invalid. Tamala Krishna told how someone had suggested Srila Prabhupada go to Tehran or Italy or France, because of the airport strike in London, but how he had said, "I want to go to London. Srila Prabhupada has come to take shelter of you," said Tamala Krishna. He said that, according to Sastra, a devotee should stay in Vrindavana, especially at the end of his life, but because Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master had ordered him to go to the West and preach, he had returned, determined to fulfill that mission until the last. The devotees were deeply touched that Srila Prabhupada's coming was at least partially in recognition of their preaching. They resolved to reciprocate with him while he was there by holding a book distribution marathon. If they showed him their dedication by preaching, maybe he would stay a long time. At 2 o'clock the next morning Bhagavan and Tamala Krishna went into Srila Prabhupada's quarters to attend him. Srila Prabhupada, who had just awakened, was very pleased to see Bhagavan, his leader from southern Europe. This was why he had come to the West, to be with his preachers, and to be encouraged by them. "Tamala has brought me with great difficulty," said Srila Prabhupada. "It was the correct thing. I thought, what is the use of dying? Better to come. So Krishna Balarama has placed me in the care of Radha Gokulananda." Bhagavan presented Srila Prabhupada with some newly printed books, an Italian Bhagavad Gita as it is, another volume of Srimad Bhagavatam in French, and other books in Dutch. The total book distribution in Europe, Bhagavan reported, had surpassed that of America. "Tamala, did you hear that?" Prabhupada asked. "This is my life. Come here." Srila Prabhupada began rubbing Bhagavan's head, and tears fell from his eyes. "You have no problems," he said to Bhagavan. In his own work on Srila Prabhupada's behalf, Bhagavan had been encountering a rough period, but when Srila Prabhupada said, "You have no problems," he took it that if he persevered, everything would be all right. As long as he stayed engaged in devotional service he had no problems. For Bhagavan, there was no need for Prabhupada to say more. Prabhupada's order was already his heart and soul. But now that order and Srila Prabhupada's love entered deeper into his heart. Srila Prabhupada's mood was one of pure thankfulness, without his usual critical instructions. He simply wanted to be with his devotees and encourage them. "Produce books," said Srila Prabhupada. "These books are all the mercy of my Guru Maharaja. No author throughout the world has written so many books, Shakespeare, Milton, Dickens. Neither their books have been so widely read or with such appreciation." When Prabhupada came down to the temple in the morning, all the devotees were able to be with him. "Devotees here are all Vakunta men," said Srila Prabhupada, "good-looking and nice dressing. Gokulananda is so beautiful. I shall be glad to die in that condition, amongst the devotees and seeing Gokulananda." The devotees had come to see that Srila Prabhupada actually looked very wonderful in his dark sunglasses and freshly pressed silk dhoti and kurta, with clean, clear Vaisnava tilaka on his forehead. He would come gliding down the stairs on the palanquin carefully carried by 2 able-bodied disciples, and he would sit on the Vyasashana and watch them perform kirtana of the holy name. Since he rarely spoke, the kirtana and his appreciation of it was the main exchange between him and his disciples. Externally, Srila Prabhupada gave very little indication of even appreciating the kirtana. Those who were standing or dancing near to him, however, could see behind his glasses the tears sprinkling from the corners of his eyes and onto his cheeks. And all the devotees chanted and danced, rejoicing in the knowledge that Srila Prabhupada simply wanted to be with them. They knew that although he was a pure devotee and self-satisfied, he could actually be inspired by his disciples' affection. By their intense enthusiasm to serve and praise Krishna under his order, he could become enlivened to stay in the world longer and preach. The devotees in the manner agreed that Radha Gokulananda seemed to be looking especially at Srila Prabhupada, and he was looking especially at them. Some felt that by witnessing Srila Prabhupada and Radha Gokulananda, they were looking directly upon the spiritual world, seeing Krishna and his pure devotee. Therefore, there was no need for talks or demonstrations further than what Srila Prabhupada was giving everyone by coming to be with them in the temple room. Each morning the kirtanas would build enthusiastically. Tamala Krishna asked that devotees not sing the Guru Puja song because it created too much emotion for Srila Prabhupada, so they chanted the Pankatattva mantra and then Hare Krishna. After half an hour, the singing and chanting would be fervid, and Srila Prabhupada would sometimes tap his thumbs together. Just this slightest movement of his body increased the intensity of the kirtana. Then with the raising of one finger, Srila Prabhupada set the whole room full of hundreds of devotees into jumping ecstasy. The devotees felt that by chanting Hare Krishna and dancing they were somehow singing and praying for Srila Prabhupada's good health and continued life. Srila Prabhupada would sit, unmoving. But the devotees knew his desires, and many of them continued jumping several feet into the air, almost touching the chandeliers. After a wild transcendental hour of kirtana, Srila Prabhupada would go upstairs again, carried over the heads of the devotees on the palanquin. When the devotees in London heard that Srila Prabhupada was getting many invitations to go to America, they began to worry. They were thinking this would be the last time they would see him, and they wanted to keep him with them forever. If they could distribute an incredible number of books, then maybe he would live longer and stay longer at Bhaktivedanta Manor. They were already feeling privileged that Srila Prabhupada had chosen their temple out of all others, and as they spoke among themselves, they concluded that Radha Lundanesvara and Radha Gokulananda must be Prabhupada's favorite deities. They realized that aside from chanting and serving, there was nothing they could do to help Srila Prabhupada and keep him with them, and this inability made them helpless. Despite their efforts, everything was up to Krishna. Srila Prabhupada confided to his secretary that he was disturbed by thoughts of India, and that he had no wish to go back. In India, he said, whatever project I made, the government has simply given me obstacles. I had to tax my brain so much. India, he said, had lost its culture. Now they think everyone is God, and they do not understand bhakti, the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. From the members of parliament to the members of the street, everywhere there is suspicion that I have brought the CIA. Such a mistake they have made. Since Srila Prabhupada had come to London, his emotions were much more noticeable than before. Where he would have checked his emotions before, he now did not or could not. He frequently cried in ecstasy. Because he was saturated with love for Krishna, at any moment his tears might come, while hearing a kirtana, seeing the deities, hearing of a devotee's service. The tears would pour down his cheeks, making his visage more beautiful. At other times, he would utter a long, deep not out of physical pain, since he said he was quite all right, but out of his Krishna-conscious emotions, the ecstasy of his love of God. After a few days, Srila Prabhupada got a good report on the progress of his U.S. residency. Bhaktivedanta had gone to Washington, D.C., and now phoned to say Srila Prabhupada would have no difficulty in getting his expired residency renewed. All the officials Bhaktivedanta had contacted were friendly and invited Srila Prabhupada to return. Tamala Krishna conveyed this while Srila Prabhupada sat on a mat, his frail body being massaged by Upendra. Instantly tears welled up in Srila Prabhupada's eyes, and with a choked voice he said, "America has been so good to me to give me money, men, everything. I have no designation that this is my country, but because they have given me so much facility, I cannot forget my obligation to them. I wanted to make them happy, and through them, the whole world." Srila Prabhupada looked forward to traveling to America shortly after Janmashtami, which would fall on September 6, 2 weeks from the date of his arrival in England. "I want to live a little longer," he said, "to make everything more perfect." "Will you do this by enthusing the devotees by staying with them?" asked Tamala Krishna, "or is there a specific program?" "A specific program," said Srila Prabhupada. "I want to introduce Varnasrama. At our Pennsylvania farm, the biggest problem of life is solved: food." Letters from Ganasyama in Eastern Europe had brought Srila Prabhupada repeated pleasure. When Ganasyama came to England, therefore, Tamala Krishna brought him before Srila Prabhupada. Calling him near, Prabhupada stroked his head. "This is the Parampara system," he said. "My Guru Maharaja pushed me, I am pushing you, and you are pushing others. It is like a train. The following day, at Tamala Krishna's request, Ganasyama came in and read his latest report, which was lengthy, to Srila Prabhupada. He explained some of the difficulties in his preaching and how he was getting around them. But Prabhupada's mood had changed, and he reminded his disciple that the credit was all due to Krishna. Then Harikesa Swami, the GBC secretary for Northern and East Europe, arrived. He entered Prabhupada's room and offered prostrated obeisances. Srila Prabhupada, his eyes overflowing with tears, reached out and rubbed his disciple's head, and Harikesa also began to cry. Harikesa explained that he was setting up his own press for producing Srila Prabhupada's books in European languages. "Very good," said Prabhupada. "As a father likes to see his estate nicely managed, so I am like that. Get places and print books." Harikesa Maharaja had brought with him most of the book distributors from Germany, and he arranged that they meet privately with Srila Prabhupada. The men, most of whom had never been with Prabhupada, gathered in his room and sat in overwhelming appreciation of the moment. Srila Prabhupada quoted, "Yerdekater kaha Krishna Upadesa," and then asked, "So what is this Krishna Upadesa?" At first no one replied, but then one of the boys spoke and said, "One should preach everywhere." "No," said Srila Prabhupada, "what is Krishna Upadesa?" Then again there was a silence. This time another boy recited, "Sarvadharman Parityajyam Ekam Saranam Vraya." Srila Prabhupada accepted that and spoke for a few minutes about surrender to Krishna. Thinking at an opportune moment, Tamala Krishna brought out a package of color photographs just arrived from Los Angeles. It was a complete story and pictures of the recent Los Angeles Ratha Yatra. The pictures were brightly colorful 8 by 10-inch enlargements, and as Srila Prabhupada saw one after another and heard the descriptions from his secretary, he began to make long, low humming sounds, and tears came to his eyes. "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me, Krishna. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear." Bhagavad Gita 18.66. Earlier that morning, as soon as he had awakened, Srila Prabhupada had begun spontaneously speaking about the Ratha Yatra he had performed as a child in Calcutta, and now he was seeing the pictures of a grand procession and festival conducted by his disciples. Seeing the photo of the chariots with a large crowd following, Srila Prabhupada raised his eyebrows and said, "We have never seen such carts." Another photo showed long lines of people waiting to see the changing bodies exhibit, a diorama depicting the transmigration of the soul. "I told you this would happen." Prabhupada exclaimed. "I am very much glad to see this." Srila Prabhupada remained so affected by seeing the Ratha Yatra pictures that he wouldn't take his usual massage. "Not now," he said in a choked voice, and he sat meditatively, silent for 2 hours. On Janmashtami Day Srila Prabhupada rode in a rented Rolls-Royce to the temple at Berry Place in downtown London to see their lordships Sri Radha Londonasvara. Entering the building in a palanquin, Prabhupada came before Radha Londonasvara and slowly removed his sunglasses, his eyes flooding with tears, while around him devotees chanted his name and the names of Radha and Krishna. On the way back to the manor, Tamala Krishna recited to Srila Prabhupada the many pastimes of Prabhupada's preaching days in London. The next day was Vyasa Puja, Srila Prabhupada's 82nd birthday. Again, upon waking he recalled his childhood and how an uncle had called him Nandulal, because he was born on the day Nanda Maharaja gave presents to the Brahmanas, the day after Krishna's birthday. Srila Prabhupada went down to the temple, and after a fully exultant kirtana by hundreds of devotees, he accepted, without tasting, a 3-tier, 5-foot-long birthday cake. He noticed that the devotees had only used 81 candles, due to counting age by the Western method, so another candle was added. At Srila Prabhupada's request, Tamala Krishna stood and spoke. The next day Srila Prabhupada's health suddenly became much worse, and he couldn't come down to the temple. This was the first crisis since his coming to England, and suddenly his plans changed. Instead of going on to the United States as he had planned, he now requested that he be taken back to India. He spoke of Bombay. "If I live a few days more," he said, "let me see the opening of the Bombay temple. We can wait here and then fly to Bombay. I have worked so hard for it. If I see the opening and then die, it will be a very peaceful death. Even if I live, I can come back here." The health crisis seemed to pass, but Srila Prabhupada now felt he would be unable to go to New York. He asked to hear the various astrological calculations. "Let us have a laugh," he said. The readings predicted that these would be the most difficult days. For many of the devotees, Srila Prabhupada's not going to America upset their hopes of his getting better and living a long time. But Prabhupada felt he had traveled as far as he could, and now he should return to Bombay and Vrindavana. For a few days more he stayed, waiting for a clearer indication from Krishna. and he resumed going to the temple in the morning. Brahmananda Swami had come from Africa, and Srila Prabhupada watched with pleasure as heavy-set Brahmananda, the first disciple to dance for him 11 years ago in New York, rose to dance again before his spiritual master. As Brahmananda jumped up and down, dancing ecstatically, Srila Prabhupada smiled and clapped his hands. Afterwards, Tamala Krishna asked Srila Prabhupada what he had prayed that morning as he had sat looking intently at the deities. Prabhupada replied, "I was praying to Radha Gokulananda to please engage me in the service of Sri Sri Radha Rasavihari." Srila Prabhupada wanted to return to India, and his desire was his servant's order. "If I survive this time," he said, "we shall do Vrandavana Parikrama. You can carry me on a palanquin." At the airport there were delays. During the wait, Tamala Krishna put earphones on Srila Prabhupada so he could listen to a tape-recorded kirtana. Prabhupada slowly rocked his head, listening, until finally he was allowed to board the aircraft, riding in a wheelchair. September 14, with no disruptive incidents, Srila Prabhupada arrived with his party in Bombay, where he was promptly escorted from the plane into a waiting car and driven to Hare Krishna land at Juhu. This time the elevator worked, and Srila Prabhupada reached his quarters on the 5th floor and went at once to bed. He called for Guru Raja, who came and sat on the floor beside the bed. Prabhupada told him how in Vrandavana, Mr. Somaya, a very important man of Bombay known to both of them, had come to see him in bed and had started to cry out of sympathy. Prabhupada then told Guru Raja of his pleasant stay in London, especially mentioning the kirtanas, which he said were wonderful. When Guru Raja asked if the chiseling and hammering and other noises of temple construction in Bombay were going to disturb him, he replied that it was like music. He then lay back and rested. When Prabhupada awoke at the end of the day, Tamala Krishna asked him if the noises were bothering him. "These sounds do not disturb me at all," he replied, "because I am thinking that work is being completed." You can note the distinction, how in London I was feeling restless, but here not. It is because I like Bombay. Of all the cities in India, I like it the most. Srila Prabhupada wanted to get reports from some of his sannyasi disciples in Bombay. He heard good news from Gargamuni Swami of his party selling complete sets of Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita and also other books to libraries and universities throughout India. Now they were preparing to go into Muslim countries to sell books. "Whoever preaches in the Muslim countries," said Srila Prabhupada, "I take the dust of his feet on my head." Lokanatha Swami told Srila Prabhupada of his success in traveling to Indian villages in a bullock cart. Srila Prabhupada loved it. Within a day or two of his return to India, Prabhupada had abandoned the simple regimen he had agreed upon with a doctor in England. The doctor had said Prabhupada was a difficult patient. Tamala Krishna mentioned that when he had told the doctor that Srila Prabhupada was trying to cooperate, the doctor had said Srila Prabhupada's only compromise was to wait until Friday instead of Thursday before traveling. Srila Prabhupada gave a little laugh and said, "And then I went even earlier, Tuesday. Super compromise." I could understand when he wanted blood that he would begin his allopathic treatments. For weeks Srila Prabhupada had been taking a commercially prepared food supplement, Complan, but now he refused it. "What is the use of artificial food," he said, "when there is natural? You Westerners like the taste of canned, frozen, preserved, rotten food. You eat and then keep the leftovers for 7 months, and this you like. And you like drinking cold milk. This Complan is not fresh. I shall try to live on milk and fruit juice. Nothing artificial." Srila Prabhupada's plan was to stay in Bombay and wait for the grand opening of the temple, now scheduled for Ramaviyaja Dasami, in 5 weeks. But he didn't expect to get much stronger. Although he had spoken in favor of fresh food, he was actually taking nothing more than a little fruit juice and a little mung jala, water in which mung beans have been soaked. Srila Prabhupada began chanting constantly on his japa beads, which he insisted on keeping around his neck at all times. During his massage he would finger the beads and silently chant, and even while resting they remained around his neck. When Tamala Krishna asked Srila Prabhupada how he felt, he simply replied, "Crisis." After a few days he named a certain Bombay doctor and suggested that he be brought in. But Tamala Krishna gave arguments as to why calling in yet another doctor would not be good at this time. Srila Prabhupada listened and agreed. Tamala Krishna said he felt confident that Srila Prabhupada would live to see the temple opening in Bombay and later go on to Vrandavana. Srila Prabhupada seemed very relieved by these words and rubbed Tamala Krishna's head affectionately, saying, "May your words be blessed. Bless me that I may fix up my mind." Within a day or two of his return to India, Prabhupada had abandoned the simple regimen he had agreed upon with a doctor in England. The doctor had said Prabhupada was a difficult patient. Tamala Krishna mentioned that when he had told the doctor that Srila Prabhupada was trying to cooperate, the doctor had said Srila Prabhupada's only compromise was to wait until Friday instead of Thursday before traveling. Srila Prabhupada gave a little laugh and said, "And then I went even earlier, Tuesday. Super compromise." I could understand when he wanted blood that he would begin his allopathic treatments. For weeks Srila Prabhupada had been taking a commercially prepared food supplement, Complan, but now he refused it. "What is the use of artificial food," he said, "when there is natural? You Westerners like the taste of canned, frozen, preserved, rotten food. You eat and then keep the leftovers for 7 months, and this you like. And you like drinking cold milk. This Complan is not fresh. I shall try to live on milk and fruit juice. Nothing artificial." Srila Prabhupada's plan was to stay in Bombay and wait for the grand opening of the temple, now scheduled for Rama Vijayadasami, in 5 weeks. But he didn't expect to get much stronger. Although he had spoken in favor of fresh food, he was actually taking nothing more than a little fruit juice and a little mung jala, water in which mung beans have been soaked. Srila Prabhupada began chanting constantly on his japa beads, which he insisted on keeping around his neck at all times. During his massage he would finger the beads and silently chant, and even while resting they remained around his neck. When Tamala Krishna asked Srila Prabhupada how he felt, he simply replied, "Crisis." After a few days he named a certain Bombay doctor and suggested that he be brought in. But Tamala Krishna gave arguments as to why calling in yet another doctor would not be good at this time. Srila Prabhupada listened and agreed. Tamala Krishna said he felt confident that Srila Prabhupada would live to see the temple opening in Bombay and later go on to Vrindavana. Srila Prabhupada seemed very relieved by these words and rubbed Tamala Krishna's head affectionately, saying, "May your words be blessed. Bless me that I may fix up my mind." Tamala Krishna was pleased to see Prabhupada take some encouragement, although he felt himself to be in no position to bless his exalted spiritual master. But this kind of exchange had been occurring for weeks now, where Tamala Krishna and others sometimes took the role of Srila Prabhupada's advisors. Such dealings made the disciples feel uncomfortable, yet because Srila Prabhupada was instigating the relationship, they accepted it as very intimate service. He had openly said, "Encourage me," and had allowed himself to become dependent in many ways on the care and intelligence of his disciples. Sometimes he was like a small child turning to his disciples to pick him up and carry him. But his disciples remained aware, and if they didn't, he reminded them that he was deliberately arranging and allowing this so that they could render him intimate service, for only by serving Krishna's pure devotee can one attain love of Krishna. This intimate service was completely spiritual, and for doctors who came and went, with their medicines and prescriptions, it was incomprehensible. Srila Prabhupada was teaching his disciples right up until his last days, instructing them in how they should prepare for their own inevitable death. And he was also instructing them in the advanced stage of devotional service, testing them to see whether they were willing to serve, not just as official devotees but out of spontaneous love, love which goes sometimes beyond the rules and regulations. This love was tested, for example, by the disciples' willingness to stay up all hours of the night and constantly attend Srila Prabhupada, assisting him in even his most basic bodily functions. And it was tested as Prabhupada engaged his disciples in the ordeal of deciding whether he should fight to live or pass away peacefully. It was on the basis of such intimacy, for example, that Tamala Krishna, unsure what was best, argued against Srila Prabhupada's request for a certain doctor. He was completely involved in Srila Prabhupada's well-being, and he was always thinking about it and ready to do whatever was required. Ultimately, Prabhupada never changed from being the authority and master of all his disciples, and they knew it. They could offer counter-suggestions, as he inspired them to reach across the barriers of ordinary protocol and serve him with love to their heart's content. He even allured them to reprimand him. But when he liked, he would have the final word, emerging again as the absolute authority for his disciples. It was only to serve his will that his disciples lived and acted. Srila Prabhupada said that his disciples' determination and complete surrender and their desire and prayers for him to remain with them, for him to fight and stay, this was all that was still keeping him in the world. Certainly Prabhupada was not being kept in the world by Complan or by the ordinary therapeutic effects of massage. In fact, he was so thin that the massages were no longer actual massages, but were more soothing caresses, which could be given only by faithful, surrendered servants. When one day Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada if he felt he could stay for 5 weeks until the temple opening, he replied, "If you encourage me." Whatever his condition, Srila Prabhupada always maintained his essence, aggressive in preaching Krishna consciousness, thoughtful of others, humorous, and completely devoted to Krishna. When Abhirama joined them from England and exclaimed that Srila Prabhupada's Bombay quarters were fit for Indra, the king of heaven, Srila Prabhupada broke into a big, sustained smile. When Tamala Krishna, after being absent for a few hours, returned before Prabhupada and explained, "I was just resting because I was tired from the trip," Srila Prabhupada replied by teasing him, "You already rested on the plane. You just like to sleep, especially in the car." When Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada if he would see any important guests, Prabhupada replied that he would only see Mr. Bhajalal Patel and Mr. Mahadevya if they came. A few minutes later, as if summoned, Mr. Mahadevya showed up and was brought before Prabhupada. Although usually very talkative, Mr. Mahadevya seemed too shocked by Srila Prabhupada's appearance to speak as freely as usual. At Prabhupada's request, however, he described the present political climate in India. Prabhupada asked to be raised up, and he showed an unusual amount of interest in the report. "They're missing the point," he said. "The whole world is. This is the disease of the body. One party is no better than the other. It is stool, one side or the other. What they can do." Although Prabhupada was not able to go down to the temple for seeing Radha Rasavihari, he daily asked to see their picture, which he would look upon lovingly. He could also hear the Arati Kirtanas coming from the temporary temple. Then one day he asked that the framed picture of Radha Rasavihari be fixed to his bedpost so that he could see them always. On awakening one morning, Prabhupada immediately began talking, "Every living entity is suffering. From Brahma down to the ant, there is no happiness." And then he closed his eyes. Later he awoke and said, "Divihaya sagunamai, mama maya duratyaya." Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada if he was thinking of these things while resting. "Yes," Prabhupada replied. "I was dreaming." This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. Bhagavad Gita 7.14, Brahmananda Swami arrived from England, and Prabhupada spoke with him of how the senior disciples would have to maintain what he had given them. "You cannot expect me to have a young body like you," he said. "You cannot expect me to live forever. It will have to depend upon Krishna." Brahmananda listened with mixed pleasure and pain. He said that Prabhupada's quarters were beautiful and that not only these quarters but everything in the Krishna consciousness movement was simply made for Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. "I cannot take these with me," Prabhupada replied. "I am leaving them for you to use." Jayapataka Swami arrived from Mayapur, asking Srila Prabhupada to sign a legal statement concerning the recent attack on the ISKCON center in Mayapur. Tamala Krishna said that Prabhupada had already written his will, stating that everything in his name belonged to ISKCON. He didn't want anything further to do with management. Srila Prabhupada confirmed this, saying, "Now there is no other way but to make me completely aloof from all management." Prabhupada wanted to stay absorbed in hearing the holy name and the Srimad Bhagavatam. He liked to sit up in bed, wearing his reading spectacles and looking at the photo of Radha Rasavihari, while a devotee read aloud from Srimad Bhagavatam. For hours at a time he would meditate in this way, hearing and seeing Krishna. This was the medicine he desired. Those who observed him in this way could understand that he was completely transcendental to thoughts of his body and that he was relishing the reading with great relief. When Tamala Krishna suggested that these readings go on each day, Srila Prabhupada said, "This is the most important thing. Read as much as possible." One evening, Tamala Krishna and Brahmananda recounted to Prabhupada the history of his purchasing the Bombay land. Prabhupada lay, listening carefully to each word of the narration of his tolerance and triumph over many obstacles. At one point, Prabhupada interjected, "That dog." The devotees paused, not knowing what he meant. Was he referring to the landlord or one of the politicians? But then he made it clear. He said that when he had stayed at the house of Mr. Sethi, he would have to ride each morning in Mr. Sethi's car to the beach, and he would have to sit next to Mr. Sethi's big German shepherd. Srila Prabhupada continued to talk, and as he did, both Tamala Krishna and Brahmananda realized that he was still conducting a battle. He was fighting for the strength to go on preaching for Radha Rasavihari, if they desired. At the end of the recitation, Tamala Krishna offered his obeisances and said, "All glories to Krishna's great soldier." Srila Prabhupada had been planning to stay for the Bombay temple opening and then to go on parikrama around Vrindavana, but now he thought of going early to Vrindavana. He asked that the GBC men and certain others present in Bombay gather before him and decide. Tamala Krishna, Brahmananda, Surabhi, Gopala Krishna, Hari Sorai, Guru Raja, Upendra, Abhirama, and Kuladri all entered and sat surrounding Srila Prabhupada. Tamala Krishna began by making various comments in favor of going to Vrindavana. He directed his comments to Prabhupada and pointed out that even if Prabhupada were to remain in Bombay in his present condition, he would not be able to attend any of the functions. Also, Prabhupada was known for his powerful speaking and preaching, and it would not be fitting for the public to see him in his present condition. Tamala Krishna also pointed out that Prabhupada could come back to visit after the temple opening. Prabhupada heard these remarks without commenting. Brahmananda Swami said that Śrīla Prabhupada should definitely go to Vrindavana. Hari Sarai spoke next, saying that he felt it was difficult to decide but that it depended upon how strongly Prabhupada desired to stay in Bombay as opposed to doing the best thing for his health. It is for health, Prabhupada replied, and Hari Sarai immediately said he was in favor of Prabhupada's returning to Vrindavana. Gopala Krishna, however, thought that it would be better if Prabhupada remained in Bombay until after the opening. How could he leave Bombay after so many arrangements had been made and so many important guests had been invited? Sarabi also voted for Prabhupada's staying in Bombay, because he wanted Prabhupada to see the temple being opened. He said that if Prabhupada went to Vrindavana, he might not come back. Then Guru Raja spoke. Each day in Bombay was very difficult for Prabhupada, he said, and each successive day would be even more difficult. And the noise from the construction was constant. Therefore, Guru Raja concluded, waiting 3 weeks would be too risky. As Guru Raja spoke, Śrīla Prabhupada moved his head in affirmation. But for the most part Prabhupada was non-committal, asking a question now and then, but mostly listening. For the devotees, the mood was very tense and momentous. Abhirama spoke next, in favor of going to Vrindavana. Upendra said he didn't know if Prabhupada's purpose in asking for opinions had been to get a majority vote. The decision had gone in favor of leaving Bombay. Even as they discussed, the hammering and chiseling noises were constant and almost drowned the sound of Prabhupada's voice. Prabhupada wanted to also discuss the best course of treatment. His friend Dr. Ghosh had written recently, and Prabhupada asked Tamala Krishna to read the letter. Tamala Krishna then read aloud Dr. Ghosh's advice that Prabhupada should go to a good hospital for a thorough checkup and treatment. Almost with the attitude of an impartial judge asking for discussion, Prabhupada said, "So what is wrong with this proposal?" Tamala Krishna mentioned that the doctors would probably want to give intravenous feeding. Prabhupada replied, "What is the use of artificial feeding when there is no digestion?" Making a point in favor of the hospital, Tamala Krishna then remarked that although Ayurvedic medicine was perfect, the practitioners have lost the science in the present day and are mostly quacks, whereas allopathic medicine, although imperfect, has many expert practitioners. Prabhupada conceded. "Well, Prabhupada," said Upendra, "the doctor should come, but only here in your house. You should never go to the hospital." Abhirama was even stronger about Prabhupada's not going to the hospital. They already knew that Prabhupada was not in favor of going to the hospital, and that in fact he had already made up his mind to go to Vrindavana. They took it that in his kindness and mercifulness he wanted to consult them and give them the opportunity to decide. At least apparently he was submitting himself to their decisions. But some of them got an eerie, uneasy feeling in thinking his well-being could be the subject of their argumentation. Finally Prabhupada concluded, "The hospital is not a guarantee, but we take it as up-to-date scientific knowledge. My godbrother Tirtha Maharaja had to undergo all these treatments, and they were very proud that he died with the best scientific treatment. My Guru Maharaja, however, did not like it when he was given injection. He objected, saying, 'Why are you giving? Going to a hospital means giving in to the mercy of the material scientists. Whatever they like, they will do. They cannot guarantee, and we cannot be confident. And going to Vrindavana, whatever may happen, let Krishna do it. Hospital is a chance technique. Going to Vrindavana, I have no objections. But now there is a dilemma, I am neither dying nor living.'" When Tamala Krishna asked whether the Vrindavana Kaviraja was any better than the present one in Bombay, Prabhupada replied, "Better or worse, some husband must be there." Tamala Krishna then offered a new argument. As long as Prabhupada was in Bombay waiting for the opening, he said, then he would have a reason for living. But if he returned to Vrindavana, it would mean he was going there to die. So on that basis, Prabhupada should remain in Bombay, since it would help give him motivation to live. Śrīla Prabhupada smiled and said, "That is sentiment." Now that Prabhupada sounded so convinced, there was no alternative. There was no question of the devotees controlling him, only Krishna could. Some of the alternatives had been frightening, and certainly the idea of voting about Prabhupada had been. Now some of the devotees laughed nervously, relieved to hear Prabhupada's final decision. "Vrindavana," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Let's go." "Yes, Prabhupada," said Sarabi. "But Śrīla Prabhupada," said Tamala Krishna, "what will happen to all the devotees here? They have been serving you so sincerely. How will they be able to open the temple without you being here? I mean, all the devotees, When they hear you are going to Vrindavana, they will all want to come. They won't want to stay here. Then they will all want to leave their posts and come with you to Vrindavana. Yes, then let them come, said Srila Prabhupada. I have no objection. Tamala Krishna mentioned that if 1,000 devotees might come to be with Prabhupada, that would slow down the ISKCON work all over the world. Prabhupada again said he had no objection. Tamala Krishna asked whether it was compulsory for the GBC members to come, and Prabhupada affirmed that it was. There were no more questions, and the devotees excused themselves to go and make immediate preparations for Prabhupada's moving to Vrindavana. Only Kuladri remained in the room with Prabhupada. So, Kuladri asked Prabhupada, "What do you think?" Kuladri had been disturbed by the fact that some of the devotees had seemed to be opposing Prabhupada's desire and even arguing against him. "Srila Prabhupada," he said, "I don't really understand. How can they give you advice like that? I feel like an intruder. I shouldn't even be here. But it seems to me that you are waiting for Krishna to make some decision on whether you stay or go." "What?" Prabhupada asked. "It seems you are waiting for Krishna's decision," said Kuladri. "If you are going to wait for Krishna's decision, that might as well be in Vrindavana." Prabhupada smiled and closed his eyes. "Yes," he said, "that is very good advice." Library Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 54 At home in Vrindavana Prabhupada travelled by train from Bombay to Mathura. Brahmananda carried him in his arms from the train to a waiting car, and within 15 to 25 minutes Prabhupada was back in Vrindavana. The devotees at the Krishna Balaram Mandir were upset to see that Prabhupada's condition had deteriorated so much in the 1 month he had been away. His room was as he had left it, except for the addition of a large double bed. He lay down, and they closed the curtains and dimmed the lights. For about 5 minutes he lay still, with his eyes closed. "Now you are home, Srila Prabhupada," said Tamala Krishna. Still Srila Prabhupada lay quietly, not moving. Then slowly he brought his hands to his chest, clasped them together, and said, "Thank you." He seemed relieved. "Now you are in the care of Krishna Balarama," said Tamala Krishna. Srila Prabhupada smiled and nodded slightly. "Yes," he said. Krishna Tvadya Panapankanja Panjarantam, indicating King Kulaskar's prayer to Lord Krishna, "My dear Krishna, please help me die immediately so that the swan of my mind may be encircled by the stem of your lotus feet. Otherwise, at the time of my final breath, how will it be possible for me to think of you?" Although Srila Prabhupada was in a precarious state, he remained completely fixed in thought of Krishna in one way or another, Krishna's name, his form, his pastimes, or his devotional service. Prabhupada suggested going to see Krishna and Balarama at 9:30, just as he had done before, but his servants advised that he rest today and begin that program tomorrow. "Whatever you desire, I will do," Prabhupada said. Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada if he wanted the Kaviraja to come. "As you said, Prabhupada, for better or worse, some husband must be there." Srila Prabhupada nodded. "Now manage everything," he said, "and let me think of Krishna Balarama." A little before 4 in the afternoon, while devotees were reading aloud from Srimad Bhagavatam, Prabhupada asked if the temple bell had rung the hour. Ever since the temple opening in 1975, he had insisted that the bell at the front gate be rung every hour to signify the hour and once every half hour. At first, the temple president had been unable to get a watchman who would remain awake through the night and ring the bell regularly. But Srila Prabhupada had insisted so strongly that the temple management had finally established the bell ringing. For Srila Prabhupada, it was more than just a good standard, it was a symbol of the entire temple management's effectiveness. If they couldn't even arrange that the bell be rung regularly, then how could they manage everything else? Now Srila Prabhupada was saying he thought he heard the bell ring at the wrong time. Tamala Krishna explained it might have been a different bell, and the devotees continued reading Srimad Bhagavatam. But Srila Prabhupada again asked about the bell in the temple dome. As Harisarai rose to go out and check, the bell began loudly ringing, 1, 2, 3, 4, properly sounding the hour. "That is my concern," said Prabhupada, "that such a huge establishment is properly managed. If not properly managed, then everything will be finished." "I don't think that that's going to happen," said Tamala Krishna. "We are too much indebted to you to allow what you have established to become spoiled. Please see to that," said Prabhupada. Nevertheless, Srila Prabhupada called for Aksayananda Swami and, as soon as he came into the room, inquired from him, "Will the bell ring or not?" Aksayananda promised to diligently see to it, taking the instruction very seriously, as perhaps his last order from his spiritual master. The Pujari entered and gave Prabhupada a large, fragrant tulasi garland from Krishna Balarama, and Prabhupada returned to listening to the reading. Later in the day, he confided to Tamala Krishna about the past few weeks. "I must thank you," he said, "that you took me to London and again brought me here without any difficulty. That is a great credit for you. For that I am thanking you. In this condition, a bundle of bones, still you did it. Krishna will bless you." Hari Sarai had obtained another detailed astrological chart on Śrīla Prabhupāda from Delhi. This astrologer recommended a mantra to Lord Shiva to be chanted by 10 brahmanas for 21 days. "We have the Maha Mantra," said Śrīla Prabhupāda. "There is no need of others." He spoke disapprovingly of the suggestion. "Are these astrological charts very much applicable for devotees, Śrīla Prabhupāda?" asked Hari Sarai. "No," said Prabhupada. "Don't waste money for this astrology." Śrīla Prabhupada's faith was only in Kirtana. Tamala Krishna suggested they again have continuous Kirtana, and Prabhupada said, "That is real business. These astrologers are karmas. We have nothing to do with the karmas." In response to Śrīla Prabhupada's call, the 23 GBC members again began gathering in Vrindavana. They arrived heavy-hearted, yet on coming before Śrīla Prabhupada they were pleased to give him progress reports on their preaching on his behalf. Śrīla Prabhupada was happy to hear the reports and was as encouraging as ever to his leaders, despite his condition. Hamsaduta Swami was one of the first to arrive, from Sri Lanka. Śrīla Prabhupada instructed him to develop farm projects there, as Kirtanananda Swami had done in New Vrindavan. "Sometimes when preaching," said Hamsaduta, "I tell them, 'What kind of country is this? The land is of the Rajarsas, and some lady is running the government. Do not touch politics,'" Prabhupada warned. "We are cultural on philosophy." Prabhupada began dealing with Guru Raja over bank matters. The local Vrindavana bank was reluctant to allow a withdrawal from an ISKCON fund, and Śrīla Prabhupada had to be called in for advice. He gave keen, practical strategy for solving the problem, but he asked to be spared these things in the future. Devotees in the room were amazed to see Prabhupada still dealing expertly with such affairs. When Guru Raja apologized to Prabhupada for involving him, Prabhupada replied, "Therefore I said, do the needful." Actually, Prabhupada's calling the GBC men together had been so they could chant for him. Now, more than ever, he wanted the medicine of the holy name, not of the doctors. When he heard that his friend Dr. Ghosh was coming to Vrindavana to open a clinic and that he could prescribe treatment, he refused the offer. "These doctors will come and give something to try and save," he said. "I don't want to be saved. Dr. Ghosh may come for the clinic he wants to develop, but not for my treatment." Tamala Krishna asked if they could at least call in some local Vrindavana doctors. "No," said Prabhupada. "Let us take your advice for Kirtana only." Tamala Krishna agreed that Kirtana was best, because in that way they were pleading for Krishna's help. "Better you don't pray to Krishna to save me," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Let me die now." Prabhupada then asked to sit up. "If Hamsaduta is not tired," he said, "he can continue singing." When Harikesa had received the call to come immediately to Vrindavana, he had been told to expect the worst. Immediately he contacted his printer, who was in the process of completing several books, and told him that he must have advance copies by the next day. So by the time he got on the plane for India, he had newly printed volumes of the second canto of Srimad Bhagavatam in German, the Krishna trilogy in German, and a Yugoslavian Sri Upanishad. But when he arrived at Śrīla Prabhupada's door in Vrindavana, a devotee told him he could not bring the books to Śrīla Prabhupada now. "Why not?" Harikesa asked. "This is not the kind of mood we are trying to create here," the devotee explained. "What? Are you crazy?" exclaimed Harikesa. "Books are Prabhupada's life and soul." He went in and showed Prabhupada the 7 new books. Immediately Prabhupada took the first volume of the Krishna trilogy and held it up, looking at the cover painting of Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada began crying and reached out, trying to stroke Harikesa's head. Harikesa reached out and held Śrīla Prabhupada's hand, thinking himself unworthy of being petted. "He was rotting here, typewriting," said Śrīla Prabhupada, referring to when Harikesa had been his secretary, just before going to preach in Europe. "I said, 'You go.' I had 10 servants. You thought that I was degrading you by sending you away. No. Now you understand?" "Yes, I understand," said Harikesa, sobbing. "Here's an intelligent boy, I thought," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Why should he rot here, typewriting?" Prabhupada looked at each book. "Printing and everything is first class," he said. He asked how many had been printed, and Harikesa replied, 120,000 Krishna trilogies, 60,000 Srimad Bhagavatam second cantos, and 10,000 Isupanisads. "Can you distribute that Isupanishad?" Prabhupada asked. Harikesa assured him that they could definitely distribute the book in Yugoslavia. Then print more, said Prabhupada. They continued discussing book production. Books were indeed Srila Prabhupada's life and soul. From Harikesa's entering with the new books, Prabhupada had felt a profound ecstasy that had spread to Harikesa and all the devotees present. Everyone was keenly aware that what they were experiencing was transcendental, a special reciprocation with Srila Prabhupada, and as long as they were sincere it would not die. Now you just have to become better, said Harikesa. More healthy? Healthy? Said Srila Prabhupada. I have nothing to do with this body. During one of the long Kirtana vigils, Brahmananda Swami was present, and Srila Prabhupada called him forward. He wanted to give him last instructions about Africa. Prabhupada was lying down, and Brahmananda had to put his ear near Srila Prabhupada's mouth to hear. The other devotees in the room also hushed and came as close as possible. With Navayogendra, Prabhupada said in a hoarse whisper, "The both of you. South Africa also. There gradually the people are taking. Try to bring Pusta Krishna back. He is very competent. So jointly organize Africa. Have Sankirtana. All Europeans, Americans, Africans. Tulasi Dāsa is very competent also. United Nations under Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's flag. It is possible. Otherwise, that United Nations will be simply false attempt." "You said that when you first came to New York," replied Brahmananda, urgently recalling his first days with Srila Prabhupada. "You went to the United Nations. The very first day I came to the Kirtana there in New York. The next day you went for that peace vigil outside the United Nations, and you were chanting Hare Krishna and saying that this Krishna consciousness is the only method for making United Nations. That is a fact," said Prabhupada. "Try for the protection of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and things will be successful. Others, they will simply waste time and be disappointed and change their body and suffer." Prabhupada changed the subject, but Brahmananda was satisfied. He had been given enough service for many lifetimes. Kuladri came into the room on behalf of Kirtanananda Swami, with gifts for Srila Prabhupada, an $8,000 check, a sapphire ring, a gold medallion studded with sapphires and rubies. "So, why don't you find out some bride?" Srila Prabhupada remarked, and the devotees' sudden laughter broke the room's solemn mood. Accepting the ring on his finger, Srila Prabhupada said someone should take care of the other valuables. Kuladri said he had also one request to make on behalf of Kirtanananda Swami. Kirtanananda Maharaja said that you have asked us to pray to Krishna before. But he says he doesn't feel qualified to pray to Krishna. So he is asking that you please pray to Krishna for us, because we cannot pray to Krishna directly. We don't know Krishna. But if you ask, Krishna must be sure to fulfill your desire. So would you please pray to Krishna to stay with us? We want you to come to the palace that we're building in New Vrindavan, Srila Prabhupada, if it is possible. "I wish," said Srila Prabhupada. "But unless I become a little strong, how can I go?" "We've also brought some sweets and ice cream," said Kuladri. He knew that Prabhupada could not take it, but he asked if he could just at least take a little taste. Prabhupada agreed, and a small piece of the ice cream was put on his tongue. "First class," he said. Later Kirtanananda arrived, and Prabhupada asked for a report on New Vrindavan. "Everything is going very nicely, Prabhupada," said Kirtanananda. "Your palace is almost finished. Already many people are coming every day to see it. It will be finished in a couple of months." The other day a lady went in, and she turned to one of her boys and said, "I cannot tell you what I am feeling. It is so wonderful." "Yes," said Prabhupada. "It is wonderful in that quarter." He paused, reflecting. Let us see which palace I am going to." Srila Prabhupada asked Kirtanananda to take back his valuable gifts and use them for New Vrindavan. "You require money," said Prabhupada, "so you take back and utilize it there. That is my request." "Thank you very much," said Kirtanananda. "Most of all we want you, though." Kirtanananda had pictures of the palace, and Prabhupada sat up to see them. "You are fulfilling my dream," he said. "New Vrindavan. I dreamt all these things. Wonderful things he has done. He is the first student, from the very beginning. When I was in the storefront, he was bringing carpets, bench, some gong, some lamps." In Vrindavana, Gururaja had seen Prabhupada a number of times, mostly on business. He also regularly took his turn in the Kirtana vigils in Prabhupada's room. But one day, wanting to take full advantage of Vrindavana, he went to visit some of the temples. At the end of the day he took rest for the night on the roof of the Gurukula building. But in the middle of the night he was awakened by a devotee saying that Prabhupada wanted to see him. He ran down immediately, aware that Prabhupada might pass away at any moment. Anything Prabhupada might say could be his last words. He came into Prabhupada's room, offered obeisances, and got up very close beside the bed. "Do you think this movement can go on without me?" Prabhupada asked. Guru Raja was astounded that Prabhupada had called him in the middle of the night to ask him this. "I think," said Guru Raja, "that as long as we are sincere and go on chanting Hare Krishna and follow the principles, the movement will be successful." Śrīla Prabhupada was silent. When he spoke, each word seemed to come with great effort. He uttered the word organization. Then he said, "Organization and intelligence. Is there anything else?" Guru Raja felt within his heart that he wanted to cry out, "Śrīla Prabhupada, stay with us." But instead he said, "No." "All right," Prabhupada said. And Guru Raja offered obeisances and left. Outside Prabhupada's room, Guru Raja continued to reflect on Prabhupada's words, organization and intelligence. Prabhupada seemed to be demanding much more love and commitment, not that ISKCON could survive on organization and intelligence alone. Guru Raja was thinking that perhaps these might be the last words Prabhupada would ever speak to him. Paramananda, the temple president of Prabhupada's Pennsylvania farm project, Gita Nagari, also came to be with Prabhupada. "So organize this farm project," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Simple living. Human life is meant for God realization. Try to help them. We're always feeling your presence very strongly, Śrīla Prabhupada," said Paramananda. "Simply by your teachings and instructions. We are always meditating on your instructions." "Thank you," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "That is the real presence. Physical presence is not important." Paramananda had brought a letter from his wife, Satyabhama. Tamala Krishna asked if he should read it, and Prabhupada agreed. Tamala Krishna read on, "Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. This shawl is made of the wool from our own sheep. It is spun and woven here at Gita Nagari. It is the first piece we have made. While I was working on it I would always think of you, how I was supposedly making you a gift. But actually you are giving me the gift of engagement in devotional service. Śrīla Prabhupada, I always pray to Lord Nrsimhadeva to protect you and allow you to stay with us to finish your books. But I think today the rain falling from the sky is actually the tears of the demigods, crying at the prospect of your departure. I am also crying. Even Krishna cried at the passing of Grandfather Bhisma. So I have a right to cry. I cannot be so philosophical to say that you are always present in your books and teachings, though I know these things are true. I will miss you so much, Śrīla Prabhupada, if you go. I beg that I may always remain your menial servant and devotee. Your humble disciple, Satyabhama Dasi Thankar, said Śrīla Prabhupada, and he reached for the shawl. Made with our wool. So you'll take rest now, Śrīla Prabhupada? Suggested Tamala Krishna. Said Prabhupada. This can be on the foot. And he gestured that the saffron-colored shawl be put as a blanket on his bed. Tears came from his eyes as he lay back. Śrīla Prabhupada was becoming more and more in favor of departing from the world. When Tamala Krishna remarked that Prabhupada was not drinking much, he replied that he had no inclination. I don't know what to say, Śrīla Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna. It's certainly bewildering. I can only expect somehow Krishna will have to do something. Tamala Krishna requested again that they bring a doctor. Still some husband must be there, he said, Tamala Krishna reminded. We should have a doctor's help. I still believe that. After all, we are not doctors. No, said Prabhupada, but we are already taking help of Dr. Ayurveda, that is Yogantaraz. You're just beginning that now, of course, said Tamala Krishna. Tomorrow you might give it up. Then what will be our position? Widow, said Prabhupada with a laugh. Then he added, actually, Krishna is the ultimate husband. The devotees with Prabhupada found it very difficult to adopt his mood of looking forward to his passing away. Once during a kirtana, Upendra asked if Prabhupada wanted something to drink. When Prabhupada refused, some of the devotees began to cry, thinking that if Prabhupada didn't eat or even drink, he would not remain with them much longer. The devotees were trying to be submissively resigned to Prabhupada's will, and they accepted that his direction was more and more toward leaving. They were coming to accept it, surrounding him with kirtana and not causing him any inconvenience with their problems or demands. Whatever he wanted, they should want. But the idea of his passing away was still almost unbearable. In their resignation, the devotees became philosophical. Rupanuga said Prabhupada could be likened to an ambassador in a foreign country. He may have many affairs in the foreign country, but finally he's called back. Jayadvaita said that Prabhupada had taught his disciples everything and that now he was teaching them how to die. Another devotee said that Prabhupada had better friends in the spiritual world. In their talks, the devotees stressed the importance of their cooperating with one another, and they discussed how ISKCON would continue in the future. But it was all depressing. Nevertheless, they kept returning to the unpleasant but unavoidable realization that Prabhupada would very soon leave them. With Prabhupada so clearly indicating that he had decided to definitely leave, the devotees were becoming despondent. At best, a solemn mood prevailed. Then Srila Prabhupada said they should consult Narayana Maharaja, a disciple of Prabhupada's sannyasa guru, for details on how to conduct the ceremony for a departed Vaisnava. He also described where his samadhi should be located and asked that after his departure, a feast be served in all the main temples in Vrindavana, with ISKCON bearing the expense. On one level, everything seemed to go on as usual. The October weather was very pleasant. The Gurukula boys were continuing with their routine, and the deity worship went on as usual. But in front of the temple, workmen began clearing a space for Prabhupada's samadhi. After several days of Prabhupada's not eating or drinking, Tamala Krishna tried again, but gently. "You don't want to drink anything today? Let me drink Harinama Amiya Vilasa," said Srila Prabhupada. Here Srila Prabhupada is quoting a song by Bhaktivedanta Thakura, chanting the holy name is my only pastime. Jaya Srila Prabhupada, said Harisarai. Harinama is the sweetest nectar. Nivartasarupajayamanad Bhavasadhat, Prabhupada quoted. This is Bhavasada, Hari Kirtana. Here Srila Prabhupada is referring to a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.1.4, wherein hearing about Krishna is described as the medicine to cure the material disease of taking birth in the material world again and again and suffering. Jayadvaita completed the verse, Bhavasada Kritramano Birmat. Prabhupada acknowledged. And Karanamrta, diet. Diet and medicine. Let me depend on these. Although he was fasting, Srila Prabhupada inquired about the prasadam being served to the devotees. Now 100 or more extra devotees were at the temple, and more were expected. This time, what do they supply? Asked Prabhupada. What they supply? Said Tamala Krishna. You mean prasada? Of course, today is the day after Ekadashi, so they had some cereal made with gur and some fruit salad made with guavas and bananas. That was all this morning. Lunch is usually substantial, very good. This is the best prasadam that we have had in many years in India. The cook, Ayojitpati, is doing very nicely. Do you want to know what he cooks for lunch? Prabhupada nodded slightly. He cooks an aloo sabji with dal sauce, Tamala Krishna continued, and he makes pindi, very nicely spiced, and dal, roti, rice, apple chutney, and dahi raita every day. Prabhupada asked to assist at Ayojitpati. He didn't want any hired cooks. Only devotees are cooking, said Tamala Krishna. And it is very tasteful. And everybody, about 125 devotees, sits together and takes prasadam. And the guests from the guest house also take. Everyone takes together. Everybody liked? Asked Prabhupada, smiling. Yes, oh, yes, was the combined reply of the devotees in the room. They all crowded close around Prabhupada's bed. That's nice, said Prabhupada. You are the perfect father, Srila Prabhupada, said one of the devotees. You provide everything for us. A place to live, food to eat, everything. And you've trained us in spiritual knowledge. Prabhupada uttered one of his deep sounds, Then he said, chant. All together. And the assembled devotees gladly began a kirtana. The room was very dark except for a nightlight behind the head of Srila Prabhupada's bed. Devotees were chanting softly, using only the one tiny pair of karatalas for keeping rhythm. Tripurari Swami was massaging Srila Prabhupada's feet, Bhagatji his right leg, and Tamala Krishna his left arm. Suddenly, Narayana Maharaja, from the Devananda Sarasvati Math in Mathura, entered along with two of his men. Prabhupada's disciples immediately gave him a seat at the side of the bed. Srila Prabhupada began speaking, but so softly that Narayana Maharaja had to lean over to hear. Seeing a conversation about to begin, the devotees in the room, numbering about 15 or 20, moved in closer. Srila Prabhupada began, Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, said that we should preach in Europe, America. That was his desire. And his other desire was that we all would work together jointly to preach. Yes, that is right, said Narayana Maharaja. I didn't waste a single moment, said Srila Prabhupada. I tried my best, and it has been successful to some extent. Srila Prabhupada's voice was choked with emotion. If we work conjointly, he continued, then as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Pradhavite, Sankirtana has great possibilities. My life is coming to an end. It is my desire that you all forgive me for my mistakes. My God brothers, when you are preaching at times there are some disputes, some misunderstandings. Maybe I also committed some offenses like that. Please ask them to forgive me. When I am gone, you will all sit together and decide how you can manage for some Utsava, or festival for me. How much should we pay? What do you think of this? Here Srila Prabhupada refers to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prediction that Krishna consciousness would spread to every town and village in the world. Whatever instructions you give me, said Narayana Maharaja, I will follow them with absolute sincerity. I consider you my guru. Narayana Maharaja said that what Srila Prabhupada had created should be protected, and it was everyone's duty to do so. He pledged to help in whatever way he could. Srila Prabhupada inquired if his godbrothers who had temples in Mathura and Vrindavana were present, and Narayana Maharaja replied that most of them were out of station. Regarding Srila Prabhupada's asking his godbrothers for forgiveness, Narayana Maharaja said, they are all trivial things. In this worldwide preaching, if some little things go wrong here and there, what difference does it make? It is all right. Whatever you have done for the well-being of the entire human society. There is no individual interest. Everything was done in the interest of God. He advised that Srila Prabhupada not worry. His disciples were worthy and would maintain things, therefore Prabhupada should now simply think of the Lord. Narayana Maharaja then asked his assistant, Satsvarūpa Brahmachari, to sing Sri Rupa Manjari Pada. While everyone listened in silence and Srila Prabhupada lay still, Satsvarūpa Brahmachari sang the song very sweetly. Next, Narayana Maharaja sang Abhayana, finishing with the refrain Jaya Gurudeva. Jaya Prabhupada. After a pause, Narayana Maharaja spoke again, this time referring to Srila Prabhupada's disciples. They should be told that they should never get motivated by their own self-interest, he said. They should make your mission successful. Srila Prabhupada turned his head slowly, looking over the devotees as they gathered in even more closely. Then slowly he lifted his hand, as if to call them all to attention, and said, do not fight among yourselves. I have given direction in my books. He then lowered his hand. Prabhupada's godbrother Indupati entered the room. Srila Prabhupada heard his greeting and repeated his request, first of all I want to say forgive me for all my offenses. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but while preaching one has to sometimes say something that may offend others. Will you forgive me? Yes, Indupati said. Maharaja, you didn't commit any offense, said Narayana Maharaja. We never thought that you did anything wrong. On the other hand, you bless us. We need it. You never did any wrong. If someone is offended by your actions, that is his fault. Narayana Maharaja then gently took Srila Prabhupada's right hand and felt his pulse. After a moment or two he said, pulse is all right. And your consciousness is perfect. If you have to go, by the will of the Lord, then you will go perfectly. Promising to return again, Narayana Maharaja asked permission to leave, and he and Indupati and their party left the room. Srila Prabhupada's disciples moved back and remained silent, not wanting to instigate any conversation to unnecessarily tax Prabhupada. They appreciated Narayana Maharaja's words, but it was another final goodbye. Before the atmosphere of despair could engulf them, they began again their soft, singing kirtana. Early one morning in October, as Srila Prabhupada continued fasting from food and drink, Upendra made an innocent but somewhat impertinent complaint. How can you refuse to drink? He asked. What is wrong if I don't drink? Srila Prabhupada replied. I feel no inconvenience. Upendra added that if Srila Prabhupada didn't drink, his body would become dehydrated. Prabhupada made no reply, and Upendra left the room. What about water? Abhirama asked. Srila Prabhupada thought for a moment and said, so you discuss among yourselves and decide what you want me to do. Discuss? He seemed to be speaking of more than the merits of drinking water. Discuss about recovery? Asked Abhirama. I don't want, said Srila Prabhupada. You say you don't want recovery, Srila Prabhupada? Yes, said Srila Prabhupada. Abhirama then went to the outer room, the secretary's reception room, where some of the GBC men were sitting together. He dutifully mentioned what Srila Prabhupada had just said, to discuss among themselves about his recovery. But Abhirama's remark didn't seem like news. The devotees were already well aware that Prabhupada was making almost no attempt to carry on. They were resigned to it. Srila Prabhupada wanted to leave now, to die peacefully. They had been trying to encourage him to drink, but now he was determined to simply fast until the right time came. Whether they could accept it or not, it was happening. Therefore Abhirama's comment provoked no formal discussion. That afternoon Prabhupada called for Tamala Krishna, who was at that time taking his lunch. Tamala Krishna responded at once and entered the room along with several other GBC men. They all came very close to hear what Prabhupada wanted to say. "If I want to survive," he said, "of course I'll have to take something." His words came slowly, but with difficulty. "It is not possible to survive without taking any food. But my survival means so many inconveniences, one after another. Therefore I have decided to die peacefully." His voice trailed off, and everyone was too stunned to speak. They sat looking almost blankly at him as he lay with his eyes closed. He occasionally made a noise like and only after several very long minutes did Tamala Krishna manage to ask Prabhupada if they should continue with the kirtana. By this time, more devotees, having finished lunch, were entering the room, and they began softly singing kirtana. Tamala Krishna leaned forward and assured Prabhupada about the stipend payments for his former family. Prabhupada acknowledged. "Don't worry," said Tamala Krishna. "I'll see that each of them is satisfied. They won't feel sorry in any way. You've provided for everyone, Śrīla Prabhupada." After a few minutes, Prabhupada turned his attention to Hari Sorai, who was sobbing silently near Prabhupada's head. With some sternness in his voice, Prabhupada asked, "Why do you want me to survive?" Hari Sorai could not speak. He felt that if he asked Prabhupada to stay it would be an offense, since he had already decided to leave. Hari Sorai could not keep his emotions in check, and yet he did not want to say, "Stay and struggle." Neither did he nor any of the others want Prabhupada to leave. Somehow, Tamala Krishna had not caught Prabhupada's last remark to Hari Sorai, and so he leaned forward towards Prabhupada, half questioning, "They want you to survive?" "If I want to die," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "this is a very peaceful death. You go on chanting." As the kirtana continued, Tamala Krishna asked to be excused. Prabhupada asked why, and he replied he was going for discussion. "For discussion," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "They want me to survive, and I want to die peacefully. I cannot make miracles. The physical body has to be maintained if I am to survive. But without taking food, how the physical body will go on? That is fanaticism. Everything is in the hands of Krishna," said Tamala Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupada's eyes had been closed, but suddenly he opened them and said, "Krishna wants me to do as I like. The choice is mine. Krishna has given me full freedom." These words struck some of the devotees as extremely startling and different. But Brahmananda spoke up in the mood of resigned assurance. "It doesn't matter whether you live or die, Prabhupada," he said. "You'll always be with Krishna, and we will always be with you, because we will follow your instructions. Whether I live or die," Prabhupada said, "I will always be Krishna's servant. So if Brahmananda has assured me that this movement will go on, then better let me die peacefully." The devotees, who were only inches away from Prabhupada, heard these faint words with dismay. After a few minutes of heavy silence, they resumed the kirtana. Prabhupada seemed to rest. Within a few minutes all the available GBC men and senior sannyasis were gathered in the outer room. Brahmananda was feeling very low that he had told Prabhupada that everything would go on without him and that Prabhupada had replied that he would therefore die. The devotees remained amazed at Prabhupada's statement that Krishna had given him freedom to do as he liked. These words now struck like a thunderbolt. With these words, "Krishna has given me the choice," Prabhupada turned all the devotees' minds in a different direction. Abhirama reminded them that Prabhupada wanted them to discuss about his recovery, and now they were having that discussion. But they were confused and bewildered by the sudden change in Prabhupada's mood. Kirtanananda Swami, the senior-most disciple, spoke up with clarity and logic. "If Krishna has given Śrīla Prabhupada the independence to choose, that means he also has given us the independence. So we should assert our independence and ask Śrīla Prabhupada to stay." One by one, devotees spoke up in support of the decision to ask Śrīla Prabhupada to stay. Yes, it was a fact that the Krishna consciousness movement would go on without Śrīla Prabhupada's physical presence, but it wouldn't be the same. "Yes, and Prabhupada hasn't finished translating the Srimad Bhagavatam," said Brahmananda. "Yes," said another, "we should ask Śrīla Prabhupada to stay for at least 5 or 10 years. 5 or 10 years? We should ask him to stay for 100 years. But not all of the GBC members are here to decide." Well, who in the GBC is going to say that we shouldn't ask Prabhupada to stay? They were in agreement. They did want Prabhupada to stay, and they should express their desire to him. The mood of the last few days had suddenly reversed. They were no longer in the depths of despair but were thinking positively and enthusiastically that Śrīla Prabhupada would stay with them. "Why should we think that there is no hope for him to become fit again?" said Kirtanananda. "Jesus could bring people back to life from the dead, and even mundane yogis can do it. So Srila Prabhupada certainly can if he wants. Now Brahmananda spoke up with great strength. We weren't realizing that actually we need Prabhupada. That should be the understanding. There is no question of allowing Prabhupada out of our presence for a moment. It was about 3:30 p.m. when the 20 devotees entered Srila Prabhupada's room and crowded around his bed. Srila Prabhupada lay with his eyes closed, motionless, but alert to their presence. Kirtanananda Swami had been chosen to be the spokesman, and as he leaned over to speak to Srila Prabhupada, his lips began to tremble, his eyes filled with tears, and he broke down, sobbing, with his head at the side of the bed. Srila Prabhupada reached out but could not find Kirtanananda. "Who?" said Prabhupada. Many voices spoke, "Kirtanananda." Srila Prabhupada then laid his hand on Kirtanananda's head and gently rubbed it. So what do you want?" he asked. No one could say anything, as they were all waiting for Kirtanananda. Brahmananda was rubbing Kirtanananda on the back to soothe him, and Tamala Krishna was encouraging him to try to say something. Finally, after another minute of emotional waiting, Kirtanananda raised his head. He looked at Srila Prabhupada and pleaded, "If Krishna gives you the choice, then don't go. We need you." "So this is your joint opinion?" asked Srila Prabhupada. "You have discussed?" He held his hand in the air and moved it around, so as to indicate all the devotees. Brahmananda Swami spoke up very emotionally but positively, "We have all met together, Srila Prabhupada. We want you to remain and lead this movement and finish the Srimad Bhagavatam. We said that you must remain for at least another 10 years. You have only done 50% of your work." Srila Prabhupada was listening very carefully without any movement, but when Brahmananda said 50% he frowned and said, "No." Finally he uttered a He was considering the proposal. His eyes were still closed, and he seemed to be consulting Krishna from within himself. Several times he uttered and everyone was held in suspense, not able to speak or think or do anything except look intently at Srila Prabhupada. Then with his eyes still closed, he yawned, and his gold teeth began to show. "All right," he said. It was probably the most casual-sounding decision on life or death ever made. At that moment the devotees understood Srila Prabhupada's independent position. He could stay or go as he chose. They had become so faithless, however, that they were thinking that his passing away was inevitable and could not possibly be delayed, even by Srila Prabhupada himself. Now he displayed his wonderful transcendental nature with a simple yawn, "All right," as if choosing between life and death was the most unimportant thing in the world. Harikesa gave a short laugh, the kind that he saved for when Srila Prabhupada did something completely transcendental, incomprehensible, and inimitable. "Jaya, Prabhupada," he said. Prabhupada had again proven himself to be beyond understanding. The devotees laughed nervously, unsure what was appropriate. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, they fell silent again to see what Prabhupada would do. "So give me something to drink," he said, and all the devotees shouted, "Jaya, Prabhupada." He would stay with them. It was confirmed. Everyone was greatly relieved. "All glories to Srila Prabhupada. This is real affection," Prabhupada replied. The atmosphere had changed. Srila Prabhupada had changed. His servants lifted him up, and all the devotees watched as he drank a full glass of grape juice. Now, instead of withdrawing his energy, as he had done steadily for the last few days, he came back to life again. Then he lay back. "Thank you very much," he said. "Hare Krishna." And the devotees replied, "Hare Krishna." So this was what Prabhupada wanted. He was drawing out their emotions and increasing their affection for him more and more by putting them into a state of transcendental distress. Now they could understand, at least to a tiny degree, what the Gopis' pangs of separation were like. Srila Prabhupada was bringing his disciples to the extremes of devotional sentiments and showing that actually their lives were in his hands. After a long pause he asked, "Strawberries, they have been brought?" "Yes, Srila Prabhupada," said Tamala Krishna, "very nice strawberries." "I will take some strawberries," he said. "Srila Prabhupada," Tamala Krishna said, "you gave your word to Krishna in Bombay that you would see him sitting in his new big temple, and you have yet to keep your word to him." Prabhupada smiled very brightly. "You have fixed the date for the opening of Bombay," said Brahmananda. "January the 1st. So we would like to invite you to come, Srila Prabhupada. It is your temple. You have asked Krishna to come there. When we all gave up, you carried on the fight." "Yes, that was a great fight," said Prabhupada, smiling. "After so much fighting and then to construct a big temple is a great triumph." "I don't think Krishna will come into the temple," said Tamala Krishna, "unless you are personally there, Srila Prabhupada, to open the door." Prabhupada was still smiling. "All right," he said. "But chanting should not be stopped. Things should go on naturally." Turning to Kirtanananda, Prabhupada asked, "Kirtanananda's palace, when it will be ready?" "In early spring," Kirtanananda replied, "as soon as the weather is a little warmer. It gives you the chance to have a little time to recuperate, then go to Bombay and open the temple there, and then you can come open your palace. We have about 75 letters from all the devotees in New Vrindavan, and they are all begging you to come. They say their life is finished if you don't come. So let me take a little rest," said Prabhupada, "and then I shall take strawberries." Later that day, Śrīla Prabhupada was speaking more audibly and quoting verses, including the Isopanisad verse that says one who acknowledges the Supreme Personality of Godhead can go on living for hundreds of years. He sat up and drank some vegetable broth. He also talked for half an hour with Guru Raja about bank matters, repeatedly questioning him to make sure he understood. He also spoke at length with Ramesvara Swami about preaching Krishna consciousness in Iran. Word spread quickly to the devotees throughout the world that Prabhupada had decided to live. Especially in Vrindavana, where gloom had pervaded, the devotees were now light-hearted and thankful. They spoke more enthusiastically about preaching. All the devotees in Vrindavana agreed that everything Śrīla Prabhupada had been doing was for instructing his disciples. Previously there had been discussion of Śrīla Prabhupada's teaching them how to die, but now there was more awareness that he was teaching them how to live, by love. He was doing this by increasing their love for him. Some of the devotees felt that the instruction Śrīla Prabhupada was giving now was his ultimate instruction, the motive for everything he did. The basis for Krishna consciousness was, in fact, love. Śrīla Prabhupada had written in his books, Prema Pumarthomahan, love of Krishna is the ultimate goal of life. Only when a devotee developed pure, unalloyed love for Krishna could he go to the spiritual world. Some of the devotees said that to bring all the devotees to a higher, purer love, Prabhupada was remaining in the material world and offering his disciples the opportunity to serve him very intimately in Vrindavana. Other devotees, however, considered Śrīla Prabhupada's activities too grave for them to understand and simply accepted these pastimes as akantaya, inconceivable. But everyone could at least understand, either by witnessing or hearing reports, that Śrīla Prabhupada had responded to his disciples' dependent cries of love by saying, "This is real affection." Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 55 The final lesson. Despite his promise to live, Śrīla Prabhupada said his life was still in Krishna's hands. Everything was. His free choice did not mean he was absolutely independent. Rather, the pure devotee's attitude is to freely surrender to Krishna, whatever happens. In the mood of the Gopas, the foremost devotees of Lord Krishna, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prayed, "You may handle me roughly in your embrace or make me broken-hearted by not being present before me, but you are always my worshipable Lord, unconditionally." Because the exchanges between the Lord and his pure devotees are always supremely personal, both the Lord and his devotees express desires and individual will. In his childhood Lila, Krishna sometimes breaks Mother Yasoda's butter pot, and sometimes he allows her to catch him and bind him. In any case, the will of the Lord and the will of the devotee are always one in interest, but they are sometimes expressed in the form of a loving conflict. Similarly, although Śrīla Prabhupada had promised his devotees that he would stay in the world and defy death, he still remained surrendered to the will of Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupada had already expressed his surrender in the prayer he had given his disciples to offer on his behalf, "My dear Lord Krishna, if you desire, please cure Śrīla Prabhupada." By the phrase "if you desire," he was reminding his followers of the supreme prerogative of Krishna and was asking them to abide by it, although he was also giving them an acceptable way to petition Krishna. In a similar case in 1967, he had given his disciples another prayer, "My master has not finished his work." He had said then that Krishna had responded to this prayer, granting the wishes of the devotees. Śrīla Prabhupada himself was responding to the devotees' prayers, and Krishna had given him the choice. But as a surrendered soul, Śrīla Prabhupada waited for further developments, ever sensitive to Krishna's desire. As Prabhupada had said when invited by Kirtanananda to come to his palace in New Vrindavan, "Let us see which palace I am going to." As a loving tension can sometimes exist between the Supreme Lord and his pure devotee, so now a similar tension existed between Śrīla Prabhupada and his followers. Prior to his disciples' desperate petition at his bedside, Śrīla Prabhupada had seen his duty as instructing his disciples in how to die. Part of his mission was to set the perfect example in this most important lesson, how to pass life's ultimate test. But now his disciples were asking him to postpone a lesson in dying and stay with them indefinitely in the preaching field. And Prabhupada had agreed, showing that he had the ability to live if he chose. but sooner or later he would have to return to the lesson on how a person should face the end of life. One special feature of Srila Prabhupada's activities is his relating intimately to the human condition while at the same time remaining aloof and transcendental. As a pure devotee, he was not subjected to the law of karma, which awards reactions for pious and sinful deeds. He was not born by the force of karma, nor would he die by force of karma. As stated by Srila Rupa Goswami, one whose body, mind, and words are fully engaged in devotional service to Lord Krishna is a liberated soul, even while living in this world. People often misunderstand the movements of a pure devotee within the material world, just as one, on seeing clouds blowing past the moon, may think the moon itself is moving. The Sastra, therefore, warns us never to see the Guru as an ordinary man subject to karma. But Srila Prabhupada, while always transcendental to this world, showed the conditioned souls how they too could come to the stage of liberation by constantly thinking about Krishna and serving him, so that at the time of death they could return to Krishna in the eternal, spiritual world. And Prabhupada's lessons were always practical and universal. Srila Prabhupada's books, for example, were not mere theory but were practical and full of realized knowledge. And Prabhupada practiced what he preached. His entire life was exemplary. He had been in family life, and even then he had vigorously preached, by starting his Back to Godhead magazine. In poverty and obscurity he had struggled to start a spiritual movement, and by the grace of Krishna and his spiritual master, he had become successful. He had always shown by his human-like attempts his willingness to bravely take on austerity and face danger. He had shown exemplary spiritual life for all to try and follow. He had gone alone, in old age, to a foreign country and had chanted Hare Krishna in a park in New York City, attracting the young men and women of America. Therefore everyone should take his example and try to serve Krishna, despite the immediate impediments. Srila Prabhupada encountered obstacles, yet by his free will and the help of Krishna, he surmounted them. This was his wonderful example. It is said that Lord Chaitanya, 500 years ago, made surrender to Krishna more attainable than Lord Krishna had 5,000 years ago. And now, in the 20th century, Srila Prabhupada has made Krishna consciousness possible for people all over the world. As part of his instruction and example, Srila Prabhupada knew he would have to show people just how to die. He had escaped death a number of times, by Krishna's grace, by the prayers of his disciples, and by his own pure and powerful will to propagate his movement. But from the signs given to him by Lord Krishna in 1977, Srila Prabhupada began decisively and conclusively ending his mission in the material world. And among his final duties was his giving complete guidelines on how to die. He was perfectly showing how to do that which everyone has to do, but which is most difficult to do successfully, die. But a loving conflict was there. Prabhupada loved his disciples. He also knew they were not yet fully mature. His movement already had great potency and stature in the world, and yet it had many enemies. He was inclined to always protect his devotees, his movement, and all living entities, even the animals. So when his most intimate and faithful disciples pleaded that they could not go on without him, he had turned from showing how to die, agreeing to stay with them and preach. But at what point would they ever be willing to let him go? At what point could he say that the world of Maya and the enemies of Krishna were all gone? At what point would his disciples become fully mature? In following his decision to stay, Srila Prabhupada turned himself over to his disciples, allowing them to care for him completely. Those who took part recalled that never before had Srila Prabhupada allowed such intimate dealings between himself and his disciples. The only thing comparable was in New York, in 1966, when he had been very intimate in dealing with the first persons to join him, persons who had known nothing of the etiquette of approaching a spiritual master. But those who were present now and who had also been present then said that these days were even more intimate. At one point Kirtanananda firmly insisted that Srila Prabhupada drink a full cup of juice, even when he said he had had enough. Kirtanananda felt awkward, insisting, "I am not like Mother Yasoda that I can do this," he said. "I keep remembering that you are my spiritual master." But Srila Prabhupada allowed himself to be ordered by Kirtanananda. Similarly, Bhavananda, Tamala Krishna, Bhakti Karu, Upendra, and other servants coaxed Srila Prabhupada to follow certain diets and cared for his body constantly. The other devotees were reminded of the story of Isvarapuri, who gave intimate bodily service to his spiritual master, Madhavendra Puri, when Madhavendra was in the last stages of his life and apparently invalid. According to the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it was by this menial, bodily service that Isvarapuri proved his love for his spiritual master and was allowed to become the spiritual master of Lord Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada had deferred the lessons in dying in favor of giving his disciples an unparalleled opportunity to serve him in pure and simple love. And he allowed this not only for a few, but for whoever came to Vrindavana. Many came, and all were allowed to enter Srila Prabhupada's room, massage his body, and sit with him as long as they liked, day and night, chanting the holy name for his pleasure. Srila Prabhupada also recommenced his translating, and this was done openly. Whereas previously he had always worked in solitude, he now encouraged all devotees to come as he lay in bed dictating his Bhaktivedanta purports. He was giving himself completely and declaring it also, telling the devotees present, "Never leave me, and I cannot live without your company." They had asked him to stay, and he had agreed, consigning himself completely to their care. Those who were blessed to have this service felt themselves passing over all barriers of reluctance to serve, as well as all barriers of material desire. By intimately serving Srila Prabhupada, they felt the strength of complete surrender and sensed that this would sustain them always, even when Srila Prabhupada eventually did depart from the world. Prabhupada also continued speaking, as he had in recent months, about being unafraid of death and being fixed in transcendental knowledge. When receiving a presentation of some of his books recently printed in Portuguese by Hridayananda Goswami, Prabhupada encouraged him and said, "This is life. The material world is just bones. The bones are not a real life. Our real concern is the living force. The bones may remain or go, it doesn't matter. The real life is sustaining the bones." There is even a history that there was a RSI who had only bones. So there is a science by which you can sustain life by only bones. Hiranyakasipu did it. You are also doing it, Srila Prabhupada, Damala Krishna said. So take care of the bones as long as possible, said Prabhupada, but the real life is here, always remember that. The material world means we are simply all protecting bones and flesh together. But they have no knowledge of what they are. And when a Traya RSI visited Srila Prabhupada and asked that he visit Tehran, Prabhupada said that he was ready to go, but now you have to take a bundle of bones. These were, of course, the same themes that Prabhupada had always taught, the same themes that were in his books. But the lessons were more poignant and striking when Prabhupada applied them to his own situation. More than one devotee compared Prabhupada to Bhismadeva, who gave important instructions in his last days. As Bhisma felt no pain and delivered learned and loving discourses even from his bed of arrows, and as Bhisma determined by his own will the time of his departure from the world, so Srila Prabhupada spent his last days oblivious to his physical condition, defying death, and instructing his spiritually innocent sons. But Prabhupada's sons could no longer stand by and simply hear the philosophical lessons. Prabhupada had accepted their affection when they had cried for him to stay with them, and now they wanted to express that affection in the only world they understood, a world with Srila Prabhupada living and talking with them, laughing or reprimanding them, as he liked. They wanted him to eat and drink and become physically strong again, but again Srila Prabhupada seemed to change, and he began refusing food and drink. He had postponed his passing away to exchange lovingly with his disciples, and yet at the same time, by refusing to eat or drink, he was showing his preference for passing away. He admitted, when pressed, that it was an impossible course of action, to live without food or drink. Nor did he expect or want miracles. If he was to get better, it would be by taking nourishment. But for reasons of his own, he would not eat. He said recovery was material, and he didn't want it. He kept closely in tune with the will of Krishna, allowing the holy name to sustain him. The doctors who came were often puzzled, but those who were Vaisnavas understood and respected his prerogative. Prabhupada's servants made anxiety-filled attempts to induce Prabhupada to take regular treatment. But Prabhupada preferred to take only Kirtana and Bhagavatam, while at the same time sustaining a willingness to live. He empathized with his disciples' anxiety and patiently explained the puzzling situation they were in. He wanted their care, and he allowed them to try and treat him, knowing that it was bringing them more and more into a surrender of love. But gradually it became more clear that Krishna's will was indicating Prabhupada's departure. Srila Prabhupada, Bhavananda coaxed, always working on the assumption that Prabhupada could stay if he wanted. Your presence on this planet is the only thing that's keeping the onslaught of the Kali Yuga from really taking effect. We have no idea even what will happen if you leave. It is not in my hands, said Srila Prabhupada, with perfect clarity of consciousness. Krishna Balarama. Srila Prabhupada always spoke clearly, logically, and with complete devotion to Krishna. Up until the last he dealt with practical matters, forming a Bhaktivedanta Swami charity trust for reconstructing ancient temples in Bengal and arranging final details regarding ISKCON properties and monies. Through all dealings he stayed always alert, and he absorbed himself in Kirtana and Bhagavatam. But it became obvious to his disciples that, despite his promise, he was again moving inevitably towards giving the final lesson. He was teaching that love was beyond death, that a disciple's love could call the spiritual master back to the world to stay, and that a pure devotee has the ability to stay in the world beyond his allotted time. Meanwhile, however, he was progressing steadily to the final point. The devotees didn't feel angry with him or cheated that he was doing so. He had told them that he had free will given by Krishna. And they also, by their free will, had asked him to stay, and he had agreed. But they knew he was not obliged. If, despite their prayers, Lord Krishna was telling Śrīla Prabhupāda that he should come back home to Godhead, what could they do but accept? If Śrīla Prabhupāda was accepting, then they would accept also. Nothing, however, could change the fact of their surrendered love. It had now become a solid pact that could not be vanquished by any material changes. They had passed the test of eternal loving service, and that could not be taken away by death. Up until the end there were interludes of sweetness as well as displays of Prabhupada's indomitable mood of fighting for Krishna. One day Prabhupada's sister Pema arrived unexpectedly, and Prabhupada asked her to cook khichdi. At that time Kirtanananda was trying to put Prabhupada on the road to recovery by gradually increasing his liquids, and Kirtanananda and the other devotees opposed the idea of his suddenly eating solid foods. But Śrīla Prabhupada insisted. "It doesn't matter whether what she cooks is good to me or bad," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "She is a Vaishnavi. It will be good for me." He then began speaking in an extremely humble way. "Probably I became a little puffed up because of my opulence and success," he said. "Now God has shattered that pride. If you don't have your body, what is there to be puffed up about?" Bhaktivedanta Swami protested, "Śrīla Prabhupada, whatever you have done for Krishna. That may be, but in this world, unknowingly you commit offenses." When Pema heard this, she exclaimed, "No, no, he never committed any offense." "You cannot ever commit offenses," said Bhaktivedanta. "You are God's very dear one. How can you commit offenses?" "I am a little temperamental," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "I used to use words like rascal and so on. I never compromised. They used to call it a club in one hand and a Bhagavatam in the other. That is how I preach. Anyway, make arrangements for my sister." There were also visits from Śrīla Prabhupada's godbrothers, and again Prabhupada asked forgiveness for his offenses. One time, Niskyankana Krishnadasa Babaji, Puri Maharaja, Asrama Maharaja, Ananda Prabhu, Purasatama Brahmachari, and about 20 others came and sat next to Prabhupada's bed. He was resting when they arrived, and they joined the kirtana until he awoke. When he saw them, he asked to be raised up. Sitting in the center of his bed with his godbrothers all around, he addressed them. "All over the world there is a beautiful field to preach Krishna consciousness," he said. "I didn't care whether I would be successful or not. People are willing to take. They are all taking also. If we preach together, the saying of Mahaprabhu, Pradhavite, will come true. We have everything. Spread the holy name and distribute prasadam. There is a beautiful field. In Africa, in Russia, everywhere they're accepting." When Prabhupada began asking his godbrothers to forgive him, they protested. "You are the eternal leader," one of them asserted. "You rule over us, guide us, and chastise us. Forgive all my offenses," Prabhupada repeated. "I became proud of all my opulence." "No," said Puri Maharaja, "you never became proud. When you started preaching, opulence and success followed you. That was the blessing of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Krishna. There cannot be any question of your being offensive." When Śrīla Prabhupada presented himself as Mahapatita, greatly fallen, Puri Maharaja did not accept it. "You have saved millions of people around the world," he said. "Therefore there is no question of offenses. But you should be called Mahapatita Pavana, the great savior of the fallen." Prabhupada's disciples regarded Prabhupada's asking for his godbrother's forgiveness as a manifestation of his humility. But they were also puzzled. Certainly Prabhupada's godbrothers were sincere in saying Prabhupada had committed no offense. Whatever he had done for Krishna. But Śrīla Prabhupada was also sincere in asking for forgiveness. That was the beautiful gem of his humility, to ask everyone for forgiveness. For the purpose of preaching, displaying this gem had not always been the most effective way to spread the merciful teachings of Lord Krishna in every town and village. But now it could be displayed. In London and now in Vrindavana, Prabhupada was showing his disciples extra affection and gratitude, without the reprimands usually necessary in training disciples. This attitude of complete humility was a symptom of the highest stage of devotional life. Śrīla Prabhupada had explained in his books that the Madhyama-adhikari, the second-class devotee, makes distinctions between the devotees, the innocent non-devotees, and the demons, whereas the Mahabhagavata, or first-class devotee, sees everyone, except himself, as a servant of God. Sometimes, however, the Mahabhagavata desires to come down from the first-class platform to the second-class platform, just to take up the most compassionate service of preaching Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada's disciples had all read of the Mahabhagavata stage in the scriptures, and now they were seeing it fully displayed, as Prabhupada referred to himself as the most fallen and asked for everyone's forgiveness. Srila Prabhupada had heard of the program of his disciple Lokanatha Swami, who was taking a small group of men on a bullock cart and preaching in villages throughout India. Lokanatha had told Srila Prabhupada how in the course of their travels they had recently visited tirthas such as Badarikasrama and Bimkapur. Srila Prabhupada was enlivened to hear this, and he then evolved a transcendental desire to go himself on a cart pulled by bullocks to circumambulate the area of Vrindavana. Tamala Krishna and Bhavananda, who were serving Prabhupada with increased intimacy, felt themselves unable to support Srila Prabhupada in his desire, since they thought his fragile body could not survive such rough treatment on the roads. But Srila Prabhupada reasoned that dying on parikrama is glorious, and he asked them to take him. A controversy developed among the devotees, as some said Prabhupada's will to go on parikrama should be immediately honored as an order from the spiritual master. He wanted it, and he should not be denied. The doctor, however, assured them that Srila Prabhupada's body would not survive the jostling of the cart. The many devotees who crowded around Srila Prabhupada's bed held different opinions, and Prabhupada could see this. Following his request, however, Lokanatha went out and hired a cart with bullocks and prepared it for the ride. Lokanatha and Hamsaduta suggested that the parikrama could go to the city of Vrindavana or visit the 7 main temples of the Goswamis. But then they said that since the next day was Govardhana Puja, Prabhupada could go to Govardhana Hill. Tamala Krishna, Bhavananda, and Bhakti Karu, however, protested adamantly against the parikrama. One-day experiment, Prabhupada said. It is for one day. Rest assured I will not die in one day. He liked the idea of going to Govardhana. And we shall make our cooking there, he said. Lokanatha Swami, he assured them, was experienced. Make very good picnic, he said. After discussing back and forth, the devotees finally decided that early the next morning they would take Srila Prabhupada in a bullock cart to Govardhana. The majority of the devotees then left Srila Prabhupada alone for the night. Later that night Srila Prabhupada received a visit from Niskin Krishna Dāsa Babaji, who sat with Prabhupada, chanting and sometimes speaking in Bengali. Suddenly, Tamala Krishna and Bhavananda came to Prabhupada's bedside. They were in tears and beside themselves with anxiety. Prabhupada understood. You request me not to go? He asked. Well, Srila Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, I'll tell you, I'm getting so upset sitting in the room upstairs. I was walking around. 2 of the devotees told me that this road is so bad that if you go on this road you're going to be jolted back and forth. The road is terrible. I just can't understand, Srila Prabhupada, why it has to be tomorrow that we have to go. If anybody wants you to travel, I do. But why do we have to go when you're in this condition? I can't understand it. Why are we throwing everything out the window that we must go tomorrow? I can't understand. All right, said Srila Prabhupada softly, immediately agreeing to their proposal that he not go. Jaya, Srila Prabhupada, said Bhakti Karu, who was also present. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, said Bhavananda with great relief. All right. You're satisfied? Now I am, Srila Prabhupada, said Bhavananda. Yes. I was in too much anxiety. Never mind. I shall not put you in anxiety. Actually, Srila Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, we're so much attached to you that you practically drive us to madness sometimes. Tonight we were becoming mad. No, I shall not do that, said Prabhupada. Babaji Maharaja, Prabhupada turned to Niskin Krishna Dāsa Babaji and said, just see how much affection they have for me. Srila Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, the way you deal with us simply deepens our attachment every moment. It is my duty, said Prabhupada, and the devotees laughed warmly, understanding. Yes, they could understand, that was his duty. By all his actions and dealings, Prabhupada's intention was to capture spirit souls and deliver them to Krishna. His method was loving service, but he did not do it for himself. He was delivering them to Krishna. That was his duty. On November 14, 1977, at 7:30 p.m., in his room at the Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavana, Srila Prabhupada gave his final instruction by leaving this mortal world and going back to Godhead. His departure was exemplary, because his whole life was exemplary. His departure marked the completion of a lifetime of pure devotional service to Krishna. A few days before the end, Srila Prabhupada had said he was instructing as far as he could, and his secretary had added, "You're the inspiration." Yes, Srila Prabhupada had replied, "That I shall do until the last breathing." Prabhupada's last breathing was glorious, not because of any last-minute mystical demonstration, but because Srila Prabhupada remained in perfect Krishna consciousness. Like grandfather Bhismadeva, he remained completely collected and noble and grave, teaching until the end. He was preaching that life comes from life, not from matter, and he was showing that one should preach with every breath he has. The many devotees who crowded the large room bore witness that up to the very end, Prabhupada remained exactly the same. There was nothing suddenly incongruous with what he had previously shown and taught them. At the time of his departure, therefore, he was teaching how to die, by always depending on Krishna. Prabhupada's passing away was peaceful. During the evening of November 14th, the Kaviraja asked him, "Is there anything you want?" And Prabhupada replied faintly, "Kuchechanaim, I have no desire." His passing away was in the perfect situation, in Vrindavana, with devotees. A few months previously, a young girl, the daughter of one of Prabhupada's disciples, had passed away in Vrindavana, and when Srila Prabhupada had been asked if she went back to Godhead to personally associate with Krishna, he had said, "Yes, anyone who leaves his body in Vrindavana is liberated." Of course, Vrindavana also means the state of pure Krishna consciousness. As Advaita-Ācārya had said of Lord Chaitanya, "Wherever you are is Vrindavana." And this was also true of Srila Prabhupada. Had Srila Prabhupada passed away in London, New York, or Moscow, therefore, his destination would have been the same. As Lord Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita, "One who is always thinking of me, surely he attains to me." But because Vrindavana Dhamma is the quintessential realm of Krishna consciousness within the universe, the ideal place for departure from this world, so it was yet another exemplary feature of Srila Prabhupada's life that he went back to Godhead with Vrindavana as his last junction. Those Vaisnavas who had taken the vow never to risk leaving Vrindavana could see that Srila Prabhupada, after sacrificing everything, including the benefit of residing in Vrindavana, to deliver fallen souls in the most God-forsaken locations of the world, had returned to the holy land of Vrindavana and from there had departed for the original abode of Lord Krishna in the spiritual sky. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, anyone who executes service in Vrindavana certainly goes back to home, back to Godhead, after giving up his body. Srila Prabhupada's departure was also perfect because he was chanting and hearing the holy names of God. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead was present at Srila Prabhupada's passing just as he was at the celebrated passing away of Bhismadeva, who said, "Despite his being equally kind to everyone, he has graciously come before me while I am ending my life, for I am his unflinching servitor." As Lord Krishna came before Bhismadeva, assuring him and everyone else that Bhisma was returning back to Godhead on leaving his body, so the Lord in his incarnation of Namavatara, the Hare Krishna mantra, was present for Srila Prabhupada's departure. Srila Prabhupada's life had been dedicated to spreading the holy name to every town and village, and for a month he had been surrounding himself with the holy name. For his passing away, he especially wanted to fill the room with devotees chanting Hare Krishna, and Krishna fulfilled that wish. Srila Prabhupada, therefore, departed under the most favorable circumstances possible, in the most sacred place, Vrindavana, surrounded by Vaisnavas chanting the holy name. An ideal spiritual teacher, Ācārya, always acts in such a way that others may follow his example. As Srimad Bhagavatam states, these great souls who cross over the ocean of birth and death by taking shelter of the boat of the lotus feet of Krishna miraculously leave the boat on this side for others to use. And Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, by its perfect example, affords all conditioned souls the means for meeting the greatest of all dangers. An auspicious death is not merely a matter of psychological adjustment, so that one may die without regret or without becoming unduly upset. The real point is that at the time of death the soul must leave the body and take his next birth. Only the Krishna-conscious soul can leave this world of birth and death and attain an eternal, blissful life in the spiritual world. Therefore one's life is tested at death. Death means the soul cannot stand to live in the body anymore. Whatever the material cause may be, the situation has become unbearable for the soul. And leaving the body causes great distress. The Sastras, therefore, advise us to get free from the cycle of repeated birth and death. Meeting an inauspicious death and being dragged down to a lower birth is the most fearful thing for the living being. So fearful is it that we may try to ignore death altogether. Death is painful because the eternal spirit soul is placed in a most unnatural situation. Although he is eternal and should not have to die, he is forced to die because of his connection with the material body. At death, the eternal soul is forced to leave the body for a destination he knows not. Thus he is full of fear and suffering. The pain and fear are usually overwhelming, and one thinks only of material attachments or bodily pain. Therefore King Kulaskara prayed, and Prabhupada often quoted, "Please let me pass away, not in some prolonged contemplation of my bodily death, but just while I am chanting Hare Krishna. If I can meditate on you and then pass from this body, that will be perfection." Over the last months of his life in this world, Śrīla Prabhupāda taught how it is possible to meet death step by step in Krishna consciousness. In his last days, he told one of his sannyasis, "Don't think this isn't going to happen to you." Prabhupada came into this world, on Krishna's request, to teach us how to live a pure life of Krishna consciousness, and that includes how to finally pass away from this world to attain eternal life. Prabhupada underwent death in a way that was perfect and glorious, and at the same time in a way which we can all follow. When we have to go, we can cling to the memory of how a great soul left his body, always thinking of Krishna, surrounding himself with the medicine of chanting Hare Krishna, always desiring to hear about Krishna, and practicing detachment from the misery of the material condition. This last lesson was one of the most wonderful and important instructions Śrīla Prabhupada gave us. He taught by his life, by his books, and at the end by his dying. Education in how to die is meant especially for the human being. An animal dies, and a human being also dies, but a human being is supposed to understand the process of going back to the spiritual world at the time of death. Remaining always fixed and undisturbed in Krishna consciousness, Śrīla Prabhupada expertly taught the process. His passing away, therefore, was a perfect lesson, and one that can be faithfully followed. While there was nothing lamentable for Śrīla Prabhupada in his departing from the world and going back to Godhead, it was certainly lamentable for his followers and for the people of the whole world, who became bereft of the presence of their greatest well-wisher and benefactor. Śrīla Prabhupada had written in a Srimad Bhagavatam purport, "When the mortal body of the spiritual master expires, the disciples should cry exactly like the queen cries when the king leaves his body." At the departure of his own spiritual master, Śrīla Prabhupada had written, "On that day, O my master, I made a cry of grief, I was not able to tolerate the absence of you, my guru." And so on November 14, 1977, as the powerful news spread around the world, those who knew and loved Śrīla Prabhupada were gripped by a fearful, unrestricted grief. They saw everything around them in the overwhelming atmosphere of separation from Śrīla Prabhupada. They turned for solace to Śrīla Prabhupada's books. However, the disciples and the spiritual master are never separated, because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple, as long as the disciple follows the instructions of the spiritual master. This is called the association of Vani. Physical presence is called Vapa. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master, and when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciples should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples were already carrying out his instructions, but now they would have to do so without the Vapa, without the opportunity of regularly seeing and being with him. At first this was very difficult for them to face, but those who were sincere soon realized that Śrīla Prabhupada had, upon his departure, given them the greatest gift of all, service in separation. Service in separation is the highest realization and ecstasy. This was the teaching of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in regard to Lord Krishna and his foremost devotees, the Gopas of Vrindavana. When Krishna left his beloved Gopas and went to Mathura, never to return to them in Vrindavana, the Gopas, and all the other residents of Vrindavana, wept piteously in separation. They so much loved Krishna that they could not live without him, and to maintain their lives they began to constantly remember and discuss his name, fame, form, and entourage. By constantly remembering him in love and by anticipating his return to Vrindavana, they achieved an ecstasy of union and separation, which Gaudiya Vaisnava scholars declare to be superior even to the ecstasy the Gopas felt in Krishna's presence. Because Krishna is absolute, even remembering him or chanting his name puts the devotee into direct contact with him. But because there is simultaneously a feeling of separation from him, there is an added dimension of inconceivable, simultaneous union and separation. This is the epitome of Krishna-conscious realization. Prabhupada's followers knew this principle of service in separation, technically known as Vipralambhaseva, but to most devotees it was a theoretical realization. Before one can feel intense loving separation from Krishna, one must first feel intense attraction to him. But for the conditioned soul who has forgotten and abandoned Krishna and has come to the material world under the spell of Maya, illusion, for him, separation from Krishna is based on complete ignorance and forgetfulness. In coming to spiritual life, a neophyte first begins to awaken to the very existence of God, as he overcomes atheistic misconceptions. Next, he comes gradually, through practice, to take up a relationship of service to Krishna, through serving the spiritual master. Intense love of Krishna in separation is the most advanced stage and cannot possibly be realized in full by the neophyte. Thus service in separation had remained a theoretical teaching to many of Prabhupada's followers. But when Śrīla Prabhupada departed from the world and left his disciples to carry on his mission, they immediately realized union with him in separation. He was gone, but he was still very much present. This realization was not a pretension or a myth, nor was it sentimental psychic phenomena, telepathy, communion with the dead, or so on. It was a completely substantive, practical, palpable reality, a fact of life. Śrīla Prabhupada had given them personal service, and now they would continue that service. Prabhupada was still present through his instructions, and all the nectar of his direct association, all the nectar of Krishna consciousness that he had given and shared with them, was still available. Service in separation for Prabhupada's disciples was undoubtedly a fact, otherwise, now that they were without his personal presence, how were they able to sustain themselves in spiritual life? The fact that they could continue as before, increase their feelings of devotion, and even increase their serving capacity, meant that Śrīla Prabhupada was very much still with them. As Śrīla Prabhupada's last instruction was the lesson of how a human being should die, he now taught, beyond dying, how to practically implement the highest philosophical teachings of Gaudiya Vaisnavism. This realization gave the devotees great hope that Śrīla Prabhupada and the revolutionary life of Krishna consciousness he had brought with him were not finished upon his departure. Often when a great personality dies, his contribution collapses, but Śrīla Prabhupada's presence remained and expanded, sustaining his devotees' lives. He was still in charge. Epilogue. In describing how the followers of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada continue to relish the nectar of serving him in separation, we are not speaking of only a small band of several thousand devotees whom he initiated during his lifetime. Śrīla Prabhupada was not only an Ācārya, but he was the Founder-Ācārya of the Krishna consciousness movement, which is a dynamic spiritual reality. That reality is nothing less than the Yuga Dharma, or the form of spiritual life recommended for all humanity in the present age of Kali, the most dangerous of ages, in which humanity eventually abandons all religious principles. The ultimate goal of human life was taught by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, when he declared, "Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear." Krishna taught this 5,000 years ago, when he appeared in the world, but people have misinterpreted and misunderstood what Krishna meant. Lord Chaitanya advented, therefore, to revive the original message of surrender to Krishna, primarily by introducing the Sankirtana movement of chanting the holy names of God. Bhaktivedanta Thakura, a great devotee of Lord Chaitanya appearing in the 19th century, foresaw that Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana principles could and would be introduced all over the world. He had studied deeply many other religions and philosophies, but he felt that Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana was universal, the essence of religious life able to unite all people and bring them to perfection. Bhaktivedanta Thakura's son was Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, who became the spiritual master of Śrīla Prabhupada and who ordered Śrīla Prabhupada to implement the vision of worldwide Krishna consciousness by going to preach in the West. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada is, therefore, to be appreciated not only as the guru of a few intimate servants or even the guru of a single generation of disciples. As the Founder-Ācārya of the Krishna consciousness movement, he introduced the standard of Krishna consciousness as it can be practiced by all sincere followers for thousands of years to come. The scriptures predict that although the present age is constantly becoming more inauspicious, unfortunate, and degraded, for a period of 10,000 years from the time of Lord Chaitanya's advent a golden age of Krishna consciousness can appear, despite the force of Kali Yuga. Śrīla Prabhupada, therefore, prepared his translations and Bhaktivedanta purports on the essential Vaisnava scriptures, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, with the plan that they would form the foundation of the Krishna consciousness movement for 10,000 years. We cannot limit Śrīla Prabhupada, therefore, by describing him only within the drama of his being the guru for one generation of followers. Śrīla Prabhupada is Jagat Guru, the spiritual master of the entire world. He is a bona fide spiritual master, faithfully conveying the message of the disciplic succession from Lord Krishna, as he received it in parampara from his spiritual master. But more than that, he was empowered by Krishna to do what no other spiritual master has ever done. He is the Founder-Ācārya for spreading Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana worldwide in the midst of the age of Kali. Anyone who wants shelter from the evil effects of the present godless age can have it by taking up devotional service under the guidance of Lord Chaitanya's teachings as given by Prabhupada. The dynamic preaching and realizations of Srila Prabhupada reveal the sublime teachings of Lord Chaitanya, which otherwise have been neglected, misused, and kept within the confines of India. Srila Prabhupada was actually able to understand Lord Chaitanya's prediction that Krishna consciousness would spread to every town and village in the world. Srila Prabhupada had faith in these words and personally saw in his lifetime that pure Krishna consciousness could be adopted by people of all races and cultures, even those considered by Vedic standards to be aborigines and outcasts. Through the applications of Srila Prabhupada, therefore, the Krishna consciousness movement is now proven to be viable for anyone, anywhere in the world. Anyone can serve Srila Prabhupada in separation. He asked all his followers to avoid 4 sinful activities: meat eating, intoxication, illicit sex, and gambling, and to chant the Hare Krishna mantra a minimum of 16 rounds daily on beads. He also advised that one regularly read Vedic literatures such as Bhagavad Gita as it is in Srimad Bhagavatam. And for keeping spiritual health and strength to follow the spiritual principles, he advised that one associate with like-minded devotees. Whoever follows these basic practices and recognizes Srila Prabhupada as the direct representative of Krishna is his follower. And the Vedic scriptures say that only by serving the representative of Krishna can one become dear to Krishna himself. The ways of serving Krishna are unlimited, as Srila Prabhupada expertly displayed. He invited scientists, artists, philosophers, and businessmen to serve Krishna according to their occupations and capabilities. The artist, instead of painting pictures out of his imagination or making renderings of the material energy, can paint pictures depicting Krishna in the spiritual world. The poet can describe Krishna as the absolute truth, the philosopher can explain Krishna as the cause of all causes, the scientist can prove that life comes from life, and the businessman can contribute money to the worthiest welfare activity of Krishna consciousness. A person does not, therefore, have to abandon his family or retreat to a solitary cave to realize God. In any situation of life one can move from mundane to spiritual by adopting the practices of Krishna consciousness. This is the broad and liberal way Srila Prabhupada intended Krishna consciousness to pervade society. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness, Prabhupada's own society of devotees, is meant to help all persons interested in developing spiritual life under Srila Prabhupada's guidance. ISKCON was Prabhupada's organization for establishing and proliferating temple worship, book printing and distribution, and communities where devotees could live and serve together in close association. Prabhupada therefore entrusted all his properties, including the magnificent temples he had built in India, to ISKCON, for the protection and perpetuation of his work. And he instructed his disciples to show their love for him by always cooperating among themselves to expand further the Krishna consciousness movement. When a disciple expressed his appreciation of Prabhupada's magnificent quarters in Bombay, Prabhupada replied, "I cannot take these with me. I am leaving them for you to use." The essential gifts of Krishna consciousness which Prabhupada brought are for everyone. Although most people do not know it, they are actually hankering for the happiness of genuine spiritual life. Prabhupada, out of compassion, wanted to distribute the gifts of Krishna consciousness to all the hungry people in the world. These gifts, peace of mind, satisfaction, freedom from anxiety, can be obtained by anyone who takes wholeheartedly to devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This pure, happy state can be realized by receiving the ongoing, dynamic legacy which Prabhupada left, his books, his devotees, his Krishna Consciousness Society, and his method of expertly applying Krishna consciousness to every situation in the modern context. Whoever intelligently takes up the practice of Krishna consciousness will also inherit the most wonderful realization in his relationship with Srila Prabhupada, the pure devotee of Krishna. We hope that the Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta will help the readers in establishing their relationship with Srila Prabhupada. Its contribution is in the mood of remembering Srila Prabhupada in separation. Remembering his pastimes puts one into direct contact with him and with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and this remembrance can free one from bondage to material life and enable one to taste the nectar of the eternal pastimes of Krishna and his associates in the spiritual world. Srila Prabhupada's life did not end on November 14, 1977. And we hope that the readers of Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta will not feel they have finished their connection with this literature by having read it once. Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta can be read regularly, from beginning to end. Our hope is that by hearing about Srila Prabhupada the reader will become himself a Prabhupada, a follower of Srila Prabhupada. We can wish no better fortune upon anyone. Thus ends the Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta, completed on November 9, 1982, in the Kartika season, At the ISKCON Krishna Balaram Mandir in Vrindavana, Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 56 Return to America San Francisco December 14, 1967 As soon as Śrīla Prabhupāda came into view, many devotees began to cry out or shed tears. He looked much healthier, tanned from the sun, sprightly. He waved and smiled. That smile made them still more eager, and they could hardly contain themselves while Prabhupada patiently waited for a customs official to inspect his bags. When Prabhupada had left America, his disciples had been uncertain whether they would ever see him again. He had suffered a paralyzing stroke in New York and had gone back to India to recuperate. If he were going to die, he had said, the best place in the world was Vrindavana. But soon in his letters from India came news of his returning strength. Krishna had saved him. Now he was back. They needed him. If they were to represent him and spread Krishna consciousness, then they needed more association with Krishna's pure devotee. Jayananda drove him from the airport in an old limousine decorated with flowers. Prabhupada would be staying in an apartment in the Brahmachari's house on Willard Street, about 2 blocks from the storefront temple on Frederick Street. As he approached the door of his apartment, he saw the picture of Lord Vishnu, taped to the inside of the glass, facing him. Although the devotees had debated about the picture because Lord Vishnu had not been colored blue, Prabhupada joined his palms together in the pranama gesture and, slightly bowing his head, passed Lord Vishnu and entered the house. The devotees gathered excitedly in Prabhupada's room. One of them had read about a Vaisnava ceremony of washing the feet of the spiritual master, so they had prepared a pitcher of water and a bowl. Prabhupada permitted it, and in a few seconds it was done. Then he sat facing a crowded room of intimate devotees. Taking his karatalas and playing them softly and sweetly, he led a Hare Krishna Kirtana. It was no ordinary thing how Prabhupada sang and how they listened and chanted in response with fastened, ecstatic attention. But it was brief. Afterwards, he began to speak of Krishna. He said that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and everyone's best friend. Even a good friendship in this world is a small indication of Krishna's friendship, because everything is coming from Krishna. If you feel good on a nice spring day, that is an indication of Krishna. The smell of an aromatic flower, that is Krishna. Whatever is good in this world is Krishna, and all that is bad comes from forgetfulness of Krishna. Prabhupada spoke with a kind, gentle, and humble attitude. He had brought back some gifts. For the ladies he had saris. He held up the thin cotton cloths one at a time, called the name of each initiated girl disciple, and handed her a sari. One sari was white with a red and black design, others were white with single color borders. In a small saffron cloth Prabhupada had 3 silken garlands. He unwrapped them, saying, "These can be tied around the necks of Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, and Balarama." Previous to this, the deities had received no dresses or decorations. Mukunda and Syamasundara came forward to show Prabhupada their first American-made karatalas. Months ago Prabhupada had suggested that they might make karatalas in America, and the men had analyzed the metals in the Indian karatalas, gathered the ingredients from scrapyards, taken them to a foundry, and had them molded into a finished product. Prabhupada took the first pair of American karatalas in his hand, hit them together a few times, and pronounced, "Not so great." Again he took up his own beautifully polished brass karatalas from India. Striking them together once, he let them ring for a long time. "This is great," he said. Then, looking around the room, Prabhupada engaged in friendly little exchanges with his disciples. Seeing Līlāvati sitting in a corner with her baby daughter, Subhadra, Prabhupada said, "Your daughter looks just like Subhadra." Līlāvati sighed gratefully to hear it. "Govinda Dasi," Prabhupada said, "I am always thinking of your paintings." Prabhupada asked whether all the devotees were chanting their prescribed 16 rounds daily. Almost everyone replied, "Yes, Swamiji." One new devotee, however, an English girl whose face turned bright red, began to stammer in a faltering voice. "I chant," she said, "I chant," and then suddenly blurting out like a little girl about to cry, "Sometimes I chant more than 16 rounds a day." Her voice cracked, and she seemed on the brink of tears, but the devotees and Prabhupada could not help from laughing. In Prabhupada's presence it all seemed jovial. Uddhava Dāsa came into the room and announced, "We have some prasadam for you, Swamiji. Would you like to take now?" "What?" asked Prabhupada. "A little rice?" The devotees began to laugh, thinking of the elaborate feast they had prepared for Prabhupada. Prabhupada had one more thing to show them in his bag. It was a coconut grater commonly used in Bengali households. Prabhupada gave it to Yamuna, who began to grate a coconut while the devotees watched. Surrounded by his devotees, Prabhupada then went to the kitchen and prepared coconut lattice made from the white coconut pulp, butter, sugar, black pepper, cardamom, and camphor flavor. He rolled them into balls, ate one himself, and distributed a few. Prabhupada returned to his room, where he sat down again and was silent. Sensing that he should be left alone, the devotees excused themselves from his presence. Everyone was satisfied. Prabhupada was back, and they would have him for a while. Jivananda, after everybody left, I stayed behind to talk to him, and seeing me just kind of sitting there, he put me to work and made me clean up his room. I began to pick up the paper and stuff and throw away all the boxes. So afterwards Prabhupada said, "So you have some question?" And I said, "Yes, Swamiji. I would like to get married to Harsarani." He said, "Oh, who are you?" I said, "I am Jivananda." He said, "Oh, you have been initiated?" I said, "Yes." He said, "By me?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "That's very nice. What do you do?" I said, "Well, when I was in Santa Fe, I used to milk the cows." He said, "That is very nice." We talked some more, and then I said, "Swamiji, can I get married?" He said, "I will think about it. You can ask me again later." Siddhananda, that evening I went to his room to see him, as I felt he might be lonely. I went into his room to try to keep him company, but as soon as I got there he started talking about Krishna. There were some Brijabasi posters of Krishna on the wall, and he would point to them and explain a little, saying, "Here is Krishna and Arjuna on the battlefield of Kuru, etc." He talked, and I didn't have a chance to say anything, but he just talked about the posters on the wall. I got the feeling that we had known each other from some other time, although this was the first time I was seeing him. Yet he seemed like an old friend. He was certainly magnanimous and cordial as he sat there and talked about Krishna. I felt that if he was an old friend, then maybe I would know this to be a fact someday. But my attention span was not very long, and I really didn't know very much about the life of Krishna, so I left after a short period of time. Prabhupada had a small band of disciples in San Francisco, not more than 15, but they were becoming intensely attached to him, especially since his poignant departure and now his return into their midst. Each of them wanted to engage more in Prabhupada's personal service, although only his secretaries, Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi, and his servant, Upendra, were allowed to be with him constantly. One of the devotees asked Prabhupada about feeling envy toward those devotees who seemed to be especially favored. "Everyone," Prabhupada replied, "from Lord Brahma and Indra down to the insignificant ant, is sometimes envious. No one wants to tolerate another person's advancement or another person's taking an exalted position. And it is a fact," Prabhupada said, "that if we find a person excelling in a field or serving the spiritual master, then that person is very fortunate by Krishna's arrangement. But in the spiritual world there is no envy over such a thing. Rather, in the spiritual world everyone is pleased and excited to see that one person is in a more advanced position. They are enthused and gladdened by it. But in the material world there is always competitive nature and envy." His words pacified them. If Prabhupada allowed someone to serve him, they would accept it as the arrangement of Krishna. But everyone got a chance to accompany Swamiji on his morning walks. They were open to whoever wanted to go. Usually one or two of the brahmacharis and one or two householder couples would accompany him. They would drive Prabhupada to the park in the temple's car, a 1952 blue Ford Coupe. Usually Jayananda would drive the car. The passenger seat was broken and tilted back at a 45-degree angle to the ground, and although Prabhupada sat up straight, his chin held high, the seat slanted so much that he could only see out of the lowest part of the window. But it was the only car they had, and Prabhupada never complained. He began his old routine of daily walking around Stowe Lake and Golden Gate Park. Healthy, free, and spontaneous, always in command, talking and preaching, Prabhupada seemed very happy to be back in San Francisco. And there were also new devotees who were seeing him for the first time. For about the first week on his morning walks, Prabhupada talked frequently about the existence of the soul, explaining Krishna's arguments in the Bhagavad Gita. One morning a car was parked near where they walked, and seated in the driver's seat was a dejected-looking man who sat slumped over, with a long, drawn, unhappy face. Day after day this car appeared there, and the man sat unhappily while the devotees walked past in the company of Śrīla Prabhupada. Finally, after about a week, Prabhupada one day broke away from the group of devotees and approached the man's car. The car window was rolled up, but on seeing Prabhupada, the man rolled down the window. Prabhupada greeted him, "Good morning." The man smiled, happy to see Prabhupada, as if he had never noticed Prabhupada and the devotees walking by day after day. Prabhupada then rejoined his disciples and continued walking. They looked back and saw that the deep unhappiness in the man's face had vanished and he appeared happier. They did not see him any more on the morning walks. Among themselves the devotees discussed these things or kept the impressions privately in their hearts. After a little incident like that of the man sitting slumped in his car, they were even more convinced that Swamiji had the power and ability to make people happy, and that he really wanted to do it. One morning Prabhupada arrived in the park, stepped out of his car, and waited for the devotees who had come in another car to join him. Līlāmṛta had difficulty getting out of the car because she had her baby, Subhadra, in a carrier on her back. When she finally did get out of the car, Prabhupada turned and laughed at her, saying, "Ah, burden of affection." "Yes, Swamiji," Līlāmṛta replied. They all began to walk together along the path. "So there are two ways to carry a baby," Prabhupada said, tapping his cane on the ground in time with his regular stride. "There is the monkey way and the cat way. Do you know this?" "No, Swamiji," said Līlāmṛta. "Well, which way do you think is better?" Prabhupada asked her. "The monkey way or the cat way?" She couldn't understand or imagine what he meant. Prabhupada continued, "The monkey baby climbs on the back of the mother and holds on, and this is the way he travels. And the kitten is carried in the teeth of the mother. So which is better?" Līlāmṛta could still not understand which way could be better. They both sounded very difficult to her. "Well," Prabhupada said, "the monkey baby is very small and very weak, and he is holding on to the mother by his own strength. But the kitten is being supported by the strength of the mother. So which way do you think is better?" And then she understood. "The cat way is better." "Yes," Prabhupada said, "that is the difference between the yogi and the devotee. The yogi is trying to climb on the back of the absolute truth by his own strength, but he is very weak, so he will fall. But a devotee, he cries out for Krishna," and as he spoke the word Krishna, Prabhupada held his arms up high and looked up at the clear morning sky. "A devotee cries out for Krishna, and Krishna picks him up." Another time a devotee picked a pretty bluish-colored flower and handed it to Prabhupada. Prabhupada took it, smelled it, then held it far away and looked at it, saying, "Oh, this is like a beautiful man without any qualifications." He then tossed it away. It had no aroma. Upendra liked to ask Swamiji questions on the morning walks. "Swamiji," Upendra asked, "what does the spiritual master or pure devotee see as he walks through the park?" "He sees Krishna," Prabhupada replied. "He thinks that these are Krishna's trees, and this is Krishna's house. He sees everything as belonging to the Supreme Lord." "But if Krishna is everywhere," Upendra pursued, "does the pure devotee see Krishna on the wall on the right and then the wall on the left or in the corner or in between every atom? Does he see one form of Krishna merge into another? Where does one form of Krishna begin and take off from the other form?" "No, it is not like that," Prabhupada said. "Do you see my spectacles?" "Yes," said Upendra. "So whose spectacles are they?" Prabhupada asked. "They are yours." Prabhupada pointed to his shoes. "And what is that?" "Those are your shoes," said Upendra. "Yes," Prabhupada said. Similarly, a pure devotee sees Krishna like that. Everything is Krishna's. This is how he sees Krishna everywhere. Near the end of the walk, when Prabhupada had answered many questions, Upendra asked again, "Swamiji, you've spoken to us so much, but I forget most of it. If a devotee becomes Krishna conscious, will he remember everything the spiritual master says?" "Yes," Prabhupada replied. "It is all there. Not only that, but when a person becomes Krishna conscious, he will be able to see his relationship with Krishna." Walking through Golden Gate Park one day, they heard a scratching coming from a garbage can. Prabhupada went over and looked in, then pulled back in repulsion. A big city rat had somehow become trapped in the garbage can and was scratching, trying to get out. Prabhupada shook his head and said, "He is doomed." He walked on. Prabhupada commented that later the garbage man would come, see the rat, and kill him. Prabhupada was always after the philosophical and Krishna-conscious meaning. Even a seemingly ordinary comment about the rat's doom struck his disciples as deep and philosophical. They could understand that their position was similar. They were trapped in the material world, waiting for the end, but Prabhupada was saving them. On his return from India, after taking part in the first evening kirtana in the San Francisco temple, Prabhupada said, "You have all advanced." He saw that the devotees had become more enthusiastic and ecstatic, guests were also rising and dancing, and that pleased his own Krishna consciousness. Each night after kirtana he would lecture. He was discussing the verses in the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. "I am making here a series of lectures on the Krishna conscious yoga system," Prabhupada wrote to Brahmananda in mid-December of 1967, "and they are tape-recorded." Prabhupada thought of assembling the lectures into a small book. Indian gurus introducing self-styled techniques were increasingly popular in the US. Therefore Prabhupada wanted to distinguish the standard form of yoga and meditation, as taught by Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, from the farce taught by gurus who never mention Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead but rather say everyone is equal to God, and whose disciples are allowed to indulge their senses in intoxication and illicit sex. They give a mantra for a fee, Prabhupada noted, and claim that by meditating 20 minutes in the morning you can become God in 6 months. He was surprised that American people, who were supposedly intelligent, were being so easily cheated. We have actually seen such so-called yogis, Prabhupada said, sleeping and snoring while meditating. Service begins by the tongue, Prabhupada said in one of his December 67 lectures, by chanting this Hare Krishna, and by the taste of Krishna prasadam. The beginning process is very nice. If prasadam is offered to you, accept it. If you become submissive and give service, by these two practices, Krishna will reveal himself to you, just like Krishna is revealing himself to Arjuna. Arjuna is a devotee, he is a friend. I am speaking to you that old system of yoga, bhakti yoga. Only one who has developed the service spirit with love and devotion, he can understand Krishna. After the lecture Prabhupada would continue the theme, Krishna consciousness, in his room. It was the same theme as on his morning walks, in his letters, or in his intimate talks with individual disciples or visitors. It was the theme of his writing, and the very heartbeat of his life. When a devotee asked Prabhupada how the soul is carried from body to body, Prabhupada replied, by desire, and cited himself as an example. Just like I have come to America. Why? Because I wanted to preach. So by that desire I was carried here. Otherwise, I have no business to come here. Siddhananda, there would be 3, 4, or 5 devotees in his room, and he would just start talking. They would somehow gather in his room, and he would start talking about what he was trying to do. His talk was not directed specifically to anyone, but he was saying that this is what he was doing. He made everything very clear. He wanted to publish his books. He was trying to get a press for this back in New York. And if he had a letter from Ray Rama in New York, he would read the letter right there. In this way it was allaying any doubts in people's minds about what he was really going to try to do. He had his books in the temple. He was concerned about the temple and the new lunch program, where we were giving out free prasadam. His concern kept everybody going. Before he came, there wasn't that much activity. But when Prabhupada came, things started bustling very fast. One night in his room on Willard Street, Prabhupada was talking about seeing Krishna. Don't try to see him, Prabhupada said, but act in such a way that he will come and see you. Sri Dāsa was a blind man, yet due to his sincere chanting "O Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna came to see him. So Krishna is there whether we see him or not. All we must do is become sincere, and he will present himself whether we see him or not. Krishna hugs the cow. What does a cow know? He is a dumb animal. Is the cow as great as Arjuna? No. Yet due to the cow's sincerity to come and lick Krishna's body, Krishna says, "Oh, yes, my dear cow, come, and I shall take care of you." And Krishna gives him some sweet nectar. So we should want Krishna to come and see us, not that you should want to see Krishna. At that time, few devotees were very well read in Prabhupada's books. They didn't know the vastness of the philosophy. Only a few books were published, and so Prabhupada in person was the real source of Krishna-conscious knowledge. 18-year-old Kim used to have philosophical arguments with his atheistic father and then invariably have questions for Prabhupada at the end of the lectures. He would ask so consistently that Prabhupada would turn to him and say, "Are there any questions?" Given a good question, Prabhupada might launch into another impromptu lecture. Kim's sister, who was only 16, also wanted to get initiated. "Are there offenses in the spiritual world?" she asked Prabhupada at one evening lecture. Prabhupada turned to the audience. "See," he said. "This little girl, she wants to go back to Godhead." And in the course of the answer, he said, "Krishna may kiss you." When he said that, Kim's sister blushed, and everyone laughed. Upendra asked, "Swamiji, how should we feel humble?" "I feel sometimes that when I try to be humble I first think about it, and then I try to be humble. But it seems artificial." "This is humbleness," Prabhupada said. "When we think, oh, I should have done it this way that is good. Because then there is always room for improvement. If you go on thinking, oh, I did not perform this duty so nicely. I should have done it this way, then you will improve." Our love for Krishna keeps growing as long as we think that we are not doing the most for Krishna and that we must do more. This is humbleness. If you think, oh, I did this so wonderfully. I am such a nice and sincere devotee, then this is not good. there will be no improvement. If, in questioning, anyone brought up the names and philosophies of famous contemporary Mayavadis, Prabhupada would become angry. He was adamantly against the mission of the Mayavadis, who deny the absolute reality of Krishna. Prabhupada expressed that they had greatly damaged the original Vedic culture by spreading misleading doctrines. One time Malati brought up the subject of certain Mayavadi teachings, and Prabhupada, as usual, argued strongly. Afterwards Upendra chastised Malati, saying that she shouldn't have brought it up because Prabhupada was still recuperating in his health. In his excitement his blood pressure might rise too much. Malati was silent, but later gave Upendra a letter to be delivered to Prabhupada. "What have you said to Malati?" Prabhupada asked after reading her letter. "That now she no longer feels she can come before me." Upendra explained how he had corrected her for inciting Prabhupada too much. It was nonsense, Prabhupada said, and he told Upendra to apologize to her. Uddhava confided to Kim that he felt left out because he never had any questions to ask Prabhupada. Kim encouraged him. One night Uddhava finally asked, but it was a strange question. "Swamiji," said Uddhava, "what is Radharani's relationship with Krishna's brother, Balarama?" Prabhupada was annoyed. "Why are you asking that? You don't even understand the basic principle of the Bhagavad Gita. You don't understand the nature of the soul and the super-soul or Krishna in devotional service, and yet you are asking questions like this?" For a long while Uddhava didn't ask again. Shortly after Prabhupada's arrival he continued the process of initiating disciples. Kim and his younger sister were initiated at the same time. A few days before, Kim had suggested his sister should go to Prabhupada's apartment and ask to be his disciple. "Are you following the 4 rules?" Prabhupada asked. "Yes," she replied. And then he said it was all right. "I just wanted to say something else," she continued, "that is, I heard that you had taken birth because in your last life you had been a physician and had killed a snake for some medical purpose." Prabhupada laughed. "Oh, your brother has told you that?" "Yeah," she replied. No more was said about it. Kim was given the name Krishna Dāsa, and Prabhupada also initiated a few disciples who had written from New York. He performed the initiation ceremony in the temple and chanted on everyone's beads, including the New York disciples. That night he also spoke for a few moments on the telephone with Brahmananda in New York and told him, "I have returned by the grace of Krishna, and I am now fit to serve you." Prabhupada said he was fit to serve the devotees, and he certainly looked and acted wonderfully. But he was still feeling the effects of his stroke of half a year ago. There was a persistent ringing sound, like a bell, in his head, and he couldn't sleep more than 3 hours at night and 1 in the day. But he pushed on as always. He even wrote a letter to a disciple pointing out that although he had disturbance in his head, he was continuing to work on the transcendental plane, and he advised his disciples to do likewise. Prabhupada again took up his translating of the 3rd canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, which he had put aside for half a year. Living in the same house with the Brahmacharis, he would wake before any of them and work at his translating. Then after they rose around 5, they would hear him ringing a bell in his room, and they would smell incense. Because of their proximity, the boys would often drop by his room. They would watch Prabhupada sitting at his desk, fresh from his morning shower. He would meticulously place several tiny spoonfuls of water in his left palm and then rub a ball of Vrandavana clay into his palm, making the mixture for Vaisnava tilaka. Using a hand mirror, he would artistically make the markings of tilaka, first on his forehead and then on 11 other parts of the body, as directed by the Vaisnava Samarthi. Prabhupada would then hold his Brahmana thread and silently say the Gayatri mantras, while facing the pictures of Krishna he had on a little altar. One day, while sitting with Prabhupada in the morning, Upendra mentioned that the Brahmacharis put their tilaka on while in the bathroom. "No," said Prabhupada, "tilaka should be put on in front of Krishna, like this." "Well," Upendra said, "here I've seen them putting it on in the bathroom. Do not worry too much about the rules and regulations. Just get everyone to chant Hare Krishna." One thing Prabhupada liked about California was that it was easy for him to obtain eucalyptus twigs there. Prabhupada used them for brushing his teeth in the morning. He liked them cut the thickness of the little finger and about 6 inches long, and they were soaked in water overnight before he used them. At this time Krishna Dāsa was going out in the morning to pick them. He would keep a good supply wrapped up in tin foil in the refrigerator. Hearing that eucalyptus trees were uncommon in America, Prabhupada had asked Krishna Dāsa to send him a supply wherever he traveled. These sometimes small and domestic dealings of Prabhupada with his disciples may be seen by someone outside of devotional service as of little consequence, but to the devotee they are always important, because the devotee holds the pleasure of his spiritual master as the supreme value in life. If the spiritual master, Krishna's representative, is pleased by even a little service, then that means that Krishna is pleased. For the most part, Prabhupada's disciples simply knew that they loved him, loved serving him, and felt great satisfaction and bliss when he showed his pleasure with them. Govinda Dasi, he needed some house slippers. I saw that. So I went and bought him some house slippers. He told me he wore size 8. I got him some all man-made slippers in San Francisco. They were black with red fluffy, furry lining, so that they were easy to slip on the feet. Whenever he would walk around the house you could hear this nice little shuffling sound. He would have his hands behind his back and his head held high. Although some of the devotees had their own idea that Prabhupada should go on a special diet, he didn't think much of it. He wanted his regular prasadam, dal, rice, chapatis, and sabji. Upendra was regularly cooking these staples. But one day Yamuna came into the kitchen and asked Upendra if she could cook a special lunch for Prabhupada. He stepped back and allowed her. Yamuna was learning the art of Indian cooking. She made extra preparations, sour, spicy, and sweet. Upendra brought in the tray as usual, without any comment. A few moments later Prabhupada rang his bell, calling for Upendra. "Who has made this prasadam?" Prabhupada asked, looking up as he sat on a cushion before a small table which held his lunch. "Yamuna Devi cooked it, Swamiji," said Upendra. "I do not want such fancy things," said Prabhupada. "I want to eat simply. A little rice, a little dal, like that." He wasn't very pleased with the special feast. He was used to eating the same simple thing every day. Upendra continued to cook like that, occasionally creating variety by cooking khichdi and fried eggplant in kati sauce once a week. But Upendra was also extravagant. Prabhupada confided to Gaurasundara that Upendra is using too much ghee, so that I cannot taste the prasadam before it slips down my throat. It is too slippery. One of the devotees who had been with Prabhupada in India wrote that Swamiji should not be given sweets. Prabhupada didn't think much of that either, as he had introduced coconut lattice on the first evening of his return. "Upendra, he gave us the recipe that you grate the coconut and cook it in a pot, along with some sugar and camphor, and cook it until it comes to a certain thickness, and then it can be squeezed into balls and offered in this way." So he was giving this instruction to me, and I was following. The stove was an old-fashioned type that allowed for one half of the stove to be covered with a safety cover. While I cooked, Prabhupada leaned against the corner of the stove with his elbows, his chin resting in his hands, and he leaned and watched me stir. He got up and walked away and then came back, just like a restless young boy. He walked around the kitchen and then returned to look into the pot, stirring it to see if it was done. He asked, "Is it done?" "I think it's done." "It must be done. Let us try." I took the substance out, and although it was still hot, we began squeezing it into balls. As soon as one ball was squeezed, Prabhupada took it and popped it into his mouth. He turned away from the stove and, shaking his head pleasingly, said, "Yes, it is done. Very nice." Prabhupada spontaneously showed his displeasure also. That was the risk of serving him closely as his personal servant or cook. One day Govinda Dasi was cooking a cereal for Prabhupada's breakfast when he walked past the kitchen, looked in, and asked, "What are you cooking?" "I am making cereal, Swamiji," she replied. "But today is Ekadashi," said Prabhupada. "Oh, thank you, Swamiji. I didn't know." She thought that by his reminder she had not actually done anything wrong. After all, neither he nor anyone else had eaten the grains. But Prabhupada began to criticize her with a severity that surprised her. It was a great disqualification on her part, he said, to cook grains on Ekadashi, the day when devotees fast from all grains. He kept repeating that she had cooked grains on Ekadashi and described her mistake as very serious. Her one mistake seemed to indicate a whole wrong mentality. Govinda Dasi finally felt it was as bad as if she had actually eaten grains, so she fasted entirely for the rest of the day. Many things had to be done exactly right. When Upendra placed a small amount of salt on Prabhupada's plate in front of the rice, it made it difficult for Prabhupada to eat the rice without mixing it in the salt. Prabhupada mentioned it. But when Upendra did it again the next day, Prabhupada said, "I told you to put the salt in back of the rice, not in front." And foregoing his own pleasure, due to his servant's foolishness, Prabhupada added, "Now give me no more salt." The next day, however, Upendra put salt and pepper in separate containers and placed them beside the plate so Prabhupada could move them as he liked. Prabhupada accepted them silently. Whenever a mistake was rectified, he seemed to immediately forget the wrong. The sastras enjoin, one can never know the mind of the Ācārya. Since this is true, then how can we know Prabhupada? How can we share his inner life in those pleasant homecoming days of December 1967 and January 1968 in San Francisco? In one sense we cannot. As Krishnadasa Kaviraja says, I do not know the deep meaning of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's activities. As far as possible I shall try to explain them externally. But sometimes Prabhupada reveals himself directly in his own words, I have returned by Krishna's grace. I am fit to serve you. We can enter his thoughts through his spoken words. Through those who knew him and lived with him, we have another intimate approach to Prabhupada's life. How they saw him and how they dealt with him, often this is as close as we can get. Mukunda, it was in this period that Prabhupada went to visit Mr. B.K. Nehru, who was a big Indian government official. I drove Prabhupada to the St. Francis Hotel in a beat-up old Ford with the name Krishna stenciled in multicolors in 3 different places on the car. The St. Francis Hotel, of course, is a very elite hotel. We arrived at the front door and there was a doorman. I got out and asked him if we could leave the car in front of the hotel for about 15 minutes. Somehow, I don't know why, he immediately agreed to look after the car. We went up to one of the top floors of the building to a very beautiful suite. Mr. Nehru greeted us. He was wearing Western clothes. I was also wearing Western clothes, and my head wasn't shaved. Mr. Nehru's wife was also there. I sat on the same couch as Prabhupada, with Mr. Nehru in the middle and Prabhupada on the other end. In the beginning they spoke English. Prabhupada reiterated some of his past life history and mentioned that he had had a pharmacy called Prayag Pharmacy. He had met Mr. Nehru in India, and Mr. Nehru acknowledged that he knew about the pharmacy. Prabhupada then explained how he had taken sannyasa. I noted that Prabhupada was very warm and friendly. It was a side of him that I had never seen before. Not that he hadn't been warm and friendly, but to a non-devotee person, I had never seen him quite in such a friendly attitude. I was totally intrigued to see how open and almost intimate Prabhupada was becoming with this man. I noticed that Prabhupada was presenting himself as a mendicant, a sannyasi. And then the rest of the conversation took place in Hindi. It was a wonderful time for me to observe the facial expressions and gestures and the great depth of feeling with which Prabhupada communicated, because I had to try to guess what he was talking about. In fact, I was always speculating on what he might be saying. Then of course Mr. Nehru and sometimes his wife would interject remarks, all in Hindi. I was spinning enormous fantasies about what they all might be talking about. Prabhupada had introduced me as Michael Grant, secretary, and I was sitting on top of the world from the beginning of the conversation. I felt that I had a stake in the conversation, that maybe Mr. Nehru is not aware that I am not understanding. I was very tuned into the mood of the conversation even though I was not understanding it, but thinking that maybe I was understanding part of it, and trying to act as if I might know something about what they were saying. At some point in the conversation I was getting very involved in my fantasies of what it was about, and I heard the words missionary work come from Prabhupada. He stopped and looked at me momentarily, there was a beat, and then the conversation resumed. I then realized that I had really been tuned in by that. Prabhupada was asking something. Then, later in the conversation, he said in English, "But one word from you," to Mr. Nehru. Then Śrīla Prabhupada's eyes opened wide and he paused, and I believe he looked around at me at that time. Then after a somewhat awkward silence, the conversation resumed again. Then I knew that Śrīla Prabhupada was really asking for a favor and that he was letting me in on this by saying it in English. I felt that all I could do was try to look very serious and important somehow, such that this man would think that by my presence, as an American disciple, he could see that Śrīla Prabhupada was doing great things by converting us Westerners to Krishna consciousness. Somehow I wanted to help. But I didn't know what it was, so I couldn't say, and I just tried to play the part that Śrīla Prabhupada seemed to want me to play in this transcendental game. Then the conversation became very convivial and the subject had changed. Later, the wife of B.K. Nehru came forward and called Prabhupada Swamiji and said something in Hindi and gave him something wrapped in tinfoil. It was about the size of a small apple. Then they exchanged words, and Śrīla Prabhupada was very warm and cordial with Mrs. Nehru. On the way out I asked Prabhupada first of all what the conversation was about. He was very vague but said it was about some land that he had been trying to get in India, I think in Vrindavana. It may have been in litigation, I don't know, but he was asking Mr. Nehru's help. I asked whether he was going to help, and Śrīla Prabhupada was again rather vague about it, but he indicated that he felt the meeting was successful, or at least a step in the right direction. Then I asked about Mr. Nehru's wife, whether she was European or what, and Prabhupada said, "No, she is a Parsi." Then on the ride back Prabhupada opened the tinfoil, and in it was a huge date, the biggest one I have ever seen in my life. and he took it out and took a big bite out of it and then offered me the rest, which I took, of course. Mukunda was also present with Prabhupada in his room, along with a small group of devotees, when an earthquake took place. The telephone poles and wires began moving outside the window. The building trembled. No one said anything until Prabhupada said, "What is this?" A devotee replied, "It's an earthquake, Swamiji." Prabhupada said, "Oh." And then the earthquake suddenly stopped. Everyone present was very intent on Prabhupada's reaction. He said, "We can just sit down and chant Hare Krishna." He recounted the bombing of Calcutta during the war. "I was in the bomb shelter, and the bombs were falling, and I was thinking as I was chanting Hare Krishna that if I had to die now, it would be wonderful to die while chanting Hare Krishna." Mukunda and the other devotees felt secure being in Prabhupada's presence, even during the earthquake. They felt that no matter what catastrophe might happen, they could simply sit with him and chant Hare Krishna and be happy. When Prabhupada had first returned from India, he had criticized Mukunda for failing to obtain the permanent residency status for him. Mukunda had only been able to obtain a temporary visitor's visa. "Why did you do this?" Prabhupada had asked him sharply. Mukunda made a few excuses, and Prabhupada replied, "You do not understand." Later Prabhupada and Mukunda visited a local immigration office to seek the permanent residency status. The official who met with them was a woman. In the course of the routine conversation, Prabhupada briefly mentioned the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. The woman remarked, "It must be very difficult to follow such a discipline in your life." Prabhupada replied, "No, it is not. It's just a question of remembering God." Then he gave her an example. Just as a woman goes to work and has to think of many different things, yet she never forgets to dress properly, so one has to think of God despite worldly duties. The woman immigration official could understand. During the conversation, the recent earthquake was mentioned, and the woman said that the building they were in was earthquake-proof. After the meeting, when Prabhupada was leaving, he said to Mukunda, "There is no such thing as earthquake-proof," and he left. Līlāmṛta, he called me into his room. He was sitting on his bed talking to Mukunda. When I arrived, he stopped speaking with him and turned to me and said, "So how are you liking this Krishna consciousness?" And I said, "Oh, Swamiji, my life has changed completely." He bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much." He was very pleased. Then he continued his conversation with Mukunda. He was asking him, "So, Mukunda, you have cast so many pairs of karantalas from the ones I have brought, but I do not see any of the devotees with them." I chimed in and said, "Oh, Swamiji, that is because he is charging money." This was my conception of spiritual life: no eating, no money, nothing, everything neti. So Prabhupada said, "Oh, charging money is bad?" I was surprised. He said, "You must understand that anything that is used in the service of Krishna is not bad. It is good. Money is not bad if it is used in the proper way." This was my first lesson in real renunciation, real spiritual life. He then asked me to edit the first volume of Srimad Bhagavatam, correcting punctuation and grammar. I was so thrilled and enthusiastic. After leaving his room very shortly after we spoke, I immediately began to work. I was extremely excited about doing it. Līlāmṛta's main occupation was taking care of her baby daughter, Subhadra. She would treasure different incidents in which Prabhupada showed attention to her daughter. The first time he saw Subhadra on returning from India, he said, "She is very fortunate." And he quoted a verse from the Bhagavad Gita to the effect that the yogi who does not complete his practice has a chance to be born in a family of pious brahmanas. Another time, noticing that Subhadra was sleepy in his presence, Prabhupada remarked laughingly, "Yes, young children and old men must take a lot of rest." He also held the child several times and played with her. One time, when speaking to a room full of people, Prabhupada suddenly told Līlāmṛta that her daughter was very warm and that she should take off her sweater. He had been speaking on a philosophical topic and had interrupted himself. Others in the room were taken aback to see that Prabhupada was concerned about such a small child. When Prabhupada was leaving in a car to go to a speaking engagement, Līlāmṛta handed him a garland of narcissus flowers through the window of the car. He lowered his head in a humble way and said, "Thank you very much." She then handed him 3 narcissus flowers that had not been used in the garland. He took them and said, "Oh? And this is from your daughter?" Līlāmṛta laughed and said, "Yes, Swamiji," and he said, "Oh, very nice." Such thoughtful and clever remarks from Prabhupada about her daughter totally encouraged Līlāmṛta's Krishna consciousness. Krishna Dāsa, he was continually working on the Bhagavatam and would make dictaphone tapes that he would send to Satsvarūpa every other day in Boston. I remember one morning as I was going to work, Govinda Dāsa gave me this little package that was a tape with Satsvarūpa's address in Boston, and she asked me to mail it on my way to work. The address was on one side, and the stamps were on the other. Every day when I went to work, Prabhupada left his door open. So whenever I would go to work, I would pay my obeisances, or sometimes as I was walking by he would see me and ask me to come in, and he would give me a little prasadam. He would say, "Oh, you are off to work now? Good. I am glad you are steady." Then in the evening I would get off the train, which would stop right at Willard Street. Prabhupada's room overlooked the streetcar stop. Sometimes I would get off the streetcar, and Prabhupada would be looking down at me from his room, so I would pay my obeisances right there in the street, and he would nod. I would come in, and he would ask how the day was. So our relationship was very personal. I was never afraid of asking him if I had any difficulties. So when I was asked by Govinda Dāsa to mail this tape, I stopped in Prabhupada's room and told him that I noticed that the stamps were on one side and the address was on the other. "Are you sure there won't be any difficulty in the mailing?" I asked. He said, No, there won't be any difficulty. I've done it before." So I went out and I was getting ready when I noticed that the thing was stapled. I had been mailing jewelry all my life, and I never sent anything with staples, always a string or something in case the staples fell off. So again I knocked on the door and said, "Swamiji, I've got to apologize, I don't mean to disturb you, but it's stapled. Are you sure it doesn't have to be tied?" I was trying to be helpful, not critical. Maybe I was a little overly confident. So Swamiji said, No, it's all right." So I left. As I was putting my jacket on I saw that about 2 inches of the envelope was unstapled and the tape was open to view. You could actually squeeze the thing, and although it couldn't fall out, it was visible. So I walked back in the room and paid my obeisances and said, "Swamiji, you can see the tape inside." Prabhupada immediately hit his hand on the table loudly and yelled, "The spiritual master is never at fault. And even if he is, it's your duty as his disciple to do whatever he asks." He went on for at least half an hour about how one should be very observant of what the spiritual master says and not criticize. It was like he was saying, "I will be your spiritual master, and I will instruct you, but what can I do if you won't take my advice?" Dāsa also got a chance to shave Prabhupada's head. Not many of the devotees in those days wore the Vaisnava sika, the tuft of hair at the back of the head. Prabhupada had very little hair, but he did have a sika about 3 inches in diameter at the back of his head. Thinking that only the disciples wore the sika, Dāsa shaved off Prabhupada's sika. But Prabhupada only mentioned it mildly, "Oh, you have cut off my sika." On another occasion while shaving Prabhupada's head, Dāsa cut him, but Prabhupada didn't notice it. He was chanting the whole while. But when Upendra came in and saw a bit of blood on Prabhupada's head, he exclaimed. Prabhupada said, What? And put his hand to his head. "Oh, you've cut me," said Prabhupada. But that was all he said. Upendra later told Dāsa that he had committed a great offense. That evening Dāsa went to Prabhupada and mentioned the cut. "There is no difficulty," said Prabhupada. "You are just a little young yet. Young don't have a steady hand." There is a saying in India that a mother teaches her daughter-in-law by teaching her daughter. In other words, the mother will most readily give corrective instruction to her own daughter, but the instruction will apply equally to the less accessible daughter-in-law. Similarly, Prabhupada gave many instructions not only during class lectures but in daily dealings with his servants, such as Upendra. Any exchanges with the Ācārya are themselves teachings both by precept and example, and the whole world can benefit from hearing them. With Upendra, Prabhupada's instructions were often in response to Upendra's mistakes. Upendra followed Prabhupada everywhere. Once they were walking downstairs on the way to the temple, and Upendra, walking behind, called out to Prabhupada to get his attention. Prabhupada turned around on the stairs, raised his cane, and said, "I told you never to call from behind." On the way back from the temple, Upendra was supposed to carry Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam, eyeglasses, and karatalas. One evening Upendra got sidetracked talking with a guest, and when he returned to the house, Prabhupada was waiting for him. Govinda Dāsa warned Upendra that Prabhupada was angry at having to walk back to the house alone. Uttering apologies, Upendra entered his room. Prabhupada said, "Whenever you are to do something, do it nicely. Do not be irresponsible." One day Upendra was looking for Prabhupada within the apartment, and he went into Govinda Dāsa's room to ask her where Prabhupada was. As Upendra left Govinda Dāsa's room, he met Prabhupada coming down the hall. Later Prabhupada called him and told, "You are a brahmachari. You should not be in the same room alone with Govinda Dasi or any girl. Do not do like that in the future. When Govinda Dasi had to go to the doctor, Upendra, although having no experience, whimsically volunteered to take dictation from Prabhupada as Prabhupada answered his letters. Prabhupada began to dictate quickly, and Upendra immediately ran into trouble trying to write down his words. At the end of the letter, Prabhupada asked him to reread it, but Upendra couldn't read his own handwriting because it had been scribbled with such speed. Prabhupada looked at him incredulously, saying, "Why do you do things like that? You cannot read your own handwriting?" Upendra attempted to read but could not, and Prabhupada had to fill in the whole letter again, while Upendra wrote in the words that he had missed or could not read. One of Upendra's regular duties was to crush up rock sugar candy, which Prabhupada took in water as medicine. One evening, while Prabhupada watched him, Upendra put the crushed sugar candy in water and mixed it by pouring the water from one glass to another. Somehow a glass slipped from his hand, and in trying to catch it, he splashed it all over his head, face, and the front of his body. Prabhupada looked at him and simply said, "Go wash." "No, no," Upendra protested. "Let me finish making your medicine for you." As he continued his work, the sugar water thickened, leaving his hands, face, and arms sticky as the sugar hardened and crystallized. Prabhupada said nothing, but watched and accepted the service of his foolish but sincere disciple. Perhaps certain activities cannot be called instructions, they are simply lila. Upendra, at the Willard Street apartment, Prabhupada would sometimes go out on the back porch. It was very small and wasn't meant for walking, just for going down the back stairs 2 levels. But the people in the apartment below us had a little Pekingese dog that would bark at anyone who would come out above. The dog would run up the stairs to the next platform below and yap away with a shrill bark. Prabhupada would go out and stand on the little porch, inciting the dog's barking, and then ignore the dog. Then all of a sudden he would turn to the dog, raise his hands, and make a scary face. The Pekingese would become very frightened and would whimper and run down the stairs, while Prabhupada would laugh. He did this a number of times, like a young boy. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 57 Opening a temple in Los Angeles, January 6, 1968. The building at 5364 West Pico Boulevard was a small storefront in a middle-class black neighborhood of Los Angeles. With his key, Aniruddha opened the rear door, and Śrīla Prabhupada entered, followed by a few disciples. The room was stark. A Brij print of Lord Krishna sat atop the altar, which was no more than 2 orange crates covered with an old mattress. A tambura and a mrong on end stood in one corner, and a curtain hung over the front window. Prabhupada's seat, a simple raised platform, was the only furniture. Prabhupada, dressed in saffron robes and walking with a cane, crossed the room, opened the front door, and stepped outside. Glancing up and down the street, he saw small, run-down houses. It was a quiet, out-of-the-way neighborhood, unlike the more vital locations his disciples had found in San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury and Manhattan's Lower East Side. But it was a place in Los Angeles, a start. Prabhupada stepped back inside and shut the door. Aniruddha, Dayananda, his wife Nandarani, and their 3-week-old daughter Chandramukhi were there, the members of the Los Angeles Temple. Several other devotees who had driven down a few days earlier from San Francisco were also there and stood anxiously around Prabhupada, waiting to hear what he would say. Prabhupada looked around carefully. "All right," he said, "let us have kirtana." And picking up the mranga, he sat down on the small platform while his disciples sat down before him on the floor. No sooner had he begun to play, however, when Janaki rushed over to him, carrying the tambura. "Swamiji," she said, "you can't play the drum. You're not well enough. Play this." Her reprimand was motherly. Prabhupada was 72 and only 6 months ago had been hospitalized after a heart attack and stroke. He had only recently returned from India, where he had gone to recuperate. Naturally his disciples were concerned about his health. "All right." Prabhupada smiled, trading instruments with Janaki. "Then I will play tambura." As Śrīla Prabhupada softly plucked the metal strings, his disciples clapped the 1-2-3 rhythm. Prabhupada chanted, "Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare." With his traditional Bengali melody he led the singing, joining with his disciples on the chorus. As Prabhupada's disciples sat earnestly chanting before him, some of them looking up to him, others singing with eyes closed, he looked at each disciple. Nervous, timid Aniruddha was there, he blushed easily, and his bespectacled eyes squinted when he smiled. Tall, lean Dayananda was there, he had a good job as a computer technician for RCA. and he was giving $200 monthly to support the temple he and his wife had started. Śrīla Prabhupāda had been in India when Dayananda and Nandarani had moved to Los Angeles and found this little storefront. Immediately, they had written to him about the new temple and the warm, sunny Los Angeles climate, which they said would be good for his health. He had expressed his eagerness to join them. I am pleased that our desire is fulfilled by the grace of Lord Krishna. Your specific duty is to chant and hear the transcendental name of the Lord, read some passages from my English version of the Srimad Bhagavatam and Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Jatopanishad, and explain them as far as possible as you have heard from me. Any devotee who has developed genuine love for Krishna can also explain the truth about Krishna because Krishna helps such sincere devotees seated in his heart. Dayananda and Nandarani had written to Prabhupada that people in Los Angeles weren't as receptive as in San Francisco and New York, but Prabhupada had assured them that if they chanted with devotion, success would come. Krishna would help them. In his room at the Radha Damodara temple in Vrindavana, Prabhupada had meditated on sending young men and women like Dayananda and Nandarani all over the world to open Krishna-conscious centers. Despite old age and ill health, this was his life's ambition, his single dominating desire. And in whatever time he had left, he wanted to establish the Krishna consciousness movement worldwide. His success in America over the past 2 years had given him hope. Mukunda had begun a temple in San Francisco, Kirtanananda had begun one in Montreal, Satsvarūpa in Boston, Subala in Santa Fe, and Brahmananda had stayed in New York. These temples were storefronts only, and the leaders young, inexperienced men. But the Western youth were showing interest. There was great potential. After the Kirtana, Dayananda drove Prabhupada to his apartment 2 miles away. It was small, a front room, a kitchenette, a back room with a tiny bathroom, and noisy. Aniruddha had arranged for Gaurasundara and his wife, Govinda Dasi, who were acting as Prabhupada's servant and secretary, to stay in the front room. Prabhupada said his health was still not good. His sleep was often disturbed, and he spoke of a gong 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 sound in his head. He had occasional headaches and a ringing in his left ear. An Ayurvedic doctor in India had told him to take cinnamon buds, and he had seen a doctor in San Francisco. But the doctor's prescriptions had not helped. I may inform you in that connection that I am at the present moment physically unfit. I am having always a buzzing sound in my brain. I cannot sleep at night, but still I am working because I try to be on my position of spiritual platform. Prabhupada was in good spirits, however, despite his age and lingering sickness. He appeared strong, and 6 months in India had tanned him a golden, healthy hue. He always sat straight and smiled often. He walked with a cane, yet upright, with a quick step, tiring his young disciples who attempted to keep up with him. He even mentioned that if his inability to sleep continued, he would have more time for writing his books. Gone was the mindlessness of his young followers who had previously thought that Swamiji, because he was a pure devotee, should be let to do any strenuous activities he liked, working all night or singing and playing the mranga for hours in the park. Now the devotees had become concerned and protective, trying always to arrange for his ease, suggesting when they thought something was too strenuous for him. Usually, however, Prabhupada would give the last word on what he would or would not do. When Yamuna and Janaki arrived from San Francisco, they decided that if Swamiji were to get well he would require a special diet. So they devised a regimen featuring small servings of boiled vegetables without salt, spices, or ghee. At first Prabhupada gently submitted to their requests. But on trying their meals, he commented, "These vegetables are nasty. They are not fit for eating." After 3 days, when Govinda Dasi told him of some new reductions in his diet, he roared, "Let the starvation committee go to hell. You feed me." Again Prabhupada began taking his regular lunch, dal, rice, chapatis, and a couple of sabjis with ghee. One day when Govinda Dasi brought him his lunch, he commented, "Oh, this is very nice. When I was in India everyone told me, 'Oh, Swamiji, you cannot go to America. You will starve there. They have no food. They eat only meats and potatoes.' So I said, 'What is that? I shall live on bread and potatoes. There is no problem. I can survive on bread and potatoes.' So I was thinking like that when I came to your country, that I shall live on bread and potatoes. But now I have come here, and Krishna is so kind. He has not only given me everything in the way of nice food, but you are also cooking all sorts of nice vegetable preparations, chapatis, dal, rice. Everything is there. So this is Krishna's kindness." Although when Prabhupada had first arrived in America he had been alone and had a difficulty finding even a single sincere person, now he was surrounded by sincere students eager to learn from him. Still, He accepted this new position in the same spirit as he had accepted the lonely months in New York City. He was doing his beloved duty to his spiritual master, writing books, seeking to engage others in the Krishna consciousness mission, and speaking about Krishna always. Sometimes, as Prabhupada would shuffle through the apartment in his slippers, he would see Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi seated at the kitchen table practicing their first lessons in the Bengali alphabet. He had given them a Bengali verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita to memorize, and regularly he would drill them to see if they knew it. Vanda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Nityanandau Sahoditau Gaudade Puspavantau Sitrao Samdao Tamo Nutau. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Krishna Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, who are like the sun and the moon. They have arisen simultaneously on the horizon of Gauda to dissipate the darkness of ignorance and thus wonderfully bestow benediction upon all. Looking over their shoulders, Prabhupada remarked, "This is very nice. Just like a child is learning to write. His writing may not be perfect. It may be crooked or imperfect. But the teacher wants to see that the students are trying. It doesn't matter how well they are doing, but just that they are fully engaged. So it is just like our service to Krishna. What can we do for Krishna? Krishna is everything. He doesn't need our service. But he wants to see that we are trying a little bit to give him service. That is the whole idea." It was only 4 days after Prabhupada's arrival. He had just risen from an afternoon's rest, walked into the front room, and there was Subala. Prabhupada was surprised. Subala was supposed to be in Santa Fe. "My wife has left me," Subala burst out. And a sad tale followed. Subala told how he had left his wife, Krishna Devi Dasi, alone at the Santa Fe temple for a few days and gone to New York to visit his parents. Meanwhile, Krishna Devi had run away with a boy who had been visiting the temple, and she had decided to stay with him and give up her husband. "Don't worry," Prabhupada told Subala, "everything will be all right. I will write a letter to Krishna Devi and tell her to come back to you. You can go back to Santa Fe tomorrow, and everything will be all right." Subala left the next morning for Santa Fe, and Prabhupada, although calm in Subala's presence, began to show deep disturbance over the sordid affair. Krishna Devi was his disciple, and he had performed the sacred marriage ceremony for her and Subala. He had asked them to be an ideal couple, cooperating together in Krishna consciousness. Together they had gone to start the center in New Mexico. "Don't be discouraged," he told them. "Even though no one may come to hear you, still you chant and hear." But now Krishna Devi had simply left the temple and her husband. When Subala arrived in Santa Fe, he found that Krishna Devi and her boyfriend, Randy, had left town. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Prabhupada received a letter from Krishna Devi. She said she wanted to stay in Krishna consciousness, but with her new boyfriend. "This is all nonsense," Prabhupada exclaimed. "I will simply go back to Vrindavana and sit and chant Hare Krishna. Why should I do this? Why should I deal with this quarrel between husband and wife? This is not the business of a sannyasi." Prabhupada wrote a letter to Krishna Devi in care of the Santa Fe temple. "Your recent activities have been very much upsetting to each and every member of our society. I never expected that you shall act in this way. If you love me at all and Krishna at all, you should immediately return back, either to me or to your husband without delay. In your letter it is understood that you are repenting. You have done a great mistake. Come back and everything will be all right." To Subala, Prabhupada wrote, "I am very sorry to learn about your present plight. You must be feeling a great shock for the separation, but there is a great lesson also. Anyway, if you are feeling too heavy-hearted, you may come here and live with me for some time. I hope I shall be able to ease your heaviness." But before Prabhupada's letter arrived, Subala had already left Santa Fe for Los Angeles, thinking, "I can't take this anymore. I'm going back to Swamiji." Sitting on his porch taking his noontime massage, Prabhupada suddenly saw Subala, looking more miserable than ever, coming up the sidewalk. "Subala," Prabhupada called out, remaining seated. Subala approached and offered obeisances before Śrīla Prabhupada, who sat in the California sunshine and dressed only in an Indian gamcha, while Gaurasundara massaged him with mustard oil. "You did not get my letter?" Prabhupada asked. "No," Subala replied. "Yes." Prabhupada nodded. "You have got my letter. I have written you and told you that if you are feeling too heavy-hearted, you may come here and live with me for some time." Subala, "So I moved into the crowded front room of Swamiji's apartment. I slept in the living room, right outside of Swamiji's room, and there was only a curtain separating us. At night I could hear him dictating Srimad Bhagavatam. He asked me to carve some Radha Krishna deities for him. I had already carved some Jagannath deities, and now Swamiji said he wanted Radha Krishna deities carved. So I bought a block of mahogany and began carving Radha Krishna. Prabhupada received word from Ray Rama in New York that his editing of the Bhagavad Gita manuscript was nearing completion. When Prabhupada read Ray Rama's letter, he exploded, "Nearing completion. I heard this before I started for India." Ray Rama's slow editing was delaying the manuscript too much. Although the contract with Macmillan Company had already been signed, the manuscript had still not been submitted. Seeing Ray Rama's editing as a perpetual delay, Prabhupada decided Ray Rama should immediately stop all other duties and come to Los Angeles. After a few days, Ray Rama arrived. He, too, settled into the crowded front room of Swamiji's tiny apartment, picking a corner for himself where he could work on the Bhagavad Gita manuscript. After having spoken in the temple in Swamiji's presence one night, Ray Rama rode home to the devotees in New York. Although his health is delicate, he is not to be held back. After all that activity last night, he continued talking to us when we returned, and then got up at 2:30 a.m. this morning and worked for 3 hours. He just returned now from a 2.5-mile morning walk. So he's not exactly weak or failing. And if we say anything to check him, he tells that this life has no value if it is not used for Krishna. Last week Gargamuni was telling Swamiji that he sometimes dreams of how to sell things, and Swamiji said that he also dreams of preaching. But he told us last night that when he's speaking of Krishna there is no pain. One day on a walk, Prabhupada discovered a special place across the street from his apartment. There on a neighbor's front lawn stood a broad, tall tree. Taking a few disciples with him, Prabhupada went over and sat down beneath the tree. On a warm Los Angeles afternoon, this was a great but simple luxury, sitting in the pleasant sunny atmosphere beneath the shade tree. Ray Rama considered the occasion something to write to the devotees in New York about. This afternoon I took a stroll to the temple, which is some distance away, and when I returned I found Swamiji crossing the street from his house, accompanied by Gaurasundara. So I trailed them, up close. Swamiji took his seat under a big oak tree which grows close by our house across the street. "Meditation under a tree is very nice," he said after a few minutes. As we sat there, other devotees came and joined us, all sitting around Swamiji on some unknown person's lawn, under their tree. Therefore, in former times, sages used to seat themselves under trees and teach. I know that I am a worthless fool. Here I sit at Swamiji's feet, and my tears aren't flowing or my heart breaking with joy. But even for a fool, Swamiji's presence is intoxicating in the extreme. Swamiji said that saintly persons in India often sat under trees and even lived there with no other shelter. The 6 Goswamis, who wrote books under the order of Lord Chaitanya, lived this way in Vrindavana, staying each night under a different tree and compiling sublime Sanskrit literatures. Hearing Swamiji speak on such transcendental subjects in this setting fit perfectly the devotees' ideal notions of the Guru beneath an ancient towering banyan tree in India. It didn't seem to them that they were sitting in an ordinary neighborhood of Los Angeles. Often Aniruddha would return to the apartment after shopping or errands, and he would see from afar this gorgeous-looking, saffron-robed person sitting there on the grassy lawn. One day as Subala, Govinda Dasi, Ray Rama, and others sat with Prabhupada in the shade, Prabhupada observed a pair of white butterflies. "Just see these worms," he said, pointing to the butterflies. "Here also there is husband and wife. The whole world is in this bondage." Knowing Subala was still lamenting, Prabhupada continued to speak about the topic on both their minds. "It is not so wonderful that Krishna Devi has left," he said. "What is wonderful is that we are able to stay and serve Krishna. The Maya is so strong. It is Krishna's divine energy. And for someone to actually stay engaged in Krishna's service is very rare. The living entity is practically helpless under the sway of Maya's power and can only cry out to Krishna for help. But we have to pray at every moment that the power of Maya does not disturb us." Subala continued to live with Prabhupada, cooking for him, tending to his personal needs, and carving deities of Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada wrote Krishna Devi again. "Your husband Shriman Subaldas is living with me very peacefully, and he is carving Radha and Krishna from hardwood. So this life of material existence is just like hardwood, and if we can carve Krishna out of it, that is the success of our life. So, at any circumstance, you must not forget Krishna. I love you with my heart and therefore I gave you the name Krishna Devi Dasi. Don't forget Krishna even for a single moment, chant Hare Krishna loudly or slowly as it may be convenient. But don't forget to chant the holy name. I hope everything will be alright as soon as you come here with Randy, and I am awaiting your arrival with great interest." One day after a walk, Prabhupada told Aniruddha that Los Angeles reminded him of Bombay and that he wanted to build a very big temple in Los Angeles. Although Aniruddha was not one to endeavor hard for building a big temple, Prabhupada still told him his vision. Another day Prabhupada called Aniruddha in and showed him the deity of Radha and Krishna that Gaurasundara and Subala had carved. Prabhupada's eyes were shining. "I want to have Radha Krishna deities in everyone's home," he said. Aniruddha was amazed by the joyful expression on Prabhupada's face. "What can I do?" Aniruddha asked. "I want you to go to different foundries and find out the cost of casting deities." Aniruddha and Subala then phoned and visited various foundries in the Los Angeles area, returning with information. But their investigations were unbusinesslike and not well thought out. Knowing this, Prabhupada smiled and asked, "So, what intelligent news do you have for me today?" Aniruddha knew Prabhupada was criticizing him, but he could only giggle in return. He loved it. One morning Aniruddha went to see Prabhupada with what he considered a frightening story. Before dawn he had been out in the park collecting eucalyptus twigs for Prabhupada to use as toothbrushes. He had been standing on a park bench cutting the branch of a tree with his knife when a police car had suddenly pulled up and a policeman had rushed out of the car. "What are you doing?" the policeman demanded. Aniruddha explained that he was getting toothbrushes for his spiritual master. The policeman had said, "Don't you know that these trees belong to the city? They belong to the people of California." He had said that Aniruddha could be arrested for carrying an open knife. When he had asked Aniruddha what was in the bag around his neck, Aniruddha had shown him his beads. The policeman had then asked if Aniruddha had come from a mental institution. Prabhupada smiled to hear the story and inquired, "Did you ask him if he was crazy?" Govinda Dasi had been complaining to Aniruddha that Swamiji's apartment was too noisy and crowded and that there were no private bathroom facilities for Swamiji. She kept insisting Aniruddha find a better place. Aniruddha, however, was getting only $200 a month from Dayananda, and with Prabhupada plus so many visitors, there was a financial strain. "Swamiji is very uncomfortable," Govinda Dasi nagged. But Aniruddha didn't know what to do. When Aniruddha asked Prabhupada if the place was all right, he said it was. Aniruddha explained that more devotees were eager to visit from San Francisco and would probably want to stay in the apartment. "Personally," Prabhupada said, "I have no suggestion myself. It is up to them, whatever they decide." Prabhupada had his translating to do, but he also wanted to see his disciples. For Aniruddha, however, the prospect of more devotees coming to visit was a cause of anxiety. Finally, he and Dayananda found a larger apartment for Swamiji. The new apartment was 4 rooms over a private garage in the rear of an apartment complex. Aniruddha painted, and some of the other devotees helped prepare the apartment as comfortably as possible for Prabhupada. Then they moved him in. The landlord, a small Japanese man, came by and, seeing Prabhupada seated on the floor behind his trunk, asked, "Where's your furniture?" He seemed suspicious. Prabhupada smiled, thanked him, and said it was all right. "We can sit down anywhere," Prabhupada explained. "We are mendicant." But after leaving, the landlord kept standing outside on the landing, peeking through the window. "Tell him to go away," Prabhupada said to Aniruddha. At the temple during the evening program, Śrīla Prabhupada would sometimes ask one of his disciples to speak after the kirtana. Dayananda, one night as I was driving Swamiji to the temple, he asked me to speak. I immediately thought I would rather not. Although in Swamiji's absence his other disciples had given talks, I had never given even an informal talk. So I told Swamiji I preferred to hear him speak, but he said he preferred to hear me. So it was settled. At the temple we had kirtana as usual, and then I began to speak. I was speaking on the validity of God, trying to prove that God's existence was logical and scientifically reasonable. Such a talk should have been given with reference to the Vedic literature, but my fund of knowledge was not embellished by verses from the scripture, nor was it even adequately based on basic Krishna conscious philosophy. I was aware that my talk wasn't adequate, a fact that Prabhupada himself brought home in the sweetest possible way. When at one point I made a mistake and said the wrong thing altogether, Prabhupada matter-of-factly interrupted, explaining the point I had misstated. He then motioned me to go on. I continued without any loss of face. I was being corrected in public, but without the embarrassment that a chastisement might cause. Swamiji's correction was always based on love and sincerity, in relation to the goal rather than to the ego. On the appearance day of Śrīla Prabhupada's spiritual master, Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, Prabhupada gathered some of his disciples, Aniruddha, Govinda Dasi, Gaurasundara, Nandarani, and a boy named Sankarsana, for a special celebration. In the kitchen of his apartment, Prabhupada cooked a feast for his spiritual master. Nandarani brought flowers, and Prabhupada led the devotees in a ceremony of offering flowers and chanting prayers in honor of Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. Nandarani, I had my daughter, Candramukhi, With me then. She was about 2 months old and was sitting very quietly in a little basket in a corner of the room. After the ceremony, Swamiji gathered a handful of flowers, walked over to the basket where Chandramukhi was lying, and placed the flowers around her head. He smiled and said, "One day I will take you to India with me." After the feast the devotees followed Prabhupada into his room. He sat at his desk and read letters aloud to the small gathering of his disciples seated on the floor before him. The letters were of appreciation. And these letters became Srila Prabhupada's offering to his spiritual master. Prabhupada read aloud statements like, "We really like chanting. We're happy since we met you. We're trying to teach other people how to chant Hare Krishna," simple sentiments. Reading the letters, Prabhupada became very happy. He then put the letters along with the flowers before the picture of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. Then looking at Nandarani, he asked, "Have you become happy since you have been chanting Hare Krishna?" "Oh, yes," Nandarani replied, "my life is wonderful." Looking at the others, Prabhupada asked, "And what about you? Do you feel more satisfied since you have been chanting Hare Krishna?" They all answered yes. "Then I have only one request," Prabhupada continued. "Whatever happiness you have felt, you simply tell someone else about that. That is all you have to do. You don't need to teach anything. You don't need to teach the philosophy. You just explain to people that because you chant Hare Krishna you have become happy, and if they chant, they will become happy. Then I will be satisfied, and my spiritual master will be satisfied." As Srila Prabhupada entered the storefront one evening, he was surprised to find Umapati there to greet him. Umapati had left Krishna consciousness almost a year ago, and Prabhupada had not seen him since. Spontaneously, Prabhupada went forward and embraced Umapati. A few months before, Umapati had written, indicating that he was thinking of returning, so his arrival was not a complete surprise to Srila Prabhupada. As Prabhupada took his seat, he asked Umapati about the devotees in New York. Briefly Prabhupada reminisced how he had begun his movement in New York and how boys like Umapati had helped him. Later that evening, back at the apartment, Prabhupada expressed sadness that some of his disciples had left Krishna consciousness. He told Umapati that when the wife of one of the sannyasi disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had forcibly dragged her husband away, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati had shed tears over his inability to save the disciple. A disciple, due to Maya's influence, may fall away, Prabhupada said, but the spiritual master will never forsake him. Umapati had left Krishna consciousness because of intellectual doubts. Having been an eclectic follower of Buddhism, he had objected to Prabhupada's explanations of Buddhism. On leaving Krishna consciousness, however, he had simply returned to his old job in a radio station, grown back his beard, and reverted to his old habits. "Whenever I saw someone doing something wrong, like eating meat," Umapati explained to Prabhupada, "I would think, my spiritual master said this is bad. When you think like that," Prabhupada said, "your life at once becomes sublime." Several other devotees entered Prabhupada's room as Prabhupada talked. As a person becomes more Krishna conscious, Prabhupada explained, he becomes concerned not to cause suffering to other living beings. He doesn't want to cause suffering, even to a small insect. "Don't you feel?" Prabhupada asked, imploring them with his eyes to understand the non-violence of the devotee. Seeing that Prabhupada was almost constantly occupied by various disciples, līlāmṛta, one of the girls visiting from San Francisco, decided not to take up her spiritual master's time unnecessarily. Prabhupada noticed her frequent absence from the gatherings at his apartment. When she finally visited him, he asked her, "Why are you not coming?" "Oh, Swamiji," līlāmṛta said, "you must do your translating work. I don't think you're getting your work done." "No, you don't know?" Prabhupada corrected her mistake. "Don't you know my disciples are my work?" Prabhupada said he would go to as many speaking engagements as Aniruddha could obtain. Aniruddha got engagements, but there were many difficulties. On 2 occasions, Prabhupada, Sabala, and Aniruddha were on their way to an engagement at a college when their car broke down. Another time, a policeman arrested Sabala for not having a driver's license, and Prabhupada, accompanied by his servant, had to walk back to his apartment. At an engagement at the UCLA Student Center, not a single student attended. Prabhupada sat waiting for 10 minutes and then turned to Aniruddha, "So, what happened?" At an outdoor engagement at Long Beach State College, there was no seat for Prabhupada, and Aniruddha had to run and find an umbrella to shade Prabhupada from the sun. "Aniruddha, this is not very nice," Prabhupada remarked from the podium. But there were successes also. Mukunda Dāsa arranged for Prabhupada to appear on national television on the Lake Crane Show. He also arranged for Prabhupada to appear on the Joe Pine Show, as well as on several radio programs. And Life magazine featured Prabhupada's picture and an accompanying story as part of an article, The Year of the Guru. Although ENG was prepared to arrange preaching engagements for Prabhupada for as long as he would stay, the devotees in San Francisco, New York, Montreal, and Boston had repeatedly asked Prabhupada to visit them. He had gone to India in July 1967, returning to San Francisco December 14. He had stayed in San Francisco 3 weeks and in Los Angeles 2 months. So while his disciples in San Francisco and Los Angeles had seen him, the others had been waiting for more than 8 months. It was time to move on. On March 7, the day Prabhupada left Los Angeles, he thanked ENG for his service in maintaining the center. "Despite my ill health," he said, "I was very comfortably situated. Krishna will bless you." "Actually, what did I do?" ENG replied. "Everything was a mistake. All the engagements were messed up." "No," Prabhupada said, "that's all right. You tried your best." As Prabhupada was leaving for the airport, he had to walk from his apartment to the car. It was raining, and he had no umbrella or raincoat. Govinda Dāsa frantically ran into the bathroom, tore down the shower curtain, and wrapped it around her spiritual master to protect him from the rain. Prabhupada had unlimited plans for expansion. A big city like Los Angeles deserved a big temple, organized distribution of books on Krishna consciousness, and sophisticated cultural programs. And there should be deities of Radha and Krishna in every home. Yet while enthusiastically planning to make everyone and everything Krishna conscious, Prabhupada waited patiently to see if a stray disciple like Krishna Devi would return. Prabhupada was ready to appear on television or meet boldly with any challenger or travel anywhere in the world, and yet he allowed Govinda Dāsa to cover him with a shower curtain against the rain. The Los Angeles temple would become a great Krishna-conscious success only with hard work and sincerity. And that, Prabhupada knew, would take time. His disciples were not yet so well trained as to make formidable advances for Krishna against the forces of Maya. Yet by his staying for 2 months in Los Angeles, he was strengthening his disciples' Krishna consciousness. And they would continue to progress. ISKCON LA was now a little stronger. A few devotees were going to stay and help. He would come back when they had done more. San Francisco, March 8, 1968. Śrīla Prabhupada flew from Los Angeles to San Francisco. After the slower pace of the Los Angeles center, the activities in San Francisco encouraged Prabhupada. "I think San Francisco Center has been very much sanctified by unalloyed devotional service of the members here. As soon as there are sincere devotees, immediately the situation changes favorably." The morning and evening meetings drew crowds of interested young people, and Śrīla Prabhupada observed, dancing in ecstasy is often exhibited to the transcendental pleasure of everyone present. Prabhupada was witnessing the success of the Sankirtana movement. He had planted the seed, and now the plant of Krishna Bhakti was flowering. To revisit his center and see that his disciples, by sincerely following his orders, were advancing in Krishna consciousness increased Prabhupada's bliss and satisfaction. He was witnessing the power of Kirtana to transform the fallen souls. And to see his smile of approval increased the ecstasy of the devotees. Guru Dāsa showed Prabhupada slides of the Krishna deity Prabhupada had named Mahasaya. One picture showed Mahasaya shortly after the devotees had obtained him from an import store and placed him in the temple. Other slides showed Mahasaya after the devotees had been regularly worshipping him and offering him food. As Prabhupada viewed the slides, he began to chuckle. "I think the deity has changed." Guru Dāsa reviewed the slides. Sure enough, Mahasaya had become bluer and plumper. "Has he been painted or anything?" Umapati asked. Guru Dāsa said they hadn't done anything to him. "You have been taking care of him," Prabhupada affirmed. Bhakti Yoga was a scientific law. As one approached Krishna, he reciprocated. Wherever Prabhupada's disciples were following the process carefully, he saw the improvement. Krishna consciousness, he said, was a treatment of the diseased soul by medicine and diet. The medicine was chanting Hare Krishna, and the diet was prasadam. If one followed this program, he would be rejuvenated. If one neglected it, he would relapse. Śrīla Prabhupada found both health and illness. Upendra, Prabhupada's personal servant in San Francisco, came before Prabhupada crying. He said he couldn't overcome his sex urge. He had engaged in illicit sex. When he asked if Krishna forgives offenses, Prabhupada consoled him, "Yes, Krishna forgives." Upendra asked if he could overcome his lust by getting married. "No, you are too young," Prabhupada said. "You should stay away from rich food. Eat starvishly." He told Upendra to take unspiced dal and chapatis without butter. After a few weeks in San Francisco, Śrīla Prabhupada flew to New York. where the devotees greeted him with a grand airport reception. A city newspaper ran an article, "Guru Returns." The New York Center at 26 2nd Avenue had improved, and there were new faces and enthusiastic kirtanas. Here are many new flower-like young boys and girls, and they are also much interested in Krishna consciousness very seriously. I am surprised at their great enthusiasm, and I am very happy amongst them. Prabhupada stayed in his old rooms at 26 2nd Avenue. Although there had been talk of getting him another residence, everything had been too expensive. Prabhupada had assured Brahmananda, "I would like to stay in my apartment. If it is silent and solitary, I feel pleasure to live there, better than elsewhere." Although Śrīla Prabhupada's plans were to stay in New York less than 2 weeks, he talked of staying longer, if his disciples could arrange for him to work steadily at his translating and would help him publish his books one after another. Prabhupada had written Brahmananda, "I want to sit down tightly with some assistants and spend the rest of my time translating Srimad Bhagavatam and other books, and train students to do preaching on the outside. So, from now on, I would like to speak only at very important engagements, and for most engagements, have my students preach. All of you must learn to preach, and for me, my most important preaching work is to finish up the Srimad Bhagavatam. So please try to make arrangement like this, as it is very important that my books be finished, as soon as possible." One day, while Prabhupada was sitting in his room receiving his massage, he began talking and laughing. As he sat on the floor with one leg tucked under his body and one leg outstretched before him, he told the 2 or 3 devotees present how Krishna, carrying the lunch his mother had packed for him, would go to the forest with his cowherd boyfriends, who were also carrying lunches from home. Krishna and his friends would all sit together sharing their lunch, and Krishna always had the best lattice and kakoras. Prabhupada's eyes flashed, and he rubbed his hands together, smiling. "I simply want to go to Krishnalika so I can have some of Krishna's laddu and kakoras. I do not have any great diversion from this. I simply want to go there so that I can enjoy eating lattice and kakoras with Krishna and the cowherd boys." Opening his eyes widely, he glanced at Devananda, who was massaging him, and at the others in the room. "Oh," he said to them, "if you will give me lattice and kakoras, then I will bless you." "Swamiji, please teach us how to make lattice and kakoras," the devotees replied excitedly. "We will definitely make them for you." "Yes," Prabhupada assured them, "I shall show you. I shall teach you." And he went on talking in a jovial way. Newcomers in New York wanted to be initiated. One boy had seen Prabhupada's picture in Life magazine, cut it out, and put it in his high school locker. A boy named Jay, after having read about Prabhupada and the devotees in Evergreen Review, had visited the temple and found that everyone was devoted to Prabhupada. Some disciples whom Prabhupada had initiated by mail, like Indira and Dikayani, 2 sisters still in high school and living at home, were meeting their spiritual master for the first time. Prabhupada initiated all the eligible newcomers. The day before Prabhupada left for Boston, he lectured at the New York State University at Stony Brook, a 2-hour drive from the temple. Brahmananda, the engagement was in a huge auditorium with rows of seats. And the house was full. The bleachers were completely packed when we came in. It was dark, just some spotlights on us and everything else was dark. The rows of seats went back and up, and we could hardly see the audience. First we held kirtana and then Prabhupada spoke. As Prabhupada was speaking, we could hear the sound of chairs popping up as the students were getting up and leaving. But Prabhupada just went right on lecturing, as if he weren't aware of it. By the time the lecture was over, there were only about 24 people left. After the program, the devotees discovered that the car Prabhupada was supposed to ride in had already left. A student stepped forward, however, and offered his Triumph sports car, a tiny 2-seater. Prabhupada didn't like the car, but it was the only thing available. So Brahmananda drove Prabhupada back to Manhattan. Around midnight, Prabhupada dozed while Brahmananda speeded, hurrying to get back to the temple as soon as possible. Prabhupada was dozing peacefully when Brahmananda hit a large pothole, and Prabhupada struck his head on the metal bar on the roof of the car. When finally they returned to the Lower East Side, it was past midnight, and there would only be a few hours for resting before Prabhupada would have to catch his 9 a.m. flight to Boston. Although Prabhupada rose that morning on schedule, most of the devotees were still asleep when he left his apartment. At the airport, Prabhupada commented that his disciples, rather than simply praising him, should try to follow his example and rise early. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 58 A Visit to Boston Boston May 1968 The apartment was near the elevated train line in a rough lower-class neighborhood of Boston. But it was the best Satsvarūpa could afford. Just before Śrīla Prabhupāda had left for India on July 24, 1967, He had sent Satsvarūpa here to Boston, affectionately rubbing his hand up and down Satsvarūpa's back as a blessing. At first Satsvarūpa had been alone, working full-time at the welfare department, hoping to find a storefront suitable for a center. Then Hamsadutta and his wife, Himavati, had joined him, as had Jajurani, who had been having difficulty doing her artwork in the New York temple. Hamsadutta cooked, Himavati helped him and did the house cleaning, Jajurani painted, and Satsvarūpa went to his job. On Sundays they would chant on the Boston Common. In September Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote from Vrindavana, expressing pleasure that even in his absence his disciples had opened a Krishna consciousness center in Boston. "Physically I may be present or not," he wrote, "but the work must continue. Kindly make the Boston Center very nice." He closed, "The prospect there is very good due to the large number of students." The Boston devotees considered Prabhupada's letter very important, and as they studied and quoted the letter, it strengthened their convictions. While cooking, Hamsadutta would think about what Prabhupada had said in his letter. Satsvarūpa would meditate on the letter while riding to work on the train and chanting on his beads. And the women, who sometimes quarreled, usually about why Jajurani didn't keep her room clean, would improve the quality of their conversation by referring to Prabhupada's recent letter. After a couple of months in Boston, Satsvarūpa found a tiny storefront for rent. Even before he was able to get a key and see inside, he wrote Prabhupada about the little storefront situated among student apartment buildings near Boston University. When Satsvarūpa had gained entrance to the storefront for the first time, he had come alone and had checked out the bare front room, the basement, and the oil burner. Just as he was about to leave, however, he spotted a blue aerogram on the floor. Although it lay only a few feet from the door, he hadn't noticed it on entering. Picking the aerogram up, he saw that it was from Swamiji in Calcutta. It was as if Swamiji were there to greet him, a miracle. As Satsvarūpa tore open the blue aerogram, he considered how it had traveled from hand to hand, originating with Swamiji in his room in Calcutta, and had flown to America, mixed in with thousands of other letters in a large mail bag, and had been separated and brought here to a building where no one lived. Yet the mailman had put it through the chute, and it had glided a few feet and landed on the floor, where it had sat for days. This was, of course, no more than the miracle of the postal service. But what the postman could not have possibly appreciated was that so much was being carried in that lightweight aerogram. Sitting on the window shelf, Satsvarūpa read Swamiji's words. "I can understand that you have secured a very nice place in Boston and there is very good possibility of pushing our movement amongst the student community there. Our movement is certainly very much appealing to the younger section of your country, and if we are successful in the matter of attracting the students' community in your country, certainly this movement will scatter all over the world, and the foretelling of Lord Chaitanya that in every village and every town of the world the Lord will be famous for his glorious Sankirtana movement. Please try for this with your heart and soul and your life will be a successful mission." Satsvarūpa took the letter as confirmation that they should take this building. But as there was little space and no hot water, and as Himavati was pregnant, Hamsadutta decided to move with his wife to the Montreal temple. At the same time, however, another disciple, Pradyumna, moved to Boston. So Satsvarūpa, Jajurani, and Pradyumna moved into the little storefront. Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote Satsvarūpa from India, asking him to try and get him an appointment as a lecturer at a university in Boston. Such an appointment, Prabhupada reasoned, would enable him to easily obtain permanent residency in the U.S. Satsvarūpa went first to Harvard, where administrators and faculty members simply sent him from office to office. Although some of them seemed curious to hear about the learned Swami, his books, and his mission, none seriously considered endorsing the Swami as a member of the Harvard faculty. Satsvarūpa continued, however, walking from office to office, wrapped in thought of Swamiji, praying to be a better and more effectual disciple. Keenly he felt the lack of appreciation of these educators for that person who was actually the most valuable teacher of all. A famous Sanskrit professor, in his cubbyhole within the Widener Library, gave half an hour to hearing from Satsvarūpa about the Swami and talking to him about the Vedas. But the professor was unable to sign a letter requesting that the Swami come to America. Finally, after several days at Harvard, Satsvarūpa managed to reserve a hall in a fraternity house for a single evening in November. The most difficult part was to persuade the house clerk to type a letter on the fraternity's letterhead acknowledging that Swami Bhaktivedanta would lecture at the hall for one night in November. Although it was only a tiny victory, Satsvarūpa was pleased nevertheless. He sent the Harvard letter to Swamiji, who gratefully acknowledged it but added that an appointment as lecturer would have been better. November came, and Swamiji was still in India. So Satsvarūpa, Pradyumna, and Jajurani attended the engagement themselves, handling lively debates with the students. The Harvard Crimson printed a picture of the devotees, describing them as prophets. Srila Prabhupada said he liked that in his absence his disciples were acting as prophets of Krishna consciousness. One night about 2 weeks before Prabhupada left India for San Francisco, Satsvarūpa dreamed that Swamiji had already come to Boston. When he wrote Prabhupada about this, Prabhupada replied, "You have described in your letter that my presence again before you will be wonderful. I quite agree that it will be wonderful to be with you. Your sincere prayer to Lord Nrsimhadeva is helping me to recuperate my health, and you will be glad to know that I am arriving in San Francisco on 14th of December. I can understand that you are all thinking for me 24 hours and therefore Satsvarūpa had a dream that I had gone to Boston and was enjoying your company." On December 14, 1967, Srila Prabhupada arrived in San Francisco. The next day a devotee there phoned the devotees in Boston and told them details of Swamiji's arrival. He said he might even be able to arrange for Swamiji to speak to them on the phone, at least he would try. Then one night the phone rang in the Boston storefront, and it was Swamiji. Jajurani, who answered, said she had heard that Swamiji had looked very healthy at the airport and that he had been walking quickly and was tanned from the sun. When Prabhupada mentioned that he had traveled all the way from India by himself, Jajurani corrected, "But Krishna was with you." Satsvarūpa was next. "Swamiji," he began, "we miss you very much." And Prabhupada replied, "Yes, and I am hearing you also." Then Pradyumna spoke to Prabhupada, explaining how he was trying to advertise Srimad Bhagavatam. Afterwards, each devotee related to the others what Swamiji had said. Each admitted to having said at least one very foolish thing to Swamiji, but they agreed that everything Swamiji had said had been wonderful. Satsvarūpa's and Pradyumna's happiness became so great that they couldn't restrain themselves from rolling on the floor. On the phone Prabhupada had said that when he had left America he had very little hope of returning. But Krishna had informed him that he was not going to die immediately, so he had returned. He had said that he was getting inspiration in Krishna consciousness from his own disciples, whom he considered to be good souls. Prabhupada later wrote the Boston devotees from San Francisco. "Although officially I am your spiritual master, I consider all you students as my spiritual master because your love for Krishna and service for Krishna teach me how to become a sincere Krishna-conscious person." He told them that although they were only 3 devotees, they should each work for 300. A Krishna-conscious person, Prabhupada explained, is never tired of working. Prabhupada saw this as a symptom of spiritual advancement in his disciples, many of whom never tired of devotional service and always wanted to be overloaded with more and more work. To each of the 3 devotees in Boston Prabhupada had given a specific engagement. Jajurani's was painting. Prabhupada had told her to increase the beauty of Back to Godhead magazine with illustrations. He had especially commissioned certain paintings, Radha Krishna in Vrindavana, Lord Vishnu, Lord Chaitanya with his 4 principal associates, Lord Chaitanya and his associates performing kirtana, as well as paintings of Bhaktivedanta Thakura, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, and Swamiji himself. Since Jajurani didn't have much art training, her first paintings had been crude, and Prabhupada had sometimes laughed to see a picture's defects. But he had been pleased with Jajurani, who chanted Hare Krishna while she worked and executed each painting just according to his instructions. If she stayed absorbed in painting, Prabhupada said, then wherever she lived would be as good as Vrindavana. Prabhupada wrote to Jajurani, asking her to gather other female disciples interested in art, form an art department, and flood the world with paintings of Krishna. The paintings, he said, were like windows to the spiritual world. He instructed her in many of the details of painting. The airplanes in Vaikuntha aren't exactly like the airplanes here, but it is something like the swan while flying, in shape, with a throne on the back, bedecked all over with golden filigree work, and looking very brilliant. It isn't a bird flying, but the shape of the plane is like the swan bird flying. In depicting the fight between the boar incarnation of Lord Krishna and the demon Hiranyaksha, Prabhupada gave specific instructions. The demons could assume any gigantic shape they liked. They can play jugglery, they are not ordinary human beings. You must know that a person with whom God had to fight is not an ordinary person. He could play almost equally with the Lord, but nobody can excel the Lord. Yes, Varaha is very beautiful. Generally, the boar picture is depicted as half human, and half boar, but in Bhagavatam it is stated that full boar. You can make the first 2 legs as 2 hands, and the rear 2 legs as legs, and make it as beautiful as possible. Yes, he is reddish just like a boar. Eager to improve her art, Jajurani began studying the great masters. But when she painted Narada Muni after the style of Raphael, Prabhupada said that Narada looked too sensuous. He said he preferred her first painting of Narada, although it had not been much more than a stick figure, because she had carefully tried to follow a print he had given her. Seeing the new sensuous Narada and hearing of Jajurani's plans to study art and sell her paintings, Prabhupada replied critically, "You are already a great artist. You don't want to become a great artist to satisfy the senses of the public. If your present paintings are not acceptable to the general public, I do not mind, they are fools. You continue trying your best to make your pictures as far as they can be nice looking, but not to satisfy the senses of the rascal public. Yesterday I was in a Unitarian church and there I saw 2 pictures of only logs and bamboo, and it was explained to me by our great artist Govinda Dāsa that these are modern abstract art. Anyway, I couldn't see in them anything but a combination of logs and bamboos. There is nothing to impel my Krishna consciousness. So, if you want to be a great artist in that way, I will pray that Krishna may save you. Anyway, if the public doesn't buy, we don't mind. Why you are anxious for selling? We shall distribute them to devotees without any price. If our things have no market in the sense gratification society, that does not mean we are going to change our principles. We are meant for satisfying Krishna, not anybody's senses. That should be the principle of our life." Jajurani became despondent. Feeling like a fool and a deviant disciple, she wrote Prabhupada only a brief reply. For several days she moped, considering her situation hopeless. Then she received another letter. "This is the first time I have received a letter from you finished in only 3 lines, so I can understand that you have been depressed by receiving my last letter. The idea is that there is a story, that I have lost my caste and still my belly is not fulfilled. In India, it is the custom that the Hindus do not ever take meals in the house of a Mohammedan, Christian, or anyone other than the house of a Hindu Brahmana. But a man was very hungry, and accidentally he took his food in the house of a Mohammedan. And when he wanted still more food, the man refused, as the Mohammedan could not supply. So the Hindu man said, 'Sir, I have lost my caste, and still I am hungry.' Similarly, if artistic pictures as they are approved by the people in general in this country can be sold quickly, I have no objection to present our pictures in such a way. But I know that pictures in this country are sold not on the merit of the picture, but on the reputation of the artist. That system is also current in India. But to come to the point of a reputed artist will require a long duration of time. And our time is very short. We have to finish our Krishna consciousness during our lifetime, and we should not waste a single moment for anything else. According to Chaitanya Charitamrita, a man is famous who is known as a great devotee of Krishna. So if there is not possibility of selling our pictures immediately on presentation, I do not think there is any necessity to improve our artistic craftsmanship. We should be satisfied with our pictures hanging in our different temples. But we may not sacrifice our valuable time for becoming famous artists so that pictures may be sold like hotcakes. Of course, I am not an artist, neither I have power to see from artistic viewpoint. I am a layman, so whichever picture appeals to me I say it is nice, and whichever picture does not appeal to me I say it is not nice. That is my common sense affair. Therefore my remark has no value from artistic sense. Anyway, don't be depressed, you can go on with your work, and we shall talk more on this subject when we meet together." Taking heart, Jajurani continued to turn out more new paintings until there was scarcely room enough in the storefront to hang another. Pradyumna's service was Sanskrit. Prabhupada encouraged him to become expert so that one day he would be able to assist in the translation of Srimad Bhagavatam. Although to help support the temple Pradyumna had taken a clerical job with an insurance company, when he wasn't at his job, he would usually be in the basement studying Sanskrit. A natural scholar, he began accumulating books and talking to Sanskrit students and professors at Harvard, where a prominent professor allowed him to audit one of his Sanskrit courses. Prabhupada gave Pradyumna as his first assignment in Sanskrit the rendering of English synonyms for the verses of Brahma Samhita. He also assigned him specific books to study, and Pradyumna took to them with enthusiasm, even avoiding the chores Satsvarūpa asked him to do in the temple. Prabhupada was pleased with Pradyumna's work, and this inspired Pradyumna to work more and more. But when Pradyumna sent a list of books he wanted to read to Prabhupada for his approval, Prabhupada, although interested in Pradyumna's scholarship, warned him of the dangers. Regarding the book list, Lord Gauranga by S.K. Ghose and Vettaparakai by Ban Maharaja are useless and you may not get them. The other books in the Gaudy of paper are acceptable. I am glad to know that you are working hard to expand the Krishna consciousness propaganda in Boston. I may say that this practical devotion is the secret to understanding the Sastras. My Guru Maharaja used to say that for one who is not engaged in devotional service, reading all of the books is simply like licking the outside of a honey jar. One who thinks the book is the thing is content in this way. But we should learn the secret to open the jar and taste the honey. In this way, if we can simply understand one book, one sloka, the perfection is there. Lord Chaitanya warned about reading too many books, although I see in America this is very popular to get volumes and volumes of books and not understand one. Anyway, by sincerely working and by carefully executing the instructions of the spiritual master, you will be all successful by Krishna's grace. I am always praying to Krishna for your advancement in Krishna consciousness, all of you, sincere souls. When Prabhupada noticed spelling errors in the Sanskrit words in Back to Godhead magazine, he asked that Pradyumna standardize the Sanskrit transliterations. Pradyumna had the aptitude, and Prabhupada hoped he would become a successful scholar. Satsvarūpa's special assignment was typing and editing Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam dictations. Prabhupada had first given Satsvarūpa this assignment in New York in 1966, and Satsvarūpa had continued when Prabhupada had gone to San Francisco early in 1967. Later that same year, when Prabhupada fell ill and stopped dictating, there had been no more tapes for Satsvarūpa to type. But as soon as Prabhupada had returned from India, he had again begun translating Srimad Bhagavatam. He had written Satsvarūpa in Boston, asking him to rent a dictating machine. As soon as you let me know that you have one dictaphone there, I will send you the tapes regularly. By the end of December the tapes had begun arriving at the Boston Temple, plastic reels, grinding dictation tapes, wrapped in a simple business envelope, stapled and addressed in Swamiji's own hand. First they had come at the rate of one a week, then more quickly, 2 or 3 a week. Satsvarūpa had set aside the early morning hours for typing, before going to work, even before the others had risen from bed. He would sit on the kitchen floor listening to Prabhupada's voice through earphones and typing. This is better than getting a letter, he would think. It was Swamiji himself teaching the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Satsvarūpa became so attached to his service that his whole existence began to revolve around it. He would feel a pang of love for every U.S. mailman he saw in the city, because it was the mailman who delivered Swamiji's tapes. Although Satsvarūpa considered himself expert in hearing Swamiji's voice, on one tape there was one word he couldn't understand. Prabhupada was describing the demon Hiranyaksha's birth from Diti, and to Satsvarūpa it sounded like by the pores of the pregnancy of Diti, the whole universe went dark. How could Diti's pregnancy have pores? Prabhupada wrote back that it was force, not pores. Prabhupada wrote, "The best thing will be as soon as you typewrite the tapes send me one copy after editing. I will keep one copy with me. You keep one copy with you." Sometimes, while riding on the bus to work, Satsvarūpa would fall asleep and dream of hearing Swamiji's voice in his ears and himself rapidly typing. It was a very personal service. Prabhupada had 9 tapes, and he wanted to keep track of how many were with Satsvarūpa and how many were on their way back to him. "I have sent one tape this morning," Prabhupada wrote. "Probably you are getting it tomorrow. So far I received your edited copy of Srimad Bhagavatam, and it is nicely done." Since the arrival of winter's snow and ice in Boston, not many people had been coming by the storefront in the evenings. And the devotees were content to stay indoors, working at their respective tasks. Each of them was satisfied that his engagement was perfect. Prabhupada had fixed the date of his arrival in Boston for May 1st, and he asked Satsvarūpa to begin arranging lectures for him in Boston's many universities. When the devotees sent Prabhupada a few photographs of the storefront interior, he wrote back, "It gives me a nice idea." Although the photos showed only a small empty room with an unfinished altar, Prabhupada had not been looking with the eyes of an interior decorator. Rather, his nice idea was that his disciples in Boston were engaging in Krishna consciousness to the best of their ability. The important thing was that they were serving Krishna. By adding Krishna consciousness, anything material could become valuable. When Pradyumna had to enter the hospital for a hernia operation, Satsvarūpa didn't know how they would pay for it. Pradyumna's parents had refused. Having no one else to turn to, Satsvarūpa wrote Prabhupada, asking him if he could pay the bill. Just as a dependent child, fearful of the world, turns always to his protective parents, Satsvarūpa had faith that Swamiji knew everything and could decide everything. And besides, no one else cared about Pradyumna or how the Boston Center for Krishna Consciousness would pay a $500 hospital bill. Satsvarūpa concluded that if Swamiji thought it wrong for him to ask for the money, then he would tell them that also. Śrīla Prabhupāda considered the hospital bill a botheration. Why should he have to worry about every item of business in 10 different centers around the world? Although he assured Satsvarūpa that if necessary he would send the money for Pradyumna's bill, he suggested that his disciples form a governing board to manage such problems. His growing institution had to be properly managed, and not entirely by him. He should be left to carry on the duties proper for the spiritual master, not that he should have to be simultaneously treasurer, chairman, troubleshooter, and counselor for each problem of each devotee in each center. And yet that was happening as he accepted more disciples. They were turning to him for everything: medical advice, marriage counseling, financial assistance, as well as transcendental knowledge. Prabhupada said it gave him a headache. After Pradyumna's successful surgery, Prabhupada wrote, congratulating him. I shall be glad to know how you are making progress, and I am anxious that you are still feeling pains. I am glad to know that proper care is being taken, and you are not going up any stairs. That is very nice. As the time grew nearer for Prabhupada's arrival, Satsvarūpa, Pradyumna, and Jajurani arranged for his living accommodation. When they wrote to Prabhupada in New York candidly telling him what they had and asking if it was good enough, he replied that he didn't mind walking the 9 blocks from the storefront to the house as long as there were no hills. And he didn't mind how many devotees stayed with him at the apartment, but he must have a separate, silent place. As for college lecture engagements, he said whether they were big or small, he was always prepared to serve. Probably you are making fine arrangements, he wrote. Many will come to the temple to hear me. So in that case I must come. May 1, 1968. The first devotee to meet Prabhupada in Boston was Jajurani, walking forward at the airport with a flower garland for her spiritual master. As they rode in the taxi together back to the temple, Prabhupada asked Jajurani about her painting. She complained that in preparing for his visit she had to sew material for the altar, put up curtains, and make posters and post them all over the city, because the men in the temple were working at their office jobs. Consequently, she hadn't been able to do her real service of painting. Don't worry, Prabhupada said, I won't stay long. The taxi stopped at Prabhupada's house on Chester Street. It was a 2-story building, the first floor being Prabhupada's apartment. Upstairs were some Boston University students, who had agreed to play their music softly while the Swami was visiting. Their motorcycles were parked beside the house. Walking slowly up the wooden stairs and across the front porch, Prabhupada entered his apartment. Prabhupada found Satsvarūpa in the kitchen, standing over the stove, cooking. Satsvarūpa offered obeisances and immediately returned to his cooking, apologizing that he hadn't been able to meet Swamiji at the airport. He had 3 burners going at once, and he appeared both very happy and very nervous. What are you cooking? Prabhupada asked. Sweet rice, halava, purees, and a vegetable, Satsvarūpa replied, stirring the sweet rice and watching over the other preparations as he spoke. It was more like the Sunday feast than Swamiji's daily fare of rice, dal, and chapatis. But these rich dishes were all Satsvarūpa knew how to cook. Prabhupada smiled. Looking around the kitchen, he saw against the window a poster, "The spiritual master of the holy name is coming to Boston." It was a photo of Swamiji with a list of speaking engagements at various universities. As Prabhupada read it, his face brightened. "You have given me a full month's engagement," he said. Then he walked leisurely out of the kitchen, leaving Satsvarūpa anxiously trying to hurry lunch without burning anything. Prabhupada entered his room and took a seat at the low desk, leaning his back against the pillow. "Why don't you take some rest now?" Jajurani suggested. "I rested on the plane," Prabhupada replied. "Well," Jajurani persisted, "you could rest some more." Prabhupada turned his head slightly away from her and said softly, "I am not meant for resting all day and night." Prabhupada asked to see Satsvarūpa. Gaurasundara went to fetch him but returned saying that Satsvarūpa couldn't come, he was too busy cooking. When Prabhupada's lunch finally arrived, the devotees in his room excused themselves and left Prabhupada alone. Most of the devotees, including several guests and visitors from New York, having stayed up all night preparing Swamiji's apartment, fell asleep on the floor in various rooms throughout the apartment. Prabhupada could hear their snoring, and after finishing his lunch he went out and looked from room to room without waking anyone. In the living room, he sat down on the couch, and soon the devotees awoke and joined him. Prabhupada began talking about Krishna in Vrindavana. "Vrindavana," he said, "is the kingdom of Radharani. In Vrindavana, if someone wanted to visit me," he looked behind him down the long hallway toward the door at the rear of the apartment, "they would call Jayarada." Prabhupada called out loudly, as if he were a visitor at the back door. "And I would call back." He looked again toward the rear door. Jayarada. "Krishna is very strict, and Radha is very nice. A woman, unless she is unnatural, is very soft-hearted and very kind-hearted. And Radharani is not unnatural." Later Jajurani apologized to Swamiji for foolishly complaining to him in the car. He had said to her, "Don't worry, I won't stay long," but actually she wanted him to stay permanently. She didn't want him to think that his presence was an inconvenience. She had complained because she was in anxiety about neglecting the service that Prabhupada had directly given to her. Whenever Satsvarūpa gave her service to do other than painting, she would become confused about the priority. Prabhupada heard her patiently, clearly understanding the heart of her inquiry. "The direct order of the spiritual master," he said, "is the most important thing to do, except in an emergency." Prabhupada's first college lecture engagement in Boston was at Northeastern University. It was noon, and the paved campus, in the center of downtown Boston, was busy with thousands of students. Prabhupada, accompanied by a small band of his disciples, moved gravely through the crowds. At the entranceway to one of the main buildings was a large bronze statue of a dog, a husky, Northeastern's mascot. Prabhupada became amused. Some of the older disciples knew that Swamiji was sarcastically humorous about Americans' attachment to their dogs. Because now people have no interest in God, he would say, therefore they have become devoted to dog. Instead of worshipping God, materialistic people had become enamored with Dog and considered him man's best friend. Some of Prabhupada's disciples had told him strange stories of how Americans pampered their dogs so much that dogs sometimes sit at the dinner table with their masters or receive their master's property through the master's will. Pausing silently, regarding the almost deified form of the dog, Prabhupada scored an unspoken criticism of Western values. About 200 students and a few teachers crowded into the pews of the small chapel. While Prabhupada sat cross-legged on a cloth-covered table, Satsvarūpa led the kirtana, playing on a one-headed drum. After the kirtana, Prabhupada leaned forward to the microphone. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to glorify the Supreme Personality of Godhead." And he began to lecture about the three aspects of the Absolute Truth, which he compared to the three aspects of the sun, the sunshine, the sun globe, and the sun god. Although the Absolute Truth is one, some persons see him as impersonal, all-pervading light, some see him as the localized supersoul in the heart of all beings, and some see him as Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Prabhupada's talk was very philosophical. Digressing, Prabhupada began talking more about the sun. He said that on the sun there was a presiding deity, Vivasvan. "You can't disbelieve it," Prabhupada said. And he quoted the Mahabharata that on the sun are living entities with bodies of fire. Just as certain living entities have bodies adapted to living in water, so there are living entities that live in fire. The big noonday crowd listened politely. Prabhupada concluded his half-hour lecture by explaining God, the Supreme Being, as the origin of the material, external, and spiritual, internal, energies. We living entities, although spiritual, have marginal position. All of us in this material world are covered by the external energy. The prayer of Hare Krishna means, "Oh my dear Lord, I am your part and parcel eternally, but some way or other I have fallen in this ignorance of material energy. Kindly lift me up to the spiritual energy." Although Prabhupada invited the audience to stay afterward and speak with his disciples, when the bell rang, the lecture abruptly ended, and most of the students immediately left the chapel to make room for the next group of students. It was the academic factory, class was over, and Swamiji and his followers should now leave. As Prabhupada was walking down the hall, the wife of one of the college administrators joined him, walking at his side and chatting pleasantly and effusively, assuring him that everyone at the university was very glad he had come. She walked with him to the door and then shook his hand. Turning to Satsvarūpa, she exclaimed that everything had gone beautifully, that Swamiji had spoken wonderfully, and that she would send the $100 honorarium in the mail. Feeling excited and successful, the devotees accompanied Prabhupada to the car. Riding back to his house, Prabhupada agreed it had been a successful engagement. The Boston University engagement in spacious Marsh Chapel was poorly attended. Despite thousands of students riding the trolleys and going in and out of the luncheonettes and big gray buildings that line both sides of Commonwealth Avenue for blocks, only half a dozen came to Marsh Chapel to hear Swamiji. The devotees, pained and embarrassed, criticized Satsvarūpa for the turnout. Even the onstage arrangements were poor, with Prabhupada seated on a too-high, rickety table. Yet without hesitation, Prabhupada held a full program, beginning with a kirtana that lasted almost an hour. He requested Brahmananda, visiting from New York, to give an introductory speech. Then Prabhupada spoke, his voice reverberating over the sound system throughout the cavernous empty chapel. After the lecture, Prabhupada called for questions. A boy, standing at his seat and shouting to make himself heard, asked, "Is this Advaita philosophy?" A challenge. The devotees could tell that this student had come with his own ideas about yoga and Advaita. "Do you know what is Advaita philosophy?" Prabhupada asked. "All is one," the boy replied. "Just as the rivers enter into the ocean, so we all enter into the ultimate oneness." Śrīla Prabhupada replied that although the river goes to the ocean, its place in the ocean is not permanent. Again that water evaporates into the sky, forms clouds, and falls back onto the land. To argue that spiritually everything becomes one as the rivers go to the ocean, then the boy would have to accept the actual conclusion: the water again falls back onto the land. Similarly, those spirit souls who try to merge into the Absolute must again fall back into the material world. Prabhupada thoroughly defeated the impersonal notion of oneness. The boy sat down silent. There were no other questions. Talking with his disciples afterwards, Prabhupada said sarcastically, "People today do not even know how to ask a good question. These impersonalists always ask the same hackneyed question about the river going into the ocean." On the way back to the temple, some of the devotees continued to grumble about Swamiji's having to go to an engagement with such a poor turnout. Brahmananda warned Satsvarūpa that the next engagement had better not be like this one. Prabhupada was well aware of the worldwide prestige of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge. Many Indians went there to study. It was, in fact, an Indian organization that invited Prabhupada to speak. When Prabhupada arrived in the evening, he found over 100 people waiting in the carpeted, luxurious student lounge where he was to lecture. Some students were sitting on the floor, while others sat on the leather-upholstered couches and chairs scattered casually throughout the room. Although it was time for the lecture to begin, the devotees had still not arrived with the paraphernalia. There was no flower garland for Prabhupada, no painting of Krishna, and no sign with the Maha Mantra. The audience waited. In anxiety, Satsvarūpa asked Prabhupada, "Can you begin without the painting?" Looking at the large, momentous gathering, Śrīla Prabhupada said simply, "Painting is not important." He sat on the plain wooden platform and, since the musical instruments had not arrived, asked one of the devotees to play the Hare Krishna album. Prabhupada sat clapping his hands in time and listening. Prabhupada spoke boldly, challenging the very concepts underlying MIT. "Where in this big university," he asked, "is a department for studying the technology of the soul, for understanding the principle which distinguishes a living body from a dead body, that principle which when present in the body gives life and when absent brings death? Where is the science to study this all-important principle of life?" Although scientists consider life to be merely chemicals or electric impulses, he argued, still they are unable to assemble the chemicals and produce life. Why? There is no department in this university for answering this question, and therefore people are in ignorance. They don't know the self or the next life or the purpose of human life beyond animal activities. This science, however, is taught in the Bhagavad Gita. After the lecture there were many questions. "What is the symbolism," one student asked, "of that object behind you on the stage?" Prabhupada turned and beheld a bare U-shaped metal stand, compliments of the janitor, for holding the painting of Krishna that never arrived. "This?" Prabhupada frowned. "I do not know what this is. This is some kind of technological symbol." Another student asked, "Why do you wear that marking on your forehead? Why do you wear that necktie around your neck?" Prabhupada snapped back, annoyed with the question. The student sat down, looking at his necktie, and Prabhupada explained to him that questions about why people dress a certain way are trivial, especially considering the gravity of the present subject matter. When the question and answer period ended, Satsvarūpa stood and briefly addressed the students, inviting them to attend other college lectures by Śrīla Prabhupada or to come hear him at the temple. Wherever a saintly person goes, Satsvarūpa said, becomes a tirtha, or holy place. And now for the month of May, Boston is a tirtha, so please take advantage of it. As Śrīla Prabhupada was leaving with his disciples, a group of Indian faculty members and students came and stood around him, speaking rapidly, challenging him. One student, espousing the philosophy of monism, asserted that the highest expression of the absolute truth was that all is one. Prabhupada tried to make him understand that simply oneness was a rudimentary idea, because from that one come so many variegated manifestations. But the man would not accept defeat, and Prabhupada became excited arguing with him. Taking the man by the shirt collar, Prabhupada shouted, "You say everything is one. But is this cotton shirt the same as a cotton ball? Why don't you wear a cotton ball instead of this shirt?" The Indian technologists surrounded Prabhupada, raising their voices and arguing, while Prabhupada's disciples looked on anxiously. Govinda Dasi warned the devotees about Swamiji's health, and Brahmananda and the others smoldered at the offensive Indians. This wasn't the way to speak with a sadhu. Meanwhile, a devotee reported that Prabhupada's car had broken down, and someone ran out into the street to get a taxi. The arguing continued. When a taxi finally arrived, a few disciples pushed through the arguers, insisting, "Swamiji, please, your taxi is waiting. It can't wait any longer. You have to go." And they disengaged their spiritual master from the mass of arguing technologists. Prabhupada considered the evening a success. Some of the devotees who had seen the poor attendance at Prabhupada's Boston University lecture feared the same thing might happen at the Harvard School of Divinity. So they suggested Swamiji wait at his apartment while they went ahead to the lecture hall to see how many people would gather. When they saw a decent number gathering, one of them phoned Satsvarūpa that Swamiji should come. Meanwhile at the lecture hall, Joseph Matthews, a graduate student in Vaishnavism, addressed the audience, describing from the mundane academic viewpoint the history of the Chaitanya movement. Prabhupada, arriving half an hour later than scheduled, led the audience in kirtana and began his talk. He praised the Harvard students as fortunate, citing that according to Vedic literature, aristocratic birth, good education, beauty, and wealth are the four chief material opulences. Compared to others in the world, he said, the students at Harvard had all these opulences. If, however, they could increase their good fortune by adding Krishna consciousness, then that would be their perfection. For example, gold is certainly very valuable. But if gold were to have a pleasant fragrance, then it would be even more valuable. Similarly, if these materially fortunate persons could add the spiritual fortune of Krishna consciousness to their life, then that life would be successful. After Prabhupada's talk, Mr. Matthews thanked him for his discourse on Hindu philosophy. But immediately Prabhupada interrupted, "Actually, we are not Hindu." And Prabhupada explained the universality of Krishna consciousness. As the meeting broke, some interested students came forward for more discussion with Swamiji. One Sanskrit student asked, how can a Brahmachari be expected to understand the Gita Govinda, since it deals in so many intricacies of man-woman relationships and love affairs? Śrīla Prabhupada replied, only a Brahmachari can understand Gita Govinda, because it is not about mundane sexuality. It is the highest spiritual technology of Radha and Krishna. Prabhupada was especially pleased about his Harvard lecture. The next morning Satsvarūpa went to see him with a check for $125 from Harvard. That was a very good meeting last night, Prabhupada said. It seemed to the devotees accompanying Prabhupada from one speaking engagement to another that they were the real audience, the ones to whom Prabhupada was speaking. It was for them that he had come to Boston, more than for the 200 students who sat in the chapel at Northeastern until the bell rang, or the technologists in the lounge at MIT who left after the lecture for the movies and the bars. Prabhupada was setting the example of how to preach. It was for them, the ones who would have to carry on the mission in his absence. From morning until night, Prabhupada spoke about Krishna. Although yogis sometimes take a vow of silence to avoid useless, frivolous talk, he said, one who knows Krishna wants to speak 24 hours a day. When you love God, you want to tell others about him. And automatically you write volumes and volumes of books. Of course, many times in the day Prabhupada was actually silent, alone in his room. But that silence was also Krishna conscious. Sometimes Govinda Dāsa would peek in and find him reading the Sanskrit Bhagavatam commentaries, chanting on his beads, or dozing briefly at his desk after lunch. Sometimes he would sing verses from Chaitanya Charitamrita or walk around the apartment with his hand in his bead bag, chanting to himself and observing his assistants. Govinda Dāsa, in Boston Swamiji would sing for hours from Chaitanya Charitamrita or Srimad Bhagavatam, just singing with the most feeling all by himself in his room. And I would peek in the keyhole to see how he was. Sometimes I would go in and check on him when he would pause. I would try not to disturb him, just checking. I would just go in to see if he needed anything. Sometimes I would peek in and simply think, who is he? Nobody knows who he really is or where he really came from or how great he really is. Especially in Boston I began to feel very strongly that he was such a great personality and that I was viewing only a very, very minute glimpse of him, and that actually much more was going on than I could realize. A devotee might go in to ask Swamiji what he wanted for lunch or to check on his travel schedule or to get advice on some business item, but the talk would almost invariably turn to Krishna-conscious philosophy once matters at hand had been dealt with. What Swamiji wanted for lunch might bring him to talk about what Krishna liked for lunch, or how great devotees went without eating, or how the modern-day civilization was demoniac for killing helpless cows. And whoever entered Prabhupada's room might find himself being pressed to argue against the existence of God and then be defeated by Prabhupada. Or Prabhupada might start talking, even to a disciple who came to replace a burned-out bulb, about how he wanted to one day introduce the Krishna-conscious social order, Varnasrama Dharma, all over the world. Sometimes a lone devotee sitting with Prabhupada as he spoke so profoundly would feel guilty, if instead of talking just to me he were translating his books, then everyone could benefit. I shouldn't be taking up his time in this way. Once Jajurani expressed the sentiment, Swamiji, maybe you should save your strength for translating. If you love someone, Prabhupada replied, raising his head back while looking at Jajurani. You like to hear him speak. More often, however, once a devotee got into Prabhupada's room, he wouldn't leave until Govinda Dasi came in, dropping broad hints or pointing to her watch and signaling from the doorway. In fact, the devotees took up so much of Prabhupada's time that Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi complained to Satsvarūpa. Swamiji was being disturbed more in Boston than he had been in any other place, they said, and he was getting very little translating done. Alarmed that Boston was becoming inconvenient for Swamiji, Satsvarūpa agreed to restrict devotees from seeing Prabhupada in his room. He informed the devotees that they could accompany Prabhupada on his walk, but that they should not follow him back to his house. Satsvarūpa, following my instruction, the next morning everyone stopped at the bottom of the porch. Swamiji alone walked up the steps to his house. When he got to the top step, he turned around to see us all standing there, and he waved to us, "Come on." Everyone immediately ran up the stairs and joined him in his room. Feeling guilty that we were taking up his time, I made an attempt to terminate the discussion in his room. Bowing my head to the floor in a gesture of leaving, I announced to Śrīla Prabhupāda, "We will leave you now and let you do your work." But Swamiji checked me as presumptuous. "You think I am not working now? Do you think this is not work?" He said, "You do not know what work is. This is also work." And he talked on. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke to eradicate the ignorance of whoever would hear him, whether a crowd of thousands or a single disciple in his room. Although he was especially interested in addressing the younger generation, the older was too biased. The number of listeners wasn't important. After the first meeting in the temple, when the attendance had dropped, Prabhupada had said that it didn't mean he should stop speaking. He gave the example of a university in Calcutta that had kept classes open although only 2 students had enrolled in one course and only 1 student in another. And this, Śrīla Prabhupada said, should certainly be the standard with transcendental education. If only one person learned it, he could do good to many others. Early one morning as Śrīla Prabhupada walked through the neighborhood of Alston with Satsvarūpa and Gaurasundara, Satsvarūpa mentioned that a famous Swami had recently given a talk at Arlington Street Church, where Prabhupada was also scheduled to speak. "What does he say?" Prabhupada asked. Satsvarūpa said that he had heard that the Swami had said he was God. Immediately Prabhupada began to argue, destroying the Swami's alleged claim to be God. "They say they are a god and the dog is God," Prabhupada began. As he spoke, Satsvarūpa and Gaurasundara walked beside him, sometimes holding back a low tree branch or watching on Prabhupada's behalf for traffic at the street crossings. But mostly they were concentrating on Prabhupada's words. Satsvarūpa could understand that Swamiji was expending energy just to instruct him, to equip him to defeat such arguments. He tried to remember every word exactly as Swamiji was speaking it. "If everyone is God," Prabhupada continued, "then why is God worshipped all over the world in temples and churches, and why are these gods shoe-kicking each other? Do they know what God is that they say they are God? Do they have an idea of what God is? God is the controller. Are they controlling the universe? Ask them these questions. Are they omnipotent and omniscient? These are qualities of God. If you are God, do you know what I am thinking? Because God is all-knowing. They should not be allowed to say these things. They should be curbed with these questions." Prabhupada punctuated his talk by sudden stops. He was angry. It was as if he were charging his disciples for allowing this nonsense "I am God" talk to go on unchecked. Why didn't they stop these rascals? He looked at them with eyes flashing. Were they meeting the challenges of the atheists? They should be. They should be fighting. And these were the arguments they should use. They shouldn't doubt. "We understand God is vast," Prabhupada continued. "We are similar to him in quality, but we are infinitesimal. If they are God, then how is it they have come to this doggish state? You may be God, but for the present moment they are not God. They will admit that for the present moment they are not God, but that they will become God in the future. But what kind of God is this? And how have they fallen under illusion? That means illusion is stronger than God, that they have come under illusion. So the God then is Maya, or not God. They may be God, but they are not the Parambraham, the Supreme God. We have the definition of God, that he is all-powerful. This Swami is not all-powerful. If some poor fellow came to him on the street, he could not stop from getting a beating. And if he got a toothache, he would be ruined as God. God is all-wealthy. This Swami is begging for money, and he is God? God is all-knowing. They are not even intelligent. To surrender to Krishna is intelligent. They are kicking each other, and they are fallen in the conditioned state. And they say they are God. These questions should be put to them. They cannot answer them. Prabhupada continued his walk through a neighborhood of automobile showrooms, hamburger luncheonettes not yet opened, and bus stops crowded with workers who stared at the elderly Swami passing with his young followers. The devotees, Prabhupada said, are more interested in talking about Krishna and in chanting his name than in arguing. But because so many godless parties come forward and challenge, a Vaisnava must be able to argue on the basis of Sastra and sound logic. Mr. Matthews, the Harvard graduate student of Vaisnavism, visited Prabhupada at his apartment one evening. Prabhupada explained that if one is inquisitive not about temporary things but about the absolute, then he must go to a guru. Mr. Matthews asked whether sannyasa was necessary. According to Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada replied, a sannyasi is one who has given everything to the service of Krishna. The dress and social standing are not important. While Mr. Matthews posed intricate questions about the contemporary situation of spiritual masters in India, Śrīla Prabhupāda explained that a true spiritual master must be in disciplic succession and must strictly follow the regulated principles of Vaisnava behavior. The current family custom in India of having a family guru was foolishness. The guru was not a family commodity or a pet. Mr. Matthews was trying to make the point that Prabhupada was not the only spiritual master and that there were many pure devotees in places like Vrindavana who did not necessarily go out for preaching but who preached to whoever came to them. Lord Chaitanya, said Śrīla Prabhupada, ordered to go out and preach Krishna consciousness. Not that I stay in Vrindavana, and if anyone comes to me, I will teach. We must go out and go to them. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ordered like that. He is the authority. We don't serve this or that. We serve Krishna and nothing else. I am a servant of Krishna. And the best position for preaching is sannyasa, because he doesn't have to send money to his family or go back to his wife at a certain hour. But everything is for Krishna. This is the attractive background for preaching. The dress is not important. Mr. Matthews disagreed that a spiritual master had to be a sannyasi or a renounced preacher. After about an hour, Mr. Matthews checked his watch and became alarmed. Oh, my goodness. It's late. I am having guests over, and my wife is cooking a dinner for them. I have to go. You see? Prabhupada said. This proves my point. Late in May, Prabhupada held a public lecture at the Arlington Street Church, a well-known landmark in the heart of downtown Boston. With many respectable-looking older people as well as young people in the audience, the meeting was well attended. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke on yoga as Lord Krishna explains it in Bhagavad Gita. Prabhupada emphasized that Krishna chose Arjuna as the recipient of the knowledge of yoga. Why Arjuna? Arjuna, Śrīla Prabhupada explained, wasn't a sannyasi, he was a family man. He wasn't a scholar. And so many big scholars were present at the time. He wasn't a hatha yogi or even a brahmana. So why was he picked? Prabhupada shouted into the microphone, Bhakto Simi. Bhakto Simi Sakaseti. Because you are my devotee. Afterward, Prabhupada asked for questions. There are different levels of yoga, someone asked, so you can take any yoga and then go further up? Step by step you can go up, that is your option. But bhakti yoga is to take the life immediately. One who is thinking always of me within his heart and is engaged in my service with faith and devotion, he is a first-class yogi of all yogis. Yoga means to contact the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If by some process you can at once contact, that is first class. Why not try it? Try chanting Hare Krishna. Try this process. Does devotion come first and then awareness, or awareness first? Prabhupada, first devotion, then awareness. If you do not labor for passing exam, how you can pass? The primary rule is to chant. Just see. We have a little faith in the beginning, a little respect. We think, let me see what is this Krishna consciousness. If we think it is nice, then we come again and associate. These boys did not accept in the beginning, but they came and advanced. For others, it is hackneyed. But these boys have become purified and they have a taste. They cannot give it up. It is ecstasy. So there is gradual process of love of God. The next morning 3 disciples of Swami Satchidananda visited Śrīla Prabhupada. Accompanying him on his morning walk, they asked many questions. They were young men like Prabhupada's disciples. One of them was a hairdresser named Bob. If they are already disciples of a guru, Satsvarūpa thought, then why are they so curious about another guru's process? Bob asked, don't you need to practice hatha yoga in order to purify the body so that eventually you can purify the higher self within? Cleanse the mind and the intelligence, Prabhupada replied, and the body is automatically cleansed. Hatha yoga is for those in the gross bodily concept of life. In the 2nd chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that a wise man doesn't place much importance on the body. The hatha yogi's main concentration is this body. By bodily exercise he wants to have Krishna's love. If this were possible, all wrestlers and athletes would have achieved Krishna's love. Lord Chaitanya's program of chanting begins with the cleansing of the mind, and this takes care of cleansing the body. Yoga student, what about sex desire? I want the spiritual, but I have such a strong desire for sex. Prabhupada, Hatha Yoga is also for controlling sex desire. If you have such desire, you are making no progress. Yoga student, how does a devotee of Krishna control sex desire? Prabhupada, automatically. Krishna is so beautiful. We are accustomed to this habit for a very long time. Become sincere, and Krishna will protect you. Yoga student, sometimes I have a sex urge. Prabhupada, what? You? Everybody. In birds, beasts, demigods, the binding force is sex. The material life means sex desire. Free from sex desire means advancing in spiritual desire. If you have a strong sex desire, pray to Krishna. Know that this is the attack of Maya. Pray, and Maya will go away. You cannot fight with Maya with your own energy. Maya is presenting herself more beautiful than Krishna. But Krishna is more beautiful. Yoga student, how soon before I could get initiated by you? Prabhupada, the first initiation is to understand the philosophy. Actually, one should be initiated after hearing for 1 year. Yoga student, how can you tell a Krishna-conscious holy man from an ordinary holy man? Prabhupada, he is always thinking about Krishna. Not even a moment without thinking about Krishna. Yoga student, can Maya have a hold on a man who's dedicated to selflessness, even if he doesn't take to Krishna? Prabhupada, yes, Maya is always holding you. Unless you surrender to Krishna, some way Maya has you. God says, here I am. But you say God is somewhere else. You are searching after God, and you cannot see when he comes before you. Then you are in Maya. Why don't you accept Krishna as God? Yoga student, what is the nature of a devotee? Is he always in ecstasy? Prabhupada, yes, always in ecstasy. He's always feeling separation. I could not serve Krishna. This is nice. Yoga student, does it actually say anywhere in the scriptures that you have to come back to the material world if you don't worship Krishna? Does it actually say it? Prabhupada, yes, Arya Krikrina Parampadam Tatapadantiya Donadrana Yusmat Angreya. By neglecting your lotus feet he has to come down again. Feet means he is a person. These yoga students were attracted to Prabhupada's teachings. They began to act like his followers, attending his kirtanas and lectures, offering obeisances to him. One day after a morning walk, Prabhupada, accompanied by some of his disciples and the yoga students, returned to his room. When Prabhupada noticed that his secretary, Gaurasundara, was absent, he called for him. Gaurasundara came to the door, and Prabhupada asked why he was not attending the talk. He was busy working in another room, Gaurasundara explained. Do you think that these talks I give are just for new men? Prabhupada asked angrily. You don't have to hear? Do you think that you are so advanced? This is not good. You should always hear when your spiritual master speaks. After several days, the Hatha Yoga students stopped coming. They appeared so devoted, Prabhupada remarked casually. That one boy was even helping me with my shoes. Prabhupada continued attending the storefront 3 nights a week. Wearing his Swami cap, with its hanging straps, he looked like a rugged aviator. Entering the room, he would look around to see who was there, walk forward to the altar, offer his obeisances to the picture of Krishna, and ascend to the raised platform to speak. One night, while Prabhupada was down on his hands and knees before the altar, just about to rise up after offering obeisances, he began to carefully scrutinize a picture one of the devotees had recently placed on the altar. The picture showed a young woman handing baby Krishna to his father Vasudeva. Both Vasudeva and the young woman were standing in a river. The devotees didn't know the meaning of the picture or who the woman was, so one of them asked Prabhupada about it. While Prabhupada and half a dozen devotees remained on the floor on their hands and knees, Prabhupada told them the story. Krishna's father Vasudeva had been carrying him across the Yamuna when Krishna had fallen in. In great anxiety, Vasudeva had searched within the water for his son. The Yamuna river personified, the young woman in the picture, had then risen out of the water and handed Krishna to Vasudeva, saying, I just wanted to play with him for a while. One night after his lecture, while Prabhupada sat conversing with disciples, Govinda Dasi handed him an advertisement Raya Rama had designed for Back to Godhead magazine. The ad featured several pictures of Prabhupada and the headline This man has changed the history of the world. The devotees were proud of the ad, which was supposed to be in accordance with the latest graphic and advertising trends. Prabhupada, however, held the ad in his hand silently. Finally, someone asked him what he thought of it. and Prabhupada replied, "This is not good. It is not considered respectful to call the spiritual master by the term man. This shows the state of consciousness of the disciple," he explained. Frowning, he handed back the ad. Several times one evening, children screaming and rapping on the window panes interrupted Prabhupada's lecture. After several interruptions, Prabhupada shook his head and said that these children had no training, which was the fault of modern society. A man in the audience objected, "But children are known as the divine folk." "What is that?" Prabhupada asked. "These children are supposed to be divine." Prabhupada looked at the man. "Supposed to be," he said dryly. "That's all right." One evening after the lecture, Prabhupada toured the small storefront. One of the main features he noted was the abundance of paintings by Jajurani, and he looked at each one with pleasure. When he went downstairs to the basement and saw the devotees' austere living and bathing conditions, for which some people had criticized them, he was not disturbed. He inspected the oil burner and asked if it worked all right. There was little for Satsvarūpa to show him in the tiny building, so Prabhupada saw everything in only a few minutes. Yet because it was Krishna's center and they were Krishna's devotees, Prabhupada's brief tour made everything seem important and worthwhile. It came as a surprise to everyone when one day Prabhupada said that he would be giving some of his disciples Brahmana, or second, initiation. He would award the Gayatri mantra and sacred thread to those men who had been initiated for at least 1 year. The devotees wanted to know more about the initiation, and Prabhupada said he would explain everything at the ceremony. The ceremony, he said, would be in the temple, and there should be a sacrificial fire just as at any other initiation. He invited Mr. Matthews from Harvard as the guest of honor. On the day of the initiation, everyone crowded into the temple room around the mound of earth where the sacred fire would soon be blazing. The half a dozen male disciples whom Śrīla Prabhupāda had selected to receive Brahminical initiation took their seats. Prabhupada entered. Taking his seat on the pillow on the floor directly before the mound of earth, he began to explain how his spiritual master, Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, had introduced Brahminical initiation for disciples not born of Brahmana families. He said the Vedic scriptures offered much evidence that by associating with pure devotees, anyone could become a Brahmana. In fact, the scriptures said that if one born in a Brahmana family did not behave as a Brahmana, then he should not be accepted as a Brahmana. So it was in following his spiritual master in the Vedic scriptures that Śrīla Prabhupada was now going to give Brahminical initiation to his disciples. Addressing Mr. Matthews as Professor Matthews, Prabhupada asked whether he had any questions about the procedure. Mr. Matthews laughed and said he was not a professor yet. He asked whether the Gayatri mantra was more important than the Hare Krishna mantra. Prabhupada replied that the Hare Krishna mantra was sufficient in itself for delivering the disciple back to Godhead. Nevertheless, the Gayatri mantra would increase the Krishna consciousness of the disciple. Mr. Matthews, do these disciples take on any new vows, such as fasting? Prabhupada, no, there is no new vow. As far as fasting is concerned, people take to fasting because generally they eat all nonsense all week. So for one day they stop eating in order to purify themselves. But the devotees are always eating Krishna prasadam, which is sanctified. So even by eating, they are fasting. Later in the ceremony, the boys went, one by one, and sat beside Śrīla Prabhupada, who placed a sacred white thread over their bare shoulders and chest and showed them how to count the mantras on their fingers. While the sacrificial fire was blazing and the devotees were chanting mantras and throwing grains in the flames, the landlord's wife suddenly intruded. She was middle-aged, intoxicated, disheveled, a grotesque alcoholic tottering in the doorway. Striding into the room, she shouted, "God damn this house!" and then turned and left, slamming the door. Prabhupada looked up innocently. What did she say? Did she say that this is the house of God? She's just drunk, Satsvarūpa said. Govinda Dāsa hadn't gone to the initiation, excusing herself as ill. Although she hadn't told Prabhupada, she was upset that he wasn't giving Brahminical initiation to women. Disappointed, she had stayed at Swamiji's apartment, crying. After an hour, however, she decided that by behaving so foolishly she was missing out on Prabhupada's talk. So she hurried out of the house and ran all the way to the temple, arriving near the end of the ceremony. As she entered, Prabhupada looked up. "Oh," he said, "I was just thinking, where is that girl? And Krishna has sent." After the ceremony, Govinda Dāsa conferred with Jajurani, who also felt slighted. Prabhupada could detect their mentality, although they didn't openly voice their complaints. The next morning he told Gaurasundara and Govinda Dāsa that he saw no harm in offering the Gayatri mantra to women, but they could not receive the sacred thread. That very night, he held a separate ceremony, initiating Govinda Dāsa and Jajurani into the Gayatri mantra. A few days later a group of devotees came from New York and Prabhupada initiated more Brahmanas. One morning, when he saw a group of new Brahmana initiates coming to join him on his walk, he said, "Oh, here come the Brahmanas. But now don't be Brahmanas in name only." The bus was painted green, had a cracked windshield, no seats, and a dubious engine. It was unregistered and uninsured. Hamsaduta, who had received the bus as a donation, planned to use it for the world touring Sankirtana party Prabhupada had asked him to form. Before Śrīla Prabhupada and a gathering of devotees in Prabhupada's room, Hamsaduta talked enthusiastically about the newly donated bus. Prabhupada asked to go for a ride. "Rohini Kumara, this bus was so horrible. It was in terrible condition and rattling so much. It was on the verge of breaking down at any minute. The only seat on the bus was the driver's seat, so someone got a chair from the house for Swamiji to sit on. He sat in front like the captain of a ship. He was completely transcendental to the whole horrible situation. And I felt very bad. I thought, oh, Swamiji shouldn't have to ride in such a horrible bus." What began as a group of devotees taking their spiritual master on a short ride suddenly changed when, after going a block, Prabhupada began giving the driver directions: "Go to the right, turn left, turn here, now go here." With the bus's engine coughing sporadically, the ride remained rough and rickety, despite several men pulling their weight against the legs of the chair. But by following Prabhupada's directions, they soon arrived at the waterfront. Prabhupada said he wanted to go to Commonwealth Pier, the first place he had come in America when, in September of 1965, he had arrived from India aboard the Jaladuta. The boys marveled as Prabhupada continued to direct them to Commonwealth Pier. "I first came here," Prabhupada said, as he walked along the pier with his disciples. "I thought, I don't know why I have come here. The language is different, the idea is different. They are all after sense gratification. I don't know why I've come here. But now I have got some boys, and even if I am not here, it will go on." As the devotees walked beside Prabhupada, trying to hear him speak, they could see the city skyline nearby. One large building was being torn down, and new ones were going up. So many strong buildings, Prabhupada said, being torn down and then rebuilt. There is no pleasure in it, neither in building nor in tearing down. Nobody is happy. It is like with a small child. He is happy to get a toy, and then he is happy to break it. But there is no real happiness. Just like the boy and girl, they come together in union, and then they separate, divorce. There is no real happiness in the union or in the separation. Real happiness is in union with Krishna and separation from Maya. But it is Maya that again and again causes this union and separation in the material world. As they walked together under a steel bridge, Prabhupada pointed upward with his walking cane. "Look, a sign under the bridge read unalloyed steel. They have unalloyed steel, and we have unalloyed devotional service. What if people don't want to hear our message?" Pradyumna asked. "The people might not understand our message, but Krishna will be pleased," Prabhupada replied. "And that is our mission." They thought Jesus Christ's mission was stopped. They killed him. But his mission was attained. He preached 3 years only, but so many followers. He pleased Krishna. We must not be disappointed that no one is hearing Krishna consciousness. We will say it to the moon and stars in all directions. We will cry in the wilderness, because Krishna is everywhere. We want to get a certificate from Krishna that, this man has done something for me. Not popularity. If a pack of asses says you are good, what is that? We have to please Krishna's senses with purified senses. For an hour Prabhupada led them up and down the unattractive, historic pier. Finally, he stood by the bus about to return. "All religion is useless," he said, "until we know that this world is useless. It is not wanted. That is real knowledge. And when you know this, then there is no attachment. And then immediately no hankering and loss. But now they are hankering, I have no girlfriend and then I've lost my girlfriend." Vamanadeva had trouble starting the engine, and even after he got it started, it stalled several times on the way back to Chester Street. When Prabhupada arrived at his house, he said they should sell the bus. Such vehicles presented a bad public image. Having a bus was a good idea, but not a bus like that. With Prabhupada's permission, the devotees scheduled him for the all-night Uncle J show, a talk show on radio station WMEX. At 11 p.m. 3 devotees, Satsvarūpa and Pradyumna, in suits and ties, and Jajurani in the sari, went on the air. Prabhupada was scheduled to join them at 3 o'clock. "I have before me in the studio tonight," Uncle J began, "2 nice young men and a young woman who have normal American names like Stephen, Paul and Judy. And when you hear them speak, They sound like normal Americans. But if you could see them, they look a little unusual. Down the front of their noses they have some white paint. Uncle Jay's listeners began calling in questions, and although most of the questions were trivial, the devotees got many good opportunities to talk about Krishna consciousness. Finally, around 3 a.m. Śrīla Prabhupāda arrived. He had risen according to his usual schedule and had come directly to the station. Impressed by Prabhupāda, Uncle Jay received him politely and had him sit down and begin answering questions. Question: I heard a Swami can't pass over water, so how did you get to the USA? Prabhupāda: no, why not? That is superstition. Lord Chaitanya said to spread this philosophy all over the world, in every town and village. So he certainly knew I would have to cross over the water. Question: how did you become a Swami? Prabhupāda: everyone is expected to become a Swami. Suppose one lives 100 years. The fourth state is to renounce and completely be engaged in controlling the senses. So it takes 75 years to become a Swami. Question: did you give up your wife? Prabhupāda: woman is not given up. She is always dependent, on her father as a young girl and then on her husband, then on her children, older sons. I was in India recently and my son saw me, but my wife could not see me. Question: in this country we would call that desertion. Prabhupāda: no, it is a question of progress. There is no divorce. She's a devotee of another Swami. The wife generally is not allowed to be the student of her husband who has become a Swami. Question: do you believe the soul is immortal? Prabhupāda: yes, you know the soul is immortal. Immortality is not a question of belief. It is a fact. You know what you were in your childhood and your youth. Question: what does it mean in the Bible, the soul that sinneth also dieth? Uncle Jay interrupted and said that since this was a question about the Bible, the caller should ask his priest and not trouble the Swami. But Prabhupada interrupted: no, we can answer this. He who identifies with the body commits practical suicide. He forgets himself. Those who are sinful forget their spiritual identity, and they have to take another body. Question: what impelled you to take sannyasa? Prabhupada: routine work. One has to become a Swami. It is not a hobby. Because they don't take sannyasa, they suffer. Question: you say meditation is very difficult. How does chanting make it easier? Prabhupada: at the present moment, meditation in its pure form is not possible. To do it properly, one has to control the senses, follow the rules, practice the sitting posture, thinking, feeling, become absorbed in thought. But chanting, as soon as you hear Krishna, immediately the mind is attracted. There is no necessity of pre-qualification. Anyone in any country can sit down and chant Hare Krishna, and he will find himself in complete meditation. Uncle Jay: so Maharishi's transcendental meditation is nothing new? Prabhupada: no. He says to go and enjoy and simply pay him $35. But you have to control your senses, or how can you meditate? Because you do not want to practice, you do not want to follow. I was surprised that people in America and Western Europe took these cheap things. You don't want the real thing. These yogis never restrict their students. If they restrict their students, the students do not come and pay the fees. Uncle Jay: when I was small, I read a book about swamis who slept on beds of nails. Are you that kind of Swami? Prabhupada: that is just a trick. That is not perfection. Uncle Jay: do you mean when you say Swami means control of the senses that if I cut you, you won't feel pain? Prabhupada: that is not perfection. If you take even chloroform, then you will not feel pain, as in a surgical operation. Control of the senses means that I can be in the midst of beautiful women, but I will feel no desire for sex. I have got sufficient strength, but I have no desire for this. That is real control of the senses. And so it went until 5 in the morning. On the way home, Śrīla Prabhupāda rode in the front seat of the taxi beside the driver. Understanding he had an unusual passenger, the driver, who had been listening to the Uncle Jay show, asked Prabhupada: are you similar to that transcendental meditation Swami? We are similar, Prabhupada said, in that he is a Hindu sage and we are a Hindu sage. But his method, meditation, is actually a very difficult process. But ours is very easy, chanting. The children on Chester Street would call out Hare Krishna whenever they saw Prabhupada come out of his apartment. They were making fun, but Prabhupada liked it. Once when a devotee tried to stop the children, Prabhupada said, oh, no, they are chanting Hare Krishna. That's all right, he said. Chester Street should now be called Hare Krishna Street. It was in Swamiji's room one day on Hare Krishna Street that he accepted the name Prabhupada. While Govinda Dasi was taking dictation, Prabhupada mentioned that the affix G was a third-class address. Then why do we call you Swamiji? She asked. What should we call you? A spiritual master, Prabhupada replied, is usually addressed by names like Gurudeva, Visnapada, or Prabhupada. May we call you Prabhupada? She asked. Yes. And Govinda Das told the others. At first some of the devotees were reluctant to give up the long-cherished Swamiji, which for them was a name of affection. I heard we shouldn't use the name Swamiji anymore, one of the boys asked one morning on a walk. Who said? Prabhupada replied quickly. They said you said it was third class, and we shouldn't say it. I never said that. Then we can use it? Yes, that is all right. But Swamiji soon disappeared. Raya Rama even printed an explanation in Back to Godhead. Prabhupada. The word Prabhupada is a term of utmost reverence in Vedic religious circles, and it signifies a great saint even amongst saints. The word actually has two meanings. First, one at whose feet, pada, there are many Prabhus, a term meaning master which the disciples of a guru use in addressing each other. The second meaning is one who is always found at the lotus feet of Krishna, the Supreme Master. In the line of disciplic succession through which Krishna consciousness is conveyed to mankind, there have been a number of figures of such spiritual importance as to be called Prabhupada. Śrīla Rupa Goswami Prabhupada executed the will of his master, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and therefore he and his associate Goswamis are called Prabhupada. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Thakura executed the will of Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakura, and therefore he is also addressed as Prabhupada. Our spiritual master, Om Visnapada 108 Sri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaja, has in the same way executed the will of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada in carrying the message of love of Krishna to the Western world, and therefore the humble servants of His Divine Grace, from all the different centers of the Sankirtana movement, are following in the footsteps of Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada and prefer to address His Grace our spiritual master as Prabhupada. And he has kindly said, yes. Prabhupada's next destination was fixed for Montreal. Satsvarūpa, Pradyumna, and Jajurani, all of whom had drunk deeply of Prabhupada's personal association, got their last bearings directly from him. I am scheduled to leave for Montreal in 2 days, Prabhupada said to Satsvarūpa on a morning walk. Is that all right? Satsvarūpa felt strange that Prabhupada would ask him for permission to leave. He also felt sad. But he could think of no way to detain him. As they walked, they passed a toy store displaying guns and battleships in the window. This is the kind of thing we grew up with, Satsvarūpa told Prabhupada. But you grew up with Radha Krishna deities. Does this still affect us? Yes, Prabhupada said, the impression is still there. Prabhupada, Satsvarūpa asked, now that you are with us, we can ask you any necessary direction. But in the future, when you are not always with us, how can we get direction from you? Krishna's name is not different than Krishna. Do you understand? Yes, Satsvarūpa replied. But he knew his understanding was only theoretical. He knew he would have to think more deeply on Prabhupada's answer. Prabhupada was indicating that by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna himself would be present, so the disciple could get direction from him, by the grace of the spiritual master. In Jajurani's case there was no doubt that she should continue painting. She had often gone to Prabhupada's house for detailed instructions. When she had shown him a just completed portrait of his own spiritual master sitting amidst trees and greenery, Prabhupada had commented, "You have put my Guru Maharaja in the American forest. He was never in such a forest." He told her to paint Lord Chaitanya in a garden scene but not to copy the Indian print showing an Om sign and Radha and Krishna above Lord Chaitanya's head. That is an artist's imagination, Prabhupada said. This is the way Lord Chaitanya appeared in Navadvipa. Don't change anything. And Yasoda and Nanda Maharaja should be colored as Indians are generally, a light brown, tan like wheat. Balaramaji is colored milk white with little bluish tint and rosy luster. Prabhupada also encouraged Pradyumna, telling him just what he wanted to hear. He should continue studying Sanskrit so that he could make transliterations for all of Prabhupada's work and eventually come to the standard of a good Sanskrit scholar for the Krishna consciousness movement. Pradyumna asked to come to Montreal with Prabhupada and learn more things from him. Prabhupada agreed. When the day came for Prabhupada's departure, the devotees accompanied him to the airport. In the departure lounge, an unknown boy suddenly appeared and sat at Prabhupada's feet. "Can you see God?" the boy asked. "Yes," Prabhupada replied. "At every moment." "Are you liberated?" "Yes." "Then, if you're liberated," the boy challenged, "why don't you go back to the spiritual world, right now?" "Don't be crazy," said Prabhupada. "We go when Krishna desires. We have already surrendered. So we shall go when Krishna desires. We have just bought tickets for Montreal. so we are assured of going there. But it is not that as soon as we buy the tickets, we turn and say, "Where is Montreal?" No. Everything will happen in due course. We have bought the tickets. We are waiting. Soon the plane will leave. Prabhupada advised the boy to stay with the devotees in the Boston temple and hear from them. In time, he said, the boy would be able to understand. Jajarani, Govinda Dasi and I got on the plane with Prabhupada, just so we could see him up to the last minute. His last words to us were from the Bhagavatam. He quoted 2 verses, Vasudeva Paraveda Vasudeva Yoga / Vasudeva Param Jnanam. This means that Krishna is the goal of yoga, he is the benefactor of fruitive activities, he is the cause of the Vedas, Krishna is everything. And I began to cry because Prabhupada was leaving. He reached over and passed his hand over my face. I asked him, Śrīla Prabhupada, sometimes when we ask you something and you give us permission, are you being like the Supersoul? Are you just giving us sanction for what we want? Śrīla Prabhupada replied, when the spiritual master speaks, it is Krishna speaking. When Prabhupada got to Montreal he wrote me a letter within a day or two, saying, I am simply remembering your face when you were crying in the plane. And then he gave me an order, please don't be agitated in any way. Krishna is always with you, and he is always your friend. So many disturbing elements may enter into your life, but a devotee is never agitated. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 59 A Summer in Montreal Montreal June 3, 1968 In Montreal Prabhupada often sang a Sanskrit prayer composed by a great Vaisnava, King Kulaskara. While walking around his room, sitting at his desk, or roaming through the house, he would sing to himself, and the others would hear him. He would chant it, it is a Sanskrit mantra, but to a tune of his own in a voice that dropped to a deep, low tone at the end of a line. Krishna Tvadya Pada Pankaja Panjarantam Adaivam Evisatu Manasa Rajaham Soprana Prayana Same Kaphavada Pite Kanthavarotana Vidhausmaranam Kudas Day in India almost 20 years ago. Prabhupada had translated and written commentary on this and several other verses, the prayers of King Kulaskara, for his Back to Godhead newspaper. Now, during the summer of 1968, while still recovering from his heart attack of a year ago, he sang this particular verse often. And several times he explained its meaning to the devotees gathered in his room in the evening. Swans have a proclivity to stick their long necks underwater and wrap them around the stem of the lotus flower. So King Kulaskara is praying, my dear Krishna, may the swan of my mind enter the network of the stem of your lotus feet. He is praying to do so now, at the present moment, while he is healthy and can chant Hare Krishna and entangle his mind in Krishna thought. Therefore, King Kulaskara wishes that he may die immediately, because he fears that if he waits until later, when the time of death comes, he will be choking. The elements of his body will be disturbed, and there will be a death rattle, like gar, gar. How will it be possible then to remember Krishna? Prabhupada's health, however, had improved. Rising early, dictating Srimad Bhagavatam, going for morning walks, taking full lunch, he was the healthiest he had been in months. After lunch he would nap. At least he would try, although many of the floorboards in the house would squeak loudly when stepped on. Later in the afternoon he would often ask for watermelon or cantaloupe. And in the evening, either he would meet with devotees in his room or go to the temple for kirtan and a lecture. After returning at night he would call for that puffed rice set, puffed rice, fried peanuts, fried potatoes, and slices of cucumber. So Prabhupada was well, yet more than once he remarked to his servants, if I become sick, do not take me to the hospital. Simply let me chant Hare Krishna and die. The summer of 1968 was a relaxed time, without many outside engagements. Prabhupada would spend most of his time in his apartment on Prince Arthur Street, a 5-minute walk from the temple. In his room he would often meet with disciples visiting from various centers in the United States. Sometimes he would sit in a chair on the front lawn, speaking to visitors, or in the later morning sit out back in the driveway, while Gaurasundara massaged him. One day while Prabhupada sat in the warm late morning sun, some of his disciples came and sat on the ground at his feet. The sunshine is so powerful, Prabhupada explained. There are planets where the trees are miles tall, just being supported by the sunshine. And all the planets are supported by the sunshine. It is so powerful. One of Prabhupada's reasons for coming to Canada was to get permanent residency status in both Canada and the United States. While in Boston, he had received an order of denial from the Immigration Department, directing him to leave the country. For the past 3 years, except for his 6 months in India, Prabhupada had managed to extend his stay in the U.S. by extending his temporary visa, but now, on a technicality, he had been denied permanent residency. From Montreal he wrote the district director of the U.S. Immigration in Boston. In your order of denial, you have clearly mentioned in paragraph 4 that your denial order was not on the basis of my qualification of religious minister, but on your discretion for the reason that I submitted my application just after a fortnight of my arrival in the USAC, and I have their letters of confirmation with me. In your notice of denial of May 3, 1968, you have mentioned that there is no appeal for this decision. As such, I did not prefer to appeal in this decision, but I left the USA as per your direction. Now I am simply requesting you to give me your valued direction what to do next. Brahmananda wrote Prabhupada from New York explaining his plan to get a lawyer and to appeal. But Prabhupada, now skeptical of U.S. lawyers, who took money and resolved nothing, chose instead to make a new application as religious minister for ISKCON. Although U.S. immigration had denied his application, ostensibly on the grounds that he had been in the wrong immigration status, Śrīla Prabhupāda suspected that the State Department was not overly fond of Indian Swamis. I understand that the government of the USA is disgusted with so-called Swamis because they have exploited the people in so many ways. That is a fact. And if I would have been in the government, I would have also considered like that. So they have not got a very good opinion about these rascal Swamis. Under the circumstances, it will be difficult to get me admitted as a Swami, although I am not a Swami of the rascal group. But we have to prove it by action that this Swami is not like those Swamis. This remark was made by Mr. Alan Burke of the television company. He introduced me to the public as here is a real Swami, and he showed me all respectful compliments. Anyway, I am not after respectful compliments by the public. But I am concerned more about my disciples. I want to see them quite able to preach this sublime doctrine of Krishna consciousness, and therefore I wish to stay. Otherwise, I am not attracted for any place, either hell or heaven. Prabhupada accepted the denial of permanent residency in the United States as Krishna's desire and blessing. Now, instead of returning to the US, he would go to London and the European continent. Mukunda, Sundara, and other disciples in San Francisco had asked Prabhupada if they could open a center in London, and on June 7 Prabhupada replied, "As a sannyas I should not fix up at a certain place and take your service comfortably. It is not the desire of Krishna. He wants me traveling throughout the whole western part of the world, and therefore I think it is Krishna's desire that now I shall start my activities at least for some time in the European countries. So it is almost certain that I am going to London by the month of August. And if you all wish to come there, then you can prepare for the trip." Prabhupada's plan was to travel and preach with a party of devotees who would support themselves by distributing Krishna-conscious literature. But as Swami Sundara was already building a cart for the second annual Ratha Yatra festival in San Francisco, and as his wife was pregnant, Prabhupada advised him to wait. After the Ratha Yatra festival and after his wife had delivered her baby and taken a month's rest, Swami Sundara and his family could go to England. Prabhupada asked that Mukunda also go. "I shall go to England for the time being," Prabhupada wrote Mukunda, "and start a center there which is long overdue." But more important than traveling or obtaining permanent residency in the US was the publication of Prabhupada's books. Prabhupada felt that writing and printing books was his best contribution in executing his spiritual master's order. So when Brahmananda came to Montreal from New York with the printer's galley proofs of Bhagavad Gita and teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Prabhupada was very pleased. Macmillan Company was publishing Bhagavad Gita, and Prabhupada himself was publishing teachings of Lord Chaitanya through Dai Nippon in Japan. Because Brahmananda had contacted the editors at Macmillan Company, Prabhupada credited him with the success of the Gitas being published by such a famous company. Brahmananda was also Prabhupada's man for dealing with Dai Nippon. Both books were on tight printing schedules, and Brahmananda had to return quickly to New York with the corrected proofs. "Brahmananda, I came up to show Prabhupada the galley proofs for both teachings of Lord Chaitanya and Bhagavad Gita as it is. I just happened to have both galley proofs that had arrived. So it was a wonderful thing to bring these galley proofs to Prabhupada for checking. I was there only for a few days, maybe a weekend or so. Prabhupada personally read through the entire galleys and made notations in his own hand. He did the proofreading of the galleys. Everything was done by Śrīla Prabhupada. It was a very personal kind of thing. Of course, that gave Prabhupada great pleasure because he wanted his books published, and we had started to do it. So Prabhupada took great pleasure in proofreading those galleys. And he handed them to me, and it was very wonderful. When one of my books is published, Prabhupada said, I feel like I have conquered an empire. Having books in print gave meaning to Prabhupada's fight for U.S. residency. And only with these books published could he tour Europe. Krishna-conscious literature was solid evidence that his movement was not a concocted, fly-by-night yogi's dream. Let the government leaders and scholars read these books. Let the student community read them. Any intelligent man would be impressed. These books were the most enduring glorification of Krishna and the most powerful propaganda for spreading Krishna's teachings throughout the world. Far from being the speculations of an ordinary, conditioned soul subject to mistakes and cheating, these books contain the teachings and activities of Lord Krishna, the science of Krishna consciousness, passed down by the great Acaryas. They were books of perfect knowledge. Before Brahmananda left Montreal, Prabhupada asked him to send the Srimad Bhagavatam 2nd and 3rd Canto manuscripts from the closet in his New York apartment. By October, as soon as Teachings of Lord Chaitanya was printed, he would have the manuscripts ready for Dai Nippon. Speaking to Brahmananda and others in his room, Prabhupada charged them with the organization of book sales. There would be no scarcity of books, but his disciples would have to sell them. When Prabhupada had been alone in India, he had printed, gathered statements from scholars, advertised, and distributed his books. But now he was depending on his disciples. They recognized the importance of his books, but they had no ideas or means for distributing them. Prabhupada assured them, however, that by applying his instructions and trusting in Krishna for results, they would be successful. Prabhupada and Brahmananda discussed plans for starting their own printing press, perhaps in Montreal. With the costs of printing so high, Prabhupada wanted some of his disciples to learn the techniques of book publication. He suggested that one of his disciples in New York learn to run a press and some of the girls learn to compose type. Thus in the future he might be able to start his own press in some convenient location. Despite Prabhupada's plans for preaching in Europe, obtaining permanent residency in the United States and Canada, printing his books, and starting a press, his life remained regulated and simple. He would give Srimad Bhagavatam lectures in the temple and daily see guests in his room. Constantly thinking, writing, chanting, and speaking about Krishna and how to spread Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada was the driving force of a revolutionary movement. Yet he mostly stayed at home, spending much of his time alone or in simple domestic dealings with his servants. One quiet afternoon in Prabhupada's sitting room, Govinda Dasi was bringing Prabhupada his prasadam when Prabhupada spied a baby rat running across the floor. Immediately Govinda Dasi set the tray of prasadam down and tried to catch the rat as it darted toward Prabhupada's desk. Getting up quickly from his seat, Prabhupada also joined excitedly in the chase. Then another rat appeared. When Harinyama, visiting from San Francisco, heard the commotion, he came to the door and offered to help. Taking up a shoebox, he began chasing the rats, finally catching them both and letting them loose outside. Later Prabhupada walked into the room where Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi were working and told them, if you kept everything very clean, these rats wouldn't come. If someone is very much attached to his dwelling, then he may take his next birth in the dwelling as a cockroach or a rat. These are sinful living entities, and they are taking their birth because of that attachment. He then asked Sivananda to seal up the cracks in the floor. Sometimes when Prabhupada criticized Govinda Dasi for her mistakes, she would take it very emotionally and go into the bathroom and cry. One night, while cooking Prabhupada's puffed rice set, Govinda Dasi made the peanuts too dark. Why are these peanuts black? Prabhupada asked as she served him his prasadam. Why have you made them black? When Govinda Dasi began to cry, Prabhupada criticized her all the more. Why are you crying? You are crying because you are angry. Why have you done this? His stern and angry look made her tears come even harder. I am not angry, she sobbed. I am very sorry I made the peanuts too dark. Once Govinda Dasi lent the dictating machine to a godsister, who broke it, and Prabhupada became disgusted. You American boys and girls. You are rich men's sons, so you simply think you can break something and then throw it in the street and buy a new one. You do not take care of such things. Only one person should use a machine. You should not have allowed her to use it. These words devastated Govinda Dasi, and she retired to cry for a while. But she soon recovered, and Prabhupada acted as if the scene had never taken place. Govinda Dasi took the chastisement as a test of her sincerity. And she had learned that Prabhupada's thunderbolts were generally followed by his usual kindness and gentleness. Prabhupada rarely went anywhere alone. For his disciples it was unthinkable that he should go somewhere without one of them accompanying him to care for his needs or to confront whatever difficulties might arise. So when one afternoon Govinda Dasi looked in Prabhupada's room and found him gone, she became perplexed. Seeing that his shoes were gone, she ran out to the street. Unable to see him in either direction, she ran down to the corner, where she saw him in the distance, walking away. When she finally caught up to him, she asked in a voice distraught and breathless, "Where are you going? Why have you left?" Prabhupada laughed quietly as he walked erect with his cane, his movements flowing. "Oh," he said, "I am just going to the bank." It's alright. I'll be back. Govinda Dāsa apologized for being so demanding. I just thought you shouldn't go alone. Because you have been ill, Prabhupada snapped back, what do you know? Physician, heal thyself. And he walked on, leaving Govinda Dāsa behind. As far as Prabhupada was concerned, it was Govinda Dāsa who was sickly, not he. She was always bundled in sweaters and coats or blowing her nose. Once he had gone into the room where she and Gaurasundara worked, and it had been messy, with tissues thrown here and there. This is why you are always getting sick, he had said, because of uncleanliness. Another day Prabhupada, accompanied by Gaurasundara and Govinda Dāsa, was walking out of the house on his way to the temple when he began laughing, saying, yes, Govinda Dāsa, everything is nice. You are an excellent secretary, an excellent cook, and you are good at everything. Your only disqualification is that you are a woman. But don't worry. Next life you shall be a brahmachari. Thank you, Śrīla Prabhupada, Govinda Dāsa replied, enjoying Prabhupada's joking mood. Gaurasundara was a quiet young man, steady in his duties. He liked to study Prabhupada's books and could understand the philosophy. Although negligent about studying Bengali and therefore sometimes unable to translate the verses Prabhupada had assigned, he was a careful servant, and Prabhupada was pleased with his work. Often, Prabhupada, taking the part of the Mayavadi, would debate with Gaurasundara. Early one morning Śrīla Prabhupada walked into the room where Gaurasundara was sleeping and woke him with an argument of Mayavada philosophy. Krishna's personality must be a product of illusion, because the Absolute is defined as beyond personality. And Gaurasundara had to immediately refute the argument. Prabhupada would sometimes remark that eventually Gaurasundara and Govinda Dāsa should travel together to some part of the world and preach. Krishna consciousness had to be introduced in so many places, and Prabhupada envisioned that one day his servant and secretary would go off to open a new center. Taking care of my body, he said, is not such an important thing. One day Prabhupada and Gaurasundara were discussing philosophy while Govinda Dāsa spent a long time in the kitchen washing pots and dishes. The noise of her cleaning carried into Prabhupada's room. She has this cleanliness disease, Prabhupada warned. My wife and daughter also had it. You should catch it while it is not developed. Otherwise it will get worse. I caught my daughter once, she was washing the electric sockets by splashing water into them. And I told her, do not ever do this again. If you do this, I will kill you. So she promised she would never do it again. While Prabhupada was in Montreal, many of his disciples from the United States came to visit him. They were serving on his behalf, some of them thousands of miles away, and the urge to see him would grow until it impelled them to travel to Montreal. Sometimes these visitors would be newcomers who had joined one of Prabhupada's temples and had heard about him from his disciples but had never seen him. Prabhupada was always happy, of course, when his disciples remained in their posts, executing their respective duties. But he was also glad when they came to visit him. Nanda Kisora, I walked into the room, and Śrīla Prabhupada greeted me very enthusiastically with a smile and said, American Vaisnava. I paid obeisances, sat down, and we began to talk. I had heard that Krishna could be in the heart of every living entity at the same time, so I asked Prabhupada how it was possible. He began by saying, just try to understand. So I tried. I strained and squinted to show that I was really trying to understand. And Prabhupada continued, just like the sun is over your head and mine and is over the head of someone who may be 1,000 miles away. That is because the sun is great. Similarly, Krishna is so great that he is simultaneously in the hearts of all living entities. And I understood. He had said, try to understand, and because I was hearing, I did understand. I was trying to understand, and I was hearing from the pure devotee. As I was leaving his room, he waved his right hand in the air, sitting back in a very relaxed way, smiling. He said, chant Hare Krishna. Chant Hare Krishna. Krishna Dāsa. I had heard that Prabhupada was planning to travel abroad and that he wanted to take several devotees with him and that whoever wanted to go should save his money. So I got a job with a jewelry firm. Then I had a vacation while Prabhupada was in Montreal. Uddhav and I were having our vacation at the same time, and we decided over breakfast one morning to go see Prabhupada in Montreal. In 1 hour we were packed. Wearing suits, we hitchhiked from San Francisco to New York in 3 days. When we got to Montreal, Gaurasundara said, well, Prabhupada is about to have lunch. Would you care to join him? We said yes. Uddhav and I went in, and Prabhupada was immediately very thankful that we had come so far to visit him, but as we had come to lunch so late, there wasn't really enough prasadam for 2 guests. So Gaurasundara first served Prabhupada, and we sat there with our empty plates. Then Prabhupada asked, "What about their food?" Govinda Dāsa went to get something for us, and Prabhupada said to me, "You are very thin. You look sickly. You should eat more." So he proceeded to take food off his plate and put it on my empty plate. And he told me to eat. He said I should eat 6 chapatis a day. He gave me a whole diet to follow so I could gain weight. During lunch a mouse came into the room, and Gaurasundara captured it. Prabhupada joked about how the mouse had been a devotee in his past life and had come back in this life to eat prasadam off the floor. Afterwards we paid our obeisances. I touched my head to Prabhupada's foot, and he got up and walked over and rubbed our heads. Jeffrey Hickey, Jagadisa Dāsa, when I entered Prabhupada's apartment, I got the most amazing feeling. Kirtanananda Maharaja and Hayagriva were there talking to Prabhupada about New Vrindavan. They were saying that they had bought some land, and Prabhupada was encouraging them. I just sat in the back and listened to what was going on. Prabhupada's presence was very strong. I felt small. And I had the feeling that he knew everything about me and that I couldn't pretend to be someone big, although previously I had always thought of myself as being a little advanced. But in Prabhupada's presence I couldn't pose as anything because I understood that he knew everything about me and could understand my mentality. So I just sat with my face turned downwards. Once in a while I would look up at him. I was in Prabhupada's room for about half an hour. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what to say. So at the end, while everyone was leaving, I bowed down and let the others leave first. Then as I was about to leave, I told Prabhupada that I was chanting 16 rounds daily and that I expected to get initiated later. He welcomed me to stay in the Montreal temple, and I fumbled some reply. Vaikunthanatha, I was in great anxiety because I had just returned from my draft board physical. But as soon as I walked into Prabhupada's room, all my anxiety completely melted. As soon as I came into his presence, I thought, how wonderful he is. Spiritual truth became real in his presence. Sivananda, I had come to Montreal to visit Prabhupada, but Gaurasundara and Govinda Dāsa didn't want many devotees going with him on the morning walk. One morning I was out for a walk by myself when I met Prabhupada. He motioned to me and said, "Come on." As we walked, I mentioned to Prabhupada that I had traveled in various places in Europe and all over America, and he said, "Oh, yes, you must go to these places and open some temples." At that time the word was out that Prabhupada wanted some of his disciples to go to London to open a temple there. So as I was walking along with Śrīla Prabhupada, we were just about to cross the street. Prabhupada turned to me and said, "Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that one who is spreading my teachings of Bhagavad Gita to the devotees is the most dear to me, and there is never one who is more dear." Then Prabhupada added, "Our business is to become dear to Krishna." That started me thinking about opening a center somewhere. In the evenings devotees and guests would crowd into Prabhupada's room to sit with him. Gaurasundara and Govinda Dāsa would attempt to confine the devotees to Prabhupada's visiting hours, but their restraints were not very strong, and Prabhupada himself would often override them. Prabhupada was more relaxed in his room than in the temple, and he would laugh and speak about many different things. Brahmananda, Prabhupada would just talk. Often there wouldn't be any questions, and he would just get on a topic and talk, sitting casually. Sometimes it wouldn't even be directly about Krishna, but he would describe different things about life in India or some other topic. He would always make sure that everyone had some prasadam. One night he was explaining to a visitor that his disciples, these American boys and girls, were taking up Krishna consciousness naturally, not artificially. He referred to his servant Gaurasundara, "Actually, he is doing so many nice things for me all day long because he loves me. It is not artificial." Govinda Dāsa, one time there was an elaborate discussion about whether trains were better than buses or buses were better than trains. Another time Prabhupada was talking about liquor, and I said, "Oh, Śrīla Prabhupada, whiskey tastes awful." He was shocked. He said, "Oh, you have tasted?" He was surprised that I had tasted liquor. He talked in detail about Bengal tigers and all sorts of other things. Most of the devotees were not so astute. Most of us were just recovering from being hippies and taking drugs, but everyone loved him very much. Actually, there was no name and fame. There was no money. There was no position. The center of our service, the motivating factor, was simply love of Śrīla Prabhupada. Nanda Kisora, Prabhupada explained how he had first seen snow when he had come to America. He said, "One day I looked out the window and I thought, oh, someone has taken lime and thrown it all over. And then I looked up at the sky and thought, oh, they are still throwing." And then he laughed. I could hardly believe he had never seen snowfall before. He was like a child. He said such things so beautifully, like an innocent child, that whatever doubt I had was just wiped away due to the beauty of his expression. Satyabhama, Prabhupada told a story about a man from Calcutta who could tell the make of any car just by hearing it. I think Prabhupada was making an important philosophical point, but I forget the point. Anyway, this man's friend wanted to test the other man's ability to judge cars just by their sound. So together they went and stood on a street corner in Calcutta. The friend blindfolded the other man, and as each car passed by, the man would identify it. That is a Cadillac, that is a Buick. Then a donkey came walking by, dragging some tin cans, and the man said, "Oh, that is a Ford." Krishna, Dāsa and Bhaktivedanta told Prabhupada about the San Francisco Ratha Yatra, and they handed him a newspaper clipping. Prabhupada read the headline aloud, "SF Paraders Hail Hindu God Krishna." After noting with pleasure the large photo of devotees pulling the ropes of the 2-ton wagon on Long Haul to celebrate Ratha Yatra festival, he handed the newspaper back to Krishna Dāsa. "Read it." After hearing the article, Prabhupada praised the devotees, especially Syama Sundara and Jayananda, for constructing an attractive cart and holding such a successful festival. Then Prabhupada began to talk of other successes within his new movement. He had heard reports that in San Francisco Tamala Krishna had organized the devotees to go out and chant Hare Krishna every day, and that in one day they had sold 100 copies of Back to Godhead. Devotees in New York and Boston, he said, were also going out and chanting, distributing magazines, and collecting as much as $40 in a day. He told the disciples gathered in his room that they should all expect to perform public kirtana in the important cities of the world. Taking mridangas and karatalas, they could perform kirtana anywhere and get the blessings of Lord Chaitanya. In this way their numbers would increase. Prabhupada told them, "If you want to live alone in a secluded place and practice yoga for your own personal advantage, that is very good. But if you want to help others by spreading Krishna consciousness, that is far better." Prabhupada said that although a Krishna-conscious person is not anxious on his own behalf, he is anxious for those who are not Krishna-conscious, the mass of people who simply engage in sense gratification within a civilization of illusion. Quoting the great Ācārya Goswami, Prabhupada said that a devotee who chooses to sit in Vrindavana and chant Hare Krishna should make only 1 or 2 disciples, but a missionary, who preaches Krishna consciousness all over the world, should make as many disciples as possible. "So you are being initiated," Prabhupada addressed the devotees in his room, "therefore you should make it your responsibility and duty to spread this message, to follow the principles strictly and become pure Vaisnavas and preach all over the world. Don't worry about where you will sleep or eat, Krishna will see to all these things. You simply have to become sincere in service. That's all. Just be sincere." Govinda Dasi raised her hand. "Prabhupada," she asked, "what does it mean exactly to surrender?" "Surrender," Prabhupada replied, "is to know that I am nothing." As Prabhupada spoke, Govinda Dasi, accustomed to taking dictation, wrote down the answer, while other devotees, some seated on the floor around Prabhupada's desk, some standing in the doorway, listened attentively. "I should know," Prabhupada continued, "I am less than the stool of a hog. And Krishna, you are everything. That is very difficult. We can find millions of Isaac Newtons and Einsteins, but one very rare soul might be surrendered to Krishna. Because it is very difficult. So as long as you are thinking that he is more learned than me or I am more learned than him that is material. You must know that you are nothing and surrender." A new boy who had been attending Śrīla Prabhupada's classes asked, "Why is it that one time I feel this way, like you say, surrendered, but at other times I forget?" Prabhupada, "That is Maya. That is our battle with Maya. We are in Maya's kingdom, so we have to fight. It is like an ocean, birth and death. There are so many universes and so many species of life, and we are transmigrating birth after birth. It is like you are standing on the edge of a boat, and just a little shove and you may fall into the ocean. Then you do not know where you are going, here or there. So it is like that. If you want to keep back even 1%, to surrender all but 1%, then you have to stay here. Krishna is so strict. If you have any desire for material enjoyment, you have to remain. Just 1% may take millions of years. So you have to surrender everything. Krishna consciousness is already there within you and within everyone, but it has to be invoked. It is like a match, and if you rub it, fire comes out. And that rubbing process is chanting. So we have to inject Krishna consciousness into the ear, and we have to go on injecting. Wherever you go, you have to chant, and without any motive. Gaurasundara brought in a plate of cut fruit, which Śrīla Prabhupada distributed to each person. It was late, but Prabhupada continued speaking. People want to go on asking God for bread. But as soon as there is bread elsewhere, they won't go to church. But if you teach people to love God, that they will never forget. Prabhupada smiled. Finally the devotees left him, satisfied. They would see him in the temple in the morning. Montreal Temple, established now for a year and a half, occupied a former bowling alley on the third floor of a building near McGill University. Although the gutters on either side of the 8 bowling lanes had been filled in with wood, thus creating a smooth, level floor, the 8 hardwood lanes were still prominent. An altar and Vyasashana stood against one wall, and a temporary wall partitioned off the men's quarters. There was also a kitchen and separate quarters for the women. With difficulty Prabhupada would daily climb the 2 flights of stairs and enter the spacious temple room. On the day of his arrival in Montreal, several devotees had carried him up the stairs in a palanquin, but the winding staircase made that too difficult to do daily. So Prabhupada chose to walk. The original Montreal devotee was Janardana, a Canadian attending McGill University. Janardana wore a beard and long hair, even after his initiation, and lived in an apartment with his wife, who was staunchly opposed to Krishna consciousness. Acknowledging Janardana as an intellectual, Prabhupada had written him long letters answering his philosophical doubts and requesting that he write essays and books on Krishna consciousness. When the temple had first opened, the McGill Daily had given Janardana a full page to introduce Swami Bhaktivedanta and Krishna consciousness. The headlines had read, "Mind Expansion Under Spiritual Guidance." Montreal's French daily newspaper, Le Nouveau Samedi, interviewed Janardana and published an article. They claim that the Hindu god Krishna is the father of Christ and that the inhabitants of the moon are invisible. About a dozen members had joined the Montreal temple, but so far they had done little to spread Krishna consciousness in Montreal. They had spent most of their energy maintaining themselves spiritually and financially. Although they had held some public kirtanas at the 1967 World's Fair, mostly they had concentrated on transforming the bowling alley, cleaning, cooking for Krishna, and meeting together for classes and kirtanas. When Śrīla Prabhupāda saw Janardana's academic studies distracting him from temple management, he asked Janardana to appoint a temple commander. One night when Prabhupada came to the temple for his lecture, as soon as he sat on the Vyasashana, he looked out to Janardana and asked, "So, have you found a temple commander yet?" "Oh, no," Janardana replied, "not yet." Prabhupada then turned toward the altar and beheld the deities. "That's all right," he said. "Lord Jagannath is the temple commander. We are his servants." One evening in the temple, as Prabhupada concluded his lecture about Prahlāda Maharaja, he asked if there were any questions. Himavati, one of the women disciples, raised her hand. Prabhupada, "Yes." Himavati, Prahlāda Maharaja was such a great devotee that he said, "Nothing is mine." "But then why does he say my God? How could God become his? Why does he say that?" Prabhupada, "Then what shall he say?" Himavati, "I don't understand. How can he say it? If you understand nothing belongs to you, then how can you say, God is mine?" Prabhupada, "Krishna is the Lord of everyone. Therefore everyone can say my Lord. That does not mean if somebody says my Lord, God becomes monopolized. You are speaking on the platform of monopolizing, mine. But God is never monopolized. He is everyone's. So everyone has the right to say my God, my Lord. In the material sense, when I say, it is my wife, that means she is not any other's wife. But God is not like that. I can say my God, but you can also say my God, he can say my God, everyone can say my God. This is the absolute mine. Krishna says, all these living creatures are my parts and parcels. Mama evamso. Mama means my. So why the living creatures shall not say my God? Do you follow? Krishna says, you are mine. Why shall I not say, Krishna, you are mine? Your husband says, you are mine. Why shall you not say to him, you are mine? But don't take it in the material sense. In material sense, as soon as I say, this is mine, then it belongs to no one else. It is my property. But Krishna is not like that. So you can say, Krishna is mine. There is no harm. Rather, if anyone wants to possess something as his, that position should be Krishna's. That is the ultimate conception of mine. That is the perfection of the word mine. So this is quite nice, quite fit. In the Bhagavad Gita Krishna says, he is mine, and I am his. Krishna says. So this is not wrong. And what is your idea? That because everything belongs to Krishna therefore I shall not say mine? That's your idea? Himavati, I didn't understand this, that Krishna is the Lord. So my Lord is everyone else's Lord. Prabhupada, yes. Himavati, he is the controller, and that's why he is mine. Prabhupada, he's mine, he's yours, everyone's. That's all. Himavati, I can understand. Prabhupada, that's all. Rukmini, I feel so far away from you, when you are not here. Prabhupada, what is that? I can't follow. Janardana? Janardana, she is saying she felt so far away from you when you were not here. Prabhupada, oh, that you should not think. There are two conceptions, the physical conception and the vibration conception. The physical conception is temporary, and the vibration conception is eternal. Just like we are relishing the vibration of Krishna's teaching, so my vibration is also present. As soon as we chant Hare Krishna or chant Bhagavad Gita or the Bhagavata, so Krishna is present immediately by vibration. He is absolute. Therefore vibration is more important than physical presence. When you feel separation from your spiritual master, you just try to remember his words and his instructions, and you will not feel separation. You will feel like he is with you. So we should associate by the vibration, not by the physical presence. That is real association, sabdanavritti, by sound. Just like we are touching Krishna immediately by sound. So we should give more stress on this sound vibration, either of Krishna or of the spiritual master. Then we will feel happy and no separation. When Krishna departed from this world, at that time Arjuna was overwhelmed with sorrow, and he began to remember the instruction of Bhagavad Gita. Then he was pacified. Immediately he began to remember the teaching which was taught to him on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and he was pacified. Krishna was his constant friend, so when the Lord went to his abode, Arjuna was feeling overwhelmed. But he began to remember his teachings. So whenever we shall feel separation, the best thing is to remember the teachings. Then it will be very nice. Is that clear? Rukmini, yes. One of the girls asked, Prabhupada, will you be our father eternally? Will you always be our spiritual master, eternally? Jokingly, Prabhupada said, yes, I think so. Then he quoted a verse, Kekudana Diloye, Janme Prabhu say, but he said, Janme Pita say. The one who has opened my eyes, he is my father life after life. Prabhupada was concerned about the weak financial condition of the Montreal temple. Although some of the devotees were employed, their work wasn't very auspicious. One disciple had a job, at the Nosag Spring factory, which Prabhupada called agrakarma, bitter, unwholesome labor. When Nandakishore told Prabhupada about his job as a busboy in a restaurant, Prabhupada replied, oh, a blind uncle. Nandakishore looked puzzled. Prabhupada told him the story of a boy who had no uncle. One day a blind man came to the boy's home and said, I will be your uncle. Well, the boy replied, a blind uncle is better than no uncle. But when Nandakishore told Prabhupada the details of his work and that he was sometimes cooking meat, Prabhupada remarked, oh, but not so blind. The question of financing the Montreal temple puzzled Prabhupada, and he carefully analyzed the situation. There were two paths of Krishna consciousness, he said, one for those who were renounced, eating fruits from the trees and living in caves, and the other for those who were married and honestly employed, like Krishna's friend Arjuna. Both paths were good, but the question for Prabhupada was which path his disciples should take. If they attempted to take the path of ascetics like Sukadeva Goswami, they would probably remain hippies, and Prabhupada wanted many big centers with respectable guests coming to take prasadam. Yet if to maintain such temples the devotees had to engage in agrakarma, then who would preach? It was a puzzle. I have either to stop this Brahminical system, Prabhupada said, or I have to have Brahmanas work. He thought of starting his own business. He had a little capital, and there was organization. Then he thought of enlisting the support of the Indians in Montreal. Montreal had a large Indian community, and families were already attending the Sunday feast at the temple. Of those who came forward to meet Prabhupada, the most promising was young Gopal Khanna, a business major at McGill University. Although raised in an orthodox Hindu family, Gopal knew little of the Vaishnava philosophy. The day before Śrīla Prabhupada had arrived in Montreal, Gopal had received an invitation card from a devotee. Because for the past year Gopal had been seriously wanting to understand God, he had been interested. In his spiritual search he had been attending services at a Hindu temple in Toronto as well as visiting various other churches and temples. He had given up meat eating and smoking. On coming to the temple and seeing the excitement of the devotees in preparing for Prabhupada's arrival, Gopal had asked to help, so one of the devotees had instructed him to help clean Prabhupada's apartment. Prabhupada had taken an interest in Gopal, who, although he had never met a sadhu before and didn't know what to think at first, respected Prabhupada. A friend of Gopal's, a Mr. Mukherjee from Calcutta, also began attending Prabhupada's lectures. Mr. Mukherjee, who claimed to have spiritual knowledge, told Gopal that, although he had touched the feet of many Indian sadhus throughout India, Never had he met anyone as saintly as Prabhupada. Gopal took his friend's endorsement of Prabhupada very seriously, and soon he was attending all the lectures in the temple and chanting Hare Krishna on his beads, acting like a regular devotee. He would usually be the only Indian to remain through the kirtana and lecture in the temple. Then afterwards he would stay and have hot milk with the devotees, returning home around 9:30. Associating with the devotees and being of the same age as they, Gopal automatically included himself among the intimate disciples who regularly visited Prabhupada at his apartment. Prabhupada asked Gopal about his family and background in India and encouraged him to take up Krishna consciousness. When Gopal told Prabhupada that he had been chanting Om, Prabhupada explained that by itself Om was incomplete. If he wanted to chant Om, Prabhupada said, then he should chant Om Krishna. One night Gopal was present as Prabhupada discussed the financial problems of the Montreal temple. Although the temple rent was only $150 and expenses were minimal, the devotees were struggling. At one point in the discussion Prabhupada turned to Gopal and asked, "So, Gopal, what is your solution to this financial problem?" Guessing that Prabhupada might be hinting for him to contribute money, Gopal said he didn't have a solution. Prabhupada lectured at a nearby Christian school, and Gopal and his friend Mr. Mukherjee attended. When, after the kirtana and lecture, Prabhupada asked if there were any questions, Mr. Mukherjee raised his hand, stood up, and, to the shock of the devotees, began insulting Prabhupada. "It is not a fact that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead," Mr. Mukherjee said before the hall filled with Christian students and ministers. "You should not speak like this in a church. Why do you say that Krishna is the Supreme and that we should surrender to him?" Prabhupada remained calm. Although the attending devotees, looking furiously at Mr. Mukherjee, could barely restrain themselves, Prabhupada didn't even speak. He simply called on someone else in the audience and allowed the unpleasant event to pass. Some days later Prabhupada asked Gopal about Mr. Mukherjee, who hadn't come by recently. To Gopal's surprise, Prabhupada asked to see Mr. Mukherjee again. Gopal, considering Mr. Mukherjee too envious and blasphemous, advised Prabhupada against it. "No, it does not matter," Prabhupada said. "I must have done something against him in my past life, and now he has taken his revenge. Please call him." Gradually some of the Indian visitors responded to Śrīla Prabhupada and began to give money to support the temple. Most of them, however, were reluctant to spend money or time apart from their careers and families. Indian culture, Prabhupada said, had completely fallen, due partly to foreign invasions into India and partly to India's leaders madly abandoning their original culture in favor of Western materialism. But still, Prabhupada told the devotees, if there is any civilization left anywhere, it is in India. In India they are all originally Krishna conscious, and with a little chanting and taking prasadam their material covering can be removed. Prabhupada compared modern-day Indian civilization to a dead elephant. An elephant is such a valuable creature that even when dead, because of its tusks and hide, it remains almost as valuable as when alive and working. Similarly, although the Indian culture was practically dead, India still had great potential. Most Indians in the villages still retained a simple faith that their present suffering was due to karma of their past lives and that they would have to transmigrate to another body in their next life. That basic transcendental knowledge, commonly understood by the Indian masses, was unknown in the West even to the most sophisticated and advanced members of society. But Prabhupada was sorry to see the Indians in the West abandoning their piety and taking the cheap life of sense gratification. He compared the Indian immigrants to the new crows. When crows eat garbage, after a while they are full. But if a new crow arrives, he becomes especially eager. Similarly, many Indians, newly arrived in the West, were more eager for material advancement than the Westerners. Yet despite Prabhupada's criticism of Indians, whenever he met anyone of Indian birth, in the temple, in his room, or elsewhere, he seemed to become especially sympathetic and friendly, conversing with them in Hindi or Bengali as if talking with old, familiar friends. Janardana was concerned about presenting Krishna consciousness to Montreal's main religious contingent, the Catholics. Because he came from a French-Canadian Catholic family, Janardana thought Prabhupada and his disciples should learn to present Krishna consciousness in terms of biblical teachings. It was possible, Prabhupada agreed, but it would require great expertise. It would be better, he said, to stress the universal, non-sectarian nature of Krishna consciousness. Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, and all other religions had some idea of God, though not much realization of pure love for God. Krishna consciousness, however, was like a postgraduate study for persons of all religions. Prabhupada requested his disciples not to divert their attention to criticizing the Christian or any other sectarian faith. Rather, They should simply preach Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. When Sivananda and Nanda Kisora brought an Indian Christian to Prabhupada's apartment, Prabhupada demonstrated the art of preaching to a committed follower of a sectarian religious faith. "We don't say you have to be this religion or that," Prabhupada told the man. "The real test of religion is how one is awakening his dormant love for God." Prabhupada went on, without attacking the man's religious affiliation, to describe the degradation of Kali Yuga. "At the present moment," he said, "never mind whether one is Christian, Hindu, Jew, or Muslim, most people are godless and don't care for God. They simply take an official stand. But actually, in the depth of their heart, they have no idea what God is. If a Christian believes in God, let him love God more prominently than matter." The man agreed. Janardana took Prabhupada to see some of the great cathedrals in Montreal. Entering the spacious Notre Dame, Prabhupada said, "Yes, this is worship of God as Lord Narayana," in awe and reverence. The church sure impressed Śrīla Prabhupada, and the next day he revealed his thoughts in a letter to Aniruddha. "Yesterday, Janardana took me to a nice church here called Notre Dame, a very nice wooden structural workmanship with colorful figures and windows, decorated with nicely painted pictures of the crucifixion of Lord Jesus Christ. Everything was grotesque. Generally, the Roman Catholic religion depends on this crucifixion incident in the life of Lord Jesus Christ, but I think depiction of this incident simply stimulates the tensions of differences of opinion, and differences of religious principles, between Jews and Christians. My idea is that, if simply by narrating the crucifixion incident of Lord Jesus Christ, the Roman Catholic religion can spread to such a wide area of the world, how much there is great potency of spreading our Krishna consciousness by depicting many hundreds and thousands of such incidents in different appearances of the incarnations of Lord Krishna." Prabhupada and Janardana visited another church, which displayed the relics of a saint who had been adept at healing. Walking through the exhibit of the saint's clothing, desk, bed, and personal effects, Prabhupada was unimpressed. "Just see," he said. "They are adoring him for healing bodies that are now dead. But they do not take interest in the healing of a soul in his eternal situation." Questions about Christ and the Bible often arose after Prabhupada's classes in the temple. One night Prabhupada explained that even the most learned man studies in terms of the body only. Although a person may have many PhDs and may be talking philosophy, when he is asked, "Do you know what the soul is?" he will stop. A man raised his hand. "I have here a Holy Bible," he began. "Yes," Prabhupada acknowledged. "So the Holy Bible is also written by the Holy Spirit of mankind. Should we believe in the Bible or not? You can say it is written by mankind, but so far as I know, those who wrote with revelation. The Holy Spirit?" "Yes," Prabhupada said. "Therefore, you should read. Otherwise, if a man writes a book on his own, he will write on his own experience. And it will be imperfect. You were speaking about men only knowing the body. What about the body of Christ?" "Body of Christ is not ordinary body," Prabhupada said. "That is spiritual body. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Sambhavami Atma Mayaya. So this is a very subtle point. One has to understand that when God comes or God's Son comes or God's representative comes, they do not accept a body like us. They have their spiritual body." "Krishna means Christ," the man replied. "He's the whole spirit. So we are also in the body of man." "That is the body of God?" "No," Prabhupada replied. "The body of man is not exactly the body of God. With God there is no difference between the body and the soul because he is all spiritual. Just like if you have a golden body and a golden soul, then there is no difference between the soul and the body. But in our case, as we are spirit-soul, but the body is material. Therefore I am different from this body. But when we are liberated, we get a spiritual body like Krishna's. At the present moment there is a difference between our body and soul. Therefore, as soon as a soul goes away from the body, being matter dust thou art, dust thou bs mixes with the matter, and the soul takes another body. The whole problem is that we have to stop repetition of migration from one material body to another material body. That is the highest perfection of life." During Prabhupada's stay in Montreal, Janardana showed him several news items concerning Pope Paul VI. The Pope was staunchly supporting the Catholic stand against abortion, despite a large protest movement within the church. Prabhupada admired the Pope for upholding the scriptures, even though millions of Catholics didn't. He decided to write him. He had tried such things before, writing to Gandhi and writing to Nehru. And in that same spirit he dictated a letter one morning and sent it to the Vatican. See appendix for full text of Śrīla Prabhupada's letter to Pope Paul VI. In his letter, Prabhupada explained his personal background and mission. He then defined love of God, as it is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam, and stated that human life is especially meant for learning to love God. Noting that people were mostly interested in sense gratification, Prabhupada remarked, "This tendency is very much deteriorating. Because Your Holiness is the head of a great religious sect, I think we should meet together and chalk out a program for cooperation." Prabhupada went on to describe some of the symptoms of society as degradation, including the pro-abortion movement within the Catholic faith. "I understand it from reliable sources," Prabhupada wrote, "that people are trying to get Your Holiness's sanction for contraceptive method, which is certainly against any religion of the world. In the Hindu religion, such contraceptive method or abortion is considered equivalent to murder." Prabhupada said the same degradation was affecting India, and he suggested that the guardians of society treat this situation as a very serious one. Prabhupada closed his letter, "If you think that a meeting with you will be beneficial for the human society at large, I shall be very much pleased if Your Holiness will grant me an interview." Janardana mixed with many liberal, academic religionists interested in ecumenical aspects of religion, and he wanted to introduce Prabhupada to these scholars of various faiths. He arranged a private get-together at a friend's house, and Prabhupada very willingly went and spoke about Krishna consciousness. The next day he summarized his experience in a letter to Satsvarūpa. "Yes, I am getting good opportunities to meet here several learned scholars. Last night we had a meeting in the house of Mr. Abdul Rabbi, and there were some university professors and a Dr. Abbott, a Dr. Macmillan, and many others. 2 clergymen were with their wives. One father landlay was without a wife. So there was a very good discussion, and by the grace of Krishna, I was able to give them some impression of this philosophy, that it is nicer than anything. Professor Abdul is Mohammedan, and he is writing a thesis of Sufi religion. And he was also impressed. Unfortunately, I had to eat there, but I accepted a little fruits only, while they were eating all sorts of nonsense, but at least they did not drink. We were the only 2 persons, Janardana and myself, who avoided all kinds of nonsense." Prabhupada attended a more formal ecumenical meeting, a religious conference. About 50 people, including Prabhupada and a group of his devotees, attended. A panel, representing various religions, honored Prabhupada as the main speaker as well as a member of the panel. Prabhupada lectured. After the lecture, a Catholic priest asked how Prabhupada could be so sure of his statements about God. "Why not?" Prabhupada said. "What is the difficulty? I have consciousness. There is God. Now I have forgotten Him. I have to revive my consciousness of God. What is difficult in knowing that much?" The questioners were not his submissive young disciples, and this was not Prabhupada relaxed and sitting back on a pillow in his room. He was alert, logical, and very sociable. But some of the panel were not satisfied with his presentation. The moderator took up their cause. "Moderator, are you saying that you are perfect?" Prabhupada, "I am imperfect, that's all right. But I know what is perfection." Moderator, "But I cannot see that." Prabhupada's disciples laughed at this, and Prabhupada turned to reprimand them, "Don't laugh." Then returning to his debate with the moderator, "Therefore, you are here. You have to go to London. If you have purchased a ticket for London and if you have gotten to the airplane, so even if you have not gone to London, you are sure that you are going to London." Moderator, "Yes, I can be sure. I understand that. I have no doubt about that. But how can your security?" Prabhupada, No. If I have understood that my destination is London, I feel secure that I am going to London. Then that is my happiness." Moderator, "So you are completely happy?" Prabhupada, "Yes, because I know that if I go to London I will be happy. And I am going there." Moderator, "But you're not in London yet." Prabhupada, "That's all right." Prabhupada raised his voice confidently. "I have already told you that when you purchase a ticket and you understand that you are surely going to London, that is happiness." Moderator, "But then there is no question." Prabhupada, But what is this? If my destination is London, why then question? There is no need of question." Moderator, "Well, then why a conference with men of other religions?" The other panel members listened intently as the moderator pursued a line of argument many of them empathized with. They wanted to see Prabhupada defeated. Prabhupada, "That conference is used to consult together that London is the destination." Moderator, "But then you know the destination." Prabhupada, "Right." Moderator, "The idea that you have behind your mind is to tell other people where the destination is." Prabhupada, "Yes." Moderator, "Not to search for it with them." Prabhupada, "No, I don't say search. I have already searched out." Moderator, "Yeah. So then I feel myself that this is not a conference." Prabhupada, Then if I have got some good news to tell you, it is not conference?" Prabhupada's disciples burst into laughter despite themselves. This time Prabhupada did not check them. He was too busy, too alert with the debate, as several persons started talking at once. Panel member, as far as you are concerned, it may be London. As far as I am concerned, it may be Paris or Hawaii. Prabhupada, no, then we have to consider where is real happiness, whether it is in Hawaii or in Paris or, moderator, you. But if you are not willing to concede, the moderator could not help becoming accusative in his tone, that it is not London, and if I say I am not going to that place, Prabhupada, that is going on, that is going on. There are innumerable planets, and in the Bhagavad Gita it is said, Yandi Deva Rata Devan Pitran Yandi Pitravrata. So if you think that London is not good for you, Paris is good for you, then it is good for you. Another panel member, with a German accent, well, therefore, conference is all useless. Prabhupada, no. If you don't agree, if you do not understand what is the highest goal, then conference is useless. If you keep yourself to the understanding where you are, then there is no need of conference. Several persons, some on the panel and some even in the audience, began to speak at once in protest of Prabhupada's remarks. Prabhupada, that is conference, I want to convince you that London is the real place of happiness. Moderator, but I think that I know better than you. Prabhupada, you may think, but you have to be convinced that your thinking is wrong. Moderator, or maybe I can convince you that your thinking is wrong. Prabhupada, that's all right. Therefore, conference is required. Prabhupada began to laugh. Finally everyone laughed, and the tension that had been building to animosity relaxed. But the formal order of the conference had been lost, and now everyone began to speak at once. Moderator, excuse me, Swamiji, but the time is running out. Prabhupada, yes. Moderator, and I would like to thank you very much for coming. Prabhupada, now you are convinced that conference is required? Moderator, yes. Prabhupada, you have to convince me, and I will have to convince you. Moderator, and I think that's true. These confrontations, these listenings, lead to further understanding. The program ended, and the crowd began dispersing, talking among themselves, moving out into the summer evening. The moderator, still intellectually piqued by Prabhupada's brand of ecumenicity, approached Prabhupada amid the crowd moving toward the exit. The question is, the young minister pursued, where should we go? If you believe that you must go to London, yet I believe very strongly I must go to India, and I am convinced that, at least for me, India is wonderful. Prabhupada, no. If you are convinced that going to India is good for you, so similarly you must accept that going to London is also nice. Minister, yes. But so may you also be convinced that India is better than London. Prabhupada, yes, if you can convince me. Minister, but if you believe that you cannot be convinced, Prabhupada, no. You can convince if we are reasonable. Minister, but then we have to search together to become complete. Prabhupada, no, my aversion is complete. Minister, then I cannot convince you of anything. Prabhupada, no. Why not? You have got reason, I have got reason. You have to show me that there are favorable conditions in Paris or India. Minister, but how can I convince you, because you say that you cannot. Prabhupada, no, 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 no. Convince means you have to convince me with your reasoning power of presentation. August 1968 Śrīla Prabhupada was in his room with several devotees. Prabhupada? Sivananda asked. Yes. May I go to England? Sivananda had asked once before, and Prabhupada had told him no, that he should stay in Montreal and help. He was only 20, and his desire to go seemed to be mostly restlessness. He was sincere but inexperienced. But now he was asking again, and it was timely. My mother will give me money for the trip, Sivananda continued. She says it'll be all right as long as I go back to college after opening a temple there. Prabhupada nodded. Yes, that's all right. You can go. You are sincere. But be careful. I was an old Calcutta boy, and so when I came to New York I never got cheated. Prabhupada's spiritual master, Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati, had wanted to spread Krishna consciousness in Europe. He had sent his most experienced sannyasis, giving them financial support from India, but they had returned, accomplishing nothing. Perhaps these boys and girls could succeed where others had failed. Prabhupada felt it was possible. He knew it would greatly please Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati. Prabhupada had faith that his disciples would be able to establish something in Europe, just as they had done in America. He gave the example that if someone finds a gourd lying on the road and picks it up and finds a wire and picks that up, although the two parts are in themselves useless, if he puts them together to make a vina, he could play beautiful music. Similarly, Prabhupada had come and found some hippies lying here and there, and he himself had been rejected by the people in New York City, but by Krishna's grace it had become a successful combination. If his disciples remained sincere and followed his orders, then they would be successful in Europe. When the three married couples, Mukunda and Janaki, Syamasundara and Malati, and Guru Dāsa and Yamuna, arrived in Montreal, they created a new enthusiasm in the temple. These three couples had begun the temple in San Francisco and had close association with Prabhupada. They had helped Prabhupada make kirtana, feasting, and rather yatra successful among the hippies of Haight-Ashbury. Now they were eager to help Prabhupada bring Krishna consciousness to London. It was an emotional reunion. Janaki began crying, and Prabhupada patted her head, saying, "There is no need." When Prabhupada saw Sarasvati, Syamasundara and Malati's daughter, he said, "I dreamed of that child last night, that exact child." And he took the baby in his arms and gave her his garland. Prabhupada laughed. They will say, "What kind of sannyasi is he?" Prabhupada wanted these three couples to stay with him for a week or two so that he could train them to perform kirtana very expertly. Of course, chanting Hare Krishna was not a theatrical performance, it was an act of devotion. In fact, it could only be properly done by pure devotees, not by professional musicians. Yet if these disciples could learn the standard tunes and practice singing together, Londoners would better appreciate Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada wanted to teach his London-bound disciples to sing and play instruments in a specific way. Someone should learn to play the harmonium properly, following the melody, not simply pumping it, as the devotees had been doing for years. And the Sanskrit mantras and bhajanas should be pronounced properly and the melodies sung correctly. Some melodies were to be sung in the morning, others in the evening. Each word was to be pronounced correctly and with the right intonation. Prabhupada liked Yamuna's singing, and Mukunda was an expert musician for organizing the party. The spacious Montreal temple was a suitable place for them to practice. Ideally, Prabhupada said, the party should have 2 maranga players, 1 harmonium player, 1 tambura player, and at least 6 karatala players. He talked about sending the group not only to London but to the European continent and then to Asia also. So he wanted them to become expert at kirtana. "Can we put on plays and things like that?" Guru Dāsa asked. "Yes," Prabhupada said, "you can put on plays in the street with the Lord Nrsimha mask and costumes and wigs. Or one boy can be dressed as Lord Chaitanya, another as Lord Nityananda, Gadadhara, Advaita with a white beard, and Srivasa." Prabhupada became ecstatic at the thought of his disciples performing kirtana in England. They would become more popular than the yogis with their gymnastics and impersonal meditation. Sometimes they could dramatize scenes from Srimad Bhagavatam, sometimes they could recite Sanskrit verses and explain them by singing in English. Now that the London program was a tangible fact, Prabhupada voiced one visionary plan after another. To the devotees it seemed that Prabhupada had already thought out in detail hundreds of plans for implementing Krishna consciousness around the world and that all he needed were some willing helpers. Prabhupada began holding daily kirtana rehearsals, teaching the devotees to chant Hare Krishna, very slowly at first, gradually building the tempo. Regularly he would interrupt and have them begin again. As Yamuna led the singing, Prabhupada would listen carefully, stopping her at times to correct her Sanskrit pronunciation. The 6 London-bound devotees had arrived in Montreal only a few days before 2 of the biggest festival days of the year, Janmashtami, the appearance day of Lord Krishna, and Vyasa Puja, the appearance day of Śrīla Prabhupada. Now, with the festival days approaching and devotees from other cities arriving to be with Prabhupada, the usually quiet Montreal temple began to stir with activity. Cooking became so enthusiastic that it was like a big kirtana in the kitchen. Prabhupada supervised the cooking of some of the preparations and then returned to his apartment, where he personally cooked several special dishes. The Janmashtami festival was scheduled to last all day and on through the night until midnight, the time of Lord Krishna's appearance, culminating in a midnight feast. Gopal had mailed invitations to many Indians and had made hundreds of phone calls. As a result, more than 300 guests attended. Prabhupada spoke in the evening before a distracted, talkative audience of Indian families with children. Afterwards he had Gaurasundara, Mukunda, and Yamuna speak in turn. Pleased by the large gathering of guests and devotees in the bowling alley turned temple, Prabhupada considered the Janmashtami festival the high point of his stay in Montreal. After the midnight feasting, as Prabhupada was leaving the temple, he stopped at the door and turned to Hamsadutta, who had done most of the cooking. "The sweetballs were very good," Prabhupada said. "Thank you, Prabhupada. But mine," Prabhupada smiled, "were better." The next day, Prabhupada's appearance day, the devotees gathered again. fasting until noon and then feasting. In the morning they offered little speeches in praise of their spiritual master. After most of the disciples had spoken, Prabhupada turned to a new boy and indicated that he should speak. The boy stood and said that although he didn't know much about Krishna consciousness, he was serving Prabhupada each day by rolling chapatis in the kitchen. He said he loved hearing Prabhupada's taped lectures and rolling chapatis and that he was satisfied and happy and simply wanted to go on eternally rolling chapatis and hearing his spiritual master's tapes. This simple talk caused Prabhupada to smile, and he thanked the boy for his realization. Then Prabhupada spoke, describing the spiritual master as a transcendental broker. The broker acts only on behalf of his firm, and the customer must deal with the firm through the broker. Approaching Krishna through the spiritual master was like that. The London party, now ready to go, went for a final meeting with Prabhupada. He was sending them to start a center in London and thus fulfill his spiritual master's dream. The sannyasis Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati had sent to London had lectured in a few places, posed for photos with lords and ladies, and then returned to India. But Prabhupada said his disciples should boldly go out and chant the holy name and attract others to chant. Then, when those persons were practiced at chanting Hare Krishna, they could continue on their own, and the devotees could move on to another place and chant. Prabhupada was enthusiastic about London, and as he spoke he filled his disciples with the same enthusiasm. When Mukunda asked Prabhupada if he had any specific instructions, he replied with a story. In his youth, Prabhupada said, he had seen a movie of Charlie Chaplin. The setting was a formal ball held outdoors, and off from the main dance arena were lanes with benches where couples sat. Some mischievous boys plastered glue on a bench, and a young man and his girlfriend came and sat down. When the young man got up, Prabhupada laughed as he told the story, and his disciples, who could hardly believe their ears, were also laughing. His tailing coats tore up the middle. The man and woman didn't notice what had happened and returned to the dance, where they began to draw stares from the other dancers. Wondering why he was suddenly drawing so much attention, the young man went into the dressing room and saw in the mirror that his coattails were torn. Deliberately, he then tore his jacket all the way up to the collar, returned to his partner, and began dancing exuberantly. Then another man decided to get into the spirit and, ripping his own coattails, began dancing with his partner almost in competition with the first couple. One by one, the other dancers all followed suit, ripping their coattails and dancing with abandon. By the time Prabhupada finished the story, the devotees in his room were all laughing, forgetting everything else. Then, as the laughter subsided and the meeting drew to an end, Malati asked, Prabhupada, I don't think we can go to London unless we have the shelter of your lotus feet. May we kiss your lotus feet? The other devotees were taken aback at her sudden request. No one had ever done such a thing before. But neither her husband nor the others said anything to oppose her, and Prabhupada consented. One by one, the 6 London-bound preachers came and offered their obeisances, kissing the bottom of their spiritual master's feet. Not until the devotees were already at the airport did Mukunda, talking with Syamasundara, begin to appreciate and marvel that Prabhupada had expertly answered his question by telling the story of the ripped coattails. Mukunda, I realized that Prabhupada was telling us that preaching Krishna consciousness may be difficult or unpopular in England at first. But if we preached boldly, enthusiastically, and purely, then everyone would follow. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 60 Seattle September 21, 1968 The immediate reason Śrīla Prabhupada went to Seattle was that 2 of his disciples, Upendra and Gargamuni, had just begun an ISKCON center there and had invited him. For several years, this had been Prabhupada's method of spreading Krishna consciousness in America. He went to a city, stayed, preached, and directed his disciples. He had done so in New York, San Francisco, Boston, Montreal, Los Angeles, all with good success. As he had written in a letter of March 1968, we want to open hundreds of centers so that people may take up Krishna consciousness. And we need many enthusiastic boys and girls for carrying on this great mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhupada's Guru Maharaja, Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati, had not mentioned Seattle or even the United States when he ordered Prabhupada to preach in the Western countries. But Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had said the chanting of the Lord's holy names, Hare Krishna, would go to every town and village of the world. The street chanters and Back to Godhead magazine distributors in Los Angeles and San Francisco wanted to try Seattle to test the chanting in the streets of a conservative city. Seattle, the home of Boeing aircraft manufacturers, had a population of 560,000, a university, and several good colleges. On Prabhupada's order, the devotees went ahead to join the Seattle temple in time for Prabhupada's arrival. While Gargamuni was still desperately trying to find an apartment he could afford, the devotees received Prabhupada in a hotel room. From Prabhupada's room, the window looked out at the 600-foot-tall Space Needle and the monorail, leftovers from the 1962 Seattle World's Fair. The devotees squeezed into the small room as Prabhupada sat behind a low desk and pulled his harmonium to him. "Should I play?" he asked, smiling. They pleaded, "Yes." And he began playing, the fingers of his right hand moving deftly across the keyboard, while his left hand pumped the harmonium's bellows. He sang, "Gauranga Balite Haba Pulaka Sarira, Hari Hari Balite Nayan Babnira." Their meeting with him in the room was happy, but the song was not a light thing. The sound poured forth, both from him and from the little harmonium. They were bhajanas, he had explained to them, songs of devotion, this one by Nautama Dāsa Thakura, "When will the time come when, while chanting Hare Krishna, there will be tears in the eyes?" He played, and the expression of his face in singing seemed like crying. The song, he said, meant, when the mind is completely purified, freed from material anxieties and desires, then I shall be able to understand Vrindavana and the love of Radha and Krishna, and then my spiritual life will be successful. The first night in town, Prabhupada was to drive from the hotel to the ISKCON temple, a house rented by the devotees in a quiet suburban neighborhood. A devotee carpenter, Narayana, had done excellent work with $50 converting the living room into a temple room. Enclosed behind long red satin curtains was an impressive three-tiered altar. The altar was paneled with the same cedar as the walls. The altar's bottom shelf had a brass incense holder, brass flower vases, 2 silver double candle holders, a conch shell, and a picture of Lord Vishnu. On the middle shelf were a black and white close-up of Prabhupada, a large color poster of Lord Chaitanya, and a simple ink drawing of the Pankatattva by Prabhupada's disciples Gaurasundara and Govinda Dasi. The top shelf held the 12-inch deities of Lord Jagannath, Subhadra, and Lord Baladeva, who were clothed in simple gold and satin, without jewels or garlands. Around the room were nicely framed pictures. To the left of the altar was an Indian print of Gopala with his arm around a calf. Forming a border near the ceiling were several of Gurudasa's captivating black and white close-ups of Śrīla Prabhupada on morning walks in San Francisco. On the left wall was a painting of Krishna driving Arjuna's chariot. To the right of the altar was Śrīla Prabhupada's Vyasasana. The room was small. The devotees had designed a Vyasasana, 3 feet high, wedged into the corner so that the room could accommodate many people. The back of the seat was cushioned with deep blue velvet inset with large and decorative golden upholstery buttons. The seat itself was gold velvet, with a gold bolster pillow. A small gold velvet canopy with a fringe hung above the Vyasasana. Śrīla Prabhupada arrived at the temple accompanied by his servant, Kartikeya, and his secretary, Govinda Dasi. Coming up the steps onto the porch, they were greeted at the front door by the welcoming kirtana of the devotees in the small temple room. As Śrīla Prabhupada made his way from the door toward his Vyasasana, all the devotees in the room except for one bowed down. The exception, standing midway between the front door and the Vyasasana, was a newcomer, a girl named Joy Fulcher, who had only met the devotees that very day. And as Śrīla Prabhupada passed by her, she also bowed down. As Śrīla Prabhupada was taking his seat on the Vyasasana, while Kartikeya adjusted the microphone and Govinda Dasi adjusted the tape recorder, the devotees sent Joy forward to offer Prabhupada a garland of red roses and red carnations. Joy had made the garland, stringing the flowers in a symmetrical pattern. But when she placed it around Prabhupada's neck, the garland fell asymmetrically. Feeling undone, she turned to go sit down. "Thank you very much," said Prabhupada in a soft but deeply resounding voice. Joy Fulcher, so I sat down and listened to his lecture. But I could not understand his accent. I was struck with the impression that here was a very elderly person who had taken great difficulty to come and speak to us. I could understand there was nothing motivating in it for him. I felt very much that he didn't want to cheat me. I also had the conception that this person was inconceivably humble, because of his quoting the scriptures, because of his references to his Guru Maharaja, and because of his general attitude and his soft-spoken voice. I could understand that he was not trying to impress anyone and that he was very humble and dependent on his Guru Maharaja. After the lecture, I raised my hand to ask a question. Answering 3 or 4 questions first, he finally took my question. I asked him, "Sri Bhaktivedanta, how is it that this universal presence which is humanly inconceivable, at least to me, at this time, how can it have the form of Radha and Krishna?" The devotees had preached to me, prior to his arrival, that the absolute truth, which I, from my reading in yoga philosophy, impersonally called universal presence, was actually Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his consort, Radharani. Śrīla Prabhupada very distinctly answered, by his mercy. But then he spoke loudly, "You cannot make the sun rise, and similarly you cannot make God appear before you to answer your doubts." I was thunderstruck that he chose this particular example, since only 4 months earlier I had climbed a mountain by myself and sat there all night waiting for dawn, when I would make the sun rise. But when dawn came, it was a cloudy day, and so, of course, I did not make the sun rise. The fact that out of all examples Prabhupada chose that particular thing to answer me hit me like a thunderbolt. Then His Divine Grace softened His voice, like a rose, and indicating His disciples with a wave of His arm, He said, "But you just associate with these nice boys and girls here, chant this Hare Krishna mantra, eat Krishna prasadam, study my books scrutinizingly, and engage yourself in a little service, and then the Lord will reveal Himself to you from within your heart, in His own time, by His own sweet will, with all His name, fame, form, pastimes, paraphernalia, and entourage." Within a few days, Gargamuni found an inexpensive 2-room apartment for Prabhupada. Gargamuni, who was accustomed to the Lower East Side of New York City, thought this Seattle apartment a good bargain. By New York slum standards it wasn't bad, but there were much better places in Seattle. When Prabhupada entered with the devotees, it became obvious to everyone that the apartment was a disaster. Prabhupada went to the windows and looked out, at the brick wall of the building 6 feet away. Because of this building, no sunlight could enter the room. Prabhupada looked below at the dark, dingy alley littered with garbage. The curtains in the room reached only halfway down the wall, the tiles were peeling in the bathroom, nothing was clean, and there was no bed. Anyone staying with Prabhupada would have to walk through his room to reach the bathroom. Only when Prabhupada entered, with his bright, transcendental presence, could his disciples fully understand that the apartment was not at all suitable. Prabhupada, however, didn't complain. "It doesn't matter," he said. And taking his kadera and placing it on the floor, he sat down. Although the neighborhood was noisy, Prabhupada was tolerant. But he admitted, "This place is not nice." And then, looking up at the devotees in the dingy room, he asked, "Why have you put me in this dungeon?" Struck at heart by these words, the devotees knew they had to find a better place, and several of them went out to search. Why had they put him in a dungeon? Jayananda, Naranarayana, and Govinda Dasi got into the van and drove off, vowing not to return until they found a place Prabhupada would like. They moved toward the Capitol Hill area and finally found a for rent sign on the lawn of a nice house situated near a lake. Although it was a basement apartment, the many ground-level windows made the rooms bright and sunny. Jayananda and Govinda Dasi talked to the landlord, and Prabhupada moved in the next day. He liked the tulips lining his windows and the view down the sloping green lawn to the shore of the lake. He liked walking in the backyard, from where he could see boats passing. That other place, he chuckled, was like being in the womb of the mother, and this place is like coming out into the world and seeing the light. The apartment was well furnished, and Prabhupada put his Radha Krishna deities on a dresser before the mirror, which made a nice backdrop. Early every morning Prabhupada would go on a walk, usually to Volunteer Park, where he walked by the reservoir. The path around the reservoir's perimeter was several miles long, and although some of the young men would become exhausted from the walk, Prabhupada enjoyed it. One morning, while Jayananda was walking with Prabhupada, they approached a man who had just pulled a fish out of the water. The fisherman held up his catch, dangling it as if offering it to Prabhupada. "Anyone for a fish dinner?" the man asked cheerily. Prabhupada smiled, "No, you enjoy." Prabhupada kept walking until he was past the man and then added, "And suffer." They also walked in an area filled with many rose bushes and many birds. Peacocks roamed freely. It is written in the sastras that wherever a saintly person goes becomes a tirtha, or a place of pilgrimage. In India are many tirthas, most of which are places where the Supreme Personality of Godhead or His great devotees enacted some lila. There are no such tirthas, however, in America. But after Prabhupada's preaching, beginning in New York City in places like 26 2nd Avenue and Tompkins Square Park, and later in Golden Gate Park, at Stowe Lake, Venice Beach, or Volunteer Park, then even these American places became, for Prabhupada's followers, significant, never-to-be-forgotten sites. Prabhupada took advantage of the presence of the traveling Sankirtana party in Seattle. He told Tamala Krishna he wanted to organize a world Sankirtana party, with 12 men, 12 women, and himself going all over the world. But for the present, the devotees went out daily in the downtown city. In Seattle, citizens were astounded to see young Americans with shaven heads, saffron robes, women in saris, playing cymbals and singing Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. The devotees would chant Hare Krishna for hours, give out cards with the Maha Mantra printed on them, and sometimes bring people back to the temple. As a result, attendance was good at Prabhupada's evening lectures. With the devotees chanting on the streets during the day and Prabhupada speaking at night, the city was quickly becoming spiritualized. Therefore, each evening the small cedarwood paneled temple room of Lord Jagannath was filled with considerable transcendental excitement. For Prabhupada, it was very encouraging to lecture to a hall crowded with both disciples and guests. After the evening kirtana, everyone would sit down on the floor, and some people would even stand outside the house, looking in and listening at the windows. Prabhupada invariably began by chanting, in a strong, simple melody, the refrain Govindamadi Purasantamaham Bhajami. And everyone would repeat in chorus, Govindamadi Purasantamaham Bhajami. He would chant it half a dozen times and then begin his lecture. Prabhupada's teachings of Lord Chaitanya had recently been published, and he often lectured by having a devotee read out loud. Prabhupada would listen, and whenever he felt moved to, he would interrupt and begin speaking. This Krishna consciousness movement, Prabhupada explained, has to be understood through the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. He appeared in Bengal, a province in India, 500 years ago. And he specifically preached the Krishna consciousness movement. To execute that order we have come to your country. My request is that you try to understand this Krishna consciousness movement with all your knowledge, scrutinizingly. Don't accept it blindly. We have this book Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and other books also, many books. So try to read them. And we have our magazine Back to Godhead. We are not sentimentalists that we are simply dancing. Dancing has got great value. That, if you dance with us, you will feel. It is not that some crazy fellows are dancing. The most intelligent persons are dancing, and yet it is so nicely made that even a boy like here, he is a boy, he can take part. Prabhupada emphasized that Krishna consciousness was universal. It was full of sound philosophy, and yet it was very simple. The simple message was, God is great, and we are his part and parcel. And to prove it, he gave simple examples. The hand is part of the body and has great value when working as part of the whole. A small screw in the typewriting machine is very valuable as long as it is working as part of the machine, otherwise it is useless. Similarly, unless the individual spirit soul engages in devotional service to Krishna, he is incomplete. Prabhupada spoke some basic Krishna consciousness for about a half hour and then asked for questions. Always at least a few hands raised. He recognized the outsiders first. It was not unusual in those days to find young people, college students and hippies, asking cosmic questions, dabbling in yoga and Eastern philosophy. Often, however, they had many different things on their minds, including drugs, and were frequently confused. But Prabhupada, experienced with over 3 years of constant preaching to young Americans, had already heard almost anything they could possibly ask. Young man, is there a communication that is not the word itself but beyond words, perhaps a vibration reaching for the Om? I mean, does one attain a communication, something understood between you and myself and my brother, an experience like the sound dong or ong? Is there something else beyond the verbal? Yes, Prabhupada replied, this Hare Krishna. Man, Hare Krishna? Prabhupada, yes, man, but can you tell me how this can be? How to talk that language all the time rather than English or other languages? Prabhupada, it doesn't matter that Hare Krishna can be sounded in Sanskrit only. You can sound it in English tone also, Hare Krishna. Is there any difficulty? These boys are also sounding Hare Krishna. Just like the piano. If you touch, there is dung. It doesn't matter whether an American is striking or an Indian striking or a Hindu striking or a Muslim striking, the sound is sound. Similarly, this piano, Hare Krishna, you just touch it and it will sound. That's all. Someone asked about meditation. Prabhupada asked, what do you mean by meditation? Sitting alone quietly. How is it possible? Prabhupada asked. Is there any experience that the mind is not acting when you sit silently? You have to engage your mind in something. What do you engage it in? Yes, Prabhupada replied. That is Krishna. We engage our mind in Krishna, the beautiful Supreme Personality of Godhead. Not only simply engaging the mind, but engaging the mind in action with the senses. Because mind is acting with our senses. Your mind said, let us go to that newly started ISKCON society. So your legs carried you here. So mind, thinking, feeling, willing, these are the functions of the mind. You have to fix up your mind not only thinking of Krishna, but also working for Krishna, feeling for Krishna. That is complete meditation. Someone asked if a Christian, by reading the Bible and following Jesus' words, required a spiritual master. As soon as you read the Bible, Prabhupada replied, that means you are following the instructions of Lord Jesus Christ, So where is the opportunity of being without a spiritual master? I was referring to a living spiritual master. Prabhupada, you may accept this spiritual master or that spiritual master. That is a different thing. But you have to accept. When you read the Bible, that means you are following the spiritual master represented by some priest or clergyman in the line of Lord Jesus Christ. So, in any case, you have to follow a spiritual master. There is no question of being without a spiritual master. Is that clear? Many different sects of Christianity interpret the Bible in different ways. Prabhupada, there cannot be any interpretation in the Bible, then there is no authority. Just like this is a watch. Everyone has called it a watch, and if I call it a spectacle, then what is the value of my being spiritual master? I'm misleading. It is a watch, and that I must say. This intelligence you must have, who is a pseudo-spiritual master and a real spiritual master. Otherwise, you'll be cheated, and that is being done. Everyone is interpreting in his own way. There are thousands of editions of the Bhagavad Gita, and they have tried to interpret it in their own way, all nonsense. They should all be thrown away. Simply you have to read the Bhagavad Gita as it is, then you'll understand. If anyone can understand the clear passage, just like the Bible, God said, "Let there be creation," and there was creation. What is the question of interpretation? Yes, God created. You cannot create. Where is opportunity of interpretation? Am I right? In the beginning of the Bible it is said like that, God said, "Let there be creation," and there was creation. So what is your interpretation? Tell me, what is your interpretation? Can any one of you suggest? One can explain, that is a different thing. But the fact that God created, that will remain, that we cannot change. Now how the creative process took place, that is explained in the Bhagavatam. First of all there was sky, then there was sound, then there was this, that. But the primary fact that God created, that will remain in any circumstance. Not the rascal scientist who says, "Oh, there was a chunk, and it split up, and there was this planet. Perhaps this and likely this," all this nonsense. Why perhaps? Here is clear statement, God created. That's all. Finished. Another guest said he didn't feel subordinate to anyone, therefore he didn't feel he had to bow down to anyone. Indirectly, he was criticizing the devotees' offering of obeisances to Prabhupada. It is a material disease, Prabhupada replied, to think that we don't have to bow down. He demonstrated logically that nature forces each of us to be subordinate, to bow down to old age, disease, death, and many other things. Guest, okay, but who or what should I bow down to? Prabhupada, since you are being forced to bow down, now you have to find where you shall be happy even by bowing down. And that is Krishna. Your bowing down will not be stopped, because you are meant for that, but if you bow down to Krishna and Krishna's representative, then you become happy. The disciples were submissive, and therefore only to them could the spiritual master impart knowledge of Krishna consciousness. But some of them were also doubtful, and Prabhupada had to convince them with the same logical arguments he used with the outsiders. Devotee, Prabhupada? How do you logically explain to impersonalists the existence of the personality of Godhead? Prabhupada began to explain the three features of the Absolute and compared them to the three features of the sun, namely the sunshine, the sun disk, and the sun god. Using the well-known example, he thoroughly explained the existence of the Supreme Person as the source of all expansions, including the impersonal Brahman. But, the devotee was not yet satisfied. How does one explain to such an impersonalist the absolute truth logically? I was told Śrīla Bhaktivedanta had such a proof. Prabhupada, apart from Bhaktivedanta, try to understand in your common sense. Painstakingly, Prabhupada explained again, this time at greater length. He quoted the Vedanta Sutra verse Janmadhyasya Yata, explaining how everything in existence comes from the Supreme Absolute. Therefore, as we are persons, there must be a Supreme Person, the reservoir of all personality, from whom everything comes. As we experience that our Father is a person, therefore we are persons. Often Prabhupada was simply saying there is God and one should love God. But one student protested why love of God should come in the form of the Krishna consciousness movement. Student, if our first concern should be to serve God, or Krishna, then why should there be a movement? You might get so caught up in the movement that you're forgetting about serving God. Prabhupada, why am I serving God? This movement means I am serving God. What do you mean by serving? If Krishna says, you obey me, and if I say, you obey Krishna, is this not service? Student, yes. Prabhupada, so we are doing the same business. Krishna says, surrender to me and give up all other engagement, and I shall give you protection. And we are saying the same thing, that you surrender to Krishna and you'll be happy. So we are voluntarily giving service to Krishna. Preaching work is the best service, if you preach rightly. If you preach wrongly, that is disservice. You have to simply say the same thing as Krishna. Student, but the movement might get in the way of serving Krishna. Prabhupada, it is service to Krishna. Because we have understood what Krishna wants, we are preaching the same thing. Student, was there always a kind of movement? Prabhupada, yes, the movement is always there. Just like in the Bhagavad Gita it is said, my dear Arjuna, whenever people are misguided and there is too much irreligiosity, at that time I appear myself. The material world is such that, if something is set right, still sometime it will be distorted. Therefore a movement is required whenever there is deterioration of the real truth. But it is the same movement, not a new movement. The movement means God is there, He is great, and we are all subordinate. Our duty is to abide by the order of God, then we are happy. The movement is simple. The same movement was preached by Lord Krishna. The same movement was preached by Lord Jesus Christ. The same movement we are also preaching. Simply accepting the authority or the greatness of the Supreme Lord and engaging oneself, that's all. There is nothing new. Don't try to see something new. It is the oldest because God is the oldest, you are also the oldest, and your relationship is also the oldest. Therefore the movement is also the oldest. But the process adopted is suitable for this time. That is also not new, not manufactured. It is recommended for this age. Just like during the winter season, the process is to protect your body from being affected by cold. Similarly in this age, Kali Yuga, it is recommended that God realization is only possible by this chanting of Hare Krishna. Many of the youngsters would try to catch Prabhupada in contradictions. One boy noted Prabhupada's statement that it was natural for a child to drink milk and not eat the meat of an animal. The boy argued that if Prabhupada's emphasis was on being natural, then is it natural for a child to grow up, shave his head, and serve God, or was that just another form of socialization? Another challenger asked why the International Society for Krishna Consciousness was incorporated. Another asked if the sadhus in India who wore long hair and wandered in the woods needed spiritual masters. The questions revealed the guests' uneasiness. Prabhupada was demanding a full commitment to the truth. They could understand that if they accepted that he was presenting the truth, then they, too, like the bright-faced disciples sitting beside them in the crowded temple room, should bow down to Prabhupada and Lord Jagannath, join the movement, shave their heads, and go out chanting Hare Krishna. At least that was the implication. So those who deeply wanted to avoid the austerity, the surrender, the uprooting of a whole lifetime of illusion, sought out the flaws, the possible contradictions. But kind and lenient though he was, Prabhupada, never demanding that they shave their heads or live in the temple, continued to defeat their doubting arguments, expose the weakness of their atheistic reasoning, and smash the folly of their material desires. He ruled forth as Krishna's representative, speaking from the blue and gold velvet Vyasasana in the front room of the Seattle house. Woman, I wish to see proofs of afterlife, in writing, so that I can read it and study it and examine it carefully. Is it available in writing? Prabhupada, read Bhagavad Gita. You'll understand everything. Woman, that's 68 volumes? Prabhupada, no, Bhagavad Gita is one volume only. 18 chapters, 700 verses. You can read it in 3 days. It is not very difficult. We have published Bhagavad Gita as it is, and I think if you read it, you will get so many nice informations. After reading Bhagavad Gita, you read Srimad Bhagavatam. Then you get further enlightenment. Then you read teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and you get further enlightenment. And for general information, we have this Back to Godhead you can read. It is not that simply we are talking. We are backed by sufficient knowledge and literature. And so it went into the evening, 9 o'clock turned to 10 o'clock and 10 o'clock to 10:30. Is Bhakti Yoga for everyone? What about Kundalini Yoga? Why did Krishna ask Arjuna to fight? What about Christ consciousness? What about the Trinity? Prabhupada was completely absorbed in defeating arguments and answering questions about Krishna, a samadhi of debate on behalf of his Lord Krishna. Yes, he did expect them, if they were gentlemen, to accept his presentation as correct and to make a real commitment to Krishna consciousness. So here is the offering, Prabhupada said. Take Krishna consciousness. Now it is your choice. If you can take it, it is good. If you don't take it, that is your misfortune. Is there any difficulty to accept our formula? I ask all of you, is there any difficulty? I am asking this. You have asked so many questions of me. Is there any difficulty to accept this formula? The assembled guests and devotees murmured in reply, no. So why don't you take it? Prabhupada laughed. It is so simple, nice. Try to understand by your knowledge. We are not pushing forcibly. You have got your intelligence, argument, logic, everything. But you'll find it sublime. The author of Chaitanya Charitamrita says that we are placing it for your judgment, not that we are pushing it by force. Sometimes it is said that the Mohammedans propagated their religion by holding a sword in one hand and the Quran in another hand. Either you accept Quran, or there is sword for you. Krishna consciousness is not like that. It is placed for your judgment. And if you like, you can accept. Otherwise, I came here empty-handed, I shall go back empty-handed. There is no loss, no gain. Prabhupada laughed with the satisfaction of the completely surrendered servant. Then he asked them all to chant Hare Krishna. Tamala Krishna. At that point, I could recognize that Prabhupada was my complete Lord and Master. Whenever he would get up from the Vyasasana, I would just grip his feet and hold them. I would hold his feet at my head, and I wouldn't let him walk at all. I was so eager to be at Prabhupada's lotus feet. I wanted to be with him as much as I could. I would feel very torn apart when he would go to another temple. I remember sometimes after the program, he would finish eating a piece of fruit and would throw the peel on the floor. We would all jump for it and fight with each other in front of the altar and Prabhupada. We would be scrapping around like little puppies. Prabhupada would lean back and laugh. He thought we were making very nice advancement by this. Word got around that Prabhupada, whose disciples were chanting downtown every day, was himself chanting Hare Krishna and speaking in the temple on Roosevelt Way. A local TV station came out one evening to film the proceedings, bringing big cameras, microphones, and bright lights into the temple room and shooting Lord Jagannath, the devotees dancing and singing, and excerpts of Prabhupada speaking. The following day they returned to Prabhupada's apartment and filmed him playing harmonium and speaking with a woman interviewer. They turned their cameras on his personal altar, with close-ups of his Radha Krishna deities as well as the covers of his books, Bhagavad Gita as it is and teachings of Lord Chaitanya. When Prabhupada saw the footage on color TV, a few minutes of the evening news, he thought it was good. He wrote to the devotees in London, "This newscast should help our movement here in Seattle, as so many people will see and come to our temple. You can try for television appearances there also if possible." After the TV showing, there was a brief fame. When Prabhupada came to the lecture the next night, the temple room was filled with about 50 extra guests, young men and women. Prabhupada seemed pleased, but actually they were all one group, a fun-seeking fraternity house with their dates. They managed to stay through the kirtana, but as soon as Prabhupada began to speak, they all got up and left, leaving the devotees and the usual number of about a dozen interested guests. The devotees were also going to the university, and among the students was considerable interest, at least casually. A representative of a student newspaper came and talked at length with Prabhupada. When two men came to Prabhupada's apartment and presented themselves as reporters, Prabhupada's secretary allowed them in, thinking they also wanted an interview. But their interview became an interrogation. They challenged Prabhupada as to why he was not teaching that Jesus Christ was the only way to God. They were angry that Prabhupada was preaching on the campuses. When Prabhupada informed them that he accepted Jesus Christ as the Son of God, they demanded, "But do you believe or not that Jesus is the only way?" Prabhupada replied, "Do you believe that God is limited or unlimited?" "Unlimited," they admitted. "Then why are you limiting him," said Prabhupada, "by saying that there is only one way to get to him? Even an ordinary man can have 20 sons. Do you mean to say that God can have only one son? Why are you limiting him?" Within a few minutes, the men were speaking to Prabhupada in loud voices. It became obvious they were not reporters, and they told him they were, in fact, local ministers. When they became blasphemous, the devotees asked them to leave the house. Prabhupada wrote in a letter to a disciple in New York, "The priestly class of Christian and Jewish churches are becoming envious of our movement. Because they are afraid of their own system of religiosity, because they see so many young boys and girls are taking interest in this system of Krishna consciousness. Naturally, they are not very satisfied. So we may be facing some difficulty by them in the future. So, we have to take some precaution. Of course, this priestly class could not do anything very nice till now, but the dogmatic way of thinking is going on. So anyway we shall have to depend on Krishna." Before Prabhupada's arrival in Seattle, Upendra had written the head of the Asian department at the University of Washington, requesting a speaking engagement. The professor wrote back entirely in Sanskrit, knowing well that the boys would not be able to read his letter. Upendra gave the letter to Prabhupada, who immediately translated it and answered the professor with a letter written in English, but quoting many Sanskrit verses. Prabhupada concluded his letter, "I am sorry that we cannot reply in Sanskrit. Our process is not academic, but purely spiritual. Prabhupada had Upendra sign the letter as if he had written it himself. Prabhupada went out himself to speak in several colleges. At the University of Washington, he had Tamala Krishna give an introductory talk. Speaking directly what he had heard from Prabhupada, Tamala Krishna spoke boldly about so-called holy men or swamis who are cheating the public. He took considerable care to demonstrate that our spiritual master is in complete agreement with Lord Jesus and the Bible. The Bible is bona fide, he said, but like a pocket dictionary compared to the unabridged. There is a need to hear a person like our spiritual master, C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, speak, said Tamala Krishna. He then read an article from the New York Daily News, headlined Retreat for Priests Who Drink, featuring a sanatorium that had been open for some of the 5,000 alcoholic priests in the United States. I'm not saying that all priests are like this, he said. That's not at all what I'm trying to get at. But the article goes on to say that alcoholism is not treated as a moral failure, but as a disease. But that's absurd. It is a moral failure. These priests have the choice to drink or not to drink. They chose to drink and get drunk. These are men who are leading us back to God. The point is, you must have someone who is pure. To teach about God requires a moral qualification. Our spiritual master spends 100% of his time in praise of the Supreme Lord. We ask you today, please listen closely and just try to understand his teachings. Just listen and test with your reasoning ability and your intellect to see whether this is not the bona fide way to the absolute truth. Now let His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada speak. Prabhupada listened from the orange cloth-covered dais where he sat in the auditorium. Tamala Krishna had stood and spoken, and now he joined the other saffron-robed men and the women in saris who sat at Prabhupada's feet. His voice echoing with amplification in the large hall, Prabhupada spoke to an audience of over 100. He quoted the verse Om Jnanatimmirandhasya, explaining that everyone in the material world is in darkness, and the spiritual master is he who opens our eyes with the torch of knowledge. If human society does not have the urge to come to the light by searching after God, then mankind is no better than the animals. To illustrate the point that human society is in a precarious condition for lack of God consciousness, Prabhupada told a very nice story. One rat, he said, was troubled with a cat, so he came to a saintly person. "My dear sir, I am very much troubled. What is the difficulty?" The rat said, "The cat always chases, so I am not in peace of mind." "Then what do you want?" "Please make me a cat." "All right, you become a cat." But after a few days, the cat returned to the saintly person and complained that he was being chased by the dogs. The saintly person gave him the benediction, "All right, become a dog." Then the foxes chased the dog. The saintly person blessed him again, "All right, become a fox." Then the tigers chased him. The saintly person turned him into a tiger. And when he became a tiger, Prabhupada continued, he began to stare his eyes on the saintly person, "I shall eat you." "Oh. You shall eat me? I have made you tiger, and you want to eat me?" "Yes, I am a tiger and I shall eat you." "Oh." Then the saintly person cursed him, "Again you become a rat. Again you become a rat." So he became a rat. So our human civilization is going to be like that. The other day I was reading in your World Almanac. In the next 100 years, people will live underground like rats. So our scientific advancement has created this atomic bomb to kill man, and it will be used. And we have to go underground to become again rat. From tiger again rat. That is going to be. That is nature's law, Divihaya Saguna Maya Mama Maya Duratyaya. If you defy the laws of your state, then you are put into difficulty. Similarly, if you continue to defy the authority, the supremacy of the Supreme Lord, personality of Godhead, then the same result, again you become rat. As soon as there is atomic bomb, everything, all civilization on the surface of the globe, will be finished. So people may not like it. It may be very unpalatable, but the fact is like that. Prabhupada explained that the God consciousness he was advocating was not a particular rigid religion like Christian or Hindu or Muslim, but it was universal. He explained the word dharma as one's characteristic, that which cannot be taken away. The unalterable characteristic of the living entity, he said, is the tendency to love and do service, and that is our eternal religion. So I do not wish to take much of your time, Prabhupada concluded after no more than 10 minutes, but simply I want to impress upon you that this chanting of Hare Krishna is so nice that if you give an experimental way, you can see. You chant for at least 1 week, and you see how much you have changed. So these boys, they are chanting in the street. We have got many branches in your country, one in London, one in Germany, and everyone is taking part. It is increasing. So we don't charge anything, neither you have got any loss. If there is any profit, you can try it, but there is not loss. That is guaranteed. Chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Thank you very much. During his stay in Seattle, a few people came to join as disciples, living with them and aspiring to become devotees. After several weeks, Prabhupada held an initiation for students who had already been with ISKCON for about 6 months. Prabhupada held the traditional initiation ceremony with mantras and fire yajna in the temple room. He had just completed the last mantras, had turned to the devotees, and said, "Now chant Hare Krishna," when a guest, a woman who had some local fame as a hatha yoga instructor, interrupted the proceedings. "Excuse me," she began, "I have to speak to you." "Please wait," said Prabhupada. "Why are you sitting on a raised seat?" she exclaimed. "You are sitting up there, and all these people are sitting here, and you're like you're on a throne." Devotees tried politely to check her, but she wanted to be heard. Prabhupada was silent. "Why does everyone bow to you?" she demanded. "Don't you know God is everywhere? Everyone is God." "That's all right," said Prabhupada. "Let us chant." Her argument was drowned out by a rousing kirtana celebrating the completion of the initiation ceremony. When the kirtana ended, Prabhupada was still thinking of the disruptive guest. "Prabhupada, where is that girl? She is gone?" "Visnuyana," I think Madhudvisa explained to her. "She didn't know about the bowing down and everything." "Prabhupada, what was her question?" "Visnuyana, she was thinking that we were bowing to you as if you were God. She resents this because in the Christian religion it says, 'Bow down to no man.'" "What did you explain?" Prabhupada laughed. "Did you not explain that we are bowing down not as God but as God's representative? Could you not explain like this?" "She's over there, I think," said Madhudvisa, "if you'd like to talk to her." But the yogini had left the room and was now out front talking with the new girl, Joy, who had been living with Prabhupada's disciples since his first night in Seattle. The yogini was trying to revive Joy's old interest in impersonal yoga and was criticizing Prabhupada. Although Joy had cried when Prabhupada was blasphemed, she became confused hearing the yogini speak impersonal, anti-devotional philosophy. Then as Prabhupada was leaving the temple to get into his car, the yogini obstructed his path and continued her blasphemy. "No one should bow down," she railed, "because everyone is God." Prabhupada became angry, a fiery look in his wide eyes. Suddenly Joy Fulcher came forward and threw herself on the ground before Prabhupada, placing her hand on his foot. She had been confused about whom to accept, but now felt compelled to surrender to Prabhupada. He allowed her to keep her hand on his foot while the yogini gradually subsided before Prabhupada's angry silence and let him pass. Getting into the van, Prabhupada bumped his head on the inside of the roof. The devotees were furious and blamed the blasphemous girl for what happened. As the van drove away, Prabhupada turned to Narayana, who was driving. "That girl said everyone is God. But she objected that they were bowing down to me. But if everyone is God, am I not also God?" The devotees in Seattle were trying to save Joy, who had become confused by the visit of the yogini. The next day they arranged that she should go see Prabhupada on the plea that she was an artist and could perhaps do some devotional paintings. Prabhupada agreed, and she waited outside his room while he gave Jivananda a drum lesson. Finally, she entered Prabhupada's room. "Janavadasi, Joy Fulcher," Prabhupada asked, "what kind of girl is it who sees every man as God?" He was referring to the troublesome girl who had blasphemed at the initiation. I didn't understand him, so he repeated the question, then a third time, and added, "She's a prostitute, isn't she?" Fortunately, Govinda Dasi walked in at that moment and was able to tell me later what his question had been. At the time, all I knew was that I accepted his divine grace as spiritual master and that the answer to his question, no matter what it was yes. So I answered, "Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada." And he was pleased. Then he warned, "Don't associate with non-devotees." I wanted him to know that I accepted him without doubt as my spiritual master. Very sentimentally, I said, "Śrīla Prabhupada, I have always had trouble with my material father and mother, but now I can understand that you are my real father." His divine grace mercifully matched my tone and gently said, "Everyone has a material father and mother, but you have a spiritual father. You are very fortunate." I was crazy and had trouble seeing him because he appeared very effulgent, so I was wiping my eyes with my hands. Also I couldn't understand his accent, so I kept wiping my ears with my hands. His divine grace took compassion on my struggle to be Krishna conscious. He then penetrated my impersonalism with a beautiful description of Lord Krishna's form. As I sat facing him, he was looking past me, over my shoulder. His divine grace said, "Just see how beautifully Lord Krishna's hair is resting on his shoulders. Just see how his eyes are beautiful, Like two lotus petals. Just see how nicely Lord Krishna has wrapped his shawl about his thighs. Just see how nicely he has put on his dhoti. He also mentioned the Lord's lotus feet. I don't know whether he was looking at a deity or a picture of Krishna, or whether Lord Krishna was standing there, as he looked up and down, describing his form. All I knew was that if I turned around I would see a painting or brass or air. So I decided just to look at his divine grace and hear him describe Lord Krishna as he saw him. After I left the room, Govinda Dāsa asked what his divine grace had said about painting. She couldn't believe it when I told her we didn't discuss painting for the whole hour. Knowing that the spiritual master knows everything, I had waited for him to bring up the subject and give me that service. She brought me back and explained to him the purpose for which I had come. He asked my artistic background and was unimpressed when I rattled it off, because I was proud. Then he ordered me to paint the Pankatattva. Not only new recruits but older devotees were being drawn closer to Prabhupada by the mercy of Krishna. In the Sanskrit scriptures, the word apanitai means coming closer to the spiritual master for the purpose of receiving more confidential instructions in Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada also took the opportunity of any meeting with his disciples to try to bring them closer to the Lord. Narayana. One of the most deeply impressive things that happened to me was the very first time I sat alone with Śrīla Prabhupada. I had been with Śrīla Prabhupada in San Francisco before in his room, but there were other people there, and I was a newcomer. But then I sat alone with Śrīla Prabhupada, and I was terribly fearful because I didn't know what to do, what to say. I was a little spaced out from all my karmic activities and was totally tense, like I was going to explode like a jack-in-the-box, because I didn't know what to do. I watched Śrīla Prabhupada opening letters. He opened the envelope all the way out and saved it and used it later to write on in order to save paper. He showed me some letter from somewhere and asked my opinion. Then he asked me to get something from his cabinet, and I did. His room was surrounded by windows, with light shining in from a very nice angle because of the way it was a little subterranean. The table was very low, just like a coffee table, and he was sitting behind it. I happened to be in the back against the wall, and he asked me to get something from one of his cabinets which was also behind there. So he and I both ended up behind his low table. He was standing and I was crouching. When I stood up, Śrīla Prabhupada, out of the blue, began to talk to me. I was just so flabbergasted. Anytime he spoke to me, I became so disconcerted that I could hardly hear what he was saying. He pointed to the table. He said, "You see this little ant?" I looked at the table and no ant was there. Prabhupada was pointing his finger. He said, "Do you see that little ant?" I said, "Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada." He said, "We should think that our goal should be how to make this ant Krishna conscious." I was just sort of blown away by what he said. He said, "We should go to this ant and we should lean down," and Prabhupada leaned down to the invisible ant on the table where he propped his forefinger and thumb together, poking toward the ant. "You should chant Hare Krishna." And he said, "We should give a little prasadam. If we do that," he said, "our whole movement will be a success." I was completely impressed by the statement because I understood even though Śrīla Prabhupada always had big schemes for a big world ISKCON, yet his heart was always lined with these small items, and this was so wonderful. If one person hears Hare Krishna, then it is worth the whole effort. Love for Śrīla Prabhupada was also brought out by the prospect of separation from him. Govinda Dāsa and her husband had been Prabhupada's secretaries for a year. They had been with him wherever he went, from the West Coast, to Boston, to Montreal, to Santa Fe. They were always with him, like a part of his intimate family, and they had become very attached to being with him. But in his desire to spread Krishna consciousness, Prabhupada sent Govinda Dāsa's husband, Gaurasundara, to Hawaii before coming to Seattle, to open an ISKCON center there. In Seattle, Prabhupada asked Govinda Dāsa to join her husband. Govinda Dāsa, if Prabhupada said, "Very nice, your life was perfect," whether he said it for your cooking chapatis or peanuts, or doing a drawing, or a kirtana, or anything. If he said, "Very nice," and smiled and nodded his head, then your life's ambition was achieved, for that moment anyway. Getting him to smile, seeing him happy, was the goal of life, and you didn't really remember things like liberation. It was almost as if the idea of going to a heavenly planet or even Krishnalika became distant, but at this time I knew that I was going to have to leave Śrīla Prabhupada soon. I was so very, very attached to him that I would wake up in the middle of the night crying. Almost every night I would invariably be crying in my dreams or in my sleep because of having to leave him soon, and I didn't want to. It was a very painful time. On one of his last evenings in Seattle, Prabhupada gave a lecture at the temple as usual, and then he returned to his apartment. The devotees at the temple took hot milk and prepared themselves for rest. But suddenly Prabhupada entered the temple. It was very unusual. They offered obeisances and waited in keen anticipation. His mood was very grave. He again sat on the Vyasasana and asked them to sit. He had his servant adjust the tape recorder and play a tape of Prabhupada singing and playing the harmonium. Puzzled, the devotees looked at each other. For about 30 minutes, a beautiful bhajana of Prabhupada singing the Vandahan prayers played in the room before the assembled devotees. Afterwards, Prabhupada said, "I have just received one telegram from India. The person who gave me sannyasa has left his body." Prabhupada continued to explain, "One has to accept the renounced order of life from another person who is in the renounced order," he said. "I never thought that I shall accept the renounced order of life. In my family life, when I was in the midst of my wife and children, sometimes I was dreaming that my spiritual master was calling me and I was following him. When my dream was over, I was thinking I was a little horrified. Oh, Guru Maharaja wants me to become sannyasi. How can I accept sannyasa? At that time I was feeling not very much satisfaction that I have to give up my family and become a mendicant. At that time it was a horrible thing. Sometimes I was thinking, no, I cannot take sannyasa. But again I saw the same dream. So in this way, I was fortunate. My Guru Maharaja," here Prabhupada's voice choked, and he became overwhelmed with emotion, "he pulled me out from this material life." For moments Prabhupada could not speak. Everyone present saw tears pour from his eyes, and then he spoke further. Although the occasion was the passing away of the person who awarded him sannyasa, Prabhupada was now speaking more of how his own spiritual master, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, had called him and saved him and made him take sannyasa through his sannyasa guru. "I have not lost anything," Prabhupada said. "He was so kind upon me. I have gained. I left 3 children, I have now got 300 children, so I am not loser." This is material conception. We think that we shall be loser by accepting Krishna. Nobody is loser. I say from my practical experience. I was thinking that, how can I accept this renounced order of life? I cannot accept so much trouble. But I retired from my family life. I was sitting alone in Vrindavana, writing books. So this, my godbrother, he insisted me, Bhaktivedanta Prabhu. This title was given in my family life. It was offered to me by the Vaisnava society. So he insisted. Not he insisted, practically my spiritual master insisted me through him, that you accept. Because without accepting the renounced order of life, nobody can become a preacher. So he wanted me to become a preacher. So he forced me through this godbrother you accept. So unwillingly I accepted. And then I remembered that he wanted me to go to the Western country. So I am feeling now very obliged to this godbrother, that he carried out the wish of my spiritual master and forced me to accept this sannyasa order. So this godbrother, His Holiness Kesava Maharaja, is no more. He has entered Krishna's abode. So I wish to pass a resolution of bereavement and send that. And I have composed one verse also in this connection in Sanskrit. So you all present, you sign this. I shall send it tomorrow. The verse I have composed, it is in Sanskrit. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga. This Krishna consciousness is Vairagya Vidya. Vairagya Vidya means to become detestful to this material world. That is called Vairagya Vidya. And that is possible simply by this Bhakti Yoga. Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Mapayayam Mam. This is just like medicine. The child is afraid of taking medicine. That also I have experience. In my childhood, when I became ill I was very stubborn, I won't accept any medicine. So my mother used to force medicine within my mouth with a spoon, I was so obstinate. So anyway, similarly I did not want to accept the sannyasa order, but this godbrother forced me, you must. Apayayam, he forcefully made me to drink this medicine. Anavasamandam. Why I was unwilling. Anavasam means unwilling. Andam means one who is blind, who cannot see his future. This spiritual life is the brightest future, but the materialist cannot see to it. But the Vaisnavas, the spiritual master, they forcefully, you drink this medicine. You see, Apayayam Mamanavasamandam Sri Kesava Bhakti Prajnanam. So this my godbrother, his name is Kesava, Bhakti Prajna Kesava. Kr Pambudhi. So he did this favor upon me because he was an ocean of mercy. So we offer our obeisances to Vaisnava Kr Pambudhi. Vanchakalpatarubhas ca krpa sindubhya eva ca. The Vaisnavas, the representatives of the Lord, they are so kind. They bring the ocean of mercy for distributing to the suffering humanity. Kr Pambudhar yastamahan prapati. So I am offering my respectful obeisances unto this, His Holiness, because he forcibly made me adopt the sannyasa order. So he is no more in this world, He has entered Krishna's abode. So I am offering my respectful obeisances along with my disciples. On the first day of my sannyasa I never thought, but I remembered that I'll have to speak in English. I remember on that sannyasa day when there was a reception. So I first of all spoke in English. So it is all arrangement of Krishna, higher authority. We are writing like this: resolved that we, the undersigned members and devotees of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness Incorporated, in a meeting under the presidency of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, today the 2 LSD of October, 1968, at our Seattle branch, express our profound bereavement on hearing the passing away of His Divine Grace Om Visnapada Sri Srimad Bhakti Prajnana Kesava Goswami Maharaja, the Sannyasa Guru, preceptor, of our spiritual master. And on October 6, 1968, at his headquarter residence in Navadvipa, West Bengal. We offer our respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of Sri Srimad BP Kesava Goswami Maharaja with the following verse composed on this occasion by our spiritual master. This verse I have already explained to you. So I wish that you all sign this, and I'll send it tomorrow by airmail. You have got pencil? Prabhupada first signed his own name and then gave the letter to Kartikeya to take to each devotee in the room. One by one, they placed the paper on the floor and signed it. The devotee carrying the paper was about to pass by several guests, but Prabhupada said, "No, no. Everyone here is present, and so they are all a witness." The last one to sign was Prabhupada's servant, Kartikeya. Kartikeya put the paper on the floor and slowly signed his name, while Śrīla Prabhupada leaned forward on the Vyasasana, watching very intently. Before Prabhupada left Seattle, most of the devotees returned to their temples in San Francisco and Los Angeles. Only half a dozen people remained with him for the few days before his departure. Prabhupada had to go to Montreal for an interview with the U.S. consulate there. Accepted as an immigrant in Canada, he was now trying to get permanent residency for the U.S. because of the expense. He would fly to Montreal unaccompanied. He planned to stay there a few days and then fly to visit the new ISKCON Center in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and then go back to Los Angeles. Govinda Dasi made Prabhupada his favorite food, kakoras, to take on the plane. Prabhupada had taught her how to cook them. One of the secrets was to put the kakoras into hot ghee once so that they puffed up, but then cool them and recook them in the ghee. Cook them twice, he said, until it becomes reddish. As she cooked them, and while they were still hot, Prabhupada wanted to try one. When he began asking for one after another, Govinda Dasi said, "Prabhupada, you are going to eat them all, and you won't have any for your journey." "Never mind," he replied. "Bring me more. Never mind my journey." According to Govinda Dasi, he ate 8 kakoras, and she made more for his journey. Janava Dasi, the next day His Divine Grace was leaving for Montreal, so I was told to make the garland for him. I took too long and made it on thin thread. We were already late, but I made us even later in picking up His Divine Grace to take him to the airport. When we arrived at his apartment about 1/2 hour from the temple, Harsarani ran out of the apartment and told us that she had never seen him so furious. She warned us that we were really going to get it for being late. Then Govinda Dasi came out and confirmed what Harsarani said. Then Kartikeya came out, visibly shaken, followed by His Divine Grace. Instead of garlanding him, Upendra bowed down and with shaking hands held the garland above his bowed head. His Divine Grace simply put on the garland and, without a word of remonstration, got into the van. Naranarayana, Bilvamangala didn't know how to drive, he was swaying this way and that way. And as we were going toward the downtown area, Prabhupada said, "Who knows how to get to the airport?" We all looked at each other. Not one of us had ever been to the Seattle airport, and it was late for his plane. I said, "I think it is this way." Prabhupada looked at me as sharply as a razor blade and said, "Think? Think means you do not know." Finally there was an entrance onto the freeway, and I stopped there. Prabhupada said, "I want to take a taxi." "You do not know," he said heavier things than that, which my mind has blocked out. I stopped and said, "Śrīla Prabhupada, let's wait a moment. Surely we will find a way." I quickly called out the window to a hitchhiker on the side of the freeway, "Where is the airport?" And he told us how to get there. Prabhupada was angry, because he not only liked to be at the airport on time, but ahead of time by at least an hour. So we got on the freeway, and this boy obviously did not know how to drive. The car was swaying and rocking back and forth like a boat in a heavy storm, and Prabhupada was looking disturbed. I was sitting in the back, and to make matters worse, every time the car swayed like that, the girls put their hands together and started chanting Tavakara Kamala Vair. We drove on, and by the grace of Lord Krishna, We got to the airport a half hour ahead of the flight. John Nava Dasi. When we got into the airport, His Divine Grace stepped through the front doors, and immediately his knee-length garland on the thin thread broke, but he simply cradled the two fallen ends in his arms and walked on with great dignity, his head held high and tilted back. Then the devotees gave me petals to throw at his feet. I thought that we would disturb the airlines by leaving petals everywhere. I threw the petals clumsily because I was distracted by my doubt, until His Divine Grace said, "That's all right, no more petals." Then when we sat waiting for his flight, I was pretty morose at his feet. He looked down and spoke that familiar blessing, "Is everything all right?" Then the devotees gave me a particularly exquisite and fragrant red rose to give to him. As he boarded the plane, he kept the rose and gave his garland to Upendra to distribute. Although I had only been a devotee for a month, still I, too, was faced with that unbearable separation from reciprocating with him in his physical form. His Divine Grace sat by the window, and he waved the long-stemmed rose slowly, and then he ducked out of view while we were dancing and having ecstatic kirtana. Then he came back to the window and waved the rose and then ducked out of sight again. He did this several times, and we responded each time with more forceful chanting and dancing. Then he left. October 27, 1968. Prabhupada was traveling alone when he arrived in Chicago on a morning flight from Montreal. Inside the busy terminal building of O'Hare Airport, people rushed down the corridors or looked anxiously at the airport television screens overhead to find the right gate. Prabhupada was to immediately catch a connecting flight to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Prabhupada checked the overhead television screens for his flight's gate number and made his way down the crowded corridor. The rush and congestion made stopping even for a moment hazardous. As Prabhupada headed down the long corridor, passers-by eyed him curiously. He came to a flight of stairs and started quickly down them, moving with the crowd. Suddenly he tripped and lost his balance. He dropped his bag and fell down several stairs. He didn't get up. His hand was cut, and he felt pain in several places. Then a gentleman came, helped him stand, and handed him his bag. The stream of passengers continued to rush past while the gentleman waited, asking Prabhupada if he was all right. Prabhupada thanked the man and said that he would be able to proceed by himself. On the plane for Santa Fe, Prabhupada looked at his hand. The cut had bled a little but had now stopped, and he saw a bruise appearing. When Prabhupada arrived at the Montreal airport, a reporter had asked him, "Swami, in the course of your travels, what difficulties do you encounter?" And Prabhupada had replied, "I have no difficulties. You have difficulties." And it was a fact. Prabhupada was simply depending on Krishna, and so he had no problems. That had also been Prahlāda Maharaja's prayer, "O best of the great personalities, I am not at all afraid of material existence, for wherever I stay I am fully absorbed in thoughts of your glories and activities. My concern is only for the fools and rascals who are making elaborate plans for material happiness and maintaining their families, societies and countries. I am simply concerned with love for them." The reporter, however, had only written something foolish, hush-puppied high priest. A television news team, with cameras and lights, had come to the Seattle temple to interview Prabhupada, and that night part of the interview had been televised. It had been favorable coverage. A Christian minister, however, a Mr. Miller from the University of Washington, had written in protest of Prabhupada's preaching at the university. But Prabhupada had replied that the church had failed to satisfy so many boys and girls. So if some of them were following him and giving up sinful life, why should the Christians protest? They should be glad. At the Albuquerque airport, Harinyama, president of the Santa Fe temple, and Govinda Dasi met Prabhupada. But they greeted him with strange news. "Prabhupada," Govinda Dasi said, "the temple here has no money. You can't stay. You will have to go on to Los Angeles." Prabhupada turned to Harinyama. "Why did you ask me to come here?" Harinyama glanced at Govinda Dasi and then shifted his foot, which seemed to be causing him pain. He apologized and explained that the night before, he had been bitten by a black widow spider. But Prabhupada's question was unanswered. "So what are you going to do?" Prabhupada demanded. "I can't go to Los Angeles tonight." He looked from Harinyama to Govinda Dasi. "I must stay here in Albuquerque at least for the night in a hotel." Govinda Dasi assigned herself to calling motels to find a suitable, reasonably priced room. While she was gone, Harinyama found Prabhupada a seat. Govinda Dasi said, "You are not feeling well," Harinyama said. "Don't worry about my health," Prabhupada said. "I am not a sick man." Govinda Dasi is sick. "I am not sick." "So what are you going to do?" Govinda Dasi returned and said she couldn't find any reasonable motels. Then she began to cry. "You know Krishna, Prabhupada," she pleaded. What does Krishna want us to do? That is not the point, Prabhupada said angrily. Krishna wants to know what you want to do. Harinyama, disgusted with Govinda Dasi's attitude, suddenly became decisive. I think we should go to Santa Fe, he said. Prabhupada agreed, it seemed the only thing to do. Getting into the temple Volkswagen at 4 in the afternoon, they started the 60-mile drive from Albuquerque to Santa Fe. The clouds overhead formed unusual symmetrical patterns on either side of the road. I have never seen the clouds so beautiful as today, Harinyama said. An hour and a half later, as they pulled into the driveway of the little storefront building, Prabhupada noticed a handmade sign, Swamiji is coming. Yes, he said. And he smiled, his first expression of pleasure since arriving in New Mexico. You were expecting me. Coming in through the back door, Prabhupada, escorted by Harinyama, entered a newly painted room. A rug partially covered the linoleum floor, a wooden table was an altar, and a mattress-covered crate with a pillow was Prabhupada's seat. Prabhupada, however, chose to sit on the rug instead of the crate, and the devotees and guests sat around him. This is a nice room, Prabhupada said, looking around. I will stay here. Govinda Dasi brought Prabhupada a plate of cut fruit, and Prabhupada opened a lunch bag containing laddu and kakoras. About 8 guests, hippies, were present, and Prabhupada distributed prasadam to everyone. One of the guests, never having tasted laddu before, remarked, "This is the best peanut butter I've ever eaten." This is the preparation, Prabhupada explained, that the mothers make for Krishna and the friends of Krishna to take with them in their lunch bags. They put this in their lunch bags when they go and play. One of the guests asked Prabhupada, "Who is Krishna?" "Krishna," Prabhupada replied, "is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is playing with the cowherd boys." Prabhupada asked to spend the night in the Santa Fe storefront, but the devotees told him that, as the heater was too loud, he would be more comfortable staying in an apartment nearby. He complied. Harinyama assigned a recently initiated boy, Dāsa Krishna, to be Prabhupada's servant. When Prabhupada got to his room and found it dark, Dāsa Krishna had to replace the burned-out bulb in the ceiling socket. When the light came on, Prabhupada looked around the room and found it practically bare. There was a mattress on the floor but no pillow. There was no desk, so Prabhupada made his own desk by setting his books on his suitcase, a wooden chest a devotee in Seattle had built. So, Prabhupada said, "Do you know how to type?" No. Prabhupada was unable to sleep that night because of the glare from the street lamp, so he sat at his desk writing purports for the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam. As he wrote, his pen scratched with a hollow sound across the wooden suitcase. Dāsa Krishna took rest in another room, while Prabhupada went on writing all night, his pen scratching on the hollow wooden desk. Then, at 4 in the morning, Prabhupada rang a little bell Dāsa Krishna had left with him and called, "Dāsa Krishna." Dāsa Krishna came running. "Yes, Prabhupada? It is 4 o'clock, Prabhupada said. You should get up." Dāsa Krishna had run to the door without his glasses, so he hurried back to get them. He then ran back again to Prabhupada's room and sat down before him. "The first thing," Prabhupada said, "is you haven't paid your obeisances." Dāsa Krishna slapped his hand to his head, and Prabhupada began to chuckle. As the boy put his head to the floor in honor of his spiritual master, Prabhupada said, "That's all right. It is just for practice." Then Prabhupada spoke sternly. "Why have you brought me to Santa Fe and then told me to leave?" Dāsa Krishna, a devotee for only 2 months, didn't know what to say. Prabhupada persisted. "Why is this? Why have you done this?" "Well, Govinda Dasi, Govinda Dasi. Never listen to a woman." Prabhupada smiled as he spoke, but then again he sternly cautioned Dāsa, "Don't laugh." "So what did she say?" "Well, she was concerned about your health, because of the altitude. She had talked with some doctors and friends of hers, and she became concerned that the altitude might affect you. As a matter of fact, she was sick herself. As soon as she got here, she became sick. So she convinced Harinyama that they should tell you that you shouldn't stay here. Govinda Dasi will always be sick. She will be sick in heaven." Prabhupada began laughing, but Dāsa only looked back nervously. "So they think Swamiji will come here and die." Prabhupada gestured towards the window. "There are so many people living here." Dāsa Krishna, "It became cold in the morning, so he told me to turn on all the burners on the stove." He rubbed his head and started singing the prayers to the spiritual master. He half sang, half said them, and when he was done, we both chanted japa together. I knew I was very fortunate. Then he had me do little things like turn off the burners on the stove. "Now you can turn one off. Now you can turn another one off." It was getting warmer. Later we went for an early morning walk. I had nothing to ask Prabhupada, since I knew so little of the philosophy. He was telling me that one's fortunate life begins when he meets a devotee. That night about 40 guests came to the temple, a big increase over the usual attendance. The audience was almost entirely young couples, and Prabhupada talked about Radha and Krishna in a way that seemed most fitting. Radharani is the most beautiful girl, he said, and Krishna is the most beautiful boy. He explained that Radha and Krishna are the perfection of the conjugal relationship, and when that same conjugal relationship is exhibited by the conditioned souls in the material world, it is only a perverted reflection. After the lecture, as Prabhupada spoke casually with the guests, an elderly woman introduced herself as the head of the Albuquerque Yoga Club and invited Prabhupada to come there to speak. Prabhupada said he would be happy to come and, turning to Harinyama, said, "We should go. They have invited me. But they already have another engagement for you in Los Angeles," Harinyama replied. So Prabhupada ended his short stay in Santa Fe after only one day. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 61 108 Rose Bushes October 28, 1968 On returning to Los Angeles from Santa Fe, Prabhupada found his followers in their new location on Hollywood Boulevard, in the tourist section, a block from Grauman's Chinese Theater. The new temple, a former beauty parlor, occupied the large first floor of an elegant old 6-story office building. The space, actually tri-level, with a ground floor, a mezzanine, and a basement, was filled with more than 40 devotees. Prabhupada stayed in the Lucky 7 Hotel across the street. In the early evening, before the devotees would go out again to chant, they would crowd into Prabhupada's room and sit with him. Prabhupada had ordered that in every center his disciples perform public kirtana, and that order was sending the devotees in New York, Boston, and San Francisco to the parks. In LA the devotees were going out 12 hours a day chanting Hare Krishna in Hollywood. Prabhupada had simply asked that they go out and chant, but enthusiastic new leaders Tamala Krishna and Visnuyana were taking that order to the fullest extent. One night Prabhupada came out in a car and parked in front of the kirtana party, watching the chanting and dancing with pleasure. Visnuyana, who had become especially expert on the mranga, played and led the chanting. The boys wore clean, uniform saffron dhotis, and the women saffron saris. Tamala Krishna had organized the devotees almost to the point of choreography, and Prabhupada watched as devotees raised their hands and danced back and forth in the Swami step, which he himself had taught. Hundreds of tourists walked along Hollywood and Vine, going to the theaters, the wax museum, the CD bars, and the nightclubs. And although sometimes they laughed or made fun of the chanters, they were more often astonished and, at least for a moment, as they stopped in their tracks, delighted. But to Prabhupada, sitting quietly in the car, watching the devotees, the chanting was a benediction on the sleeping souls passing by. He was convinced that everyone on Hollywood Boulevard who heard the chanting was being purified of lifetimes of sinful activity. This was the power of the holy name. And the youthful disciples on the street, energetically singing to Visnuyana's beat, were also aware of this. Seeing Śrīla Prabhupada's car and knowing that he was watching renewed their enthusiasm. To Prabhupada, this kirtana party was only happening by Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati's blessings. Surely he would be pleased to see this revolutionary phenomenon, the holy name resounding from young American Vaisnavas in the late night of this sinful city. And as Prabhupada was convinced of the blessings of Bhaktivedanta Sarasvati, so his young followers, knowing their spiritual master was watching them, were similarly convinced by him, and they transcended all fatigue and doubt. The devotees' residence on Hollywood Boulevard was short-lived. Their public chanting had already made them a sensation, and the arrival of the Jagannath deities was more than the landlord had bargained for. The other tenants of the building were also disturbed, especially whenever the air conditioning system would pick up the aroma of the chili spiced dal and circulate the fumes throughout the building, causing office workers to gasp and cough. The landlord served an eviction notice. He would return the devotees $450 on the condition that they move themselves and all their belongings from the building that same day. The devotees had no choice. They put everything, stove, furniture, rugs, pots and pans, soap, split peas, even Lord Jagannath, out on the sidewalk. They had nowhere to go. While the women and children waited for hours amid the paraphernalia on the street, some other devotees managed to rent enough warehouse space for the furniture. Gradually the devotees relocated in various places. An elderly English lady allowed a few devotees to stay at her house. The Brahmacharis found a small house in the Watts area, and a few women went to another place. Dayananda, who had a job in his own apartment, took a few married couples at his place and found an apartment for Prabhupada, Lord Jagannath, and Kardamahusai on Hayworth Street. Thus the devotees of the Los Angeles temple became scattered. Despite the odd circumstances, they still came together every day for chanting, either on Hollywood Boulevard or in some other Los Angeles area. Prabhupada began visiting the brahmacharis at their house, where he held regular Monday, Wednesday, and Friday lectures. He would lead kirtana, often masterfully playing the mranga, and his playing would make everyone dance. Nandarani had arranged for Prabhupada to lecture at the Hollywood Vegetarian Society. "Do they want to hear about Bhagavad Gita?" Prabhupada asked. "No," Nandarani replied. "They only want to hear about being vegetarian." "You tell them Swamiji doesn't know anything about being vegetarian." "Tell them I don't know anything. But if they want to learn about Bhagavad Gita, I know something." Nandarani called the Vegetarian Society and asked if they wanted to hear about Bhagavad Gita. They didn't. Prabhupada said, "And we aren't interested in lecturing at mundane programs. Even the pigeons are vegetarians. We don't want to be pigeons. We don't care for vegetarian or non-vegetarian. We only care if we can offer it to Krishna, then we eat it." Weeks went by. No one was able to find a new temple. The meetings in the brahmachari apartment were confined, and the neighbors complained about the kirtanas and the mranga playing. But often, while the devotees were out chanting downtown, they would meet someone who would allow them to use his garage for an evening, thus providing an opportunity for all the devotees to be together with Prabhupada. Srimati Dasi, Tamala Krishna met a woman on Sankirtana who offered her garage for Śrīla Prabhupada to lecture in. It was in a nice neighborhood with a clean double garage. We cleaned it even more. We put up madrasas on the wall, pictures over that, a large altar on one side, and a Vyasashana for Śrīla Prabhupada in the back. It was cold out. We kept the large double doors closed so we could heat the place and fill the air with incense, expecting Śrīla Prabhupada to arrive soon. Many neighbors and devotees filled the garage. Jay Yagapala waited out front to give a blast on the conch shell as Śrīla Prabhupada arrived. We heard the conch shell and opened the garage door. As it raised from the bottom and swung slowly up to the ceiling, Śrīla Prabhupada stood there, small and dignified, waiting to enter. He walked in majestically, took his seat on his Vyasashana, and began a kirtana. His lecture struck the curiosity of many neighborhood guests. They all went home with magazines, prasadam, and a new experience to relate to their friends. Thus Śrīla Prabhupada's preaching was going on. One night, while speaking at a garage meeting, Prabhupada described explicitly Krishna's abode, where houses are made of Kantamani stone and the trees are all desire trees. The inhabitants there as well as the land and trees all have spiritual forms and are full of bliss and knowledge. There everyone serves Krishna, and Krishna reciprocates. On another night Prabhupada spoke about the song Hari Hari Vaifale by Nautama Dāsa Thakura. In this song, Prabhupada explained, the author is lamenting his disqualifications and is begging for Krishna's mercy. Nautama Dāsa Thakura laments that instead of worshipping Radha and Krishna, he has simply wasted his life in sense gratification. Prabhupada would often speak about Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana movement of chanting the holy names as the antidote for the ills of Kali Yuga. The devotees always had questions. Madhugvisa asked how a brahmachari can channel his sex desire in serving Krishna. Visnuyana asked whether the spiritual master's mercy was the source of the bliss he was feeling. Tamala Krishna asked how Krishna could be both the father of everyone and the son of his devotee. And there were questions about what it was like to be a cow or tree and Krishnalika and whether the soul's rasa, or serving relationship, with Krishna could ever be changed. And Prabhupada would answer these questions at length. But rarely would Prabhupada complain that there was no temple, rather he would say, "Never mind that we have no place, we have no temple. Krishna has provided this garage, so we accept it." Although homeless in Los Angeles, the devotee's basic ingredient for devotional life remained intact. It was not uncommon by Indian standards, Prabhupada explained, for one's living situation to be unsettled. In India, he said, as many as 20 people might keep their belongings in a single room. They would come and go, taking whatever they needed from the room while living outside, sleeping next to the road. But in America, of course, such a life was impossible. And garage meetings would attract few people. On November 28 Prabhupada wrote in a letter, "So far as it goes in Los Angeles, everything is going very nicely with the Sankirtan party, and soon we are expected to have a new temple location." When Prabhupada met the devotees in the evening, he would ask them, "How many magazines did you distribute? How much money did you collect?" By their good results and Prabhupada's pleasure, a feeling of high spirits prevailed. But one night, when they came to visit him in his apartment, Prabhupada's mood was different. He seemed intolerant. A complacency had set in among the devotees. "How long do you expect me to sit in this house? he demanded of Dayananda. And then he turned indignantly from one devotee to another. "What are you doing? The deities are in my apartment, and you are all here. What are you doing?" He looked at Narayana. "What have you done today to find a temple?" "Well, Prabhupada, I was," but without fully hearing Narayana's reply or excuse, Prabhupada turned to Tamala Krishna. "And you? Did you find a temple?" And one after another, he pinned down each devotee in the room. "And what did you do?" The devotees felt Prabhupada's anger. "I want a temple. Los Angeles must have a temple. There must be a place to worship the deity." That night he didn't lecture. 3 days later, the devotees found a new temple, a one-story church with 3 large rooms, the first really nice piece of property the International Society for Krishna Consciousness had ever acquired. The church had been used by a Japanese Baptist congregation and was located on La Cienega Boulevard in the middle of Los Angeles. In a neighborhood of brick buildings, stores, factories, and businesses, the wooden church stood on a little patch of grass. The rent was high, $500 a month, more than Prabhupada had ever paid for a piece of property. Although Prabhupada had acted non-committal when the landlord had shown him the place, afterwards he told the devotees he wanted the place and they should get it. Dayananda questioned the high rent, but Prabhupada said they had waited long enough. Here was a good place, so they should get it. For Prabhupada, this new temple marked the beginning of a new era for the Krishna consciousness movement. He wrote Kirtanananda Swami on December 8, "You will be glad to know that we have signed a lease for the new temple for Los Angeles Center. It is a very large fine chapel and now there is a program being organized here to set up everything very nicely and invite many new people to participate in our program. Krishna has been very kind to grant us such facilities, and now there are many efforts to be made to use it nicely. The rent is very high, but if we can maintain this establishment it will surely have great future prospects." The devotees in New York had also acquired a new building, moving from 26 2nd Avenue to a larger storefront 2 blocks up on 2nd Avenue. "I do not know how is your temple there," Prabhupada wrote Brahmananda in New York. "I have heard that it is very nice, but I think that the temple here is probably nicer." All devotees in other places, Prabhupada said, should consider the new standard reached in Los Angeles. To Krishna Dāsa in Germany, Prabhupada wrote, "You will be glad to learn that we are having very good success in improving our temples here and have acquired an excellent large chapel suitable for living quarters and curtains." And he wrote to Jajurani in Boston that for his large meeting hall he would need large paintings to decorate the hall. On moving into the temple, the devotees called a press conference. They cooked a feast for 100 people, rented chairs, but only one reporter came. The lone reporter pointed out their mistake in holding a press conference in the evening, after normal working hours. Prabhupada spoke and then encouraged the assembled devotees to take the feast themselves. In Krishna consciousness there is never any failure. If people come to the program we preach, and if not, we take prasada. When a reporter from the Cosmic Star came, Prabhupada talked frankly with him about bogus swamis and avatars from India. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times interviewed Prabhupada on whether he thought man could land on the moon. Prabhupada told the reporter to note down that the Krishna consciousness movement has nothing to do with going to the moon. The reporter had his own angle, and he printed an article in the December 28 issue of the LA Times. "Swami says people are living on moon. If astronauts land on the moon, they probably will be opposed by highly intelligent beings who have been there for 10,000 years. So says Swami A.C. Bhaktivedanta, spiritual leader of an attention-getting Indian cult that has grown from a few followers 2.5 years ago to groups of initiates in 10 U.S. and Canadian cities. The 72-year-old guru, interviewed Friday at the Los Angeles Temple of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, 1975 La Cienega Boulevard, believes first of all that there is only a remote chance that man could land on the moon planet. Claiming that his statements were based on Vedic literature, specifically the Srimad Bhagavatam, Swami Bhaktivedanta said present spacesuits would have to be improved. "Matter of body to land there, you must have the specific body," he said. "With this body you cannot go there, you have to change it scientifically, spiritually or otherwise." Granting that an astronaut's spacesuit might provide the right body, the Swami nevertheless maintained that the present spacesuits used by the astronauts are not adequate. The Bhagavad Gita, another holy Vedic book, describes lower, middle and upper planetary systems, he said. The Earth is in the middle and has beings of average intelligence. The Moon is in the upper category and contains highly intelligent beings, mainly because they've been living so many years. "With this body neither can you land there nor can you interfere in their business," said the Swami. But if astronauts were successful in landing on the Moon, he said he expects the Moon beings to oppose the Earthlings. Citing an analogy in the Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, One king wanted to enter the heavenly kingdom and was opposed by the demigods. The Guru also indicated that any advanced civilization would not take kindly to dumb visitors from another planet. Would astronauts, or cosmonauts, be able to see the moon beings? Almost invisible, they would be almost invisible, he replied. Howard Wheeler, an Ohio State instructor of English and a disciple who sat in for the interview, helped the Swami here by suggesting that the moon beings might have subtle forms which would not be perceived by Earth residents. The Swami saw no difficulties arising in the Krishna consciousness movement if astronauts make a successful landing and return with nothing untoward happening. The movement, sometimes called the Hare Krishna movement because of the importance of the chant using the words Hare, Krishna and Ram, has drawn its early growth from the recent interest in transcendental meditation. The devotees made plans for big Sunday festivals with puppet shows and theater performances. Bhavananda, a new devotee and former New York textile designer, decorated and painted the temple with bright colors, pinks, purples, reds, blues, greens, and bright yellows. From their kirtanas on the street, the Sankirtana devotees began regularly bringing guests to visit the new temple. The devotees planted 108 rose bushes, on Prabhupada's request, throughout the temple grounds. Within a short time an altar was ready, and the devotees brought Lord Jagannath and Kardamahasaya. Now we will begin full-scale deity worship, Prabhupada said to some of the women. He talked of beginning something new in ISKCON, the daily offerings of prasadam to the deity and daily aridas. As the Los Angeles devotee community grew and prospered in its new setting, Prabhupada gradually relinquished the management to his leading disciples. Even for outside speaking engagements, which were often late, disrupting Prabhupada's normal schedule, he sent his disciples in his stead. He wanted to spend his time writing books at his apartment. He said he would go to the temple 3 nights a week and to the festival on Sundays, but otherwise he would be inaccessible. Only his servants and Tamala Krishna, with his daily reports on the Sankirtana party, would see him in his apartment. By December 1968, Prabhupada was producing his books at double his normal rate. He was writing 2 books, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the Nectar of Devotion, and both he considered essential to the foundation of the Krishna consciousness movement. Krishna was a translation and commentary of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam containing the stories of Krishna's pastimes. Wanting colorful illustrations, Prabhupada turned to the 2 or 3 artists among his disciples and challenged them. As fast as they would paint, he would write. As far as possible, I will require some artist who will paint pictures from the Bhagavatam as I give hints on what to paint. But the artist must be very quick. 2 or 3 pictures must be done every week. These pictures will be used for my new book, Krishna, which I will begin as soon as I get the assistance of a quick painter. The 10th canto contains 40 chapters about Krishna in Vrindavan, and 50 chapters of Krishna in Dvarka. So our books will most likely have the first volume of the 40 chapters of Krishna in Vrindavan, with 1 picture for each chapter. Prabhupada described each illustration he wanted. For the first picture, pregnant Devaki, the mother of Krishna, should be sitting in the palace, and near the ceiling the demigods should be surrounding her, praying for Lord Krishna's appearance. Prabhupada wanted Devaki in a different part of the palace for the second picture. Lord Vishnu in his 4-armed form dressed in yellow appears before her while she and her husband, Vasudeva, bow down before him. The third illustration would show baby Krishna lying happily on the lap of Devaki, like an ordinary child. A 4th painting would show Vasudeva carrying baby Krishna across the Yamuna river. The 5th would show Vasudeva at the house of Nanda Maharaja in Vrindavana, exchanging Krishna for the newborn child of Yasoda. Krishna would be a summary study. With translations and commentary blended into a single narrative, the style would be freer in this book than in his presentation of the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, but essentially it was the same work. Having set such an ambitious life's project as translating and commenting on the 18,000 verses of Srimad Bhagavatam, Prabhupada was uncertain he would live to complete it. But the most important part of Srimad Bhagavatam was the 10th canto, because it contained Krishna's transcendental pastimes on earth. Therefore Prabhupada wanted to render it into English right away. To finish the first 9 cantos before beginning the 10th would take years, and Prabhupada didn't know how many years he would have. But his disciples should at least have all the 10th canto pastimes of Krishna. The purpose of preparing this book, Prabhupada wrote in the introduction to Krishna, is primarily to induce people to understand Krishna Katha, because thereby they can become free from material bondage. Vyasadeva, the compiler of Srimad Bhagavatam, and Sukadeva Goswami, the original speaker of Srimad Bhagavatam, had recommended Krishna Katha, hearing and speaking about Krishna, to clear the heart of all illusion. The transcendental pastimes of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, were so powerful that simply by hearing, reading, and remembering them, a devotee would be transferred to the spiritual world. Prabhupada's normal working hours were in the early morning, beginning about 1 a.m., and he daily used this time for writing Krishna. But now he added a second intensive writing period in the afternoon and began another book, The Nectar of Devotion, a summary study of Rupa Goswami's Bhakti-Rasamrita Sindhu. This work contained the complete science of Bhakti Yoga, as taught by Lord Chaitanya to Rupa Goswami 500 years ago. Prabhupada intended the Nectar of Devotion to be the law book for the members of the Krishna consciousness movement. If one wanted to know the philosophical basis of Bhakti Yoga, how to practice devotional service, what the stages of devotional service were, or what its goal was, he could find the answers by reading the Nectar of Devotion. Specifically for devotees, the Nectar of Devotion would help solidify the Krishna consciousness movement in the Western countries, where Bhakti-Rasamrita Sindhu was virtually unheard of. In the introduction to the Nectar of Devotion, Prabhupada invoked auspiciousness upon his work. Let His Lordship's grace be on us so that there may not be any hindrance in the execution of this duty of writing the Nectar of Devotion, impelled by His Divine Grace Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada worked from the original Sanskrit text and spoke into his dictating machine. Despite his age of 73, Prabhupada would often speak of himself as an old man, who could not eat like young men or endure a cold climate like his disciples. Prabhupada now wrote more prolifically than ever before. His literary labors had begun in India as early as 1940, with his Back to Godhead paper. Now he had more facility for working, modern equipment for dictating, translating, and printing, personal assistants to tend to his meals and laundry, and energetic, trained disciples to conduct the missionary affairs of his movement. Material things, Rupa Goswami had stressed, should never be rejected when they can be used in the service of Krishna. Prabhupada applied this principle to his own situation and noted in one of the early chapters of the Nectar of Devotion, anything that can be utilized in advancing Krishna consciousness and devotional service can be used. For instance, we are using many machines for the advancement of our present Krishna consciousness movement, machines like typewriters, dictaphones, tape recorders, microphones, and airplanes. Sometimes people ask us, why are you utilizing material products if you condemn the advancement of modern civilization? But actually we do not condemn. We simply ask people to do whatever they are doing in Krishna consciousness. This is the same principle on which, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna advised Arjuna to utilize his fighting abilities in devotional service. Similarly, we are utilizing these machines for Krishna's service. With such sentiment for Krishna, or Krishna consciousness, we can accept everything. If the typewriter can be utilized for advancing our Krishna consciousness movement, we must accept it. Similarly, the dictaphone or any other machine must be used. Day after day, Prabhupada went deeply into the Vaishnava literature, rendering the Sanskrit poetry of Vyasadeva and the realizations of Rupa Goswami into modern English. Although externally his life may have appeared less eventful, he felt full urgency and satisfaction that he was making his most important contribution to the world. Sitting in a simple room in a small Los Angeles suburban house, he was presenting the foundation for a movement that could grow for thousands of years. He sensed the victory of Vedic enlightenment over the darkness of the age. Even Prabhupada's newest disciples understood they should not disturb their spiritual master's concentration on his writing. "He's really putting it out," they said, and they were thrilled to hear the rate at which he was translating. Concerned about printing his upcoming books, Prabhupada wrote Satsvarūpa in Boston. "I am seriously compiling one book, Nectar of Devotion, about 400 pages. Therefore I am a little slack in sending tapes of the third canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. As far as the new book Krishna, I will continue to send you the tapes. In this way, the Krishna book will be completed." And to Hamsaduta Prabhupada wrote, "I next wish to publish a new book entitled Nectar of Devotion. So if you can help with these funds it would be very appreciated." Although Prabhupada's book writing was going well, the book production work by his disciples was not. Unpublished manuscripts piled up. Prabhupada anticipated he had few years left, and he wanted to publish as many books as possible. Krishna was empowering him to write 2 books simultaneously, but at the difficulty in scheduling the books for publication Prabhupada became frustrated. Macmillan Company had recently finished printing 1,500 hardbound copies and 35,000 paperback copies of Bhagavad Gita as it is. Although Macmillan Company had abridged the original Gita manuscript more than 50%, it was nevertheless a victory for the Krishna consciousness movement, the first authorized, Parampara edition of Bhagavad Gita in the West. Although Macmillan Company would distribute Bhagavad Gita as it is in the bookstores, Prabhupada asked Brahmananda to order 5,000 copies for the temples to sell. He suggested that Brahmananda approach as many book reviewers as possible, telling them this book was badly needed in today's godless civilization. Try for selling these books, Prabhupada wrote to the devotees in London. It shall be considered of the greatest service. With this most basic book now available, Prabhupada instructed his students to read at least one chapter a day and discuss it in class. If you can simply cram Bhagavad Gita, he wrote Hamsadutta, then you'll surely become a very good preacher. An examination on Bhagavad Gita should be held, Prabhupada said, and those students who passed would receive the title Bhakti Sastri. When more books were available, he would hold a further exam based on Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and the nectar of devotion, and those who passed would receive the title Bhaktivedanta. I want that all my spiritual sons and daughters will inherit this title of Bhaktivedanta, so that the family transcendental diploma will continue through the generations. Those possessing the title of Bhaktivedanta will be allowed to initiate disciples. Maybe by 1975, all of my disciples will be allowed to initiate and increase the numbers of generations. That is my program. So we should not simply publish these books for reading by outsiders, but our students must be well versed in all of our books so that we can be prepared to defeat all opposing parties in the matter of self-realization. Prabhupada fretted while his manuscript for teachings of Lord Chaitanya, which was to have been printed at the same time as the Gita, met with delays at Dai Nippon Press in Japan. When the printers reported that the book would not be completed until next year, Prabhupada again thought of his own press. Discussing his ideas with disciples, asking their opinions, he could see their lack of expertise and lack of money. Another cause for concern was the backlog of unpublished Srimad Bhagavatam manuscripts. Prabhupada considered Srimad Bhagavatam his primary work, his life's masterpiece. The lack of definite plans to publish it discouraged him and diminished his enthusiasm. He had vastly ambitious plans to flood the world with Krishna-conscious books, and he would be satisfied with nothing less. So in January 1969, while daily experiencing the most productive period of book writing in his life, he nevertheless expressed feelings of anxiety and disappointment over the unpublished Srimad Bhagavatam manuscripts. In writing to Brahmananda, Prabhupada explained that his life was dedicated to publishing the Bhagavatam and that, despite having hundreds of assistants and being in a wealthy country, he wasn't able to do what he had accomplished single-handedly in India. One thing that I beg to bring to your notice about the printing of my books. In 1954 I left my home and for 5 years I lived as a vanaprastha here and there, and then in 1959 I took sannyasa. Of course even when I was a householder I was publishing Back to Godhead since 1947. But then my spiritual master dictated that I should take to writing books which will be a permanent affair. So after my acceptance of sannyasa I began working on Srimad Bhagavatam, and when the first canto was finished, with great difficulty I published the first volume in 1962. After leaving my home and after taking sannyasa and spending whatever cash money I had with me during the 5 years of my staying alone. Practically in 1960s I was penniless. Therefore I had to quickly take to publication of the first volume, and after that I got some money just enough to pull on. In this way I published the second volume in 1963 and the third volume in 1965. Then I began to think of coming to your country, and somehow or other I was brought here. Now since I have come I have been unable to publish the fourth volume of Srimad Bhagavatam, but with your help and assistance, since 1965 this one book only has been published, and I do not know what this Dai Nippon company is doing. Anyway, I am very much anxious for getting my books published. The manuscripts which I presently have may be converted into 8 different books of the same size which I generally publish, 400 pages. But I do not know how I will get them published. Whatever is done is done. I am now very much serious about printing my books. There may be 3 sources for their printing. One source is that if the Macmillan Company is interested to publish my books that will be a great relief. I do not mind for the profit concerned. But I want to see them published. Another source is if Macmillan isn't interested, we can get them printed by Dai Nippon, but the delaying procedure of this company in Japan is not very encouraging. Therefore the next step would be to start our own press. I require to have 8 books published and on the price of $6,000 which is charged by Dai Nippon, I will require about $50,000 immediately. Selling or not selling, I want to see these books published. This is my ambition. Prabhupada decided to restrict his weekly temple visits to Sundays. For the devotees, Sunday became the high point of the week. Sunday was the focal point of the devotees' preaching because all week they would invite people to the weekly festival, and all week Tamala Krishna would consult with Prabhupada about the feast menu or the observance of various Vaisnava holidays. Prabhupada also suggested plays the devotees could perform. When Prabhupada would arrive on Sunday, everyone would be waiting for him outside the temple, and they would begin singing and dancing as Prabhupada's car pulled up. As soon as he stepped out of the car, devotees garlanded him. Beside the temple hall was a little room to hear Prabhupada talk about Krishna or single out devotees and ask how they were doing. He was like a king among adoring subjects, a father of a family of 60 sons and daughters. The atmosphere of the Sunday program was festive. More guests were coming than ever before in any of Prabhupada's other temples. The devotees so enthusiastically invited new people that gradually the Sunday feast attendance rose to 200. Leaving his little room, Prabhupada would enter the temple hall, where he would lead the singing, accompanied by the devotees and guests. On one such occasion, during the kirtana, Prabhupada began to dance in a large circle around the room, moving slowly, majestically, his arms raised, inducing everyone to join. As he walked and danced, the devotees and guests lined up and followed behind him. He stopped in front of each picture on the wall and danced with his side-to-side step, his arms upraised, robes swaying. Then he continued circumambulating the room. Among the guests that Sunday sat 2 old ladies in wooden chairs in the back of the room. When Prabhupada came before them, they were smiling and nodding, enjoying the show. But Prabhupada looked at them, raised his hands in the air, and called, "Stand up! Stand up and dance!" And they arose, started dancing, and followed him all around the room. After the kirtana, Prabhupada would sit and watch the devotees play, Narada and the Hunter or Prahlada Maharaja and Lord Nrsimhadeva, or he would watch Visnuyana's puppet show. Then he would join the devotees for the Sunday feast. Tamala Krishna, Śrīla Prabhupada would eat with the devotees in the temple room at every feast. He would instruct us to first feed all the children. He said, children should be fed first. Then we would all take. Later, after we would finish eating in front of him, he would instruct, give him more of this and more of that. I would always sit toward the front. Then he would distribute his mahaplate. Silavati, devotees would line up along the steps and the walkway to Prabhupada's car. Prabhupada would come out, and he would be smiling. All the devotees would bow down and then kneel as he came by, and he would put his hand on everyone's head as he went by. Everyone was just waiting for Śrīla Prabhupada to touch their head. And if he would miss someone when he went by, then that person would run around and get at the end of the line, somehow or other, so that Śrīla Prabhupada would touch your head. I know he knew what was going on. He was just smiling. And sometimes he would just make a point to touch everyone's head as he went by, and sometimes he would only touch 2 or 3 people in the whole line. It was just a game that we all played. Then he would get into the car, and everyone would just converge on the car. Then after he left, everyone had something to say like, "Did you see him do this? And did you hear him say this?" Everyone was so happy about Śrīla Prabhupada. We would always talk about him. He was the center of our lives. As a representative of the Los Angeles devotee community, Tamala Krishna visited Prabhupada daily. Prabhupada was especially interested in the Sankirtana party. The traveling chanting party Prabhupada had requested Tamala Krishna to form had been holding kirtanas in the streets of San Francisco and Seattle. Upon their arrival in Los Angeles, Prabhupada asked them to stay as a part of the new Los Angeles Center. Now, every day more than 30 devotees were going downtown, distributing back to Godheads and chanting for 8 hours. Besides organizing the daily Sankirtana, Tamala Krishna also maintained relations with police and city authorities. It was a success. Los Angeles was leading ISKCON in this new Sankirtana practice, and repeatedly Prabhupada stressed this as the most important function of ISKCON. Because Tamala Krishna was Prabhupada's man for organizing the devotees, Prabhupada carefully trained him in managing. Sometimes Prabhupada would show Tamala Krishna a letter he had received, asking for his response. Tamala Krishna would suggest a reply, then Prabhupada would explain the particular answer this letter required. Prabhupada usually ate his lunch alone, but one day he invited Tamala Krishna to have lunch with him. When the prasadam was served, Tamala Krishna asked, "How should we eat, Prabhupada? Which thing should we eat first?" In eating, Prabhupada replied, "There is no hard and fast rule." But Tamala Krishna watched his spiritual master take prasadam, knowing there was an art to it. Whatever Prabhupada would eat, Tamala Krishna would also eat, bite by bite. Prabhupada encouraged him to eat to his full satisfaction. After eating and washing, Prabhupada said, "Now let us talk a little." The printers in Japan, he explained, had agreed to take a contract for printing Back to Godhead, on the condition that ISKCON order a minimum of 20,000 magazines a month. "They are first-class printers," Prabhupada said, "so you just give me a guarantee. I want you to take 5,000 magazines a month for Los Angeles. If you do, then I will arrange for San Francisco, New York, and London to each take 5,000. You just give me this guarantee." Immediately Tamala Krishna promised Prabhupada to distribute 5,000 magazines a month. It was an important moment. Now, Prabhupada said, I can take the initiative to print such a big order. Otherwise, I could not do it. On another of Tamala Krishna's daily visits, he showed Prabhupada a painting just completed by Muraladhara, a new devotee. The picture showed the spiritual sky and its spiritual planets, with the material world in one corner. Prabhupada liked the painting. Referring to the painting, he explained to Tamala Krishna the plan of the total creation. Krishna, he began, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is situated in the topmost planet, Krishnalika. Around Krishnalika are innumerable spiritual planets, residences of the four-handed Narayana expansions of the Lord. The planets are all situated in the unlimited effulgence of the Brahman sky, which is actually the effulgence of Krishna's body. And in one tiny corner of this sky exists the entire material world. The material world emanates from Lord Krishna's expansion, Mahavishnu, who lives in the causal ocean, emanating innumerable material universes from his breathing and from the pores of his body. Within each universe Mahavishnu then further expands as Garbhodakasaya Vishnu, who generates the planets within the universe. The Earth planet is situated in the middle planetary system and, in comparison to the entire universe, is as insignificant as a speck of dust. And yet on this speck of dust there are 7 continents, Prabhupada continued to explain, directing Tamala Krishna's attention to the painting. And out of all these different continents, Prabhupada said, there is America, and even within America there are so many cities. And one of those cities is Los Angeles. So here in Los Angeles also there are many places, and then out of them one of them is our temple. And in this temple there is one Tamala Krishna. And he is thinking that he is very, very important. Tamala Krishna was startled. Prabhupada looked at him and simply smiled. In Los Angeles Govinda Dasi continued as Prabhupada's secretary, with Upendra, his servant, giving him massage and cooking for him. Govinda Dasi's husband, Gaurasundara, had reluctantly left to open a center in Hawaii. It had begun with Prabhupada's talking about Hawaii as a very likely place for a temple. He then prodded Gaurasundara day after day until finally he agreed to go there and preach. Now Prabhupada was suggesting that Govinda Dasi join her husband. She preferred, however, to remain with Prabhupada as secretary. She had been with him for over a year. But Prabhupada insisted that she go. From New York Purusattama had written asking to come and serve Prabhupada, and Prabhupada had consented. When Prabhupada had written the letter asking Purusattama to come, he had given it to Tamala Krishna, saying, you'd better mail this. Don't give it to Govinda Dasi. She may refuse to mail it. Govinda Dasi wanted to stay, but Prabhupada ordered her, you must live with your husband. That will make you happy. You will never be happy staying aloof from one another. You must go there. So after weeks of procrastinating, Govinda Dasi reluctantly left her cherished service and went to join her husband. Already inconvenienced by Gaurasundara's departure, Prabhupada was now further inconvenienced by the loss of his trained secretary. But he wanted new centers. Rendering personal service as secretary or servant was not a very important function, he said. But to go somewhere in the world and preach Krishna consciousness required a divine spirit, and whoever had this opportunity should take it as the greatest blessing from Krishna. Then Upendra received a prison sentence for a previous drug conviction years ago, before he had joined Prabhupada. At first the sentence was 3 months, but then it was reduced to 1 month in the county jail. When the day to leave came, Upendra packed his bag and went in to say goodbye to Prabhupada. Oh? Prabhupada smiled. You are going now? Yes, Prabhupada, Upendra said with a broken voice. Then he asked, Prabhupada, will you please chant one round with me? Prabhupada looked at him steadily and said, you should know that I am always chanting with you. Upendra began to cry, and Prabhupada reached over, patting his back and ruffling his hair. No, don't be afraid, Prabhupada assured him. It is Krishna's mercy. They will think you are a pious boy and let you go out after a few days. Go on now. Chant Hare Krishna and be happy. Upendra took heart and left for jail. After 10 days he was released and returned to Prabhupada's personal service. At this time Prabhupada began speaking to Upendra about preaching in Australia. A devotee in New York had written Prabhupada about starting a center in Australia, mentioning Upendra's name. At first Upendra was dead set against it, but Prabhupada smiled gently and said, yes, I think you should go. But I am doing your cooking, Upendra protested. Oh, anyone can cook, Prabhupada replied. You were doing better service in Seattle. You're not joking then? Upendra asked. No, Prabhupada wasn't joking. And Upendra left for Australia. Thus Prabhupada gradually depleted his own personal staff in Los Angeles, but he continued to use the Los Angeles temple as a stage of introducing new, important aspects of Krishna consciousness. One such precedent had been the downtown chanting party. Another was full-scale deity worship in the temple. It was in Los Angeles at this time that devotees began a full day's schedule of aritas and offerings of prasadam to the deities, just as in the great Vaisnava temples of India. Goswami, a great scholar and follower of Lord Chaitanya's teachings, had written that although chanting Hare Krishna was sufficient in itself for going back to Godhead, because people in the present age are restless, they should also worship the deity, for purification. Since the deity worship involved sewing dresses for the deities, decorating and cleaning the deity's altar, and cooking for the deities, Prabhupada turned to some of his women disciples who seemed particularly inclined. One of them was Śrīla. She was older than most of the other women and had joined the Krishna consciousness movement with her 2 sons. When Prabhupada saw her eagerness to help him establish the deity worship, he asked her to come to his apartment, where he explained to her the system of worshipping the deity with 6 daily aritas. The first arati, Mangala Arati, should be held 1.5 hours before sunrise. But the deities must first be awakened, then offered milk, sweets and fruit, and then, at arati, consecutively offered burning incense, burning camphor, water in a conch shell, a clean handkerchief, a fragrant flower, a yak-tail whisk, and a peacock feather fan. The devotee offering the articles was the pujari. The pujari would ring a bell in his left hand while offering each object with his right hand, moving the article in clockwise circles before the deities. Breakfast is offered to the deities a few hours after Mangala Arati. Afterward, all the devotees can take the remnants of that offering as the deity's prasadam. Then another arati is performed at noon, after which the devotees take the remnants for lunch. And there are 3 other aritas, at 4 in the afternoon, at 7 p.m., and another at 9 p.m. Then the deities take rest. Understanding that the deity is actually the Lord and the proprietor of the temple, the devotees should serve him just as a king is served in his palace. By doing this, the devotees would naturally increase their Krishna consciousness. But it had to be done with enthusiasm. Prabhupada cautioned that if enthusiasm waned, it could turn into drudgery and become like idol worship. The disciples would be sorry they had ever begun it. After being instructed by Śrīla Prabhupada, Śrīla returned to the temple to prepare for the new worship procedure. Next Sunday, when Prabhupada visited the temple, he stood and watched Śrīla offering arati. Afterwards, when Śrīla joined the other devotees in Prabhupada's room adjacent the temple, Prabhupada greeted her by saying, "Now we will have arati." Śrīla looked surprised. "Oh," she said, "but I just had arati." "No you didn't," Prabhupada said. "It wasn't good?" she asked. "No, it wasn't good." Prabhupada then went into the temple and asked the devotees to bring him the various articles for offering arati. Standing before the altar, Prabhupada called out, "I want camphor." "What's camphor?" the devotees asked. "Where do we get camphor?" Someone immediately ran out to buy some. Then Prabhupada asked for flowers. Item by item, the arati paraphernalia came together, as Prabhupada, standing before the altar, directed the devotees to bring him each item. When everything was finally assembled, Prabhupada demonstrated how arati should be done. Then again he turned it over to Śrīla. He had shown them, and now they should continue with enthusiasm. When Prabhupada first introduced festivals and spiritual observances for the holidays on the Vaisnava calendar, the devotees in Los Angeles were delighted. They would plan many of the Sunday festivals around a particular event. A butter churning festival commemorated Krishna's activities as a cowherd boy. The celebration of Govardhana Puja observed Krishna's pastime of lifting Govardhana hill, and festivals observed the appearance of Lord Rama and Lord Nrsimha, etc. These were not new ideas for Prabhupada, but now for the first time he had facility and enthusiastic helpers to implement them. In February, on the appearance day of Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, Prabhupada came to the temple and cooked potatoes and cauliflower, sweet rice, halava, and puris. While the devotees crowded in the doorway, watching, Prabhupada cooked with silent concentration, cleaning the stove and sink after each step. One day Śrīla discovered a bud on one of the 108 rose bushes. She excitedly called some devotees to see. Soon the other bushes would bloom with flowers to offer to the deity, and the devotees knew Prabhupada would be pleased. Śrīla Jayananda planted 108 rose bushes, and we were all very anxious for the bushes to bloom. One day I found a little rosebud, and I was really excited. It was a yellow rose. I knew from the bud that the bush was going to be yellow and would have a particular fragrance like that flower. I felt that way about our temple. Maybe there were other temples that were bigger and grander, But the essence of Srila Prabhupada's vision was expressed in that temple. Just like with the rose bush you could tell the color and aroma of all the flowers on the bush, so from that temple we could derive the essence of this movement, what went on there. The devotees were aware that their activities were successful model beginnings of what Prabhupada would institute throughout America and the rest of the world. Tamala Krishna had organized Back to Godhead magazine distribution so that the devotees, while out chanting in the streets, regularly sold an unprecedented 100 magazines a day. Visnuyana was wonderful, singing and playing rang all day long. Prabhupada said he could lead kirtana like a Gandharva. And Visnuyana's puppet shows and dramatic skits for the Sunday festivals were something new to ISKCON and well appreciated by the guests. They made the Sunday program not just a feast but a festival. And now Prabhupada had introduced a higher standard of deity worship. The devotees were inspired to serve together in Prabhupada's presence, and they worked long hours together, not with an attitude of pride in their own achievement, but with an esprit de corps. They worked hard, but it was all recreation. They saw their engagements as eternal devotional service, even though performed in the temporary setting of the one-story wooden church in the metropolis of Southern California. But crucial to the success of the Los Angeles temple was Prabhupada's personal presence there. Only because he was there was everything so successful. Although the devotees only saw him once a week, they knew he was at his apartment on Hayworth Street, and they would soon see him again. Prabhupada had been living in Los Angeles 4 months now, and almost since his arrival he had been considering leaving. He regularly received invitations from sincere disciples inspired with the divine spirit, the impetus to spread Krishna consciousness. That spirit had led disciples to different parts of the world as missionaries of Krishna consciousness. And Srila Prabhupada, as the source of that spirit for his disciples, wanted to go be with them, to help them, and to strengthen whatever they had begun. He couldn't remain in one place very long. He had to keep moving and, like a flying, dancing spark, ignite the fire of Krishna consciousness wherever it would catch and in as many hearts as possible. This spirit had especially manifested in Prabhupada since his return to America in December 1967, after recuperating in India from his illness. The Krishna consciousness movement only really began, he said, after he had returned to the United States. When he had come for the first time, he had been successful in beginning centers in New York and San Francisco. He had seen that young people would take to Krishna consciousness. But then a heart attack had almost cost his life. He had at that time seemed a retired person returning home to India. But Krishna had somewhat restored his health and allowed him to return to America. So now, with a new aggressiveness and with much more deliberate, active planning, he would open as many centers as possible. At La Cienega Prabhupada had finally received permanent residency status in the United States, recognized by the U.S. Immigration Department as an ordained minister of religion, and he was now free to come and go. So Prabhupada was eager and prepared to travel not only in the United States, but abroad. On Gaur Sundar's invitation he had been ready to go to Hawaii as early as December. But Tamala Krishna had pleaded with him to stay in Los Angeles and continue to inspire the Sankirtana party. In January Prabhupada wrote to the devotees in London, "I have received a letter from a man in Guyana, and he has invited me to go there. There is an invitation to go to Hawaii also, but above all I am very much anxious to see a London temple established first." Sundara had written that Prabhupada's visit to London would be the biggest event in London since the time of the Roman invasion. Prabhupada replied, "Actually this will be so. This time, however, there will be no invasion, but if England is prepared, they will receive something sublime which they cannot produce in their own country, neither in Manchester, Glasgow, or Edinburgh." But Prabhupada's London preachers had not even managed to establish a center. They had been forced by circumstances to live separately, in different parts of the city. They had no place for Prabhupada to stay. So Prabhupada planned to visit other places, but he was most eager to go to London and declared himself fit in health and prepared for any climatic condition in England. From correspondence with Hayagriva, now teaching English at Ohio State University, Prabhupada learned of their newly formed Krishna Yoga Society. Hayagriva wanted to arrange a program for Prabhupada to chant with Allen Ginsberg before a large group of students. Prabhupada told Hayagriva to set a date. He would go anywhere to preach. On February 13 Prabhupada wrote to Krishna Dāsa in Germany, "I can immediately go to Germany. What is the temperature there now? The only problem is it should not be too cold for me. I am an old man." During February Prabhupada also suggested that his French-speaking disciple, Janardana, go to Paris and start something there among his scholarly associates. In Buffalo Rupanuga had written Prabhupada of his successful student center and the 75 students regularly attending his classes in Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada wrote to Rupanuga, "Regarding your desire to take me there for some time, It is long overdue, and if the climate is suitable, I can go even now if you think it is necessary." Gradually, Prabhupada formed a full spring itinerary. Considering the local climate as presented by you, he wrote to Kirtanananda in New Vrindavan, "I think I shall postpone it until the end of April." Similarly, he promised Brahmananda and Satsvarūpa to visit New York and Boston in the spring. From Hawaii, Govinda Das promised the end of the rainy season, the beginning of the mango season, and local interest in Krishna consciousness. So by late February, Prabhupada had a scheduled tour of about a dozen places, starting in early March with Hawaii. During Prabhupada's 5 months in Los Angeles, many devotees had joined. All of them had learned firsthand how, in Krishna consciousness, everything centered around Krishna's pure devotee, the spiritual master. Having had their spiritual master with them for so long, the thought of his absence was painful. He had taught them everything except how to continue without him. But Prabhupada assured them that their service to him in separation was even higher service. Just as they wanted him to stay, so he also wanted to stay. But this traveling and preaching Krishna consciousness throughout the world was his duty to Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, even at the risk of slackening his writing pace and leaving the ideal Krishna conscious setting, where his 108 rose bushes were just beginning to bloom. Bhavananda, we all went to the airport to see Prabhupada off. Prabhupada was waiting for the plane, and then it was time to leave. He was with his new servants, Purusattama and Kartikeya, and we were all chanting and crying. Prabhupada looked so bright as he walked down that little tunnel. He turned and waved, and then he just turned onto the plane. I was crying. I was thinking, I've been looking for my spiritual master for so long, and now that I finally found him, he's leaving me. I will never see him again. Then the plane was taxiing down the runway. It took off, and we were all looking out the windows of the terminal building until the last speck. Just like when Krishna left the Gopas and went to Mathura, we kept looking until the last speck of the airplane was gone. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 62 Preaching in Germany August 1969 Prabhupada wanted to go to England. His obligations on the West Coast fulfilled, he was eager to travel and preach on a new continent. But his disciples in England, although creating a significant impression on London, hadn't yet found a temple. The three couples were living in 3 different apartments around the city. Still, after a year, they had no center. But in Germany young Sivananda had opened a little storefront temple within a few months of his arrival. Prabhupada decided to go as soon as possible to Sivananda in Germany, and from there go to England when they were ready for him. In July he wrote Krishna Dāsa, who had joined Sivananda, he wanted to fix up a date, so I am telling you that I am prepared now on any day you call me. Only 4 disciples and a few friends were in Hamburg. At first they became a little bewildered, although blissful, to hear Prabhupada wanted to come. They weren't sure they had enough money. Would they have to pay his ticket all the way from California? And his secretary's ticket? All they had was a tiny storefront. Where would Prabhupada stay? Not many people attended their temple programs, so what would Prabhupada do in Hamburg? Prabhupada sensed their confusion when they sent a discount Icelandic Airlines ticket to him at the wrong address in California. He wrote them on August 5. From these letters it appears that things are not yet settled up. And under the circumstances, there is no use rushing the matter. Settle things up nicely, and when you get the money from Mukunda and the apartment, then arrange for the tickets, and we shall start. Do everything cool-headedly. In 1968 in Montreal, when he had heard Śrīla Prabhupada talk about bringing Krishna consciousness to London, Sivananda had asked to go. At first, however, Prabhupada had doubted whether such a young, inexperienced boy should go alone to a foreign country as Sivananda was proposing. But when Sivananda had persisted, Prabhupada had allowed him, although warning, be careful. I was an old Calcutta boy when I came to New York, and I never got cheated. Sivananda had very little money, but in August 1968, his mother had paid for his trip to England. London immigration authorities had refused him entry, and he had gone to Amsterdam. There he had drawn public attention and press coverage by dressing in a dhoti and chanting in public. He had sent Prabhupada the news clippings as well as a letter expressing enthusiasm and loneliness. Touched by Sivananda's bold pioneering spirit, Prabhupada had written him as spiritual father to son. I have seen the description of your activities in Amsterdam, but I could not understand the language. But one thing I observed in that article was my name, Swami A.C. Bhaktivedanta. This indicates that your tour in Europe is going to be very successful. I hope you will receive this letter and be courageous and always chant Hare Krishna. You'll be successful, in the same way that I was. I came to New York in the same helpless way, and gradually many students like you have come to help me. So don't be disappointed, Try your best, and Krishna will give you all help. I understand that one young Finland boy has joined you, and similarly many other young men will come and join you because the whole world is in need of Krishna consciousness. My Guru Maharaj used to say, there is no scarcity of anything in this world save and except Krishna consciousness. Keep your present attitude intact. Have good faith in your spiritual master and Krishna, and everything will be alright. You already have taken the secret of success, sincerity. Pull on with that mentality, and Krishna will give you all help. You write to say, I really miss Prabhupada and my God Brothers Association so much. But I may remind you that I am always with you. Wherever I am, you and your God Brothers are there. Please remember always the humble teachings that you have received from me, and that will keep you always associated with me and with your God Brothers also. Prabhupada proudly held up the example of young Sivananda before his other disciples. When a few devotees traveled for the first time to Vancouver, Canada, found a poor reception, and wrote Prabhupada that they were giving up on Vancouver, Prabhupada wrote them about Sivananda. You will be pleased that his little activities for a few days are now published in a local paper with his photo. And although he is alone, I think his journey to Europe is a successful one by this time. And similarly wherever we go we must not come back defeated. That is my idea. So I think Sivananda's enclosed copy of letter will encourage you. Sivananda had traveled from Amsterdam to Berlin, where he had rented a storefront. Prabhupada had followed his success with great interest. I was so glad to read as you write to say, I opened the temple on Thursday and am in the process of fixing it up. It is so much pleasing to me, and what can I give you? I can simply pray to Krishna for your long life and prosperous service to Krishna. Please do it nicely, and if you think I should go there, I am prepared. I do not mind for the severe cold there, but if you think that my service will be helpful to you, you can call me, and I shall go. So I am very much anxious to know about your further progress. Upon Sivananda's arrival in Germany, he had soon been joined by a German-speaking American boy, Krishna Dāsa, and a German devotee, Loka, who had both been living in California. Krishna Dāsa, only 18, had been working as a jeweler's apprentice in San Francisco and felt confident he could get similar work in Germany to support the temple there. Now they had jointly decided to close the Berlin center and move to Hamburg. But Prabhupada's growing hopes for attracting the intelligent people of Germany had been threatened in December when he had received a distressful letter from Sivananda saying he was going to leave Europe. This was 5 months after his arrival. Prabhupada had replied, I have always been glad that you were in Germany to take care of the temple, and you have written that Krishna Dāsa is also disturbed at this sudden turn. From your letter it is unclear as to where you are going, to Montreal, to New Vrindavan, to work for your mother, it is all unclear as to your plan. I think you must stay in our Hamburg center until you write to me why you are leaving Germany, and where you are expecting to stay. It could be that you are experiencing some difficulty in Germany, in which case please inform me of the same so we may solve the problem. You mentioned that leaving is the best thing for your devotional service, but you should know that without the instructions of the spiritual master there is no question of devotional service. So I think you must remain in the Hamburg center until I advise you further. I am anxiously awaiting to hear your reply. Sivananda agreed to stay. At this time also Prabhupada had written another young disciple, Achyutananda, who was experiencing difficulty alone in India. Prabhupada had asked him also not to abandon his position. Mostly Prabhupada's letters to his disciples were to encourage them in what they were already doing, but at times like these he had to tell them to stick it out and not leave. To have even one man in a foreign country was very important. Even if Sivananda didn't do much active preaching, if a sincere disciple simply stayed somewhere, then things would grow. So Sivananda had stayed. Hamburg, August 25, 1969. Prabhupada and Purushotama flew from Los Angeles to New York, stopped over for 24 hours, and then flew by Lufthansa Airlines non-stop to Hamburg. The stewardesses wanted to give them cooked meals and seemed personally disappointed when Prabhupada wouldn't take them. They asked if he would take fruits and then produced a good variety. Prabhupada accepted. When Prabhupada and Purushotama arrived in Hamburg, Sivananda, Krishna Dāsa, and 2 other boys were at the airport to greet them. They had a taxi waiting. The weather was grey and cold, despite the season. As the taxi passed the streets lined with close, neat homes, Prabhupada said it reminded him of Calcutta. When the Europeans had gone to India, they had built houses similar to these. The temple was on Eppendorfer Weg, in a business area, next to a hair salon. The storefront, with its plate glass window painted blue except for an oval in the center, and Radha Krishna temple painted over the window, could have been in New York or San Francisco except for the sign, Nacional Gesellschaft für Christnebewusstsein e.V. The apartment Sivananda had rented for Prabhupada was 2 small rooms on the 15th floor of a modern building across the street from the storefront. Sivananda and a few others came before Prabhupada in his room, and Sivananda apologized that Krishna consciousness was so small in Hamburg. They had heard how devotees in Los Angeles were going out, sometimes 50 at a time, chanting and dancing in the streets and distributing hundreds of back-to-Godheads. But in Hamburg Sivananda and another boy had gone out chanting only a few times, with little success. They had no speaking engagements for Prabhupada, Sivananda said, and they weren't sure if many people would attend the temple lectures, although they had advertised around town with posters. Prabhupada smiled and sat back. "That's all right." And he began talking with Uttama Sloka about his progress in translating Bhagavad Gita as it is into German. With Purushotama busy typing Prabhupada's translations and letters, Sivananda did most of the personal service for Prabhupada, cooking, accompanying Prabhupada on his morning walk, giving him his daily massage. Purushotama looked rather gloomy. He seemed unhappy to be in Hamburg, perched high in a skyscraper under a grey North German sky, with a tiny temple and almost no devotees. But Sivananda was exuberant. It seemed that Prabhupada had come to ISKCON Hamburg just to give him the mercy of his personal association. In his room, Prabhupada told Sivananda he would lecture in the temple on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings. He would see guests in the afternoon, the 2 devotees ready for initiation, some regular visitors who wanted to see Prabhupada, and a young Indologist, Dr. Franz Bernhardt, who had an academic interest in seeing Prabhupada. Prabhupada then began speaking about how intelligent Germans were. He said among Europeans, German scholars were the most adept in Sanskrit. They had a lively interest in Indian philosophy. Prabhupada had a German godbrother who had come to India and been initiated by Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, so he had heard something about German culture from his godbrother. As for manufactured products, he continued, if something was made in Germany, it was first class, the next best was Japanese, and then American. He said the Hamburg devotees should strive to establish Sankirtana here as it was in the U.S. He described how the Los Angeles temple was decorated and how hundreds of people came to the Sunday love feasts. They should make their temple in Germany even more important than the one in Los Angeles. And they should go out and distribute magazines, and from the collections support the center. He said they should at least go out an hour a day. If the devotees really wanted to remain in Germany, they should try to learn the German language. Although German was a foreign language to some of the Hamburg devotees, Prabhupada said that somehow they had to present the philosophy of Krishna consciousness to the German people. He gave the example that if in a foreign country a man discovers fire in the building, he has to get help from the neighbors, even though he doesn't know their language. He may not express himself in good language, but that's not important. Because of the urgency of the situation, he can still get his message across. Similarly, the material world is the blazing fire of Maya, and a devotee has to inform the people, even if he has to use broken language. A friendly German husband and wife entered the room and sat in the back. The girl told Prabhupada she enjoyed reading his book Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada was very glad and said that both she and her husband should read the books carefully and then preach the teachings of Lord Chaitanya to the Europeans. Hours went by, while Prabhupada painted a realistic but vigorous vision of how these few devotees could use their energies in spreading Krishna consciousness in Germany. The next day he went out for a walk, accompanied by a few devotees. Prabhupada wore a turtleneck sweater and a large black coat, but no hat. He carried a cane. The boys were dressed in pants, coats, and hats, except Krishna Dāsa, who wore a suit and tie, since he would have to go to work at the jeweler's shop after the walk. Sivananda took Prabhupada to the Hamburg harbor, Landungsbrücken, on the Elbe River. The weather was still grey, damp, and, for August, cold. People driving by turned, looking at Prabhupada, and even stopped their cars to stare. Prabhupada was himself very surprised to see some ditch diggers pausing to drink beer at this early hour. "They are drinking beer already?" He turned to Sivananda. "Yes, Prabhupada," Sivananda replied, "they begin very early." Then Prabhupada saw one billboard after another, many advertising cigarettes. He exclaimed, "Oh, cigaretten. Why are these people so fat?" Prabhupada asked. "Oh, they eat a lot of potatoes," Sivananda replied. "No," Prabhupada said, "they eat a lot of meat." "The Germans may be the most intelligent Europeans," Prabhupada said, "but they were also the most materially attached." Prabhupada and his students stopped to watch a tugboat towing a large ocean liner into the harbor. "Just see," Prabhupada said, "a man under the spell of Maya is just like this big ocean liner. The tugboat is small, but because the big ocean liner has its engine off, the little boat can drag it. Similarly, the soul without Krishna is pulled by Maya down to hell. As they continued walking, they came upon an open vegetable market. "Let's go see what they have," Prabhupada said. Carefully he observed the selection of fruits and vegetables, paying close attention to details. As they started back, Prabhupada said, "This morning I will have eggplant pakoras and hot milk. It is very good for cold weather. It helps keep you warm." "Hot milk, Prabhupada?" Sivananda asked. "Yes. Milk means hot cow's milk." As they approached the storefront, Prabhupada remarked, "These zigarettons are very popular." For the rest of the day Prabhupada read, took breakfast, answered letters, took massage at 11, bathed, took lunch, rested an hour, and then received visitors in the afternoon. In the evening he came down to the temple and lectured on Bhagavad Gita. Although Mandali Bhadra was there ready to translate Prabhupada's words into German, there was no need, since everyone in the audience spoke English. One of the few guests attending Prabhupada's lecture was the landlady. She was in her 80s, lonely, and glad to have young people living in her building. Sitting behind a partition where Prabhupada could not see her, she listened to the lecture. When Prabhupada got up from the Vyasasana and walked to the back of the room, he found her sitting there. "Oh," he said, "the landlady is a devotee too?" Sivananda had no experience arranging lectures for Prabhupada, nor did he have the time. He was busy cooking and doing other duties for Prabhupada. Krishna Dāsa worked full-time. Under the circumstances, Professor Bernhardt's visit was the major outside engagement for Prabhupada during his Hamburg visit. Sivananda had met Professor Bernhardt months ago at the University of Hamburg after hearing of a Sanskrit and Indology professor on campus. Without knowing anything about the etiquette of dealing with a professor, he had entered Dr. Bernhardt's office without an appointment. "We are going to start a Radha Krishna temple here," Sivananda had told the professor. "Are you familiar with the Vedic scriptures?" Although Professor Bernhardt remained strictly formal with Sivananda, he couldn't deny an academic interest in Krishna consciousness. He had studied Vaishnavism, specializing in Indian religious festivals. So when Sivananda invited him to come and meet Bhaktivedanta Swami, Professor Bernhardt had eagerly taken the opportunity. Professor Bernhardt, a well-dressed young man with wavy blonde hair, sat patiently through one of Prabhupada's kirtanas and lectures in the temple. Afterwards, in fluent English, he asked, "What about we here in the city who have cosmopolitan consciousness? What is this cosmopolitan consciousness?" Prabhupada asked. "They are killing the animals." Prabhupada explained to him the universality of Krishna consciousness. "I am interested," Dr. Bernhardt said, "to learn about the differences between the Sankarites and the Vaisnavas and their philosophies." "Oh, yes," Prabhupada replied. "I will teach you." And they agreed to meet again at Prabhupada's apartment. Krishna Dāsa, a couple of days after Prabhupada arrived in Hamburg, Dr. Bernhardt came laden with gifts. He was very conscious of Vaisnava protocol. Even if he were in the Himalayas in this cold, horrendous weather, he would be freshly shaven and wearing a tie. He was very punctual and precise. Prabhupada talked with him, and the entire conversation was in Sanskrit. As a matter of fact, every now and then Prabhupada would put in a couple of words of English for our benefit. For 3 or 4 days there were continual meetings between Prabhupada and Dr. Bernhardt. They culminated in a statement by Dr. Bernhardt. He lapsed into English and said, "What you are saying is that all my knowledge is useless without devotional service." Prabhupada said, "Yes, now you've understood." Then Dr. Bernhardt said, "What you're saying is that all my studies and entire library are just like an ass laden down with so many books that are ultimately pushing him to his grave." Again Prabhupada said, "Yes, that is right." When Dr. Bernhardt remarked that he had been thinking of ISKCON as hippies since he had seen an ad stating that Allen Ginsberg was a member, Prabhupada took it very seriously. The next day he wrote Hayagriva. From his conversation I understood that people are very badly impressed about Ginsberg, especially respectable persons, on account of his hippie tendencies. I of course supported our case that Ginsberg is a great friend of our society and we advise everyone to chant Hare Krishna, and I believe he also does so. Anyway, we should be very much careful not to publish anything in our paper which will give impression to the public that we are inclined to the hippie movement. In our papers nothing should be published which has even a small tinge of hippie ideas. I must tell you in this connection that if you have any sympathies with the hippie movement, you should kindly give them up. Prabhupada's third meeting with Dr. Bernhardt was at the professor's home. This time Dr. Bernhardt confessed to Prabhupada that he did not agree with many points in Prabhupada's translations of the Vedic literatures. He criticized the Vaisnava philosophy. He also told Prabhupada that he had no religious feeling for Krishna consciousness, since he considered himself a Christian. By the end of this meeting their relationship was becoming strained, and afterwards Prabhupada remarked that in none of their meetings had the professor even said Hare Krishna. September 3, 1969. Within a week of Prabhupada's arrival in Germany, the Janmashtami holiday occurred. Prabhupada observed Janmashtami, Krishna's birthday, quietly, not like the previous year in Montreal, when hundreds of Indians had gathered along with disciples from many temples. Here there were only about half a dozen devotees on hand. They fasted and then came to Prabhupada's apartment in the evening. Prabhupada talked about Krishna, and they chanted together. Then at 11:30 p.m. Prabhupada decided to have his head shaved, something he usually did once a month. Dāsa carefully shaved his spiritual master's head, while the others sat and watched. Although it was not the customary activity of Janmashtami night, the devotees loved associating with Prabhupada in this intimate way. Then at midnight Prabhupada went with them to the temple, where they broke their fast. The next day was Vyasa Puja Day, the celebration of Prabhupada's 74th birthday. That morning a package arrived from New York containing several copies of the Vyasa Puja booklet, a 25-page paperback filled with homages from Prabhupada's disciples. Months before, one of the devotees had discovered an old issue of a magazine published by Śrīla Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. The magazine contained a Vyasa Puja homage Prabhupada had written commemorating the appearance day of his own spiritual master. When the article had been brought to Prabhupada's attention, he said that his disciples could also write their own appreciations, just as he had done 40 years before. So the devotees in New York had gathered offerings from 17 different temples and had printed them all in a Vyasa Puja booklet. Prabhupada was very pleased to receive the little booklet, and he had one of the devotees read it aloud in the temple. When all the readings were finished, he explained how service and prayers were accepted by Krishna through the medium of the disciplic succession. Although outsiders might think that, this man is becoming flattered in hearing his own eulogy, the real meaning of Vyasa Puja homage is that it is a test of how well the disciples were understanding Krishna consciousness and serving the spiritual master. Their praises were all going to the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the disciplic succession. And such praises were required training for the disciple, just as officers train soldiers in the military. But in this case, the training was in the feelings of pure consciousness. Sitting on the Vyasasana, Prabhupada looked out at his little band of disciples sitting before him on the linoleum floor of the well-lit storefront. "I thank you for improving Krishna consciousness," he said. "I am a sannyasi, so I have come here empty-handed. You are providing for me. What can I do? I can simply pray to Krishna for you. But don't be satisfied that you have understood. This knowledge should be distributed. In my old age I have come to your country, carrying the order of my spiritual master to distribute. You are all young boys and girls, so take this and distribute it to the whole humanity. They will be happy." That morning Prabhupada initiated 5 devotees, 3 regular brahmacharis, Vasudeva, Ramantu, and Sukhandra, who had all been chanting and serving for almost a year, and to the surprise of the other devotees, a married couple who had only recently been visiting the temple. When one of the devotees questioned the couple's eligibility, Prabhupada said that as long as they were chanting and following the 4 rules, they were eligible. Prabhupada named the couple Visvanatha and Kunti. He told the new initiates that if they would keep always in contact with the chanting of Hare Krishna, they would be always purified. He compared the purification required before one could enter the spiritual world to the adjustment required by astronauts before they could enter the moon. But as far as we are concerned, we don't think that they were actually successful. Prabhupada also told the initiates that on behalf of Krishna he was working to distribute knowledge, and that those who were actually fortunate would take it. Our job is to teach people and give practical suggestion, Prabhupada explained. Those who are fortunate will take, otherwise we shall go on canvassing. Each person was independent and could take or not. Although God would never interfere with their independence, they should understand that the proper use of their independence was to become unalloyed servants of God. Prabhupada was giving his new disciples what he knew to be the sublime gift for human life. But they were all individual spirit souls, free agents, and they had to decide out of their own free will to surrender to Krishna or not. In the case of Visvanatha and Kunti, Prabhupada was obviously taking a risk, but he wanted to give them the chance. Every morning Prabhupada would take a stroll to one of the nearby parks, sometimes with a few disciples and sometimes with only Sivananda. Sometimes while he walked along the waterfront, Prabhupada would ask about shipbuilding and related industries, and Dāsa would answer. When Prabhupada asked Dāsa what the population of Hamburg was, he knew. Prabhupada began to jokingly call Dāsa stats, because he knew so many statistics. One morning, While Stats was answering Prabhupada's questions about various cranes used in shipbuilding, Prabhupada turned to the others and said, "You see, although I am the Guru and I am taking you back to Godhead, that doesn't mean that I cannot learn from him." Another morning Prabhupada and Sivananda were walking alone in the park. Because of Sivananda's tight schedule and lack of sufficient sleep, he was feeling tired. Prabhupada noticed Sivananda's fatigue and suggested they sit down on a park bench. Prabhupada sat down carefully, while Sivananda sprawled. Exchanging looks with Sivananda, Prabhupada sat forward even straighter, removing his back from the backrest. Seeing the great contrast in their sitting postures, Sivananda sat up straight. Back in the temple, Sivananda told the devotees about the incident. The next day, when Prabhupada went on his walk, about 5 devotees accompanied him to the park. Again Prabhupada said, "All right, let's sit down here." The 2 park benches faced each other, and as Prabhupada sat down carefully with his back straight, all the devotees sat very straight opposite him on the bench, looking over at Prabhupada. Seeing his disciples sitting seriously in a rigid line, in an obvious imitation of himself, Prabhupada began to laugh. One morning Prabhupada and a few devotees walked past a church situated on its own plot of land, surrounded by several other buildings belonging to the church. Admiring the community-like arrangement, Prabhupada said to Sivananda, "So you'll get this church for us?" "I will see, Prabhupada." In India, Prabhupada said, there are situations very similar to this. There is a temple, and around the temple all the devotees are living. It's a nice situation. Another morning Prabhupada remarked about the extraordinary amount of garbage in front of the houses. Sivananda explained that this was a monthly function in German cities, a throw-out day, when everybody puts out junk and things from their attic that the garbage collectors ordinarily do not take. On throw-out day the garbage collectors come with a special truck and remove all oversized garbage. Prabhupada noticed all sorts of usable items, and as he walked, he would point with his cane, "Why don't you take that for the temple?" "Well, Prabhupada, we already have one of those." After a while Prabhupada would investigate another person's garbage and point with his cane. "Yes, get that. Get that." Repeatedly Sivananda explained that the temple already had the articles. But Prabhupada continued to point things out. Finally Prabhupada found an oriental rug sitting on the curb. "Yes, now this you can use." And Prabhupada had them carry the rug back to the temple. The rug turned out to be in such good shape that, after cleaning it, they placed it in the temple room. The weather continued cold and overcast, with only about 2 days of sunshine during Prabhupada's 3-week stay. After a walk one cold, drizzly morning, while Prabhupada was waiting with Sivananda for the elevator, Sivananda was rubbing his hands together. "You're cold," Prabhupada said. And he touched Sivananda's hands. "Feel my hand." It was warm. "If you keep this area of the body warm," Prabhupada put his hands on his chest, "then the rest of the body will be warm." Sivananda could not help but feel overwhelming affection for Prabhupada, even in such small reciprocations. Every morning walk would reveal many such treasurable little incidents. Sivananda was not an experienced cook, so Prabhupada taught him. The apartment kitchen was small, about 6 feet square, with an electric stove, a sink, and a little counter space. When Prabhupada said that Sivananda made good eggplant pakoras, Sivananda made eggplant pakoras daily. Then one morning Prabhupada asked, "You're not cooking that eggplant again, are you?" Prabhupada then taught Sivananda some other things to cook, including a special way to cook cabbage, a way to cook chapatis by cooking them on one side in the oven, taking them out, and then cooking them on the other side on the electric burner. Prabhupada asked for mangoes, but it was difficult to find them in Hamburg. Those that Sivananda could find were still green. Prabhupada instructed Sivananda to put the peeled mangoes in a sugar solution for a week. When the mangoes turned black, they became a kind of mango chutney. Sivananda knew Prabhupada's concern for not wasting anything, so he asked him what to do with the mango peels. Prabhupada seemed surprised, but he said, "If you want to do something with the peels, then put them in mustard oil with salt and turmeric." The devotees tried this, but they found the taste awful, except for Mandalibhadra, who liked them. For breakfast Sivananda would usually take whatever was left on Prabhupada's plate, but one morning there was very little left, so Sivananda began cooking cereal for himself. He had just begun eating the cereal in the other room when Prabhupada entered. Prabhupada took one look at Sivananda's cereal and told him to come into the kitchen. There Prabhupada showed Sivananda how to make halava, cooking farina and butter and mixing it with boiling sugar water. "When you want something to eat," Prabhupada said, "then you can make this halava." Prabhupada still had his small Radha Krishna deities in Hamburg, and they sat on the little altar shelf within his closet. Whatever Sivananda would cook, Prabhupada would have him make up a plate and then bring it and offer it with prayers to Radha and Krishna. One day, while Sivananda was cooking, Prabhupada came to the kitchen door and motioned for Sivananda to come out. He then led Sivananda to the open closet before the deities of Radha and Krishna. Gesturing to the deities, Prabhupada said, "It's not for me that you're cooking, but it's for them." Prabhupada had come to Hamburg knowing the center was undeveloped. But he wanted to encourage the devotees there and give Sivananda the opportunity to serve him personally. On Prabhupada's behalf Sivananda had so submissively come here and started the center. Now Prabhupada had come to encourage him by engaging him as his walking companion, cook, and masseur. One day Sivananda was massaging Prabhupada's head when Prabhupada began to explain that as a person gets older, the body does not digest food as well. The stomach begins producing bad airs, but by massage these airs become redistributed. Sivananda became concerned and thoroughly absorbed himself in giving Prabhupada his massage. Every day at 11 Sivananda would come in and give Prabhupada his massage. One morning he entered the room and found Prabhupada sitting in a chair by the window, his head covered with a blanket, chanting Hare Krishna on his beads. "You should pray to Krishna for me," Prabhupada said to Sivananda. Sivananda was surprised. How could he pray for his spiritual master? He began to stammer, "Well, Prabhupada, I don't think it would work." "Why not? You are a devotee of Krishna." Another time Prabhupada asked Sivananda to massage around his heart. He asked him to push hard. Sivananda thought he was rubbing Prabhupada too hard, but Prabhupada said, "Just push harder." Sivananda asked Prabhupada if his health was all right, but Prabhupada seemed annoyed that he had asked. Again Sivananda expressed remorse. "It must not be very good for you here in Hamburg," he said. "You were staying in Los Angeles, and there were so many devotees there, and the situation was so nice. Now you've come here, and there's practically nobody." "That's all right," Prabhupada said softly. "We are doing our preaching work whether there are a lot of devotees or not." Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 63 Latin America in the spring of 1972, after conducting groundbreaking ceremonies at his three new projects in Mayapur, Vrindavana, and Bombay, Śrīla Prabhupāda left India for a world preaching tour. The contested Bombay land purchase had turned into a drawn-out struggle that drew Śrīla Prabhupāda's thoughts anxiously to Bombay wherever he travelled. Yet he preached with full presence of mind, from Australia to Hong Kong to Tokyo to Hawaii to Los Angeles. While in Los Angeles, Prabhupada decided to visit Mexico, where his disciples had maintained an ISKCON center for a year. Mexico City, June 2, 1972. Accompanied by his secretary, Syamasundara, and his servant, Nanda Kumara, Śrīla Prabhupada flew into Mexico City in the afternoon. When they disembarked, no devotees were in sight. While his secretary and servant speculated on the circumstances, Śrīla Prabhupada, appearing tired, sat down on his suitcase and chanted, "Waiting." After almost an hour a Mexican couple approached. As the woman bowed down before Prabhupada, the man introduced himself. He was Mr. Arisa, a lawyer, and the lady Mrs. Adela Diaz. They knew the Hare Krishna devotees and recognized their spiritual master, Śrīla Prabhupada. Having just come from the temple, the couple told Prabhupada the devotees' preparation for his arrival. Śrīla Prabhupada smiled and said he was waiting for his disciples to come and get him. Mrs. Diaz offered to take Śrīla Prabhupada and his party to the temple in her car, and he agreed. Somehow they all squeezed into her small red car and headed for the city. "It is a shame they have missed you," Mrs. Diaz said. Sitsukananda, the temple president, has decorated a large car with flowers to receive you at the airport. Śrīla Prabhupada commented dryly, "What good is a big car if it is not here?" They arrived at the ISKCON center just as Sitsukananda and a party of devotees were arriving at the airport. Śrīla Prabhupada entered the temple through the kitchen door. A single devotee was cooking. Startled to see Prabhupada, the devotee offered frantic obeisances before him, and Prabhupada asked, "Where are the devotees?" Mr. Arisa and Mrs. Diaz escorted him into the main room, a large, open area where devotees and dozens of guests were waiting. When the people saw Prabhupada, they began to kneel before him with folded hands in the style of Catholic worshippers. He walked forward, pausing to gently touch their heads. A rain of flower petals caused Prabhupada to look up. From the balcony railing of the second-floor mezzanine, devotees showered flowers upon Prabhupada and his party. Ornate flower arrangements decorated the walls. One arrangement formed figures of Radha and Krishna and another the words of the Maha Mantra. "They are very artistic," Prabhupada appreciated, "just like in India." Belatedly, devotees rushed in from the airport. Conch shells blew, Kirtana began. Sitsukananda arrived, breathless and apologetic, and offered obeisances before Prabhupada. "You have created a very nice transcendental atmosphere," Prabhupada said to him. "Oh, Śrīla Prabhupada," Sitsukananda replied, "it is only because you are here that it is very nice. Otherwise, I cannot do anything." Sitsukananda showed Śrīla Prabhupada to a room on the second floor, where on an altar small deities of Jagannath, Subhadra, and Baladeva stood. The freshly painted floor hadn't dried, and a devotee spread a cloth for Prabhupada so he could stand before the deities. Although the paint was tacky, Prabhupada pushed the cloth away and paid obeisances on the floor, which retained the faint imprint of his soul and body. Returning to the main room, Prabhupada sat on his decorated Vyasasana and spoke to the waiting guests and devotees. After a short lecture, translated phrase by Lakshmi Priya Dasi, Prabhupada retired to his room. It was about 6 p.m. while Prabhupada rested. The devotees and guests, now numbering several hundred, gathered in the main hall below Śrīla Prabhupada's room and began a mighty kirtana. After an hour they were still going strong. After 2 hours Prabhupada's servant came out on the balcony and shouted down, "Stop the kirtana." The chanting subsided, and the servant went back into Prabhupada's room. Śrīla Prabhupada asked from his bed, "Why have they stopped the kirtana?" "I thought it was keeping you awake, Prabhupada," Nanda Kumara said. "I can rest with kirtana," Prabhupada said pleasantly. "It doesn't bother me. It is transcendental. Tell them to go on." Nanda Kumara then reappeared on the balcony above the crowd and called down, "Prabhupada wants to know why the kirtana stopped." So started up again. The crowd cheered and again began chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare, creating waves of blissful sound vibration that rang through the building. Even in the privacy of his room, Prabhupada was enjoying a unique reciprocation with the people of Mexico on his first evening in their country, through the medium of the holy name. June 3. The next morning, Saturday, in the first initiation ceremony in Latin America, Śrīla Prabhupada accepted 8 Mexican disciples. He spoke about the mission of Lord Chaitanya and then named the initiates after devotees from the pastimes in Chaitanya Lila. Śrīla Prabhupada explained how Lord Chaitanya had turned the non-devotees into devotees during his travels throughout India. Now Prabhupada was himself extending the boundaries of that preaching mission into a new continent, making devotees for Lord Chaitanya wherever he went. Prabhupada had never before met the devotees he was about to initiate, but he was accepting them on recommendation from the temple president, who confirmed that they had all been chanting 16 rounds and following the 4 regulative principles for at least 6 months. Of all the candidates, only one young man, a worker in the devotees' incense business, lived outside the temple, but he also had shaved his head and was eager to accept initiation. When he came before Śrīla Prabhupada to receive his beads, Prabhupada asked him, "Do you want a spiritual life or a material life?" The young man was surprised, since Śrīla Prabhupada hadn't asked anyone else. He thought a moment. "I want a spiritual life." "That's all right," said Śrīla Prabhupada, and he gave him the beads. Then Śrīla Prabhupada turned to Hanuman Goswami and asked him to lecture. After a few minutes of speaking, Hanuman launched into a long, involved story, without any reference to Sastra. Śrīla Prabhupada sat tolerantly. After some minutes, however, he interrupted sternly, "Stop this nonsense story. Speak from the Bhagavatam." Hanuman Goswami doubled up as if punched in the stomach by Prabhupada's words, but then he sat upright and continued speaking in strict parampara. After the initiation, Prabhupada instructed Hanuman further. "Why did you not speak of the 10 offenses?" he asked. "This is not very good to speak some nonsense story. When we take initiation, better to give them the most important things, how to chant Hare Krishna and the 10 offenses. What is the use of these other things?" That evening Sitsukananda stood in Prabhupada's room, about to leave. "Śrīla Prabhupada, I am almost ashamed to tell you, I know you should rest, but I feel I should at least inform you that we have the opportunity to be on a national television program tonight." "Oh?" Prabhupada replied. "How many people will watch?" "About 30 million. It's the most popular show." 30 million? Śrīla Prabhupada's eyes widened. "Then we must go." "But Prabhupada, you won't be able to get off the program until maybe 1 or 2 in the morning." "Prabhupada, that's all right. We can sleep during the day." Śrīla Prabhupada was not at all reluctant, as he had seen that the people were eager to hear him. The great response they had shown during his lecture indicated their enthusiasm to receive his message. "Sitsukananda, we went to the TV studio and waited there in the audience until after midnight. The program goes until 1:30, so it was a good time. 12:30 is the peak of the show. The TV interviewer asked Prabhupada many things. When I translated all of what Srila Prabhupada was explaining, the whole audience became stunned. Prabhupada told them that the world could be happy if they would just love God and chant His names, Hare Krishna. It seemed so simple. Actually everyone was stunned. Even the MC was just completely stunned by Srila Prabhupada's answers, by his great sense of intelligence, understanding, and devotion. The MC's questions were trivial, about why the devotees shaved their heads and wore tilaka, why they dressed as they do, but Prabhupada's answers were brilliant. The devotees chanted with Srila Prabhupada during a kirtana, accompanying him with guitars, Mexican style. At the conclusion of the show the interviewer asked, "Can you bless me?" Srila Prabhupada exclaimed, "All glories to Mexico City." The program ended. Sitsukananda turned to the television announcer. "Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity." The man made no reply. He was captivated by Srila Prabhupada. He was overwhelmed. Srila Prabhupada left the studio with the devotees, returning to the temple to take rest. Sunday morning Prabhupada took his walk a few blocks from the temple in Chapultepec Park, a large, beautiful park dating back to the Aztec Empire. As he walked along he left the beaten paths and entered into the forest full of huge, old eucalyptus trees. The devotees appreciated how, without asking anyone's direction, Prabhupada seemed to know exactly how to go where he wanted and how to extricate himself from the forest and return to the temple. At the temple Prabhupada inspected all the rooms. He told the devotees it was a good building and they should keep it. He liked it. Aware that their standard of service and worship was humble, the devotees were amazed that Prabhupada seemed so pleased with what they had done. For over a year they had been anxiously waiting for him to visit, and now he had come and they were fully satisfied. Prabhupada had been in Mexico less than 24 hours, yet the devotees already had a wealth of incidents, things Srila Prabhupada had said and done in their country, to remember. He found the Mexican people pious. Their humility, simplicity, and devotion was reminiscent of the people of India. "Mexico is very much like India," he said. That same morning Prabhupada held a second initiation ceremony. That afternoon at the Sunday festival hundreds of people, as many as could fit, crowded into the hall and onto the second-floor balcony to catch a glimpse of Srila Prabhupada and to hear from him. Radha Krishna. The first day I saw Srila Prabhupada was at the Sunday lecture. I had never seen the temple so crowded. And yet it was completely quiet. There were reporters, students, people interested in different kinds of yoga and transcendentalism. Srila Prabhupada mainly spoke about the principles of yoga. He specifically spoke on the 6th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Somebody asked him why we discourage people from practicing the popular yoga that everyone practices. In answer, Prabhupada developed a description of all that Lord Krishna says in the 6th chapter about the qualities and requirements to practice yoga. He told how the yogi should practice celibacy, go to a sacred place, sit down, and practice the breathing exercises and all the austerities. Yoga was already very popular in Mexico. People had known about it for years. I was practicing yoga, and when I went to see Prabhupada, I came with a group of people who were also interested in yoga. But when I saw Srila Prabhupada, it was a very incredible experience. I had seen many yogis, gurus, and Indian spiritual people. But when I saw Srila Prabhupada it was a completely different experience. Suddenly all the other gurus had no place at all for me. Seeing Prabhupada was like seeing a personification of all the teachings of the Vedas, all the descriptions given in the Bhagavad Gita about a completely self-realized person. He was sitting and speaking with his eyes closed in such a serene way, without any tinge of material expression. When Srila Prabhupada returned to his room after the Sunday lecture, more than 500 people remained, chanting Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada was sitting in his room with a few devotees, but the sound of the singing engulfed them. "What kind of kirtana is this?" Prabhupada asked. "They are making so much noise. They are chanting your name," Sitsukananda said, and he went out to try and calm the crowd. But finding them overwhelmed with chanting Prabhupada's name, he returned to Prabhupada's room. "Prabhupada," he said, "they want to see you." "Well, let them come," Srila Prabhupada replied. The devotees arranged that everyone could come and see Prabhupada, one at a time. Through the two doors to his room it was arranged that the people come in a line, enter in one door, and leave from the other to return downstairs. One by one they came through in a great procession. After bowing down with awe and respect for the great saint who had entered among them, they would speak a few words in Spanish. "What are they saying?" Prabhupada asked the devotees. "Give me a blessing, a benediction, A Mexican devotee replied. Prabhupada, his index finger protruding from his bag, began to point to each person as they approached him and say, Hare Krishna. They were all very happy. June 5 early the next morning Prabhupada asked Sitsukananda, what will we do today? We've arranged a program in a nearby city, Cuernavaca, said Sitsukananda. We have the use of the whole central plaza. They've given it for your lecture. They have microphones and a stage and everything, all ready for you to come. Oh, this is very nice, Prabhupada said. Then you're scheduled to give another lecture at a big hotel in Cuernavaca, Sitsukananda continued. And then we can go to Lakshmi Priya Dasi's house, where we can take prasadam. Yes, this is very nice. Let us go. Śrīla Prabhupada took a light breakfast and left for Cuernavaca by car. On the way one of the devotees explained to him that Cuernavaca, with its scenic location in the mountains, was a favorite place for writers and artists, including Americans. When Prabhupada arrived, several hundred people were gathered in the main plaza of the city. The crowd was varied, tourists taking photographs, farmers, hippies, shoppers, artists, and businessmen. After a kirtana the devotees introduced Śrīla Prabhupada, who sat on stage before a large sign bearing the Maha Mantra. While a devotee held an umbrella over Prabhupada's head to protect him from the blazing noon sun, Śrīla Prabhupada spoke. We are not hippies, he said. We are happies. The devotee's happiness, he said, comes from associating with Krishna, the reservoir of happiness, through chanting Hare Krishna and through eating prasadam. Many people began nodding their heads in agreement. When he asked everyone to repeat the Hare Krishna mantra, many did. Suddenly Prabhupada saw Haya arriving with newly printed copies of La Conciencia de Krishna es el sistema más elevado de yoga, Krishna Consciousness, the topmost yoga system. Haya had just gotten the books from the printer that day, and Prabhupada was very happy to see them. Interrupting his lecture, he said, now you can all take one of these books and read them. The people actually came forward on Prabhupada's word and began to take the books. Haya had only brought about 50 copies, but Prabhupada sold all of them. The people took the liberty of asking him for an autographed book, and he signed every one. Immediately after the plaza lecture, Śrīla Prabhupada went to the Casino de la Salva. With no sign of fatigue, Śrīla Prabhupada lectured on the fundamental philosophy of Krishna consciousness. The audience was particularly interested in Hatha Yoga and Theosophy, and Śrīla Prabhupada carefully answered their questions, introducing them to the elements of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada was next supposed to go to Lakshmi Priya Dasi's home to take prasadam and rest. But he decided to return to the Mexico City temple. The devotees drove him back, arriving at about 8 p.m. From 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 p.m. he had taken only water. The devotees offered him fruit, but he refused it. He sat in his room, his eyes bright, his face blissful. This is the way to be happy, he said, work all day for Krishna. Prabhupada asked for a cup of hot milk and puris with sugar. Receiving these, he crushed the puris into the sugar and drank the milk. The few devotees sitting with him were enthralled to see Prabhupada's transcendental happiness. This is our life, to serve Krishna, he said. Work all day for Krishna, and take a little prasada at night. June 6 before 100 students in an auditorium at the National University of Mexico, Prabhupada described the student's life as one of struggle. A student has to study diligently to keep from failing, and then after graduation he has to work hard for his food and other necessities. Material life is therefore always a struggle, ending in death. But a human being should ask why he has to endure all these struggles and sufferings and how he can become free of them. The auditorium was quiet, the students listening attentively, as Śrīla Prabhupada spoke. But when he asked for questions, a communist yelled out, "Where do you get the money to pay for your food if you're so renounced? I think you belong to the CIA." A few other radicals also began calling out challenges. Prabhupada promptly replied through his translator that because this university did not educate its students in the science of God, it was producing atheists, demons. Further comments from the radical students were overpowered by the audience's applause. Śrīla Prabhupada called for kirtana and prasadam distribution, and the formal program ended. Many interested persons approached Śrīla Prabhupada, asking further questions through Hanuman Goswami, who translated. Others sat taking prasadam. Several hours later Śrīla Prabhupada left. The university incident typified the response of the Mexican people to Śrīla Prabhupada. With few exceptions, the people appreciated his work and the purity of his movement. As Prabhupada had said, the people were simple and pious. Many still lived in villages and were similar to the people of India. Prabhupada also remarked that the Mexicans were suitors and that they were being saved by Lord Chaitanya's mercy. The Masonic Lodge is very popular among respectable people in Mexico, particularly government officials, politicians, and intellectuals. A devotee whose father was a Mason arranged for Prabhupada to speak at a prestigious Tuesday night gathering. It was a regularly scheduled meeting with some 60 members dressed in the uniform of the club. The devotees held kirtana, and then Śrīla Prabhupada spoke in English while Sitsukananda translated each phrase as Prabhupada talked. Prabhupada spoke on the meaning and application of Varnasrama Dharma, stressing the necessity of religion in all positions of society. The audience, immediately accepting Śrīla Prabhupada's authority and scholarship, asked intelligent questions, and at the conclusion of Prabhupada's talk they stood and applauded. One official spontaneously glorified Prabhupada, praising his logic and his erudition. The lodge members, deciding to give Śrīla Prabhupada a monetary donation, passed around a basket and presented the collection to Śrīla Prabhupada. Only a few devotees had been able to attend the meeting, but upon returning to the temple, one of them told the others, Prabhupada had the right answer every time at the very moment he was asked about the philosophy, or about life, or about anything. Everyone was impressed. June 7 on Wednesday afternoon Śrīla Prabhupada left Mexico City and flew to Puerto Vallarta, on the Pacific coast. Danny, a wealthy race car driver and friend of the Mexico City temple, owned a luxurious villa in the mountains overlooking the ocean. He had invited Śrīla Prabhupada and several devotees to spend a few peaceful days there before Śrīla Prabhupada left for Los Angeles. A neighbor had cows, and the devotees brought one up to show Prabhupada. Why do they take milk from the cow and then kill her? Prabhupada asked. Just like I am giving you something valuable every day, but when I cannot give you any more one day, then you put the knife in my throat. This is not right. After a mild rain, the sky cleared. Śrīla Prabhupada sat outdoors on the terrace until sunset, his disciples seated at his feet, chanting. The atmosphere was calm, and beyond the line of palm trees the devotees could see the sun sinking into the ocean. As darkness came, mosquitoes began to bite. Prabhupada, Sitsukananda asked, "You're not getting bitten by mosquitoes?" "No. They sure are biting me," said Sitsukananda. "Most likely because you're a pure devotee and I am not pure, that's why the mosquitoes are biting me." "Maybe," Prabhupada said. "Here they are respectful, but in Calcutta, they make no distinction." The devotees asked Śrīla Prabhupada questions about preaching. Since so many people they met were practicing Hatha Yoga, they asked how to change the people's minds. Prabhupada said, "Let them do it. Engage them in service also, and they will become purified." Another devotee asked, "Śrīla Prabhupada, people are always asking me whether I've been to India. They think that if I am teaching yoga, I should have gone to India. You just tell them that India has come to you," Śrīla Prabhupada replied. The devotees looked at Prabhupada with great admiration. Yes, Prabhupada was India personified, sitting before them. But he was more than just India, he was the spiritual world, all they knew of the spiritual world, and he had come for them.